Reborn back to 1 month before the disaster, only 30 days until New Year's Eve. Jiang Han awakens the infinite space ability, time stops infinite stacking. In this life, he would no longer be the weak, good-natured man who was easily exploited. Pain. Agonizing pain that cut to the bone. In a daze, Jiang Han felt like a dead fish thrown onto a chopping board, the freezing air pouring into his sliced open abdomen, instantly freezing his internal organs. Jiang Han, don't blame me. I'm really too hungry. A woman's voice choked with tears came from beside him. It was his girlfriend of 3 years, Lin Wanner. At this moment, she held a boning knife in her hand, trembling yet resolute as she traced the position on his leg. Wanner, stop talking to him. Wanner, stop talking to him. It's New Year's Eve, we need to chop the meat for dumplings quickly, it'll be harder if the blood freezes. A rough, hoarse voice sounded beside them. That was Jiang Han's neighbor, and also the property manager of this community, Wang Dafu. That was Jiang Han's neighbor, and also the property manager of this community, Wang Dafu. Jiang Han barely opened his eyes, his vision already stained with blood. This was New Year's Eve of 2026, the 3rd year of the global ice age. Outside, 80 degrees below zero, a hellish extreme cold. The once prosperous Jiangcheng was already buried under dozens of meters of ice and snow. And in this ice-cold residential building, Jiang Han, once the good man of the community, believing his girlfriend and neighbors' plea for help, had opened the door of his safe room only to become their New Year's Eve dinner. Why? Jiang Han's throat emitted a raspy roar. He had used his position as warehouse manager to stockpile a batch of supplies in the early days of the apocalypse. He had shared his supplies with Lin Wanner, with the neighbors, even organized everyone to resist the cold. But in return, he was being eaten alive. Brother John, you know, these days a pack of instant noodles can buy a life. Lin Wanner's once pure and lovely face was now twisted with greed and ferocity. Your flesh will let us survive this new year. You loved me, didn't you? Then help me one last time. Boss Jiang, this is called making the best use of things. Since you're not going to make it, you might as well do everyone a favor. Don't worry, we'll leave you a skeleton. Wang Dafu grinned, raising his fire axe high, and brought it down fiercely on Jiang Han's head. Huff. Huff. Darkness descended. Huff. Jiang Han shot up from the bed, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. The pain was gone. The biting cold was gone. Instead, there was the warm air from the air conditioner set at 26 degrees, and the long-lost glaring sunlight streaming through the window. Jiang Han instinctively touched his neck and legs. They were intact. The skin was warm, the pulse strong. I'm not dead. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment, his gaze quickly sweeping the room. Light, gray, minimalist wallpaper, messy Juve, a half-drunk cola on the nightstand. This was his home in Daijing Bay, Jiangxing. Was it all just a nightmare? No, the pain of the blade cutting into flesh was too real. The sound of Wang Dafu chewing raw meat was too clear. That was no dream. Jiang Han's trembling hand grabbed the phone by his pillow. The screen lit up the bright light, making him squint. January 16th, 2026, Friday. Seeing this line of numbers, Jiang Han's pupils contracted violently, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst through his chest. He was back. He really was back. Back to 1 month before the global ice age erupted. Now there were exactly 30 days until that world-destroying New Year's Eve. Ha ha. Jiang Han covered his face, a low manic laugh rising from the depths of his throat. Even as he laughed, tears seeped from the corners of his eyes. The ecstatic joy of surviving a disaster mixed with the release of hatred for his past life made his whole body tremble slightly. Lin Wanner, Wang Dafu, and all you beasts who ate the weak. Jiang Han lowered his hands, his previously confused eyes instantly becoming as sharp and cold as the edge of a blade. In this life, I will watch you turn into ice statues, in the extreme cold, watch you kill each other like dogs for half a moldy biscuit. Just then a strange burning sensation suddenly came from his right wrist. Jiang Han looked down and saw that on the inside of his wrist a black ancient tattoo had appeared, shaped like a deep black hole, giving off a faint warmth. What is this? Jiang Han instinctively touched it with his left hand. Buzz. The moment his fingertip touched the tattoo, a loud noise exploded in his mind, as if his soul was being pulled away, instantly entering a strange space. This was a vast gray void. There was no sky, no ground, only chaotic mist all around, and in the middle an endless, enormous storage area. With a thought, Jiang Han's consciousness instantly returned to reality. He looked at the half bottle of cola on the nightstand, and a thought flashed through his mind. Store. Swish. The cola vanished. Jiang Han sensed the space again, and found the half bottle of cola floating silently in the gray void, the water droplets on the bottle still intact, not a single drop falling. Time stop space. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. He immediately rushed into the kitchen, boiled a pot of boiling water, and poured it into a glass. Store. The boiling water and the glass vanished instantly. Jiang Han looked at the clock on the wall, suppressing his excitement, and waited anxiously. 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour. After 30 minutes, Jiang Han thought, retrieve. The glass appeared in his hand. Hot. Extremely hot. The white steam rising from the rim was exactly the same as when he had put it in half an hour ago. Not a trace of heat had been lost. Time stop. It really is time stop. Jiang Han clutched the hot glass, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. In his past life he had struggled in the apocalypse, seen countless awakened ones, but never heard of such a god-level space ability. Infinite space, and it could preserve freshness and heat. Do you know what that means? It meant that as long as he hoarded enough supplies he could eat hot meals forever in that 100-degree below zero apocalypse, drink iced cola, and even eat freshly roasted duck. While others were fighting over a frozen rat, he would be eating hot pot in his safe room. This was true rebirth. Ding dong, a WeChat message suddenly popped up. Jiang Han glanced at it. The contact name was Baby. It was Lin Wanner. Baby honey, are you awake? It's almost Chinese New Year, how about we go buy some New Year's goods? Baby honey, are you awake? It's almost Chinese New Year, how about we go buy some New Year's goods? I've got my eye on a new LV coat, red, very festive. Perfect for meeting your parents during the holidays, cute heart. Looking at these words, Jiang Han's mind flashed back to Lin Wanner holding a boning knife against his thigh. A wave of nausea rose in his stomach. In his past life, it was at this time that to please Lin Wanner he not only bought her a coat worth over 20,000, but also covered all the New Year's shopping for her family. And what happened? In the first week of the apocalypse, that LV coat was too thin to keep warm, and Lin Wanner threw it on the floor as a rag. And to get a hand warmer from Wang Dafu, she didn't hesitate to betray Jiang Han's cache location. New Year's goods. Jiang Han's lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. He slowly typed a word in the chat box, then deleted it. Killing in this peaceful era was illegal. He wouldn't be stupid enough to act now. Since you want New Year's goods, I'll give you New Year's goods. In this life, I'm going to hoard a super New Year's goods that will shock the world. Jiang Han didn't reply to the message. Instead, he opened the mobile banking app. The balance showed 6543200. 6.5 million. This was the compensation money from his parents' car accident, plus the money he had earned from running a small storage company over the years. To the average person, this was a huge sum. But in the face of the coming apocalypse, this money couldn't even make a ripple. To build an absolute safe room that could withstand 100 degrees below zero to hoard enough supplies for several lifetimes, this money was far from enough. Money is just waste paper in the apocalypse. Only the money you spend is resources. Jiang Han walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city below. It was early morning. The streets were bustling with traffic, red lanterns and Chinese knots hung everywhere, and the mall's big screen was playing a cheerful Spring Festival promotional ad. Everyone was looking forward to the Spring Festival reunion. No one knew that 30 days later on New Year's Eve this place would become a living hell. Jiang Han took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, letting the harsh smoke fill his lungs. Since fate gave me a second chance and gave me this space. He looked at his own reflection in the glass, his eyes dark and sinister. This time I won't be human. I'm going to empty this city of all its supplies. Jiang Han took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Managerly. This is Jiang Han. Yes, I want to sell my house. The duplex in Daijing Bay and the 2 shops under my name, all of them. Price. As long as the money arrives in 3 days, I'll sell at 70. No 60 of the market price. Also help me contact loan companies. I want to mortgage my company shares. Borrow as much as possible, interest doesn't matter as long as it's fast. Hanging up, Jiang Han looked at the glaring sun outside the window and stubbed out his cigarette, but fiercely, in the crystal ashtray. The death sentence on New Year's Eve was over. Now it was my turn to pronounce judgment on this world. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you're not joking? In the largest real estate agency in Jiang City, Manager Wang stared at the property listing contract freshly printed in his hands trembling. He had been in the brokerage business for 20 years and had never seen anyone quite like this madman. The penthouse duplex at Daijinkian, market value 15 million, and you want only 8 million. And you demand full payment, closing within 24 hours. Manager Wang swallowed hard, staring at Jiang Han in utter disbelief. Mr. Jiang, even though the economy is tough right now, you're practically giving your money away. If anyone finds out, they'll think I'm ripping you off. I'll ask only one thing, can you handle it? Jiang Han sat on the leather sofa, his expression cold, and detached his fingers, lightly tapping the desktop. If you can't manage it, I'll go find Lianjia around the corner right now. We can. Absolutely we can. Manager Wang sprang to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. The moment the contract is signed, I'll take out loan sharks if I have to. I'll close this deal. 8 million. This is practically free money. Then sign. Jiang Han picked up the pen without hesitation and scribbled his name across the contract with bold, sweeping strokes. Watching Manager Wang's ecstatic expression as if he had stumbled upon a golden ingot, Jiang Han sneered inwardly. Free money. In 30 days, a single square meter of this city will be worth less than a steamed bun. This riverside luxury mansion will become the coldest ice coffin among these dozens of stories. Trading a future ice coffin for 8 million in cash today to buy supplies. that is true free money. Ding. 10 minutes later, Jiang Han's phone vibrated. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 8888 received 8000000 RMB on January 12th, current balance. The money had arrived. The agency manager hadn't even bothered to find a buyer. He fronted the funds himself to snap up the property, terrified Jiang Han would back out. Jiang Han did not even glance at his balance before turning and walking out of the agency. This was merely an appetizer. Now came the real prize. Half an hour later, Jiang City CBD 18th floor of Hongtu building. This was the headquarters of Hongtu Storage and Logistics Company, and also the life's work left behind by Jiang Han's parents. Lao Jiang, what brings you to the company today? Weren't you supposed to be helping Lin Wanner pick out her wedding dress? In the office, Vice President Zhao Kai lounged with his legs crossed sipping tea. When he saw Jiang Han push the door open, a barely perceptible sneer flickered in his eyes, but his face was draped in a veneer of false warmth. Zhao Kai, Jiang Han's college classmate, and one of the people who had betrayed him most cruelly in his past life. After the apocalypse erupted, Zhao Kai exploited his possession of the warehouse keys to embezzle all the inventory supplies, established the Hongtu shelter, and turned Jiang Han away at the door. Worse, to curry favor with a powerful ability user, he personally handed Jiang Han over to a cannibalistic gang. Confronted with that hypocritical rotund face, Jiang Han suppressed the urge to punch it, enforcing a mask of anxiety and despair onto his features. Lao Zhao, I'm in trouble. Jiang Han tossed his briefcase onto the desk, his voice hoarse. I went broke in Macau. Zhao Kai paused, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes before he feigned concern. Broke? How much did you lose? 300 million. Jiang Han bluffed the number, gritting his teeth. They said if I don't pay within 3 days, they'll take my life. I need to cash out immediately. Hiss, 300 million. Zhao Kai sucked in his breath, though inwardly he was overjoyed. He had long wanted to swallow this company whole, but Jiang Han's position as the majority shareholder had prevented it. Who would have thought this kid was a gambler? Lao Jiang, I wish I could help, but... Zhao Kai feigned a sorrowful sigh. I'm not asking for a loan. Jiang Han locked eyes with him. I want to sell my shares. My 60 stake is worth at least 60 million at current valuation. I'll take 30 million. Cash. 30 million. Zhao Kai's heart pounded. Hongtu Logistics was not a giant, but the logistics industry had boomed these past 2 years, and both land and warehouse values had appreciated. 60 million was already a fair price. 30 million to buy it. That was pure robbery. Lao Jiang, we're brothers. I couldn't just watch you die. Zhao Kai barely suppressed his grin, putting on a show of reluctance. But I can't come up with 30 million in cash either. How about this? I'll mortgage my house and scrape together from friends. 25 million. That's the absolute limit of what I can muster. I'll transfer it right now. 25 million. This was textbook looting in a disaster. If this were the old Jiang Han from his previous life, he would have been devastated. But the current Jiang Han could only laugh. Fine. 25 million it is. Hurry up. Jiang Han played the part of a desperate gambler perfectly. 20 minutes later, the equity transfer agreement was signed. Watching the additional figure appear in his bank account, a weight lifted from Jiang Han's chest. He rose to his feet and cast one final glance at the place where he had grown up, then looked at Zhao Kai, who was still laughing maniacally while clutching the contract. Lao Zhao, congratulations. You're now the sole owner of Hongtu. Jiang Han patted Zhao Kai's shoulder with deliberate meaning. Those goods in the warehouse, you'd better take good care of them, especially cold storage now. 3 in the western suburbs. Zhao Kai, mistaking this for reluctance, grinned smugly. Don't worry, Lao Jiang. Once I'm on top, I'll make sure you're taken care of. By the way, are you coming to the company annual party this year? Not going. Jiang Han walked to the doorway and waved his hand over his shoulder without turning around. You all enjoy the spring festival. This might be the last lively one. Once outside the building, Jiang Han's feigned despair vanished, instantly replaced by an icy ruthlessness. The company was sold, but the company's warehouses remained. The west suburbs cold storage no. 3 he had specifically mentioned was the largest transit hub. Zhao Kai, a man who spent his days drinking tea in an office, had no idea that Jiang Han still possessed a spare key. By New Year's Eve, he would go reclaim what was originally his principal and interest. This was called a buyback. The current Jiang Han already held over 30 million in cash. But this was far from enough. To live like a god in the apocalypse, to stockpile hundreds of millions of tons of supplies, this money could only be considered seed capital. He sat in his car and opened the App Store. Search keyword loans. Micro loan Jebe JD Gold Bar 360 Jiao Duxiomen. Even those predatory 714 high-interest online loans with outrageous rates. Let's begin. Jiang Han's eyes burned with madness as his fingers flew across the screen. Whatever the interest rate, whatever the damage to his credit, whichever one approved, he borrowed. Jebe, congratulations. Your credit limit has been withdrawn. 30000 yuan has been credited to your account. Micro loan approved. 20000 yuan has been credited. Unknown lender, though your annual interest rate is 60, congratulations. 500 yuan has been instantly disbursed. Jiang Han operated like an emotionless loan machine. In merely one afternoon, he downloaded over 50 lending apps on his phone and maxed out every available credit line. This round netted him another 5 million plus. But he knew the real prize lay with the banks. Leveraging the transaction records from the house sale and company sale combined with his final ace, the undeveloped wasteland deed his father had left him before passing, Jiang Han went straight to the branch manager. I'm mortgaging this land for a 300 million credit line. And through this 300 million, I want to structure 10 times leverage for bulk material procurement options. That manic afternoon saw Jiang Han demonstrate extraordinary financial acumen. In the end, through various financial instruments and collateral combined with the cash in hand. As night fell, Jiang Han looked at his anonymous black gold card, the digits finally settling at 500. 500 million yuan in cash flow along with a material procurement credit contract worth 2 billion. 500 million in cash plus 2 billion in leveraged purchasing power. Jiang Han stood by the riverside gazing at the brilliant lights across the water, the cold wind whipping his trench coat. About right. The money is in place. Now it's time to make global supplies converge toward me. He pulled out the lengthy post-apocalyptic supply list he had prepared long ago. First item, grain and meat. Tomorrow I want every wholesale market in Jiang City to know the name Boss Jiang. Jiangnan Agricultural Products Wholesale Market. As the largest distribution center for grain, oil, meat, and eggs in the entire central China region, it spanned thousands of acres handling tens of thousands of tons of daily necessities every day. With the Spring Festival drawing near, the market was bustling with a heavy flow of traffic, crowded with small vendors restocking their supplies and citizens driving their private cars to hoard goods for the new year. The clamor of voices, the relentless bargaining, and the blaring of truck horns intertwined, forging a surging torrent of worldly life known as earthly bustle. Jiang Han parked an inconspicuous newly rented Wuling Hongguang minivan at the entrance of the grain and oil section. Wearing a face mask and a peaked cap with a black leather clutch tucked under his arm, he looked precisely like a small business owner shopping for the new year. Yet his eyes resembled those of a ravenous wolf that had just broken into a sheep pen. Looking for rice, boss? This is authentic Northeast Wuchang rice. Freshly harvested and incredibly fragrant. In front of a shop named Zhangji Grain and Oil, the greasy-faced proprietor greeted him warmly. How about a couple of bags? It makes a respectable gift for relatives during the new year. Jiang Han glanced at the mountain of rice bags and reached out to scoop up a handful. The grains were translucent, lustrous, and plump. It was indeed exceptional rice. In his past life, rice of this caliber could only be found at black market auctions in the underground cities where a single small bowl could buy the first night of a female college student. Boss, how much for this rice? Jiang Han asked indifferently. Retail is 5.5 yuan per jean. If you take a large quantity, I can let you have it for 5 yuan. Boss Zhang held up 5 fingers. How much stock do you have in the warehouse? Jiang Han bypassed the small talk and asked directly. Boss Zhang was startled for a moment, then smiled. Oh, plenty. There are over 10 tons stored in the back warehouse, enough to keep you selling for half a year. Only 10 odd tons. Jiang Han frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the figure. That is far too little. Huh. Boss Zhang was dumbfounded. Brother, are you running a supermarket chain? 10 odd tons is too little. Without explaining, Jiang Han slapped a bank card onto the table. Listen, I want 500 tons of this Wuchang rice. And 300 tons of that premium flour over there. Also give me 50,000 5-liter barrels of that non-GMO soybean oil. Furthermore, I want every variety of coarse grains you have. Millet, mung beans, red beans, and black rice. As long as they are within their shelf life, I will take everything you have. Silence. A deathly hush instantly fell over the once noisy storefront. Boss Zhang's mouth hung wide open, completely oblivious to the cigarette slipping from his fingers and dropping onto the ground. The surrounding shop assistants stared at Jiang Han as if he were a lunatic. 500 tons of rice. He called this shopping for the new year. He looked more like he was planning a disaster relief operation. Brother, you're not joking, are you? Boss Zhang stammered. With such a massive quantity, we would have to source it directly from the main factory. I don't care where you source it from. Jiang Han's voice was calm, carrying an unquestionable authority. I only care about results. It must be delivered to this address within 24 hours. He handed over a slip of paper with the address of the giant transit warehouse he had rented in the western suburbs. I can pay a 30% deposit right now, and the remaining balance will be cleared upon delivery. Can you do it? If not, I'll go to Liji next door. With that, Jiang Han made a move to retrieve his bank card. We can do it. Absolutely. Father, you are my real father. Boss Zhang lunged forward to pin down the bank card, his face flushed with intense excitement. Liji is nothing compared to mine. In this entire market, only I have the capability to secure such a shipment. Rest assured I will call the manufacturers immediately and have them haul it over overnight. Swipe the card, enter the PIN, sign the contract. With the transfer of millions in deposit, Jiang Han's first batch of supplies was securely locked in. Watching Boss Zhang's obsequious and groveling demeanor, Jiang Han felt not a single ripple of emotion in his heart. Was 500 tons of rice really that much? Calculating at a consumption rate of 1 jin of food per person per day, 500 tons was enough to sustain 1,000 people for 3 full years. But in the apocalypse, food was not merely for sustenance. It was currency, a weapon, and a symbol of absolute power. With this supply of grain, he would be the king of the apocalypse. Having secured the staple foods, Jiang Han rushed to the meat wholesale district without a moment's pause. The area was filled with the pungent, bloody stench of raw meat, yet to Jiang Han's nose it was the sweetest aroma in the world. Boss, how much for the pork? Wholesale starts at half a carcass, 12 yuan per jin. No need to cut it. Jiang Han pointed to the rows of pale whole pigs hanging from iron hooks. I want 2,000 whole pigs. I also want beef and mutton, 500 carcasses each. They must all be slaughtered, dehaired, and cleaned, but keep the internal organs. The butcher's boning knife nearly slipped from his hand, almost chopping into his own fingers. 2,000. Yes. Also I need seasoning packets for making cured meat and sausages. Prepare 5 tons of that for me, Jiang Han added. His greatest regret from his past life was the lack of high-calorie fat intake during the extreme frost. That bone-chilling cold and gnawing hunger had made him want to chop off and eat his own fingers countless times. In this life, he would have braised pork at every meal and mutton hot pot every single day. His storage dimension possessed a time dilation freeze function, rendering cold storage entirely unnecessary. Even if stored for 10,000 years, the items would remain as fresh as the moment they were slaughtered upon retrieval, with the blood still warm. For the rest of the day, Jiang Han was like a tireless shopping machine sweeping through the entire wholesale market. Condiment section. Give me 100 tons of table salt. 50 tons each of white sugar, brown sugar, and rock candy. Laogan ma chili bean paste, hot pot soup bases. Empty your warehouse and calculate the total cost. Dry goods section. Seaweed, dried wood, ear mushrooms, dried shiitake mushrooms, dried tofu skin. These dehydrated vegetables take up no space and expand upon contact with water. I'll take as much as you have. Seafood section. Live fish are hard to transport. No matter, load them onto the truck. I don't care if they die. By 5 in the afternoon, the anonymous black gold card in Jiang Han's hand had already swiped away nearly a small target of 100 million yuan. The entire wholesale market was in an uproar. Word spread among all the merchants about a mysterious Boss Jiang, a literal god of wealth descended to earth who bought goods without looking at the price, only the quantity, paying on the spot with unimaginable extravagance. Some speculated he was procuring for a Fortune 500 company, others guessed he was stocking up for the National Reserve, and some even suspected he was shipping supplies abroad to supply a war. Yet no one knew that this god of wealth was preparing for the annihilation of all mankind. Late at night, Western Suburbs Logistics Park, giant warehouse No. 3. Originally his own family company's warehouse, it had now been entirely emptied by him, resembling a giant beast with its maw wide open waiting to be fed. One heavy-duty truck after another roared into the park. They carried the 500 tons of rice sourced by Boss Zhang alongside the fleet of refrigerated trucks sent by the butcher shop owner. Boss Zhang, the goods are all here. Would you like to count them? Boss Zhang sported dark circles under his eyes, yet he was in high spirits. This single transaction had earned him 3 years' worth of profit. No need. I trust your credibility, Boss Zhang. Standing at the warehouse entrance, Jiang Han gazed at the mountain of supplies that nearly touched the ceiling, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Unload the goods. Once done, you may leave. The remaining balance will be transferred in half an hour. All right. Move it, boys. Be quick on your feet. Dozens of porters worked with feverish energy for 3 full hours before finally unloading all the supplies. Once everyone had happily departed with their money, the entire warehouse area fell back into a deathly silence. Jiang Han shut the heavy iron doors of the warehouse and locked them from the inside. He walked up to the mountain of rice, piled high with wuchang rice, and took a deep breath. So fragrant. This was the ultimate sense of security. He raised his right hand, the black tattoo on his palm growing slightly warm. Collect. A low hum vibrated as the air suddenly warped. In the next second, the 10-meter-high mountain of rice vanished into thin air. On the empty concrete floor, not even a single stray grain of rice remained. Jiang Han immediately immersed his consciousness into his personal space. Within the hazy gray void, the bags of rice floated neatly, occupying a massive grid. Beside them, countless bright red carcasses of pork and beef floated silently in the nothingness, preserved exactly as they were when unloaded. This feeling is 100 times more satisfying than anything else. Jiang Han licked his lips, turning to the next pile of supplies. Collect. Thousands of cases of cooking oil vanished. Collect. Dozens of tons of seasoning vanished. Collect. Mountains of frozen meat vanished. Within a mere 10 minutes, this giant warehouse of several thousand square meters was completely empty once again, to the point where even a mouse entering would have left in tears. Jiang Han clapped his hands in satisfaction as he looked around the empty warehouse. This is only the first day. Tomorrow it's time to sweep through the supermarkets and outdoor gear shops. And water. Jiang Han suddenly thought of a crucial issue. During the apocalyptic freeze, all water sources would turn to ice. Although melted snow was drinkable, it was far too filthy and laden with radioactive dust. He needed clean, directly potable water. It seems I will have to make a trip to the Nongfu Spring water sourcing factory tomorrow. Jiang Han stepped out of the warehouse as a cool night breeze blew. His phone suddenly vibrated with a message from the neighborhood owners group. Wang Dafu property manager, all members, another notice. Those who haven't paid this year's property management fees, pay up quickly. If you don't pay, your water and electricity will be cut off during the new year. Especially certain wealthy residents living on the top floor. Don't think you can default just because you have money. Jiang Han looked at the message and sneered coldly. Cut off water and electricity. Wang Dafu, when New Year's Eve arrives, you will crawl on your knees begging me to give you a cup of urine to drink. Jiang Han put away his phone, started the Wuling Hongguang, and vanished into the vast darkness of the night. His hoarding carnival had only just begun. Jiangxing Walmart Sam's Club. As the most high-end warehouse club in Jiangxing, it was always packed with people on regular days. Now, with the Spring Festival drawing near, it was utterly congested, swarming with middle-class shoppers stocking up on New Year goods. Jiang Han pushed a massive flatbed trolley standing before the dazzling array of shelves. His gaze swept over them as if he were inspecting his own private backyard. Armed with yesterday's experience of securing grain and meat, Jiang Han was even more composed today and far more voracious. Excluding the thousands of tons of supplies he had pre-ordered from the agricultural market, his spatial dimension was actually still quite empty. Merely eating to one's fill is but the baseline of survival. Jiang Han casually picked up a box of imported Lindt chocolates, tore open the packaging, and tossed one into his mouth. Feeling the silky sweetness dissolve on his tongue, he muttered, "To live like a decent human being in the apocalypse, one must rely on things like this." He walked toward the information desk and directly sought out the lobby manager on duty. "Get your store manager," Jiang Han said, cutting straight to the chase as he slapped a black gold card onto the counter. "I have a multi-million-dollar deal to make." 10 minutes later, in the store manager's office. "Mr. Jiang, do you mean you want to buy out our entire store's inventory?" The balding store manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, staring at the long list in his hand, as if he were dreaming. "And you want it right now, eh? Without coordinating with the central warehouse?" "Yes, right now." Jiang Han sat with his legs crossed, his tone indifferent. "I don't care how you handle the logistics. I only care about the results. Everything on the shelves and in the warehouse. As long as it falls under the categories on this list, I want it all. Especially items with a long shelf life. But this will severely impact the shopping experience of other members." The store manager hesitated. "Add 2 million to the total amount, as overtime pay for your staff and a gratuity for you." Jiang Han held up 2 fingers. "Furthermore, I will pay the full retail price without asking for any discount." The store manager's eyes lit up instantly, his hesitation vanishing into thin air. "Mr. Jiang, you are far too generous. Rest assured, serving our VIP clients is our utmost priority. I will immediately arrange for the stock clerks to cordon off the relevant areas and prepare the goods exclusively for you. Money makes the world go round." On the eve of the apocalypse, the magic of money remained invincible. Over the next 3 hours, a spectacular scene unfolded at Sam's Club. Dozens of stock clerks pushed forklifts, beginning to frantically empty the shelves. Jiang Han, acting like an overseer, navigated through the various sections with his list. First stop, the high-calorie snack section. "Chocolate, whether it's Dove, Ferrero Rocher, or Lindt. Take as much as you have," Jiang Han directed. In extreme cold environments, human body heat depletes rapidly. A single piece of high-calorie chocolate could save a life at a critical moment. In his past life, a single moldy chocolate bar could be traded for a pistol. Compressed biscuits, canned luncheon meat, canned yellow peaches, energy bars. Empty all of these shelves. And those potato chips, colas, spicy gluten strips. Although these were junk food in the post-apocalyptic world, they were top-tier mental comforts. While people outside were gnawing on tree bark, if you could hide under your blanket sipping cola and eating potato chips, that sense of happiness could instantly restore your sanity points to the maximum. Second stop, the daily chemical and toiletries section. This was Jiang Han's top priority. Toilet paper. This is strategic material. Jiang Han looked at the giant wall of Vinda and Breeze toilet paper, waving his hand grandly. "Empty the entire stock. Do not leave a single roll." In the apocalypse, water resources were precious, making bathing and washing clothes luxuries. Toilet paper became the cleanest hygiene tool available. Living without toilet paper was a loss of dignity unimaginable to modern people. Immediately afterward, Jiang Han arrived at the feminine hygiene section. Seeing Jiang Han point at the towering piles of Safi and whisper, pads, the young male stock clerk nearby gave him a somewhat peculiar look. Boss Jiang, this. You want to buy all of this too? The clerk couldn't help but ask. With so much, can your family even use it all? What do you know? Jiang Han cursed silently, but maintained a calm facade on the outside. My company has many female employees. This is for their welfare benefits. In reality, sanitary pads were known as the all-purpose miracle tool in the apocalypse. Not only could they be used by women, but they could also be stuffed into boots to absorb sweat and prevent moisture, or used as sterile hemostatic bandages when injured. In his past life, a single pack of overnight extra-long sanitary pads was worth 10 caddies of rice. Third stop, the family planning section. When Jiang Han requested to pack up all the condoms, even the well-traveled store manager cleared his throat twice. Mr. Jiang, this is also employee welfare. Don't ask, Jiang Han said coldly. Condoms were a divine item in the apocalypse. Highly elastic, they could hold several liters of water without breaking. With excellent sealing, they could wrap phones, lighters, and other moisture-sensitive items. They could even serve as tourniquets and fire starters. As for their original purpose, who in the apocalypse would have the peace of mind to make babies? Fourth stop, the medical and healthcare section. Vitamin C, vitamin B complex, calcium tablets, cod liver oil. Jiang Han stared at these bottles and jars, which usually garnered no attention, his eyes shining. 3 years into the apocalypse, fruits and vegetables would become extinct. 90% of survivors would not die of starvation, but of scurvy and various vitamin deficiency diseases. These small bottles of tablets would represent life itself in the future. And antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, ibuprofen, montmorillonite powder. As long as they are over the counter, bring me as many as you have. Throughout the entire afternoon, Jiang Han spent over 50 million yuan. More than a dozen heavy-duty trucks lined up at the loading dock behind the supermarket, nearly emptying this megastore. Bystanders gathered to watch, whispering and pointing. Some were envious, some were jealous, and others took photos to post on their social media with the caption, "Mysterious Tycoon Appears, Empty Sam's Club." Jiang Han turned a blind eye to all of this. He followed the convoy to the warehouse in the western suburbs. By now it was late at night, and the warehouse was once again piled high with supplies. Aside from the goods purchased from the supermarket, there were also thousands of cases of liquor, mainly Matai and Wulianya, and tens of thousands of cartons of cigarettes, Chunghua, and Lacun, delivered in the afternoon. Cigarettes and alcohol possessed extremely strong currency attributes in the post-apocalyptic world, coupled with their addictive nature. Trading a pack of cigarettes for someone's absolute loyalty was a common occurrence in this collapsing world. Clang! Jiang Han shut the warehouse doors. Staring at the supermarket mountain before him, which was even more massive than yesterday's, he took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of burning money. Store. A black hole-like vortex materialized once more. Tens of thousands of cases of snacks, tons of toilet paper, countless toiletries, and precious medicine vanished in an instant like a whale swallowing water. Within his conscious spatial dimension, the once empty slots were filled one by one. The sheer pleasure of satisfying his hoarding addiction made every pore in Jiang Han's body relax with delight. Now the basic necessities of life are essentially secured. Jiang Han took stock of the inventory within his space. There was enough grain to last for centuries, meat for decades, towering mountains of snacks and beverages, and daily necessities that could not be exhausted in several lifetimes. There is still one thing missing. Jiang Han walked out of the warehouse and looked up at the pitch-black night sky. Energy. Without electricity or fuel, his safe house would be nothing more than an iron coffin. Although he had purchased generators, he still required massive amounts of diesel and gasoline. And going to gas stations to fill up bit by bit was obviously unrealistic. Jiang Han pulled out his phone and scrolled to a number buried deep within his contacts. Saved as Zhang Biao, fuel smuggler. This man had the connections to acquire large quantities of refined oil. Hello, Brother Biao. This is Jiang Han. Jiang Han lowered his voice, carrying the aura of a desperate outlaw. I need fuel. I need both diesel and gasoline. I'll take as much as you have. I don't care if you stole it from a fuel depot or got it from somewhere else. Tonight, I want to see fuel tankers in the western suburbs. Money. Cash on delivery at a twofold premium. Hanging up the phone, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Jiang Han's eyes. Smuggling fuel was illegal and highly risky. But no matter how great the risk, it paled in comparison to the dread of freezing to death 30 days later. Tonight I'll secure the fuel, and tomorrow. Jiang Han gazed toward the high-end villa district on the other side of the city, where Jiangqing's top security experts resided. Tomorrow it'll be time to transform my house into a true doomsday fortress. By the time the last few oil tanker trucks pulled away from the western suburban warehouse, the sky was already tinged with the pale gray of dawn. Jiang Han gazed at the 1,000 barrels of diesel and 500 barrels of high-octane gasoline arranged in perfect order in his spatial storage. To him, that pungent scent of fuel was more intoxicating than the most exquisite perfume in the world. With this fuel supply coupled with that silent diesel generator, his safe house could maintain at least 10 years of electricity and heating even in the extreme cold of -100 degrees. His phone buzzed violently in his pocket. Jiang Han drew it out, and the screen flashed with a name that triggered an instinctive revulsion: Baby Lin Warner. Memories of his past life assaulted his mind once more. Lin Warner's face blue and purple from the cold nestled against Wang Dafu's chest for half a pack of crackers, pointing at Jiang Han as she said, "Brother Dafu, kill him. He's useless to us anyway." Jiang Han drew a deep breath. A flash of murderous intent flickered through his eyes before he donned an expression so calm it was terrifying. He answered the call. "Hey Jiang Han, why did you take so long to pick up?" Lin Warner's coquettish voice carried a hint of reproach from the other end. "I sent you so many messages, and you didn't reply to any of them. Don't you love me anymore?" "Busy," Jiang Han replied, curtly, his voice betraying neither joy nor anger. "Busy, busy, busy. All you ever do is fuss over your lousy company." Lin Warner huffed in displeasure, then her tone shifted, turning sickeningly sweet. "Darling, my bestie Lily just posted on her social media. Her boyfriend gave her a Hermes Birkin bag as a New Year's gift. It's gorgeous. I want one too." In his past life, Jiang Han would have hesitated. Though he was wealthy, Hermes was no trivial matter, and the company's cash flow had been rather tight back then. But now, a mocking smile curved at the corner of Jiang Han's lips. Hermes. In the apocalypse, the greatest use of such a thing would be as firewood, and given its fine leather, it would even produce a foul stench when burned. "All right," Jiang Han said flatly. "I happen to have some things to pick up myself. See you at IFS." "Really? Honey, you're the best." "Moi?" Lin Warner's excited shriek nearly pierced his eardrums. 1 hour later at IFS. Lin Warner had dressed herself up extravagantly, wearing a white down jacket she hadn't even warmed, yet a Chanel bag slung over her arm. Like a peacock preening in its plumage, she looped her arm through Jiang Han's. "Darling, why are you dressed so plainly today?" Lin Warner cast a disdainful glance at the black windbreaker Jiang Han was wearing. It was the same jacket he had worn for convenience while working at the warehouse. "It's warm." Jiang Han withdrew his arm, sliding his hand into his pocket. "Let's go to Hermes." A long queue stretched outside the Hermes counter, but Jiang Han simply produced his black gold card and was respectfully escorted into the VIP room by a staff member. This one, and that A-taupe gray one. I want them all." Jiang Han sat on the sofa, not even lifting his eyelids, casually pointing at the most expensive bags displayed on the counter. Lin Warner was utterly dumbfounded, then overcome with wild joy. "Honey, did you strike it rich? These bags together cost over $1 million, and they all require purchase quotas." "I have the money," Jiang Han replied, a cold sneer stirring in his heart as he watched her greedy face. "Since it's the new year, I want you to be happy enough. Swipe the card." The POS machine spat out a receipt. 1,200,000 spent like flowing water. Watching Lin Warner clutch the bags with such devotion, Jiang Han's gaze turned icy. "Take them all, enjoy yourself. These bags are your pride now, but in a month's time, they will become the heaviest burden upon your back. When you are struggling to survive in the snow with a $1,000,000 bag on your shoulder, you will find it less useful than a plastic bag. Is there anything else you want?" Jiang Han asked suddenly. Lin Warner was taken aback. Something felt off about Jiang Han today. He was far too generous, so generous that it frightened her. But greed quickly conquered reason. "Well, darling, actually I've had my eye on a red Porsche 718. It would be perfect for driving during New Year." Lin Warner ventured tentatively, her eyes darting. In his past life, she had made the same request, and Jiang Han had refused. "Buy it," Jiang Han answered without hesitation. Lin Warner nearly fainted with happiness. However, Jiang Han's tone shifted. "My current cash flow has all been tied up in those bags just now, and the remaining funds need to keep the company running. Here's what I'll do. I'll cover the down payment for you and register the car under your name. You cover the monthly payments for the first 2 months. Once the new year passes and the project payments come through, I'll settle the remaining balance in one lump sum. How does that sound? You pay the down payment and put it in my name." Lin Warner's eyes bulged. This was a gift falling straight from the heavens. "Of course, if you don't want it, forget it." Jiang Han made to leave. I want it. I want it." Lin Warner grabbed him tightly. "It's just 2 months of payments. I can cover it with my credit card." Jiang Han smiled. A smile laden with profound meaning. This strategy was called killing with kindness. Not only had he drained Lin Warner's current cash flow, he had saddled her with enormous debt. In order to service the monthly payments and maintenance costs of this luxury car, she would inevitably max out her credit cards over the next half month, and even take out loans. And before the apocalypse descended, she would pour all her money into these utterly useless luxuries, with not a single yuan left to stockpile, even a pack of instant noodles. Walking out of the Porsche dealership, Lin Warner sat behind the wheel of her brand new red 718, her face flushed with excitement. "Honey, you're so good to me. Come to my place tonight. Lin Warner fluttered her eyelashes seductively, extending an invitation. No. Jiang Han stood by the roadside, his refusal crisp and clean. The company has a big project. I'll be staying at the office for the next few days. Have fun on your own. Oh, well okay then. Though slightly disappointed, Lin Warner glanced at the Hermes bag on the passenger seat and felt the steering wheel in her hands. Her momentary dejection evaporated in an instant. Take care of yourself, okay? Love you. The red sports car roared away, vanishing into the stream of traffic. Jiang Han watched her taillights, and the smile vanished from his face, replaced by an abyssal coldness. Enjoy your final vanity. This car is the coffin I have gifted you. That kind of convertible, even with the heater running, would be nothing more than a mobile freezer in the extreme cold of -100 degrees. Jiang Han turned around and hailed a cab. Driver to the Western Suburban Building Materials Market. Now that the green tea bitch had been dealt with, it was time to get down to real business. He touched a business card in his pocket. It belonged to a team specializing in high-security renovation, experts in reinforcing bank vaults and doomsday shelters. The $1 million+ he had just lavished on Lin Warner was merely a drop in the ocean. The money he was about to spend would be the truly astronomical figure. Hello, old Jiang. It's Jiang Han. I need you to renovate my house. Standard. Nuclear bomb-proof standard. Don't ask why. I might be crazy, or I might just be afraid of dying. As long as you can finish within 20 days, I'll pay double. Hanging up, Jiang Han looked up at the sky. Today's sky was overcast and gray, and the weather forecast spoke of a weak cold front moving south. But in Jiang Han's eyes, that was no cold front. It was the footsteps of death. On the northern outskirts of Jiangxing, the hardware and electrical machinery city sprawled amid the clamor of industry. Far removed from the gleaming shopping districts of the city center, the air here thrummed with the thunderous growl of machinery and the piercing shriek of metal upon metal. Compared to those polished commercial halls, this place was the very vein and artery of industrial civilization. Jiang Han parked his Wuling Hongguang outside a sprawling establishment bearing the name Thunderbolt Outdoor Generator Sets. Boss here to buy a generator. The shop owner was a middle-aged balding man clad in grease-stained work clothes, tightening a wrench on a water pump. At the sight of a customer, he casually swiped his hand across it. I want the best you have. Jiang Han's gaze swept across the interior. Yamaha silent inverter generators, the largest model. Give me 10. And domestic high-output diesel generator sets large enough to power an entire villa. I want 2 complete sets. The shop owner froze his wrench, suspended mid-turn. Brother, are you starting a construction crew? This much equipment, even a construction site wouldn't need it all. Back up, Jiang Han replied tersely. Also, I noticed you carry solar panels. We do. All exported to Europe. High-efficiency monocrystalline silicon panels. I'll take everything. Along with the matching battery banks and inverters, whatever stock you have, I'll haul it all away. The apocalypse will bring not only cold, but darkness. The official power grid will collapse completely within 3 days of the freeze. When that moment comes, generators will be the heart, and fuel will be the blood. And while solar panels suffer diminished efficiency during polar nights and blizzards on the rare days when the sun breaks through, they will be the only clean energy supplement available. After paying the deposit, Jiang Han did not linger. He instructed the owner to deliver everything to the Western Suburban warehouse and made his way deeper into the machinery market. There, a shop bearing the sign Wilderness Expedition Gear stood, flanked by several massive entrenching tools at its entrance. This was Jiang Han's true destination. In a nation where firearm regulations were ruthlessly strict, obtaining even a single hot weapon was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet in the early days of the apocalypse, a few well-crafted cold steel blades would suffice against most thugs who had yet to awaken their abilities. Boss, I need to see some serious hardware. Jiang Han stepped inside, lowering his voice. The shopkeeper was a lean, sharp-eyed man who assessed Jiang Han at a glance, reading the unmistakable aura of someone with money to spare and trouble to avoid. Come with me to the back room. Past the outer chamber lined with mountaineering suits, the back room's walls displayed an arsenal that quickened the pulse. Compound bows. These were the most formidable single-soldier ranged weapons still legal to possess. Matthews V3. 70-pound draw weight. Arrow velocity 340 FPS. The shopkeeper lifted down a pitch-black compound bow. This beauty can pierce a wild boar's skull at 100 meters. If you've got the arm strength, it's more effective than a handgun. Jiang Han drew the bowstring, experimentally feeling the taut, destructive tension thrumming through the limbs. I'll take it. He nodded. Give me 5 of these bows in this configuration. Also 10,000 carbon arrows. And I want the barbed hunting broadheads, not the blunt practice tips. 10,000. The shopkeeper's eyelid twitched. Brother, are you off to wage war in Africa? Going back to my hometown for New Year. Lots of wild boars in the mountains. I want to bag some game. Jiang Han fabricated the lie without hesitation. The shopkeeper smiled knowingly, then suggested, since you're heading to the mountains, shouldn't you arm yourself with some close-quarters tools as well? We've got fresh stock of machetes, high manganese steel cuts through iron like mud. And these fire axes, not fancy but practical. I'll take them all. Jiang Han gestured toward the row of cold weapons mounted on the wall. Machetes, fire axes, and trenching tools, even those baseball bats. I want only the finest materials for everything. Additionally, stab-proof vests, cut-resistant gloves, and tactical helmets. Assemble 20 full sets. When Jiang Han emerged from the outdoor shop, his car's trunk was already crammed full of elongated black cases. Combined with his spatial ability, these implements would become phantom assassin's weapons, appearing and vanishing at will. But he knew it was still not enough. Against hordes of marauders or the mutated creatures that might emerge in the future, he required something with far greater stopping power. Something capable of what survivors called AoE, area of effect damage. Jiang Han drove away from the machinery market, heading north until he reached a Red Flag Fireworks and Firecrackers wholesale station, situated in the transitional zone between city and countryside. With the spring festival approaching, the fireworks business was booming with unprecedented fervor. Boss buying fireworks. This peacock spreads its tail is beautiful and safe for kids to play with. I'm not buying them for children. Jiang Han surveyed the riot of colors surrounding him, yet his eyes reflected the gaze of a man surveying an armory. I want the loudest, the ones with the most punch. Thunder Kings, double kickers, and those aerial shells that explode into massive fireballs in the sky. Those are pretty strictly regulated nowadays. The owner hesitated. I never said anything about setting them off in the city. I'm a contractor. Got a celebration banquet for the new year at the construction site. Want some noise to cleanse the bad luck. Jiang Han smoothly offered a Zhonghua cigarette, slipping a thick wad of cash along with it. Boss, do me this favor. It's a large order. Money makes the world go round. Before long, Jiang Han held a staggering inventory list in his hands. Large Thunder Kings, 500 boxes. These are essentially oversized firecrackers with devastating power. Detonated in enclosed spaces like a hallway, they can rupture eardrums and even deform security doors. High-altitude aerial shells, 200 sets. These beauties serve not only for entertainment, but as excellent signal flares and incendiaries. Fired horizontally into a crowd, they become crude rocket launchers. Gatling firework sticks, 1000 pieces. Never underestimate this viral sensation. Its firing rate is blistering. If you strap incendiary materials or iron nails to the front. Jiang Han watched the workers hauling boxes of these New Year goods onto the cargo truck, his mind already orchestrating countless modification schemes. With only rudimentary knowledge of chemistry, one could extract the black powder from these fireworks, reconfigure the ratio, and pack it into iron pipes. And each one would become a makeshift bomb. In the early days of the apocalypse, this would be an absolute game changer. Oh boss. Before departing, Jiang Han spoke, as though suddenly remembering something. Do you sell potassium nitrate and sulfur powder? I want to mix my own ignition powder. Some of these firework fuses get damp and are hard to light. Yes, we do, but not much, just piled in the back corner of the warehouse. Give me all of it. I don't mind having too much. Night descended. Jiang Han returned to the western suburban warehouse. In a single day, he had spent over 8 million yuan. Gazing upon the mountainous pile of black weapon cases stacked in the corner of his spatial storage alongside the thousands of boxes of fireworks waiting to be transformed into apocalyptic art, Jiang Han felt his sense of security ascend to another level entirely. Even if Wang Dafu charged at me right now with 100 men, I could blast them all to ash. Jiang Han casually picked up one of the Gatling firework sticks, weighing it in his hand. Who would have thought that my saviors wouldn't be the police, but fireworks meant for children? Suddenly, the screech of brakes shattered the silence outside the warehouse. Immediately following came several urgent honks of the horn. Jiang Han's brow furrowed. In an instant, he retracted the firework into his spatial storage and reversed his grip on a tactical dagger he had just purchased, concealing it within his sleeve. Through the crack in the door, he spotted a refrigerated truck caked in mud parked at the entrance. The cab door swung open, and a stocky man in a leather jacket, his face a topography of brute scars, leaped down. It was Zhang Biao, the smuggler who dealt in black market fuel, the contact from last night. Boss Jiang. Zhang Biao's thunderous voice bellowed out. Your orders here. Damn it. Getting this batch of fuel for you almost got me busted by traffic cops. Jiang Han released his grip on the dagger and pushed open the warehouse door. The money's ready. Where's the goods? All in the truck. 20,000 liters of diesel, 10,000 liters of 95-octane gasoline. All siphoned straight from a Sinopec depot. Purity guaranteed. Zhang Biao slapped the side of the cargo hold, greed flickering in his eyes. But boss Jiang, you know how things are now. Heat's closing in. The price we agreed on over the phone yesterday. I'm afraid it has to go up by 20%. A sudden price hike. This was the unwritten rule of the black market. Any ordinary person in this situation would either panic or angrily argue. But Jiang Han simply cast him a calm, measured glance. 20%. Jiang Han produced his phone and initiated a transfer on the spot. Not a problem. As long as the goods are good, money is no object. Zhang Biao stood frozen. He had been ready to haggle, even ready to call his boys out of the truck to intimidate this pretty boy rich kid. He hadn't expected such immediate compliance. Now that's what I'm talking about. I love doing business with straightforward people like you, Boss Jiang. Zhang Biao's face creased into a smile, though his thoughts raced. This kid really is a dumb rich sheep. Should have asked for 30%. The unloading proceeded smoothly. As the massive oil drums were rolled into the warehouse one by one, Jiang Han's energy puzzle finally clicked into place. Boss Jiang, if you've got more business like this, you come find me. Zhang Biao counted the incoming transfer digits with relish, preparing to climb back into his vehicle. Zhang Biao. Jiang Han's voice stopped him cold. What's up? Zhang Biao turned back. Jiang Han stood in the shadows, his expression obscured, his voice drifting with an unsettling lightness. I noticed your truck, refrigerated and insulated. Modified, right? Of course. The cargo bay has double-layered steel plating, crash-proof, bullet-resistant. Safest thing for long hauls. Zhang Biao boasted proudly. Not bad. Jiang Han nodded. I'll take that truck. Also stockpile plenty of thick clothing these next few days. Don't wander around. Huh. Zhang Biao was utterly bewildered. Why would you want my truck? And why stockpile clothes? Nothing really. Just a friendly tip from a major client. Jiang Han offered no further explanation, turning back toward the darkness of the warehouse. Leave the truck. I'll transfer another 500,000 to you. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. Sell it. Only a fool wouldn't. Zhang Biao was ecstatic. That beat-up truck wasn't worth more than 200,000. This guy was truly insane. 10 minutes later, Zhang Biao was whisked away in a taxi, counting his money and humming a tune. Jiang Han regarded the modified heavy-duty refrigerated truck, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. This vehicle would become his mobile fortress in the early days of the apocalypse. When the time came to venture out for supplies or relocate, this armored behemoth would outperform any sports car. Weapons, check. Energy, check. Vehicle, check. Jiang Han glanced at the time. Next stop, time to harvest those thousands of tons of premium delicacies. And time to borrow a little real cutting-edge technology. Jiangxing Port, one of the largest inland river transit hubs along the Yangtze River, sees tens of thousands of containers passing through its terminals every single day. In the depths of night, searchlights pierced through the darkness like blades, while colossal gantry cranes moved with tireless mechanical precision, shifting cargo like steel behemoths. Jiang Han parked his newly acquired bulletproof refrigerated truck in a secluded spot on the outskirts of the port, then changed into a black stealth suit and donned an infrared night vision device. Tonight's target was no ordinary container. According to memories from his previous life, a shipment disguised as frozen seafood would be seized by customs and held in Inspection Zone 3 on this very night. The owner of this shipment was a supplier for a foreign polar research expedition, and the cargo had been impounded due to procedural violations. What lay inside bore no resemblance to seafood whatsoever. 10 full containers of premium polar survival equipment. In his previous life, this equipment had been discovered by an official search and rescue team in the early days of the apocalypse, becoming the cornerstone asset of Jiangxing's official shelter. The warriors stationed there owed their ability to venture out and execute missions through blizzards entirely to this cache of gear. In this life, they belonged to me. Jiang Han moved like a phantom, evading patrolling guards and using his spatial teleportation ability to infiltrate the container yard. Inspection Zone 3. Hundreds of containers awaiting inspection were stacked here. Jiang Han pulled out a specialized scanner and began searching for containers numbered IC 9527 through IC 9537. Found them. In an inconspicuous corner, Jiang Han spotted the 10 containers painted in deep blue. Surveillance cameras surrounded the area. Jiang Han cared nothing for them. He drew a high-powered slingshot from his pocket, aimed at a camera dozens of meters away, and with a sharp whoosh, a steel pellet precisely shattered the lens. Seizing the window before any alarm could sound, Jiang Han sprinted toward the containers. His palm pressed against the cold steel surface. Collect. A resonant hum filled the air, and the massive containers along with their entire contents vanished into thin air. Only rectangular impressions remained on the ground. Without a moment's pause, Jiang Han repeated the process. The second, the third, all the way to the 10th. In barely a minute, all 10 containers had been absorbed into his dimensional space. In the distance, alarms began to wail as security guards swept their flashlights in frantic arcs. But Jiang Han had already slipped into the shadows of the container maze, a triumphant smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Within those shadows, he swiftly inventoried his spatial harvest. His consciousness pierced through the steel walls of the containers, revealing their contents: polar cold resistance suits, heavy-duty 200 sets. These garments contained self-heating graphene layers capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -120°C, while remaining lightweight and durable. Portable ice shelters, 500 units. Once deployed, each transformed into an extraordinarily sturdy refuge. Polar snowmobiles, 50 vehicles, the fastest mode of transportation in the apocalypse, surpassing any sports car or tank. High-energy compressed fuel blocks, 100 tons. A treasure boasting 10 times the combustion value of ordinary coal. I'm rich. Jiang Han's heart hammered wildly. With this equipment cache, he could not only ensure his own comfort and survival, but even assemble an invincible polar special forces in the apocalypse. Yet he had no intention of leaving just yet. Since he had come all this way, how could he depart empty-handed? This port held countless unclaimed mystery boxes just waiting to be opened. Jiang Han turned his attention toward the adjacent cold chain zone. Thousands of white refrigerated containers were stacked there, all powered and humming with the constant drone of their cooling systems. Every one of them was filled with imported premium ingredients. Australian beef, Norwegian salmon, Argentine red shrimp, French foie gras. With the spring festival approaching, customs delays had caused all of these goods to accumulate here. Rather than letting them rot and spoil in a month, why not let me safeguard them on behalf of humanity? Jiang Han initiated his frenzied $0 shopping spree. He didn't need to know exactly what each container held. As long as it was a refrigerated unit with something inside, he would stride past and deliver a single slap. Collect. 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 He sprinted through the gaps between containers, and wherever he passed, the mountains of containers vanished layer by layer. Security personnel in the surveillance room watched screens going black one after another, assuming a system malfunction as they frantically rebooted their servers. This granted Jiang Han a precious window of opportunity. 10 minutes. A full 100 refrigerated containers were claimed for his own, amounting to several thousand tons of premium meats and seafood. Just as Jiang Han prepared to retreat, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a red container tucked in a corner. It bore a hazardous materials label, yet emitted none of the acrid chemical odor one would expect. Driven by instinct, Jiang Han approached and activated his perception ability. The next instant, his pupils contracted sharply. Wine. It was all wine. And not just any wine. Romani Conti and Lafite. This was a smuggled cache of premium red wine, clearly intended to be smuggled into the mainland during the Spring Festival to rake in enormous profits. The value of this single container of wine likely exceeded every penny he had ever spent. He doesn't Wang Dafu love his red wine? In my previous life, he would brag for ages after snatching even a cheap bottle of table wine from me. Jiang Han smirked coldly as his palm pressed against the container. Collect. The red wine was secured in his spatial inventory. Meanwhile, sirens wailed in the distance. Not only had security forces mobilized, but even the port's police station had dispatched officers. After all, containers vanishing into thin air was simply too horrifying to comprehend. Time to go. Using the cover of night, Jiang Han scaled the fence and returned to his refrigerated truck. He fired up the engine and floored the accelerator, the massive truck charging into the darkness like a wild beast. Inside the cab, he removed his mask, revealing a face flushed with exhilaration. Tonight's haul could not be measured in mere currency. If his earlier stockpiling had been about survival, then tonight's interception was about ascending to dominance in this apocalyptic world. 10 kilometers past the port, Jiang Han finally eased off the accelerator. It was now 3 in the morning. Yet sleep was the furthest thing from his mind. Because one final piece remained in his puzzle: spiritual sustenance. The signature dishes of those legendary restaurants that had haunted his dreams in his previous life. Although he had stockpiled countless raw ingredients, he was no Michelin-starred chef. To enjoy steaming bowls of Buddha jumps over the wall roast duck, or even an authentic Lanzhou hand-pulled noodle soup anywhere and anytime in the apocalypse, he had to go sweep the streets tonight. Jiang Han glanced at the memo on his phone. It listed every 5-star hotel and century-old restaurant in Jiangxing, densely packed with names. Starting tomorrow, I will have every chef in this city cooking for me alone. Jiang Han turned the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle toward Jiangxing's most luxurious 5-star hotel, the Westin Grand Hotel, home to the city's finest Chinese restaurant. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at Jiangxing port. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The security captain stared at the empty inspection zone 3, collapsing onto the ground in terror. Over 100 containers. Thousands of tons of cargo. How could it all vanish in the blink of an eye? Could it be aliens? Quick. Seal off all information. If this gets out, we're all going to prison. Yet the mastermind behind this paranormal incident sat comfortably in his truck, casually sipping a chilled bottle of Perrier he had just retrieved from his spatial storage. This is only the beginning. Jiang Han gazed at the receding lights of the port in his rearview mirror. When New Year's Eve arrives, I will pocket every last hope this city has to offer. In the early morning, Jiang Han awoke inside the refrigerated armored vehicle. After a brief wash-up within the vehicle, he gazed through the bulletproof glass at the city beyond. Although he had caused an earth-shattering commotion at the port the previous evening, the sprawling city continued its rhythm as usual, its people still hurrying about in preparation for the approaching spring festival. Jiang Han patted his stomach. He was hungry. Though his spatial storage was piled high with mountains of raw rice, raw meat, and frozen fish, he had no desire to gnaw on uncooked flesh at this moment. In the apocalypse to come, even boiling a bowl of noodles will be a luxury. Not only does it waste fuel, but the aroma drifting outward will serve as a death knell. Jiang Han started the engine, a glint of culinary obsession flickering in his eyes. While the world hasn't descended into chaos, yet I'm going to have someone prepare 100 years' worth of meals for me. First stop, Jiangshan. This is the most prestigious century-old establishment in Jiangxing, renowned for its labor-intensive Buddha jumps over the wall and authentic Shandong cuisine. Normally, securing a meal here requires booking half a month in advance. Jiang Han pushed open the door and went straight to the lobby manager. I'm sorry, sir, but all our private rooms are taken. The New Year's Eve dinner was fully booked 3 months ago. The manager replied with a practiced smile of refusal. I'm not here to dine. Jiang Han placed a card on the counter. I'm from the logistics division of Hongta Group. We're hosting our annual gala. I need to place a catering order. Oh, how much? The manager asked casually. 500 portions of Buddha jumps over the wall, that top-tier supreme jar variety. Braised pork knuckles, sweet and sour carp, 9-turn large intestine, scallion, braised sea cucumber. These signature dishes, I want 2,000 portions of every one. Also steam 5,000 caddies of rice for me. Use the finest Wuchang rice and cook it a bit firmer, the kind suitable for fried rice. Clatter. The ballpoint pen slipped from the manager's hand and fell to the floor. The servers around them, who had been carrying plates, halted in their tracks, staring at Jiang Han as though he were a madman. Yes, sir, surely you must be joking, the manager stammered. 500 portions of Buddha jumps over the wall. Just preparing the ingredients alone would take us a full week. And with that much food, how many people are you feeding? 20,000, Jiang Han lied without batting an eye. We're holding a massive annual gala at the stadium, a continuous flow banquet. Money is no object, but I have one requirement. Jiang Han raised a single finger. Every dish must be served hot. Once prepared, immediately pack them into these specialized insulated containers and deliver them to the warehouse I designate. I have dedicated insulated vehicles waiting there. Well, the manager hesitated. I'll pay 50% as a deposit up front and the remainder upon delivery of the food. Jiang Han swiped his card without further ado. Watching the impossibly long string of zeros spew forth from the POS machine, the manager's face instantly blossomed into a chrysanthemum of delight. No problem, Mr. Jiang, you're magnificent. I'll call all our chefs back from vacation immediately. We'll make it for you even if we have to work through the night. Having secured the Chinese formal banquet, Jiang Han hurried, without pause, to Quanjude. Roast duck, sliced with skin and flesh intact, served with spring pancakes and sweet bean sauce. I want 2,000 sets. Don't discard the duck frames, deep fry them with salt and pepper and bag them. At the flagship stores of KFC and McDonald's. Burgers, buckets of fried chicken, fries, chicken wraps. I'll take your entire production output for the next 3 days. Don't ask why. Our company has plenty of programmers, and they simply love this stuff. Oh, and that happy fat house water. No ice. I want 10,000 cups of it. At the flagship chains of Shaxian Snacks and Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles. Steamed dumplings, mixed noodles, clay pot soup. 5,000 portions of each. Beef hand-pulled noodles. Pack the noodles and broth separately and add 10 times the usual amount of beef. For an entire day, Jiang Han swept through every culinary giant in Jiangshang like an indefatigable glutton. He even visited roadside stalls, reserving several fried skewer and grilled cold noodle vendors, commissioning them to grill 5,000 lamb skewers and 1,000 portions of grilled cold noodles on the spot. 3 days later, Western Suburbs Warehouse. The place had transformed into a colossal, open-air cafeteria, with all manner of enticing aromas permeating the air. The rich fragrance of braised pork, the oily aroma of fried chicken, and the smoky scent of roast duck mingled together, enough to rouse even the most anorexic patient from their deathbed. Delivery trucks lined up in an endless procession. Mr. Jiang, here's the first batch of 500 portions of Buddha jumps over the wall, fresh from the pot, still scalding, announced the Jiangshan manager, who had personally escorted the shipment and was now drenched in sweat as he directed the unloading crew. Those exquisite ceramic stew pots were carried into the warehouse one by one. Even through their lids, the soul-stirring fragrance could be detected. Mr. Jiang, here are your 2,000 roast ducks. Mr. Jiang, the burgers have arrived. Jiang Han stood at the center of the warehouse, a temperature gun in hand. Beep, 85 degrees. Acceptable. Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction. Unload, settle the accounts, and we're done. After all the delivery personnel departed in high spirits with their enormous checks, he shut the warehouse doors. The world fell silent. Only he remained, along with tens of thousands of steaming hot delicacies. Who? Jiang Han drew a deep breath. This was without question the most blissful aroma in all the world. He walked over to the mountain of insulated containers before him. In my previous life, I spent New Year's Eve gnawing on hardened leather boiled into soup, fantasizing about a single mouthful of hot porridge. In this life, Jiang Han casually lifted the lid of a Buddha jumps over the wall. The golden broth was still rolling in gentle waves while abalone sea cucumber and shark fin glistened with tantalizing luster beneath the light. Steam curled upward, carrying an intoxicating fragrance. He picked up a spoon and took a sip. Rich, exquisite, scalding hot. A current of warmth slid down his esophagus into his stomach, dispelling every trace of chill. Store. With a single thought from Jiang Han, the several hundred steaming hot portions of Buddha jumps over the wall before his eyes vanished in an instant. They entered that frozen space where they would forever retain their temperature of 85 degrees, forever preserving the freshness of the moment they left the pot. Even 10 years hence, when Jiang Han retrieved them amid the frozen waste, they would still be hot enough to scald his tongue. Store. Several thousand roast ducks vanished. Store. Tens of thousands of burgers vanished. Store. Several thousand bowls of beef noodles vanished. Within a mere half hour, this warehouse, capable of hosting a world culinary exposition, had once again been rendered completely bare. Within Jiang Han's spatial storage, a dedicated, cooked food section had now been carved out. Countless compartments floated, each holding an assortment of delicacies. Breakfast compartment, baozi youtiao soy milk, preserved egg, and lean pork congee. Main meal compartment, signature dishes from the 8 great culinary traditions, hot pot bases, premium steaks. Fast food compartment, hamburgers, pizza, fried chicken, cola. Late night snack compartment, barbecue, crayfish, malatang, odin. Jiang Han cast a glance at the mountain of milk tea piled in the corner of his space. Every flavor, every level of sweetness accounted for. With all this, even in the apocalypse, I can live more luxuriously than an emperor. Having completed all of this, Jiang Han felt a profound weariness settling in, but even more so a deep sense of fulfillment. At this moment, 25 days remained until New Year's Eve. The matter of food had been thoroughly resolved. Daily necessities resolved. Shelter, safe house renovation in progress. Transportation, armored vehicles, snowmobile resolved. Arms, bows, and arrows, homemade explosives resolved. On the surface, everything appeared to be in place. Yet Jiang Han knew there remained one fatal shortcoming. And that was medicine. Although he had purchased some ordinary medications from supermarkets, they were far from sufficient. In an apocalypse of extreme cold, a common cold or fever could kill, and even a minor wound infection could prove fatal. More critically, throughout this frenzied hoarding process, the 500 million in cash at his disposal, combined with the tens of millions borrowed through online loans, had been spent nearly to the last coin. Although the final payments for his supply purchases remained unsettled, he still required cash to handle the remaining costs of medicine and the safe house. The money's all spent. Jiang Han sat in the empty warehouse, staring at the mere tens of thousands remaining in his mobile banking account, and stroked his chin. It seems it's time to engage in some genuine zero-yuan shopping, he mused. Or rather, to harvest those unscrupulous wealthy scoundrels. Within Jiang Han's mind emerged the image of Jiangxing's largest private pharmaceutical company, Kemp Pharmaceuticals. The owner of that company was in fact the very sponsor of the deranged scientist who had dissected him for research in his previous life. In this life, I'll begin by collecting some interest. Jiang Han rose to his feet, an eerie, chilling glint radiating from his gaze. The night hung deep and heavy, and silence blanketed the biomedical industrial park in the northern reaches of Jiangxing. Here stood the largest private pharmaceutical titan in the city, Kemp Pharmaceuticals. Jiang Han parked his car in a grove 2 kilometers from the compound, and changed once more into his nightrider's garb. At present, his bank balance had dwindled to barely 50,000 yuan. To empty a drug company's reserves through legitimate channels was quite plainly impossible. Moreover, many prescription medications, potent antibiotics, anesthetics, psychiatric drugs, were tightly regulated. No amount of wealth could procure them in such quantities. If they cannot be bought, then there is only one option left: to take them. Jiang Han gazed at the brilliantly illuminated Kemp Pharmaceuticals tower in the distance, a flicker of cold resolve sharpening in his eyes. Zhao Kempu, the owner of Kemp Pharmaceuticals, had been a thorough villain in his previous life. In the mid-period of the apocalypse, leveraging the medicines he had hoarded, he established a notorious haven known as the Medicine God Sanctuary. A single fever-reducing pill for a woman. A vial of antibiotics for a human life. Jiang Han had witnessed with his own eyes how, for sheer amusement, Zhao Kempu hurled experimental survivors into an icy chasm. In this life, your medicines shall be distributed by my hand. Moving like a phantom feline, Jiang Han used his night vision goggles to evade the patrolling guards on the perimeter and vaulted over the 3-meter-high perimeter wall. Kemp Pharmaceutical storage facility was situated on the 2nd underground level. For ordinary folk, this was forbidden ground, guarded not just by multiple access checkpoints, but also by infrared alarm systems. But Jiang Han was a reborn man. He avoided all main thoroughfares and located an inconspicuous ventilation shaft. Collect. The louvered grate of the ventilation shaft vanished in an instant. Jiang Han slipped inside, sliding through the ductwork for 10 minutes before emerging directly above the freight corridor of the second underground level. Through the vent, he beheld the colossal temperature-controlled warehouse. Row upon row of towering shelves groaned under mountains of cardboard boxes. Antibiotic section: cephalosporins, amoxicillin, levofloxacin. These were the hard currency of the apocalypse. Emergency section: hemostatic bandages, medical alcohol, sutures, epinephrine. Chronic disease section: antihypertensives, insulin, cardiac medications. Though Jiang Han himself was not ill, these drugs could save lives, and thus purchased them. Only 2 guards manned the night shift in the warehouse, both sound asleep with their heads on the desks. Jiang Han landed softly, gliding between the shelving units like a wraith. He did not rush to collect. Instead, he first located the circuitry box of the surveillance room. Snip! A single cut from his insulated shears, and every monitor in the warehouse plunged into darkness. Operation commence. Jiang Han approached a shelf stacked high with cephalosporins. Collect. 10 entire pallets. Tens of thousands of boxes of cephalosporins vanished in an instant. Next came amoxicillin, ibuprofen, paracetamol. Then the far more precious surgical tools and anesthetics. Scalpel blades, hemostatic forceps, medical oxygen cylinders. Jiang Han's hands moved at blinding speed as he tore through the warehouse, leaving behind shelves stripped bare in his wake. In a mere 20 minutes, 80% of this drug transit depot, worth hundreds of millions, had been emptied. At last his gaze fell upon an isolated cold storage unit at the far end of the warehouse. Its label proclaimed biological preparations vaccines. Jiang Han approached and activated his X-ray perception. Inside lay rabies vaccines, tetanus antitoxin, and several cases of exceedingly precious serums. These are treasures that money cannot buy. In the apocalypse, a single bite from a mutated rat without a rabies vaccine meant certain death. A wound without a tetanus shot spelled near certain doom. Collect. Along with the refrigeration equipment inside, Jiang Han swept everything into his spatial storage in one fell swoop. Before departing, he cast a glance at the 2 guards still soundly slumbering. The corners of his lips curved slightly upward as he retrieved 2 bottles of newly purchased ergotu from his space and placed them gently on their desk. Thanks, brothers. This liquor is my treat. Consider it a doorman's fee. With this done, Jiang Han retraced his path back. By the time Zhao Kempu discovered the emptied warehouse the next day, he would likely be seized by a fit of apoplectic fury. But by then the police would most likely attribute it to the 2 inebriated guards themselves, or to some inexplicable paranormal occurrence. And what did any of this have to do with him, Jiang Han? By the time he returned to his western suburbs, warehouse dawn had not yet broken. Jiang Han did not rest. He knew there remained one final momentous task undone. While material preparations were nearly complete, spiritual ones were equally vital. The apocalypse would be long and the polar night eternal. Without entertainment, humanity would go mad. In his previous life, many survivors had neither starved nor frozen, yet succumbed to suicide brought on by prolonged confinement and hopelessness. Jiang Han poured out his last reserves of savings and procured 2016 terabytes enterprise-grade hard drives along with a top-tier server. He connected the gigabit fiber optic line and launched his frenzied Seeds of Civilization download operation. Film TV section. Dubon top 250 films. Download them all. Marvel DC series. Download them all. Legend of Jiang Han, My Own Swordsman. Those comfort classics. Absolutely essential. Even thousands of adult films, though unnecessary, perhaps they could be traded later. Gaming section. AAA titles from Steam: Cyberpunk 2077, Red Dead Redemption 2, The Witcher 3. Along with hundreds of standalone indie games. In the apocalypse, a gaming console that required no internet connection was a divine artifact. Knowledge section. This was the true priority. Barefoot Doctor's Manual, the Military and Civilian Talent Companion Militia Training Manual. From primitive steelmaking and black powder production to crop cultivation and postpartum sow care. Jiang Han downloaded a full 10 terabytes of assorted technical documents and instructional videos. This was not mere entertainment. It was the backup archive of human civilization. If one day the apocalypse passed, the contents of these drives would serve as the cornerstone for rebuilding civilization. Watching the download progress bar leap frantically across his screen, Jiang Han yawned and collapsed into his chair. At this moment, within his spatial storage, grains and meats piled mountain high enough for centuries. Weapons and ammunition plentiful sufficient to wage a small war. Medicines comprehensive enough to outfit a Tier 3 hospital. Energy reserves abundant, oil depot full. Even spiritual sustenance had been fully archived. That should suffice. Jiang Han gazed out the window. At present, 15 days remained until New Year's Eve. The bulk of his stockpiling had been accomplished. For the remaining half-month he had but one task: to await the completion of his fortress, then retreat into his den, like a well-fed bear, quietly awaiting the storm's descent. Ding. His phone rang. It was old Zhang from the Special Security Renovation Company. Boss Jiang, the hard renovation is fully complete. The blast-proof glass has been installed, and the air circulation system has been calibrated. What say you? When might you come to inspect? Jiang Han's gaze instantly sharpened. At last it was finished. That Ark of Noah, which would stand unshaken through the apocalypse. I'm heading over now. Jiang Han snatched them and strode out of the warehouse with purpose. Each day henceforth was a countdown, and he had made all the preparations necessary to face what was to come. Jiangqing Daijing Bay Building 28, top-floor duplex. This was the finest riverview vantage point in all of Jiangqing, and the place where Jiang Han had grown up since childhood. Jiang Han stood at the center of the living room, surveying his surroundings. Just half a month ago, he had legally sold this apartment to that greedy agent manager Wang in exchange for $8 million in cash. The contract terms at the time were crystal clear. The property is sold as is, but the original owner Jiang Han retains the right of residence until March 16, 2026, and shall cooperate with the transfer procedures during this period. Manager Wang. A mocking arc curled at the corner of Jiang Han's lips. You think you struck a fortune snagging this $15 million mansion for a mere $8 million. What you don't realize is that all you bought was a one-way ticket to hell. By the time the agreed handover date arrives, this world will have already become an icy purgatory, and that property certificate in your hands won't even be worth the paper to wipe your ass. Since the apartment already belongs to someone else, why spend a fortune renovating it? Because this is the highest elevation, most structurally fortified, and best positioned strategic stronghold in all of Jiangqing. Whose name is on the deed matters little once the apocalypse descends. Whoever lives inside and wields the strongest fist owns the home. President Jiang, you're here. Old Jiang, the veteran captain of the special renovation crew, was directing workers through the final cleanup. Spotting Jiang Han, he hurried over to greet him. As you requested, the full-scale reinforcement project is complete. Old Jiang patted the newly installed custom blast door, a full 20 centimeters thick, which emitted a deep resonant hum. This door meets Class C vault standards with a ceramic anti-drilling layer built inside. President Jiang, you already sold the place, yet you're spending this kind of money on a door. That's truly something else. Won't the new owner have to kowtow to you in gratitude? Old Jiang assumed Jiang Han was the type of perfectionist who insisted on sprucing things up before selling. Indeed, I'm leaving him a little surprise. Jiang Han smiled with profound meaning. Once this door locked from the inside without his fingerprint and iris scan, not even the new owner, Manager Wang, could enter, even if he knelt at the doorstep weeping with his property certificate in hand. What about the glass? Jiang Han walked over to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Where a panoramic view once stretched, there now stood a special glass panel emanating a faint blue glow. This one's even more impressive, Old Jiang declared, pulling out a hammer and driving it against the glass with every ounce of his strength. Thud! A muffled impact echoed through the room. The glass remained utterly unscathed, not even a single white mark, while Old Jiang's hand trembled numb from the recoil. Double-layered bulletproof glass with a vacuum-sealed interlayer filled with inert gas and a one-way mirror film applied to the outer surface. Old Jiang rubbed his wrist as he explained, even if it drops to 50 below zero outside, this room won't see a single icicle. Jiang Han gazed out the window. Through the one-way mirror film, he could clearly observe the bustling traffic below. In the apocalypse, information asymmetry is survival itself. I can watch you starve while you can't even see me feast. How's the insulation layer? Jiang Han posed the most critical question. All 6 surfaces, walls, ceiling, and floor, have been lined with aerogel insulation panels. Old Jiang gestured toward the walls. This is the same material used on spacecraft. We nearly welded the whole place into a thermos bottle. Jiang Han walked to the wall and gave it a knock. The sound was dense and solid. With this protective shell combined with underfloor heating and the fireplace, even at absolute zero outside, the interior could maintain a comfortable temperature above 20 degrees. Next, Jiang Han inspected the equipment room converted from the original guest bedroom. 10 Yamaha silent generators stood in neat rows, their exhaust pipes specially soundproofed and channeled through rooftop ventilation shafts. Mounted on the wall was a massive fresh air filtration system, equipped with nuclear, biological, and chemical defense capabilities. Finally, there was the oversized terrace transformed into an indoor greenhouse. Dozens of vertical growing racks had been fully installed with the hydroponic circulation system ready to operate at the flip of a switch. President Jiang, the total renovation costs are nearly $12 million, more than what you sold the house for. Old Jiang couldn't help muttering as he prepared to leave. What's the point of all this? Jiang Han pulled the balance payment check from his pocket and handed it to him. Peace of mind. He clapped Old Jiang on the shoulder. Old Jiang, take this money and stock up on rice flour and oil. Seal your doors and windows tight. This winter will be very cold. The renovation crew departed. Jiang Han deadbolt the half-ton vault door and turned the mechanical combination lock. Click. As the bolt snapped into place, the entire world was shut outside. This apartment now belonged to Manager Wang on paper, but physically it had become Jiang Han's domain entirely. Jiang Han removed his coat and walked to the center of the living room. With a mere thought, he drew from his spatial storage a premium Italian leather sofa, a Persian carpet, a 75-inch Sony television, and even hooked up the PS5 he had purchased earlier. Supplies previously stockpiled in the warehouse began to fill the once-empty fortress. The refrigerator was packed with Häagen-Dazs, the wine cabinet lined with Lafite, and smokeless fruitwood charcoal was stacked beside the fireplace. In just 2 hours, the once cold steel fortress had been transformed into a warm, luxurious home. Jiang Han settled onto the sofa and poured himself a glass of red wine. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. 3 days until the New Year's Eve freeze. 3 days left. Jiang Han looked through the floor-to-ceiling window. Directly below was neighbor Wang Dafu's home. Diagonally across sat his ex-girlfriend Lin Wanner's apartment. Wang Dafu, Lin Wanner, and that agent manager Wang who thinks he got a bargain. Savor your final days of peace while you can. Just then a sudden knock sounded against the heavy blast door. Jiang Han furrowed his brow. Who could be visiting at this hour? Could manager Wang have come early to collect the property? He walked to the door and checked the video doorbell screen. Instead of the agent's fleshy, brutish face, the screen displayed an unexpected countenance. Exquisitely beautiful and coolly aloof. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat, cradling an injured ragdoll cat against her chest, her expression fraught with worry. Suchinga, the aloof female doctor who lived downstairs, the future S-class ability user known as the Ice Snow Empress. Mr. Jiang, are you there? Suchinga's cool voice drifted from outside the door, tinged with a hint of plea. I'm Suchinga from downstairs. My cat fell from the balcony and broke its leg, but when I got off work just now my car wouldn't start. Could I borrow yours to take it to the veterinary hospital? Jiang Han's hand froze on the door handle. Save her. Or not. The Ice Snow Empress of his previous life, a top-tier combat force of the future. Jiang Han gazed at that exquisitely beautiful face on the monitor, the corners of his lips curving upward slightly. How convenient. My fortress could use a personal physician. The heavy explosion-proof door slowly creaked open. Suchinga instinctively stepped back. She was astonished to find the door's thickness quite alarming. The metal lock bolts visible through the seam gleamed with a chilling luster like the vault door of a bank. Mr. Jiang, I'm terribly sorry to bother you. Though burning with anxiety, Suchinga maintained her composure and courtesy. Only the shivering ragdoll cat in her arms betrayed her distress. My car broke down. Could I? Let's go. Jiang Han wasted no words. He grabbed a set of keys from the entryway hook, slipped on a black trench coat, changed his shoes, and headed out. His movements were sharp and efficient. Suchinga paused, a flicker of gratitude crossing her eyes. Thank you. I'll transfer the fuel costs to you. The two went downstairs. When Suchinga caught sight of the heavily modified armored refrigerated truck parked in the underground garage, her elegant phoenix-shaped eyes widened slightly. This vehicle was too brutal. Reinforced anti-collision bumpers, a fully enclosed metallic cargo box, and tire chains with menacing tread patterns deep enough to intimidate. Less a truck, more an armored personnel carrier. Mr. Jiang, this vehicle. Suchinga couldn't help but speak. A friend's engineering truck. Borrowed it for a couple of days. Jiang Han offered a casual excuse, opening the door. Get in. The cabin's air conditioning was blasting. On the way to the pet hospital, Jiang Han drove with remarkable steadiness. Suchinga cradled the cat in the passenger seat, her peripheral glances inevitably drifting toward the man beside her. As a neighbor, her impression of Jiang Han had always been that of an ordinary rich second-generation heir. But today this man exuded an indescribable coldness and composure, as though everything remained within his control. Besides, who would drive an apocalyptic-style truck for no reason? Is this cat important to you? Jiang Han suddenly broke the silence. Yes. Suchinga looked down, stroking the cat's head. I'm an orphan. It's been the only family I've had for over a year. Its name is Snowball. Jiang Han glanced at the white cat. In his previous life, Suchinga had awakened an exceptionally rare ice element ability capable of manipulating frost and freezing all things. Perhaps the awakening of this power was connected to Snowball freezing to death during the apocalypse. In this lifetime, if the cat survived, would her abilities still awaken? Jiang Han pondered. We've arrived. The car pulled up to a 24-hour pet hospital. After examination, Snowball had only fractured its hind leg. A fixation surgery, and it would be fine, no life-threatening danger. Watching Suchinga rush about paying and collecting medicines, Jiang Han leaned against the corridor wall, his gaze profound. The current Suchinga was still just an ordinary veterinarian full of compassion. Without experiencing despair, she would never become the resolute and ruthless Ice Queen. Therefore, Jiang Han had no intention of taking her in just yet. To train a falcon, one must wait until it stars to the point it can no longer fly before offering food. That is when true loyalty is forged. By the time they finished, it was well past midnight. On the return journey, fine snowflakes began drifting from the sky. The temperature had dropped further since daytime. The cars gauge read -5 degrees Celsius outdoors. This was quite rare for Jianghan around the Spring Festival. This weather is truly strange. Su Qingge gazed at the snowflakes outside, pulling her coat tighter. The forecast predicts a severe cold wave this year. Dr. Su, Jiang Han, hands on the steering wheel, spoke suddenly. As a physician, you understand better than I. Under such extreme weather, influenza and viruses are most likely to outbreak. Moi. Su Qingge turned to look at him. If I were you, I'd take a couple of days off and stay home. Jiang Han's voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable gravity. Stock up on rice flour and warm clothing. Especially, make sure to buy plenty of cold medicine and antibiotics. Why? Su Qingge asked, her professional instinct piqued. Have you heard something? Jiang Han did not answer, simply parking the car in the underground garage. Before stepping out, he retrieved a black plastic bag from the back seat and handed it to Su Qingge. Consider it a New Year's gift for Snowball. Su Qingge accepted the bag in puzzlement. It was surprisingly heavy. Opening it, she found several cans of premium cat food and 2 boxes of Tylenol, a box of cephalosporin, and a pack of hand warmers. Mr. Jiang. Su Qingge looked up in surprise, but Jiang Han had already turned toward the elevator. Remember my words. He waved without looking back. Stay indoors for now. If you value your life, remain at home. Watching Jiang Han's retreating figure vanish into the elevator, Su Qingge stood in the biting wind, clutching the black plastic bag tightly. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a chill. Not from the weather, but from this man's warning. It was a prophecy of some impending catastrophe. Back on the 28th floor, Jiang Han took a hot shower and changed into a comfortable silk robe. What he had given Su Qingge was hardly a drop in the ocean, but it was a seed planted in her heart. When the apocalypse descended and Su Qingge found herself desperate from cold and hunger, she would remember this night, Jiang Han's warning, and that bag of life-saving medicine. At that time, this favor would ferment. When Jiang Han extended his hand, then he would gain an absolutely loyal S-class warrior. This trade is worthwhile. Jiang Han walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the increasingly dense snowflakes outside. In the following 2 days, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The temperature dropped by 5 degrees each day. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, it was -8 degrees. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, it was -12 degrees. Though not yet at extreme cold levels for Jiangcheng, a southern city without central heating, this was already a grueling low temperature. Pedestrians on the streets had noticeably decreased, everyone huddled indoors with air conditioning. Jiang Han had not ventured out for these past 2 days. He remained in his safe house, maintaining a constant 25 degrees, conducting final equipment adjustments. Generator self-check. Normal. Fresh air system filter. Brand new. Surveillance network. Full coverage. He sat before the large monitoring screen in the living room. This screen connected to dozens of pinhole cameras he had discreetly installed throughout the residential complex. Display 1, the community entrance. Security guards in military coats stamped their feet to ward off the cold, grumbling about the miserable weather. Display 2, Wang Dafu's apartment downstairs. Wang Dafu was hosting several disreputable companions for cards at home, the table littered with empty liquor bottles. Display 3, Lin Wanner's placed diagonally across. She was wrapped in a blanket, video calling her best friend. I am so furious. It is too cold out. My sports car won't even start. Jiang Han, that dead man, won't even reply to my messages. After the new year, I'm dumping him. Watching these scenes, Jiang Han felt as though he were observing ants before a great flood. He lifted a cup of hot coffee and took a slow sip. About time. It is time to sever all ties with the old world completely. Jiang Han took out his phone. WeChat had hundreds of unread messages. Former colleagues asking about year-end bonuses. Relatives offering hollow greetings while hoping to borrow money. And then there were Lin Wanner's dozens of explosive voice messages. Jiang Han swiped his finger and opened the Daijing Bay homeowners group, which boasted over 500 members. The group was actively discussing the weather. This is way too cold. The air conditioning won't even warm up. Where is the property management? Where the hell did Manager Wang go? Water pipes have burst and they won't fix them. I heard vegetables at the supermarket have gone up in price. Cabbage is selling for 10 yuan per jean. Reading these messages, Jiang Han felt absolutely nothing. But he decided to perform one final act of kindness. Or rather, an experiment in human nature. He typed a single message into the chat box and hit send. Jiang Han of Unit 2801, all members, based on reliable intelligence, this cold snap will last a long time and temperatures will break historical records. I strongly recommend heading to the supermarket now to stockpile at least 1 month's worth of food and water. It would be wise to buy some coal and warm clothing as well. Do not count on property management or rescue teams. In the end, everyone will be looking out only for themselves. This is your final warning. The moment the message went out, the group fell silent for several seconds. Then came a flood of mockery. Wang Dafu, property manager of Unit 602. Well, if it isn't Boss Jiang himself. Turning your home into a turtle shell wasn't enough. and now you are spreading rumors. A prolonged cold snap. The experts said it would only be a few days colder. Anti-Lu of Unit 1203. Young Jiang, do not speak such gloomy words during the New Year season. What do you mean no one can help anyone? Will the government really abandon us? Young Punk of Unit 1504. Laughable. Stockpiling coal. Who still burns coal these days? Jiang Han has your brain frozen solid. Baby Lin Wanner, darling, please stop speaking nonsense in the group. It is embarrassing. Watching the screen filled with scorn and disdain, Jiang Han laughed out loud. This was human nature. Before disaster truly struck, no one was willing to believe it was the end times. They would rather trust the experts' comforting lies than the words of a madman. Good words cannot persuade a doomed soul. Jiang Han exited WeChat and immediately enabled airplane mode. No, that was not enough. He removed his phone SIM card and tossed it into the trash. From this moment forward, Jiang Han's social identity was dead. What lived on was the Lord of the Apocalypse Fortress. Jiang Han walked over to the special communication station prepared for the end of days. There sat a satellite phone and a shortwave radio. This would be his only means of contact with the outside world going forward. At that moment, the sky outside the window suddenly turned pitch black. Though it was broad daylight, thick black clouds hung low enough to press against the rooftops. A fierce wind began to howl, sounding like ghosts wailing in the night. Eve of Chinese New Year's Eve. Temperature -15 degrees. The final 24 hours. The overture to the great blizzard had finally begun. Jiang Han stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the trees below being tossed about by the violent wind and the people still rushing home for the new year. He turned and walked toward the kitchen. Tonight we feast to welcome the apocalypse. He reached into his spatial storage and retrieved a beef Wellington, a bottle of Romani Conti, and a plate of freshly baked garlic-roasted oysters. As the entire world shivered in the bitter cold, the aroma of fine dining filled Jiang Han's fortress. New Year's Eve. Temperature -18 degrees Celsius. At 6 in the morning, the sky still wore an eerie iron gray hue, not a single ray of sunlight breaking through. Gale-force winds drove the snowflakes like blades scraping against the glass. Jiang Han awoke from his slumber and cast a glance out the window. The street below had already been blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Snowplows labored through the drifts, but the roads they had just cleared were swiftly buried again beneath fresh snowfall. Even such treacherous weather could not deter the Chinese from their unwavering determination to return home for the new year. The streets were hopelessly jammed with countless vehicles, their hazard lights blinking, inching forward like snails, all rushing to share one last reunion dinner with their families. The final day. Jiang Han finished washing up and donned his thickest polar expedition suit, layering a bulletproof tactical vest over it. Though his supplies were already sufficient, he had still resolved to venture out one last time. Not for any other reason, merely to steal a final glimpse of this old world on the brink of annihilation, to bid it a proper farewell. He descended to the underground garage and fired up his refrigerated armored heavy truck. Vroom. The massive diesel engine unleashed a beast-like roar, trembling the garage ceiling until it hummed with the vibration. Jiang Han piloted this steel behemoth out of the residential compound. Pedestrians along the road were bundled up like stuffed dumplings, hunched with their necks drawn in, their breath crystallizing into frost upon their eyebrows in an instant. It's freezing out there. They said -18, but it feels like -30. What miserable luck. This new year is really weighing heavy on the heart. Jiang Han cracked his window open a sliver and listened to the passers-by's grievances along the roadside, his gaze indifferent. Weighing heavy on the heart. This is paradise already. When midnight strikes tonight, you will yearn for this very -18. The vehicle glided slowly past a street corner. Suddenly Jiang Han's gaze was drawn to a small cart by the roadside. It was an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes. Against the bitter wind, the old man wore a tattered military coat and a padded cap, his face creased with ravine-like wrinkles flushed crimson from the cold. He was laboriously tending to his steaming tin barrel, attempting to fend off the bitter chill with what little warmth the feeble stove provided. Even in such extreme weather, there remained those who struggled on the streets merely to survive. Jiang Han fell silent for a moment, then turned the steering wheel, bringing the enormous truck to a halt by the roadside. He leapt down, his combat boots crunching against the snow with a crisp creak. "Sir, how much for the sweet potatoes?" The old man, clearly startled by this fully armed young man who had descended from what looked like an armored vehicle, rubbed his hands together nervously and stammered, "T10. 15 yuan per jean. Young man, they were just roasted, still nice and hot. Normally these would fetch no more than 8 yuan a jean. But in such weather 15 was a fair price indeed. How much do you have in this batch?" Jiang Han asked. "Oh, about 20-something jean, I suppose. I was hoping to sell out and head home early for the new year, but in this weather hardly anyone's stopping to buy." The old man sighed, his eyes clouded. Jiang Han pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, paused in thought, then drew out a thick stack. "Perhaps 1 or 2,000 yuan in all." "I'll take it all." Jiang Han pressed the money into the old man's hands. "Keep the change, take the money, and hurry home." Take the barrel with you too. Don't stay out here any longer. This. This is far too much. The old man stared at the thick wad of red bills in his trembling hands. I couldn't possibly accept this. I can't take it. Take it. Jiang Han's voice brooked no argument. Leave now, the weather is about to change. Having said this, he ignored the old man's protests and proceeded to bag up the 20-odd gene of piping hot roasted sweet potatoes, carrying them onto the truck. Settling into the warm cab, Jiang Han picked up one of the sweet potatoes. Scalding hot, soft, and glutinous with red sugar syrup oozing from within. He broke it open and took a bite. Sweet. So sweet it could make one weep. Store. Jiang Han willed it with his mind. The remaining half of the sweet potato in his hand along with the entire pile in the bag vanished into his spatial storage in an instant. They would forever retain the warmth of the moment they were freshly roasted. This was the last thing Jiang Han purchased in this old world. It was also the final glimmer of kindness he chose to leave behind for it. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the old man bowing deeply toward his truck, then pushing his cart as he trudged off until he vanished into the swirling snow. I hope this money will buy you enough coal to survive a few more days. Jiang Han did not linger. He pressed the accelerator, and the massive truck crushed the ice and snow beneath its wheels as it sped toward Daijing Bay. By the time he returned to the residential compound, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Darkness had completely descended as though it were the dead of night. The compound's streetlights flickered erratically in the gale. Clearly the power supply was already faltering. Jiang Han parked the truck back in the garage, deliberately chaining the wheels and double-checking the fuel cap. Before heading upstairs, he encountered his neighbor Wang Dafu, who was waiting by the elevator. Wang Dafu was clutching 2 bottles of Wulianya Baijiu, his face flushed crimson. He had clearly already had quite a bit to drink. Oh, big boss Jiang. Spotting the fully geared up Jiang Han, Wang Dafu let out a tipsy burp and jeered with a mocking smirk. What now? Dressed like some special forces soldier off to save the world again. Ha. Tell me, Jiang Han, you've got your place renovated like some iron bunker. Have you done something guilty that's got you scared of ghosts knocking on your door? Jiang Han gazed at this man, the very one who in his previous life had devoured his flesh. At this moment, Wang Dafu was ruddy-cheeked, swaggering, and domineering, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper was already standing behind him. Jiang Han did not grow angry. Picking a quarrel with a dead man was not worth the effort. He merely cast a casual glance at the liquor in Wang Dafu's hand and said calmly, "Nice liquor. Drink up. When you're drunk, you won't feel the cold anymore." You're insane. Wang Dafu rolled his eyes and stumbled into the elevator, muttering curses. Jiang Han took the other elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. The moment he stepped out, an unprecedented sense of relief washed over him. It was as though a captain about to embark on a great voyage had finally boarded his Noah's Ark. He stood before that heavy blast-resistant door, casting one last glance at the pitch-black corridor. From this day forward, this threshold would mark the boundary between life and death. Paradise lay within. Hell lay without. Jiang Han drew a deep breath, pressed his fingerprint against the scanner, and turned the mechanical lock. Click. The door swung open. A wave of warmth rushed toward him, carrying with it a faint fragrance of fruitwood. He stepped inside. Thud. With a muffled, thunderous boom, the blast-resistant door, 20 centimeters thick, sealed shut with tremendous force. Jiang Han turned 3 massive mechanical lock wheels from the inside and slid home 2 alloy bolts as thick as a man's wrist. Sealed completely. From this moment on, unless he willed it otherwise, not even an army could breach this door. Jiang Han removed the heavy polar suit and hung it in the foyer. The underfloor heating maintained a constant 25 degrees throughout the apartment. He changed into a comfortable silk robe and padded barefoot across the plush wool carpet. The clock on the wall read 1700. 7 hours remained until midnight. Jiang Han walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The world outside had plunged entirely into darkness and chaos. Even through 3 layers of vacuum glass, the howling of the wind could faintly be heard. Down on the street below, traffic had ground to a complete halt, the crimson brake lights forming a mournful, endless river of light. He picked up his phone. Though the SIM card had been removed, it was still connected to the apartment's Wi-Fi. The WeChat group chat had already exploded. 12:03, Auntie Lou, what's going on? The lights in my home keep flickering and the radiators are ice cold. 6:02, Wang Dafu, damn it, what is the power company doing? A blackout on New Year's Eve. How am I supposed to watch the Spring Festival Gala? Baby Lin Wan are so cold. I think my air conditioner's outdoor unit has frozen solid. It's not heating up at all. Jiang Han, honey, are you home? Can I come over and celebrate the new year with you? I have red wine. Jiang Han looked at these messages as though watching a farcical play approaching its final curtain. He did not reply. Instead, he tossed the phone aside and turned toward the dining room. There, the New Year's Eve dinner he had long since prepared awaited him. A steaming pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. A golden glazed Quanjued roast duck. A plate of dumplings. And that bottle of Romani Conti already decanted and breathing. Jiang Han seated himself and poured himself a glass of wine. Raising his cup toward the boundless darkness and blizzard beyond the window, he gently clinked it in a silent toast. To the old world. Farewell forever. On New Year's Eve, the annual Spring Festival Gala began on schedule. The opening dance remained as grand and festive as ever, with red silk ribbons swirling through the air. The hosts with soaring voices wished all citizens a joyful new year and bountiful harvests. But Jiang Han knew this was the last Spring Festival Gala in human history, or at least the last of the old era. He sat in his living room, where the temperature held steady at 25 degrees, wrapped in a silk robe. At his feet, a robot vacuum lay, motionless, tongue lolling from the warmth of the floor heating. A lavish New Year's Eve feast filled the table, the Buddha jumping out of the pot, still gently simmering on low heat, releasing fragrant steam. Outside the window, the world had transformed into something entirely different. The howling gale screamed like a vengeful spirit battering against the blast-resistant glass with thunderous impacts. Even with superior soundproofing, the relentless drumming sent chills down his spine. Jiang Han glanced at the comprehensive weather monitoring station on the wall connected to an outdoor probe. Outdoor temperature -35 degrees Celsius. Wind force level 12. Visibility 0. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the mercury had already shattered Jiangxing's historical low record. Within the WeChat group, mockery had given way to sheer panic. Aunt Lu from apartment 1203 tagged property manager Wang, demanding answers. My radiator has gone completely cold. The air conditioning unit won't start. It's only 5 degrees inside. My child is crying from the cold. Shouting won't help. I'm cold too. The power bureau says they're repairing a line fault. Everyone put on warm clothes and huddle together for warmth. Bao Bao, Lin Wanner sobs. I'm so cold my hands are frozen stiff. Jiang Han, darling, say something. I know you're home, I can see your lights on. Jiang Han glanced at his phone. Lin Wanner had even sent a video call request. With a swipe of his finger, he declined it. Then he silenced his phone and tossed it onto the corner of the sofa. Repair. Jiang Han let out a cold chuckle, picking up a piece of sea cucumber with his chopsticks. Those repair crews probably can't even start their engineering vehicles right now. 10 minutes remained until midnight. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to -55 degrees. This rate of cooling defied all physical logic, as though the Earth's atmosphere had suddenly torn open and the absolute cold of the cosmos poured directly down upon them. The Spring Festival Gala continued on television, but the picture was breaking up with static interference. The signal tower was failing. Jiang Han set down his chopsticks, picked up his wine glass, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He switched off the main lights in the living room. In the darkness, he could see the outside world more clearly. The city of Jiangxing, once blazing with illumination, now flickered like a candle in the wind. Large swathes of the district had plunged into darkness as circuits overloaded or lines froze and snapped. Only a handful of buildings still held onto their light. At 23 minutes to midnight, the television host began leading the audience in a countdown. Let us welcome the bells of the new year together. 10, 9. The wind outside the window shifted abruptly. No longer a howl, but a piercing shrill whistle. It was the sound of air being instantaneously frozen and compressed. 5, 4. Jiang Han raised his glass toward the city beyond the window, a city on the verge of death. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. A crackle of static erupted from the television. The image froze in that instant, then dissolved into monochrome snow. Then, as if an invisible giant hand had seized and crushed the city's throat, Jiangxing's remaining scattered lights vanished in a single heartbeat. The entire city went dark. A thunderous roar echoed through the night. A visible white wave of cold surged from the northern sky like a tsunami, engulfing the entire city in an instant. In that moment, Jiang Han even felt the building beneath him tremble slightly. He turned his gaze to the weather monitoring instrument. The red digits on its display flashed frantically, moving so fast they blurred -60 degrees, -70, -80. Finally, the numbers settled on a desolate value, -98.5 degrees Celsius. Extreme cold had arrived. The entire world seemed to have been muted. Then came a soft click from within the room, the sound of municipal power cutting out and backup systems automatically engaging. A second later, 10 Yamaha silent generators in the equipment room roared to life simultaneously. Through layers of soundproofing, they produced only a gentle hum, much like a refrigerator running. The indoor lights flickered once before stabilizing. Warm golden light washed over Jiang Han's face. The floor heating continued radiating warmth, and the fresh air system circulated filtered heated air throughout the room. Beyond the single wall separating them, the outermost layer of ballistic glass instantly crystallized, with icicles several centimeters thick, jagged fangs attempting to claw through this fragile defense. But against the combined resistance of 3 layers of vacuum glass and indoor heating, they stalled at the first layer. Jiang Han pressed his palm against the inner glass. Warm. It's over. Jiang Han took a sip of wine, the liquid as crimson as fresh blood. No, it's just begun. Downstairs in Wang Dafu's apartment. Damn it. The power's out. Wang Dafu, wrapped in 3 layers of quilts, shivered and cursed. In that instant, the electric heater had gone dark and the television screen had vanished. Darkness swallowed the room whole. Husband, I'm so cold. This chill is seeping straight into my bones. Wang Dafu's wife chattered her teeth, her voice cracking with tears. Light some candles. Now. Wang Dafu fumbled for a lighter. But when the faint flame flickered to life, they were horrified to discover white frost spreading rapidly across their window panes before their very eyes. A sharp crack echoed through the room. The living room's single-pane glass, unable to withstand the extreme temperature differential, shattered completely. Whoosh! Near 100 degrees below zero, a monstrous gale surged into the apartment. Oh! Wang Dafu's wife let out a blood-curdling scream. Having inhaled just a single breath of that Arctic air, her lungs seemed to freeze instantly, and she coughed violently, spitting up frothy blood. Block the window. Quickly plug it with quilts. Wang Dafu lunged desperately toward the opening, stuffing sofa cushions against the gap. But it was like trying to stop an ocean with a thimble. The indoor temperature plummeted from 0 to dozens of degrees below freezing within seconds. The water cup on the table shattered into ice shards instantly. This scene unfolded in thousands of households across Jiangxing. Meanwhile, in Lin Wanner's apartment, she curled beneath her blankets, wearing every piece of clothing she owned, yet still felt as though her very blood were congealing. Her phone had only a sliver of battery remaining. With trembling fingers, she sent her final message in despair. Jiang Han. Save me. I'm truly going to freeze to death. If you open the door, I'll agree to anything. Message failed to send. The network had gone dead. The cellular base station batteries had failed instantly in the extreme cold. Lin Wanner stared at the red exclamation mark, tears streaming down her face, only to freeze instantly into ice crystals upon her cheeks. Through the frosted window, she gazed toward the top floor of Building 28 across the way. It was the only lit location in the entire residential complex, and within her entire field of view. That warm yellow glow hovering in the pitch-black, deathly still world of ice and snow resembled paradise from legend. He knew all along. Lin Wanner's consciousness began to blur, and endless regret surged through her heart. Why had she bought that useless Hermes bag? Why had she purchased that sports car now reduced to scrap iron? If only she had listened to him back, then stocking up on coal and warm clothing instead. Room 2801. Jiang Han was unaware of what was happening outside, and he did not care. He ate his last dumpling. Then he rose, retrieved a copy of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild from the shelf, and slid it into his PS5. He picked up the controller and slumped into the leather sofa. The screen illuminated, and the beautiful landscapes of Hyrule welcomed him once more. Now this is how New Year's Eve should be spent. Jiang Han guided Link across the grassy plains, a contented smile playing upon his lips. And beyond the window, the mortal world had become an inferno. New Year's Day. Outdoor temperature -85°C. Jiang Han was awoken by his biological clock. There was no alarm, no crackle of firecrackers. The silence around him was so profound it felt as though the entire world had perished. Opening his eyes, the first thing he felt was the cozy warmth beneath his blanket. The control panel of the climate control system displayed an indoor temperature of 24.5°C and a humidity level of 45, the optimal environment for the human body. Jiang Han stretched lazily and walked to the window in his pajamas. The interior side of the explosion-proof glass was free of frost, but through the one-way mirror film, he witnessed a sight capable of giving anyone nightmares. The sun had risen. Yet it was not golden, but a sickly pale white resembling a cataract-ridden eye suspended in the leaden sky, incapable of radiating even a single shred of warmth. And Jiang City, which had been brilliantly illuminated just last night, had now completely transformed into a frozen sculpted tomb. Snowdrifts tens of meters deep submerged low-rise buildings and streets. The surfaces of skyscrapers were clad in thick shells of ice with countless sharp icicles hanging like inverted swords. The Yangtze River, once endlessly surging, was now a motionless white dragon, its very waves frozen mid-churn. Not a single vehicle moved. Not a single pedestrian walked. There was not even a bird in sight. This is the true apocalypse. Jiang Han exhaled a breath of warm air onto the glass, watching the white mist slowly dissipate. With a low rumble, his stomach growled. He turned and walked toward the kitchen. According to custom, one should eat dumplings or sweet glutinous rice balls on New Year's Day. But today he wanted something different. With a mere thought, his pocket dimension opened. He retrieved a steamer of piping hot crab roast soup, dumplings, a bowl of preserved egg and minced pork congee, and 2 golden crispy deep-fried dough sticks. There was even a cup of steaming freshly ground soy milk. Jiang Han sat at the dining table, taking a bite of a soup dumpling while gazing at the apocalyptic winter wonderland outside. The sweet, savory broth flooded his mouth, and the rich aroma of crab roe instantly erupted on his tongue. Comfortable. After finishing his breakfast, Jiang Han brewed himself a pot of dahongpo tea and walked over to the large surveillance screen in the living room. Although the city's power grid had collapsed, his home's local area network and the external security cameras were still functioning. He switched the feed, looking down at the street below. The once congested traffic was completely buried under the heavy snow, leaving only a series of white mounds. The people inside those cars had likely frozen into ice sculptures in an instant last night. Jiang Han picked up his phone, which was connected to a backup base station. Fortunately, though most base stations were down, a core station near Imperial View Bay, equipped with backup power, seemed to be clinging to life, allowing his phone to maintain a weak signal. Opening WeChat. Imperial View Bay Homeowners Group, 498 members. The group, which originally had 500 members, was now short of 2 people. Their profile pictures had turned gray, highly likely due to account deletion, or, at this moment, the messages in the group were no longer the dense complaints of last night, but a panic that erupted after a deathly silence. Anti-Lu App 1203 Property Manager Wang, help. My husband. Why can't I wake him up? His body is so cold. Is there a doctor in any of your homes? Please save us. No one responded. In an environment of minus 80 degrees, who would dare to step outside? Going out meant certain death. Tenant App 805 stop, shouting I'm freezing to death too. I've piled on every blanket in the house, and it's still freezing, and my breath turns to ice the moment I exhale. The water pipes have all burst. The house flooded and immediately froze into icicles. I can only huddle in the wardrobe now. Spirited Youth App 15.0 for my phone only has 5 battery left. Can anyone lend me a power bank? I'll pay 1000 yuan. Wang Dafu App 602 lend you my ass. I don't even have enough for myself. Which bastard said last night it was just a cold front? This is the fucking apocalypse. My window shattered and my wife and I are hiding in the bathroom now. Whoever helps me block the window, I'll waive their property management fees for a year. Looking at Wang Dafu's message, Jiang Han sneered. Wang Dafu's living room window had shattered last night. It seemed the fellow was incredibly lucky hiding in the windowless bathroom and managing to survive by relying on the confined space. However, in an environment of minus 80 degrees without a heat source and relying solely on body heat, they would not last long. Suddenly, a new message popped up tagging Jiang Han. Baby Lin Wanner Jiang Han App 2801 Jiang Han. I know you're fine. I just saw smoke coming from your chimney through a crack in my window. You have a generator, don't you? You have heating, don't you? Please, for the sake of our 3 years together, let me in. I'm really freezing to death. I can't feel my feet anymore. Smoke from the chimney. Jiang Han frowned slightly. That was the exhaust from the generator and the fireplace. Although it had been purified in such freezing air, the white mist formed by the hot air condensing upon contact with the cold could not be completely hidden. In this deathly silent frozen world, that wisp of white smoke was like the sole lighthouse on a dark sea. Lin Wanner had seen it. Everyone in the group who was still breathing was jolted awake by her words. Spirited Youth App 15.04 Holy shit. The 28th floor has power. And heating. Anti-Lu App 1203 Jiang, my boy. It's your Auntie Lu. I used to hold you when you were a baby. Can you let my old man go to your place to warm up? He's not going to make it. Tenant App 701 Jiang Han, we are all neighbors. This is a major disaster. Since you have the capability, you should help everyone. Can you share some of your power with us? Or let us take refuge in your home. The moral kidnapping had begun. This was a typical characteristic of the early stages of the apocalypse. People still retained the inertia of the old society's mindset, believing that the strong should naturally help the weak, and that neighborly mutual aid was an unalterable principle. Jiang Han looked at these messages, his face devoid of emotion. He could have ignored them, but he knew that if he did not dispel their notions, that wisp of white smoke would bring endless trouble. He picked up his phone and took a photo of the leftovers of his breakfast. In the photo was an elegant bone china plate containing half a deep-fried dough stick beside a steaming cup of soy milk. The background showed a warm fireplace and a glowing LCD television. He tapped send. Jiang Han App 2801 image. JPG. Jiang Han App 2801 sorry, I just woke up and had breakfast. My place indeed has electricity and heating, and the current room temperature is 24 degrees. But, what does that have to do with you? Jiang Han App 2801 yesterday, I warned you in the group to hoard supplies. What were you doing? Mocking me. Now that you're freezing to death, you remember me. Too late. Jiang Han App 2801 don't bother knocking on my door. Even explosives can't blow this door open. And, I'm not in a very good mood. Anyone who dares to approach does so at their own risk. Boom. This photo and these words were like a nuclear bomb detonated in the group chat. Before, people would have only thought he was showing off his wealth. But now, looking at the steaming soy milk and the warm glow of the fireplace, every survivor shivering in their freezing beds saw red. It was jealousy. A frenzied, destructive jealousy that wanted to ruin everything. Wang Dafu App 602 Jiang Han. You beast. You have so many supplies and you won't share them with us. We are all about to die and you're sitting there drinking soy milk. Are you even human? Spirited Youth App 1504 fuck. I don't believe your door is blast proof. Brothers were going to freeze to death anyway. Why not rush up and smash his door down? That's our only hope of survival. Anti-Lu App 1203 yes. Smash the door. We can't let him keep it all to himself. Watching the rapidly escalating emotions in the group, a cruel arc curved at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth. Come on. It's the perfect opportunity to test the defense system of my fortress. He put down his phone, retrieved a compound bow from his pocket dimension, and placed a quiver of arrows within arm's reach. Then he walked to the foyer by the entrance and flipped a red switch. With a soft hiss, several inconspicuous nozzles on the ceiling of the corridor outside the blast door turned slightly. That was a high-pressure pepper spray system he had specially installed. In an environment of minus 80 degrees, although this specially formulated pepper water would also freeze the moment it sprayed, it would be enough to give anyone brave enough to approach a taste of fire and ice. Thud, thud, thud. Barely 10 minutes had passed. Disordered footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Although the elevators were out of service, this crowd, driven mad by cold and jealousy, had actually forced their way up to the 28th floor. Leading them was Wang Dafu, wrapped in a quilt and clutching a fire axe. Behind him followed 4 or 5 other male homeowners, also armed with clubs and pipes. Jiang Han, open the door. Wang Dafu's voice was hoarse-laced with absolute madness. I know you're in there. Open up, or I'll hack you to death. Through the video doorbell, Jiang Han coldly watched the crowd of neighbors outside, who resembled a horde of zombies. You chose this yourselves? Jiang Han pressed the intercom button. His voice, cold and crystal clear, projected through the speaker outside the door. Get lost. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As Jiang Han's cold countdown ended, Wang Dafu outside the door did not stop. Instead, provoked into a fury, a wave of ruthless desperation erupted within him. Go to hell. Raising the red fire axe high, he channeled every ounce of his strength and swung it savagely at the seemingly ordinary security door. Clang. A deafening metallic crash echoed through the narrow corridor. However, the expected sight of the door splintering open never materialized. The colossal recoil surged back along the handle of the axe, instantly tearing open the web of Wang Dafu's hand. With a shrill shriek, the axe slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the floor. As for the door, not even a single dent could be seen. Only a tiny scratch of the surface paint had been scraped away, revealing the dark, heavy-duty specialty alloy steel beneath. Is this freaking tank armor? Clutching his bleeding hand, Wang Dafu grimaced in agony, the madness in his eyes instantly replaced by sheer bewilderment. The other tenants standing behind him froze in shock. Move aside. Let me do it. The resident of room 1504, whose online ID was Spirited Youth, was a robust and athletic young man. Having somehow procured a solid iron crowbar, he glared with ruthless eyes. I don't believe this door has no seams. Let's pry it open. The group prepared to swarm forward. Right at that moment, an inconspicuous black nozzle mounted above the door frame suddenly let out a faint hissing sound. In the next second, a stream of pale yellow liquid erupted violently in a fan-shaped spray like a high-pressure water cannon. Had it been ordinary water, it would have instantly transformed into icy mist upon being discharged into the minus 80-degree environment. But this was Jiang Han's custom-made mixture of highly concentrated chili spray and antifreeze. Its freezing point was extremely low, allowing it to remain liquid before making contact, but once it adhered to human skin, the evaporating alcohol would cause it to freeze rapidly. Charging at the very front, Spirited Youth bore the brunt of the blast, getting sprayed directly in the face. My eyes. Oh, it burns. Clutching his face, he let out a blood-curdling shriek like a slaughtered pig, thrashing and rolling frantically on the floor. Immediately after, something even more terrifying occurred. The extreme sub-zero temperature began to take its toll. The liquid splattered across his face, and clothes rapidly crystallized into a yellow crust of ice within seconds. His hair froze into solid clumps, his eyelashes were glued shut, rendering him unable to open his eyes, and even his screaming mouth became stiff and frozen. It was not just agonizing pain, but a bone-chilling cold. This sensation of being trapped between fire and ice was far more excruciating than death itself. What on earth is this? Because Wang Dafu was standing further back, only a few droplets splashed onto his hand, yet it burned intensely as though a layer of skin had been seared away. Before they could even react, a palm-sized firing port on the blast door suddenly slid open. A pitch-black arrow gleaming with a cold metallic luster protruded from the opening. Standing behind the door, Jiang Han watched the group of clowns coldly through the bulletproof glass observation window. The Matthews V3 compound bow in his hands was drawn to its limit, its 70-pound draw weight storing a terrifying amount of kinetic energy. At this range, the penetration of the compound bow was comparable to that of a handgun. Whoosh! The sound of tearing air rang out. There was not a shred of hesitation. The arrow shot forth like a venomous serpent, precisely skewering the thigh of the tenant from room 701, who was attempting to retrieve the crowbar. The sharp arrow pierced clean through his flesh. Up. Another agonized shriek rang out. Blood spurted forth only to freeze into crimson beads the moment it hit the ground. In less than a single minute, 2 people had been incapacitated in the corridor. One lay rolling on the floor, clutching his eyes, while the other was pinned to the ground, wailing in pain. The remaining few, including Wang Dafu, were completely paralyzed with fear. They had originally assumed Jiang Han was merely a wealthy, pampered heir who, despite having supplies, would be an easy target. Who could have anticipated that this was no pampered heir? He was clearly a heavily armed demon. That door of his was not just an impenetrable shell, but a deadly spiked fortress. If you want to die, keep going. Jiang Han's frigid voice broadcasted through the speaker once more. The next arrow is aimed at your head. With that, another arrow emerged from the firing port, its tip aimed directly between Wang Dafu's eyebrows. No, don't kill me. Brother Jiang. Grandfather Jiang. I was wrong. Wang Dafu's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. The dread of being targeted by the Grim Reaper made his knees buckle, and he actually wet his pants. At -80 degrees, wetting one's pants was catastrophic. His crotch froze instantly, and the bone-piercing chill made him let out a bizarre shriek as he scrambled frantically toward the stairwell. Run! Run! The remaining survivors abandoned the wounded on the floor, fleeing in all directions while wailing in terror. As for the resident of room 701 pinned to the floor and the blinded, spirited youth, they could only stretch out their hands to their companions in absolute agony and cold, desperate for help. Save me. Don't leave me behind. But no one looked back. In the face of survival, the ugliest facets of human nature were laid bare. Inside the apartment, Jiang Han expressionlessly closed the firing port and lowered his compound bow. He had not killed them, at least not on the spot. But he knew that the 2 injured men would not survive the night. Deprived of medicine, and heating blood loss and hypothermia would reduce them to frozen corpses within hours. And those 2 bodies would serve as the ultimate warning sign. Anyone who dared to covet his door in the future would have to look at the 2 unfortunate souls lying outside first. Jiang Han returned to the sofa and picked up his phone. The chat group had already exploded. Those who had fled back were posting exaggerated accounts of their horrific experience. Room 602, Wang Dafu, he's a lunatic. Jiang Han is a murderer. He has a gun. No, he has a bow and arrows. He even splashed acid on us. Lao Zhang and Lao Li are going to die. Room 1203, Annie Lu, what a sin. We are all neighbors, how could he be so ruthless? Jiang Han smiled coldly as he read these messages. He sent another image. It was a screenshot from the surveillance camera showing the tenant of room 701 pinned to the floor with an arrow through his thigh. Room 2801, Jiang Han image. JPG Room 2801, Jiang Han, I warned you. Trespassers will die. Today's arrows were merely a warning. Next time I won't mind turning the corridor into a morgue. Room 2801, Jiang Han, also trying to guilt trip me. Save your breath. This is the apocalypse. There is no law here, only my rules. Anyone who objects is welcome to come up and try. The chat group instantly fell dead silent. No one dared to speak. Everyone trembled as they stared at the bloody photograph. They finally realized that the neighbor, Xiao Jiang, who used to greet them with a smile, was dead. The person now residing on the 28th floor was a god who held the power of life and death. Having dealt with those pests, Jiang Han sat back down at the dining table. The brief interlude had not dampened his appetite. He poured away the slightly cooled soy milk and retrieved a fresh piping hot cup from his dimensional space. This is only the beginning. Jiang Han looked out the window. Although he had driven off this wave, he knew that as time passed, hunger and cold would drive people to even greater madness. Wang Dafu would not let this go. However, the next wave of enemies likely won't just be neighbors. Jiang Han recalled the memories of his past life. A week after the onset of the apocalypse, a prison riot broke out, allowing a group of heinous criminals to escape and form the initial band of thugs. They possessed guns, explosives, and were completely devoid of humanity. It seems I need to hurry up and upgrade my software capabilities. Meanwhile, in the apartment on the 27th floor below, Su Qingge, wrapped tightly in a thick down jacket, huddled behind her door. Holding her ragdoll cat Shueqiu close to her chest and gripping a scalpel tightly in her hand, she listened intently to the commotion upstairs. She had heard the agonizing screams and Wang Dafu's pleas for mercy with absolute clarity. Her entire body was trembling, not from the cold, but from terror and awe. He actually did it. Su Qingge recalled the man with the deep, unfathomable eyes who had delivered medicine to her. Originally, she had thought Jiang Han was a good person. But now he seemed far more terrifying than any good man and infinitely more powerful than any bad one. Staring at the box of cephalosporin, Jiang Han had given her, Su Qingge's gaze grew increasingly complex. In this world where order had collapsed, kindness was merely a synonym for weakness. Could one only survive by being as cold and ruthless as Jiang Han? Meow. Shueqiu cried weakly in her arms. Su Qingge looked down and realized the very last bit of cat food in the house was gone. And she herself had not eaten for an entire day, The refrigerator had long been empty. Survive. Suchinga stared up at the ceiling as if she could look through the floorboards to see that warm sanctuary above. She knew that if she wanted to survive, her only hope lay upstairs. But she could not go empty-handed. Jiang Han was a pragmatist who had no use for deadweight. Suchinga pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, a glint of absolute resolve flashing in her eyes. I have medical skills. This is my only bargaining chip. Day 3 of the calamity. Outdoor temperature -92°C. If for the first 2 days everyone remained paralyzed by the terror of power outages and failed heating systems, then by the 3rd day an even more lethal crisis had emerged. Water supply failure. Although Jiangxing's water pipelines were buried underground under the relentless penetration of extreme cold approaching -100 degrees, most of the branch pipes had completely frozen and burst. For ordinary survivors, this was far more terrifying than having no food. A person could survive 7 days without eating, but 3 days without water meant death. In this exceedingly dry and frigid environment, dehydration would accelerate at an alarming pace. Inside room 2801. Jiang Han had just finished running 5 kilometers on the treadmill, his body drenched in sweat. He stepped into the bathroom and turned the shower handle. Whoosh! Scalding hot water cascaded down, instantly filling the room with warm steam. His fortress was equipped with an independent water circulation system. The several hundred tons of bottled water he had stockpiled were stored in an inner chamber featuring triple-layered insulation. Through an electric heating system, he could indulge in a thorough, refreshing hot shower at any moment. After his bath, Jiang Han wrapped himself in a robe and made his way to the living room. He activated the control panel of the fresh air system, adjusting the exhaust power to maximum. The wind is blowing from the north today. Jiang Han glanced at the meteorological data, a devilish smile curling at the corner of his lips. The wind direction is perfect. It's just right to carry the aroma downstairs. He walked over to the dining table. A traditional Beijing copper hot pot sat bubbling over a lively flame. The charcoal burned fiercely as the clear broth rolled in a rolling boil. Jiang Han picked up a slice of premium lamb neck, thin as a cicada's wings, swished it in the broth for 3 seconds, and lifted it out the moment it changed color. He dipped it into a secret sauce crafted from sesame paste, fermented bean curd, and chive flour, then popped it into his mouth. The tender freshness of the lamb and the rich depth of the sesame paste erupted across his palate. Exquisite. Jiang Han added another plate of hand-sliced fresh beef, a plate of tripe, and a plate of duck intestine to the pot. As the food simmered, the rich aroma, entwining the fragrance of meat, charcoal, and sesame paste, was hurled through the powerful exhaust vent into the bitter, bone-chilling air outside the window. Downstairs, as time passed, that scent, utterly foreign to this apocalyptic world, began to permeate the air. On the 15th floor, in the home of the spirited young man, his wife was huddled beneath several layers of musty blankets, gnawing on a pack of dried, hardened instant noodles. Suddenly her nostrils twitched. What's that smell? That intoxicating blend of oil and carbohydrates was for someone who had starved for 3 days and subsisted only on cold food, the most potent narcotic imaginable. Her mouth began to salivate uncontrollably, her stomach convulsing violently. Lamb. It's the scent of instant boiled lamb. She was not alone. Every surviving soul in the entire complex caught the scent. Some pressed themselves against frost-covered windows, inhaling desperately, as if each breath could fill their bellies. Others, unable to endure the hunger, began scooping snow from the ground and shoving it into their mouths, only to watch their core temperatures plummet, hastening their demise. In the WeChat group, the silence of an entire day was shattered as messages exploded once more. Resident 805, who's cooking? It smells amazing. Oh my god, I think I smell lamb. 1203, Annie Lou, it's the top floor. It has to be Jiang Han's place. What a sin. We're down here gnawing on snow while he feasts on lamb up there. Resident 701, Jiang Han. You'll die a horrible death. You have so much food. Would it kill you to spare us even a sip of soup? I'm at my limit, please, just one mouthful of hot soup. Immediately a barrage of private messages bombarded Jiang Han's phone. Stranger A, boss, Jiang, Grandpa Jiang. I have a gold bar at home, 50 grams. Would you trade a bowl of lamb soup for it? I don't need the meat, just the broth. Stranger B, brother Jiang, I used to work the night scene, charging 5,000 a night. Just let me in for one decent meal, and I'll be yours from now on. Whatever you want, I'm game. Attached image. JPG suggestive photo. 602 Wang Dafu, Jiang Han, let's make a deal. I know where the supermarket warehouse in the complex is. You give me food, and I'll take you there to crack it open. We split it, 80-20. You get 8, I get 2. Jiang Han read these messages, devouring his crispy tripe with an icy sneer. Gold bars. In prosperous times, antiques. In chaotic times, gold. But in the early days of an apocalypse, gold was worth less than a single steamed bun. Women. Hadn't the women of his past life already brought him enough misery? Besides, expecting to breach his safe haven with nothing but a few photos was laughably naive. As for Wang Dafu, that fool was somehow still alive. However, the supermarket warehouse the man mentioned, Jiang Han had long since visited it. Not a single hair remained inside. Jiang Han did not respond to any of the messages. He merely silently posted a photo of himself eating instant boiled lamb into the group chat. 2801 Jiang Han image. JPG. 2801 Jiang Han today's lamb is a bit tough. Not very tasty. A killing blow aimed at the heart. These words instantly shattered the psychological defenses of everyone present. 1203 Auntie Lu, you will face retribution. You will absolutely face retribution. The curses flooded the screen. But beneath the torrent of insults lay an abyss of despair and helplessness. They couldn't even approach Jiang Han's door. What good were their harshest words? Jiang Han switched off his phone and savored the final bite of lamb. When the belly is full and the body warm, lust arises. When cold and starving, the thief's heart stirs. He stood by the window, gazing down at the dark, lifeless complex below. It's only been 3 days, and all moral boundaries have already crumbled. Give it another week. When the last grain of rice is consumed, when the final sip of melted snow is drunk, this place will transform into a true hell on earth. He knew the true ordeal had yet to begin. At present, his neighbors were merely hungry. Once starvation drove them mad, they would begin to eat each other. In his past life, the first person in the complex to be devoured was Auntie Lu from 1203, the very woman who spent her days shackling others with moral blackmail. Jiang Han turned and retreated to his warm bedroom. He needed to conserve his strength. Because tomorrow he intended to venture outside. Not to scavenge for supplies, but to claim a crucial strategic resource, Suchinga. After 3 days of starving her, the timing should be just about right. Day 5 of the Cataclysm. Outdoor temperature -95°C. In the corridor on the 27th floor, the air seemed to have solidified into tangible ice. Suchinga wrapped herself in all the down coats at home, her body puffed up like a ball, yet she still trembled uncontrollably. Hung to her lashes, her lips purple from the cold, and she clutched the air freight box tightly in her arms. Inside the box, the ragdoll cat Shueqiu was so weak that it could barely meow, convulsing occasionally, its body temperature terrifyingly low. We can't wait any longer. Suchinga looked at the blade in her hand, the surgical knife that had become blunt from days of chipping ice for water. The last drop of water at home had already been drunk yesterday. That can of cat food sent by Jiang Han, she and the cat shared, and it had brought them to the limit. Dignity means nothing in the face of survival. She knew the man upstairs was her only chance. Even if he was a demon, even if it required selling her soul, she must go up. Suchinga struggled to move her stiff legs, beginning the ascent toward the 28th floor. This short climb of stairs, which normally took only seconds, now felt like a chasm. 2 bodies lay in the corridor. They were the resident of 701 who had been shot by Jiang Han a couple of days ago, and the blind, crazy youngster. They had frozen into 2 grotesque ice sculptures. The man shot in the thigh, the blood at the wound congealed on his leg like red agate. Suchinga stepped over the corpses, fear nowhere in her heart, only numbness. She reached the heavy blast door. This time she did not knock. Because she knew Jiang Han could see. She faced the camera, glowing red, and slowly knelt. Not out of weakness, but because she could no longer stand. She raised a sheet of paper in her hand on which lipstick had written a few large characters. I am a doctor. I am useful. Then she lowered her head and waited for judgment. Inside, Jiang Han sat before the monitors, idly fiddling with the compound bow in his hand. Truthfully, from the moment Suchinga stepped out of her home, he had been watching. Finally, you're here. Jiang Han watched the woman on the screen, kneeling so humbled, she seemed to be dust. At this moment, Suchinga bore no trace of her usual cool goddess bearing. Ragged, miserable, even a little dirty. But what he cared about was not her face, but the ruthlessness in her eyes that fought to survive. To be able to stay calm in such despair, to analyze the situation, decisively stride over corpses to survive, and to know how to present one's core value rather than like other women bearing themselves for protection. This woman had proven herself. Jiang Han rose, approaching the foyer. But he did not immediately open the door. He activated the intercom. Take off your clothes. The cold voice came through the speaker. Suchinga outside the door shivered. She looked up, a trace of humiliation flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. She thought Jiang Han planned to humiliate her or demand such services. In this world, that would be fair. With trembling hands, she unzipped the down jacket, removing it piece by piece. The bone-chilling wind pierced the thin sweater like countless knives cutting into her skin, until she stood in only her underwear. Turn around. Jiang Han's voice remained devoid of emotion. Suchinga gritted her teeth and turned in the sub-zero corridor. No weapons hidden, Jiang Han confirmed. This was a necessary security screening. He would not permit anyone to bring weapons into his safe house, not even a scalpel. Put it on. Take the cat with you, come in alone. These words made Suchinga abruptly lift her head, fear in her eyes. No. Shueqiu. It carries bacteria and needs to be disinfected. Jiang Han's voice was unambiguous. Relax, it won't die. Come in or leave, choose one. Su Chinga looked at the dying cat in her arms, tears streaming down. She placed the air cargo box at the door, gave it one last look, then stood up. Click, whir. The heavy blast door finally opened a crack. A warm flow hit her face like a breath from paradise. Su Chinga staggered inside. Before she could make out the room, a cold pistol pressed against her temple. Welcome to the end of the world. Jiang Han and Neat Home were looked down at her. Dr. Su first signed this contract. That was a pre-printed master-servant contract. Though it had no legal effect, it was a psychological shackle. Its contents were simple. Su Chinga would be responsible for the safe house's medical sanitation and some cooking. Absolute obedience to Jiang Han's commands, no questions about the source of supplies. Jiang Han would provide food, water, shelter, and safety. Traitor's death. Su Chinga looked at the contract, and without hesitation, she picked up a pen and signed her name. Very good. Jiang Han stowed the stun gun and pointed to the bathroom. Go wash up first. Burn that outfit. There are fresh clothes in the bathroom. If you can't wash clean, don't come out. Half an hour later, when Su Chinga emerged in a bathrobe, wet hair trailing from the bathroom, she felt as if she had been reborn. The heat of the water brought sensation back to her frostbitten body, but also painful stings, the frostbite thaw. She walked to the living room. Jiang Han sat on the sofa, the air cargo box at his feet. Shueqiu. Su Chinga cried out in alarm, rushing forward. The cat was still alive. And it looked much better, evidently fed with liquid food, and its fur dried. It was only starved plus mild hypothermia. Jiang Han replied coolly, from now on it belongs to you. If it soils itself, I will stew it. Su Chinga held the cat tight, tears flooding her eyes. This was the first time in days that she cried out loud. Thank you. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Jiang Han pointed to the dining table. There stood a bowl of steaming brown sugar ginger tea and a bowl of pork congee with preserved eggs. Eat. After you finish, you work. Su Chinga picked up the bowl, hands trembling so much the spoon wouldn't steady. She paid no heed to the scalding heat and downed the congee with ravenous gulps. In that moment, the aroma of rice and meat mingling with warmth exploded in her stomach. She had never found a bowl of porridge so delicious, more precious than any Michelin feast she had eaten before by tens of thousands. While eating, she suddenly recalled the neighbors downstairs gnawing on snow and the one who froze to death in 701. This is the difference between heaven and hell. It is only a doorway away. Tea, have you eaten enough? Jiang Han watched her lick the bowl clean. Enough. Su Chinga set the bowl down, her eyes firm. What do you want me to do? From space, pretending it comes from a cabinet, he produced an emergency kit and tossed it to her. Do you understand pharmacology? Think I am a clinical medicine PhD with a dual degree in pharmacology. Su Chinga recovered a hint of professional confidence. Good. Jiang Han pointed to several boxes of assorted medicines piled in the corner. Sort these medicines by category. In addition, prepare several packs of special medicines for extreme cold, flu, and frostbite. Also, Jiang Han paused, his gaze turning sharp. If I am wounded later, or if I require amputation, I will keep you alive. Su Chinga looked Jiang Han in the eyes, saying clearly, as long as you feed me, I will not let you die in front of me. Jiang Han smiled. This was what he wanted, not only a doctor, but a smart ally. Go sleep in the guest room. That is your room. Jiang Han pointed to the small room with only a single bed. Remember, without my permission, do not enter the master bedroom, and do not approach the weapon rack. Otherwise, I will throw you out. Yes. Su Chinga carried the cat and walked into the warm little room. Although small, it had heating, a bed, and no wind or snow. She lay on the bed listening to Jiang Han playing games in the next room and felt an unprecedented sense of safety. She knew she was no longer the proud female doctor. From today onward, she would be the man's vassal part of this fortress. But she did not care, because she had survived. In the living room, Jiang Han watched the monitoring screen. Taming Su Chinga went smoother than he had imagined. This woman knew how to read the room. With a doctor, the survival rate has risen by at least 30. Jiang Han stretched lazily. Just then, a group of dark shadows suddenly appeared on the monitor. It's Wang Dafu. He's not dead, and he seems to have gathered more people. They no longer hold axes, but ladders. Planning to climb through the window. Jiang Han looked at the gang, trying to climb up from the outside of the 27th floor balcony, and shook his head. Since you're so eager to reincarnate, I'll send you on your way. Jiang Han picked up the intercom, pressing another red button. That was the outdoor wall's power grid switch. Late night, 2330. Outdoor temperature -96°C. The howling wind wailed like ghosts and wolves. In the corridor of the 27th floor, the air was putrid and stagnant, thick, with an indescribable sour stench. It was a sickening concoction of unwashed body sweat from days without bathing, the stench of excrement, and the fermenting odor of utter despair. Wang Dafu huddled in the shadows of the stairwell corner, clutching a half-empty bottle of Erguo 2 that had already frozen into slush. His eyes gleamed with a sinister malice resembling a rabid dog driven mad by hunger. His hand was wrapped in thick tattered rags concealing a wound torn open days ago by the violent recoil of a fire axe. Although the bleeding had stopped, the lack of medical treatment left it throbbing with a dull persistent ache. Brother Dafuar, are we really doing this? The speaker was Lu Chong, a renovation worker living on the 10th floor. Usually a mild-mannered man, days of starvation had turned his eyes a ravenous, desperate green. Cut the crap. Wang Dafu glared at him, savagely snarling in a low, hushed voice. Are you not starving? Do you have any food left at your place? That kid named Jiang is living in luxury upstairs, even keeping that female doctor named Su. You saw it yourself. That bitch Su Chinga climbed up there this afternoon and hasn't come down since. At the mention of Su Chinga, the breathing of the surrounding men grew noticeably heavy. It was a mix of jealousy and even more so primal lust. But that door is too solid. We can't break it open. Another neighbor stammered, shivering. Besides, he has a bow and arrow and that pepper spray or whatever. Who said we're going through the door? Wang Dafu sneered, revealing a mouthful of nicotine-stained yellow teeth. He pointed toward the adjacent window. The building was designed as a tower block. Directly above the balcony of Su Chinga's apartment on the 27th floor, the stronghold Wang Dafu and his men now occupied, lay the massive terrace and floor-to-ceiling windows of Jiang Han's home. The kid's door is blast-proof, but I refuse to believe his windows are made of iron. Wang Dafu dragged out 2 aluminum folding ladders he had prepared beforehand, salvaged from the property management warehouse. We set up the ladders from the 27th floor balcony. It's only about 3 meters high. Once we climb up and shatter the glass, we can break right into that warm paradise. Wang Dafu licked his chapped lips, a greedy red light flickering in his eyes. When the time comes, we kill the guy and that female doctor. We brothers will take turns with her. The food in that apartment will last us until next year. Let's do it. Damn it, let's risk it. Starving to death is still dying. We might as well gamble. In the face of extreme starvation, sanity was a joke. The desperate mob quickly reached an agreement. Room 2801, the safe house. Inside, it was as warm as spring, the air infused with the subtle scent of lavender fragrance. Jiang Han sat on the leather sofa in the living room, holding a cup of freshly ground Blue Mountain coffee, with a copy of Fundamentals of Quantum Mechanics resting on his lap. Su Chinga was busy in the adjacent open kitchen. She had changed into a gray lounge tracksuit provided by Jiang Han, though loose it could not hide her tall, graceful figure. She was currently slicing a platter of fruit. Her movements were somewhat unpracticed, but she was meticulous. Mr. Jiang, please have some fruit. Su Chinga walked over, carrying the plate, which held neatly sliced apples and oranges. In the apocalypse, this single plate of fruit was worth as much as a chest of gold. Jiang Han set his book down, speared a piece of apple with a toothpick, and popped it into his mouth. You've adapted remarkably fast, Dr. Su. To survive, Su Chinga murmured, a trace of lingering awe still visible in her eyes. Beep, beep. Just then the security alarm light on the living room wall suddenly flashed from green to a glaring yellow. Simultaneously, the large monitoring screen automatically switched displays, revealing the infrared thermal imaging of the exterior walls. Just beneath the edge of the 28th floor terrace, several red heat signatures were crawling slowly upward like giant rats attempting to scale a wall. Oh, Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, setting down his coffee cup. We have guests. Su Chinga glanced at the screen, her face instantly draining of color. She immediately recognized the location as the balcony of the 27th floor where she used to live. It's Wang Dafu and his men. They're trying to climb up through the window. Su Chinga's voice trembled. Jiang Han, your glass. Don't panic. Jiang Han stood up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. He pressed a button on a remote control in his hand. The originally transparent one-way film instantly became crystal clear, functioning like night vision goggles, allowing him to discern every detail outside. Outside, the wind and snow raged. A heavily gloved hand gripped the metal railing at the edge of the terrace with a death grip. Right after, a head wearing a cotton cap popped up. It was Lu Chong, the renovation worker. He carried a heavy crowbar on his back, his face frozen blue and purple with icicles of frozen snot hanging from his upper lip. Behind him, 2 other men were scaling the ladder. Meanwhile, Wang Dafu, just as Jiang Han expected, was cowering on the 27th floor balcony, holding the ladder steady, refusing to climb up himself. A clever man, knowing to let the cannon fodder go first. Jiang Han sneered. Jiang Han, get the bow and arrows. Quick, before they get up here. Su Chinga panicked, turning to grab the compound bow hanging on the wall. No need. Jiang Han held her back, a playful smirk playing on his lips. Dr. Su, let me teach you a lesson tonight. In my fortress, dirty work like killing doesn't require us to lift a finger. He pointed to the seemingly ordinary snow-covered metal railings surrounding the terrace and a fine, nearly invisible metal mesh concealed just inside them. What is that? Su Chinga asked, puzzled. That is a mousetrap set for rats. Jiang Han walked over to the control console, his finger hovering over a red physical button. Next to the button was a yellow warning label, high voltage grid, 1000V. Outside the window, Lu Chang finally scrambled onto the edge of the terrace. Gasping heavily, he stared greedily at the massive floor-to-ceiling window before him. Through the glass, he could faintly see the warm lighting inside Jiang Han, and Suchinga dressed in light indoor clothes, and even the vibrant platter of fruit on the table. We're rich. We're filthy rich. Lu Chang trembled with excitement. As long as they shattered this glass, that warm world would be theirs. Quick, get up here. There are no security grills. Lu Chang shouted back to his companions. Right after the other two thugs scrambled up as well. The three of them stood on Jiang Han's terrace, crowbars and axes raised high. In their minds, no matter how formidable Jiang Han was, he had to be fast asleep in the dead of night. And though the window glass was thick, if they focused their combined strength on a single spot, they would surely shatter it. Smash it! Lu Chang growled, preparing to charge at the glass. At that exact moment, through the glass, Jiang Han offered them a faint smile. To Lu Chang, that smile felt colder than the howling blizzard outside. Jiang Han's finger gently pressed the red button. Bzzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only an incredibly sharp, piercing crackle of electricity, like the collective screeching of 10,000 birds, sliced through the silent night. The metal railings surrounding the terrace and the conductive mesh hidden beneath the floorboards instantly erupted with arcs of deep blue electricity. This was no ordinary household electricity. This was a pulsed high-voltage grid powered by Jiang Han's two industrial-grade diesel generators running in parallel, with the voltage stepped up through a transformer. 10,000 volts. Although the current was limited to prevent instantly incinerating a person to ash, the resulting muscle rigidity and high-temperature burns were absolute hell on earth. Arg! The agonized shrieks rang out almost simultaneously. Lu Chang, who was at the very front, went rigid instantly, his entire body convulsing violently, as if performing a grotesque involuntary dance. Deep blue electrical sparks danced wildly across his body, instantly igniting his grease-stained cotton coat. Sizzle. Sizzle. It was the horrifying sound of flesh being pierced by electricity and fat being seared by intense heat. The other two fared no better. One still had his hand gripped on the railing, due to muscle spasms. He couldn't let go, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth. The other tried to run back, but slipped on the ice, crashing onto the electrified floor and thrashing about like a live fish tossed into a boiling pan of oil. This horrific scene lasted for a mere 5 seconds before Jiang Han released the button. By then the terrace had been transformed into a smoking blackened purgatory. The three men lay sprawled haphazardly in the snow. They were not entirely dead yet. However, incapacitated in the extreme cold of -96 degrees, even if the electricity hadn't killed them, they would be frozen solid into ice sculptures within minutes. In the air, the once crisp winter wind was now tainted with a foul, sickening odor. The smell of burnt-down jackets mixed with the scent of roasted meat. Inside the room, Suchinga clamped her hand over her mouth, her stomach churning violently. Though she was a doctor and had seen countless corpses, the sight of living human beings being roasted alive right before her eyes was a brutal shock to her system. Cruel. Jiang Han turned around and poured himself a glass of red wine, his expression terrifyingly calm. Suchinga, pale-faced, nodded, then shook her head. If they had broken in, we would be the ones lying out there. Jiang Han walked over to her and handed her a cup of warm water. Remember, mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. In this apocalypse, if you don't want to end up on the grill, you must be the one pressing the switch. Suchinga took the cup, drew a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. Looking out at the figures still twitching faintly on the terrace, her gaze gradually hardened with resolve. I understand. Downstairs on the 27th floor balcony, Wang Dafu gripped the ladder, completely paralyzed with fear. The flashes of blue lightning, coupled with the horrific screams and the smell of burning flesh from above, made him realize instantly what had transpired. An electric grid. Wang Dafu's teeth chattered violently, his crotch wetting once more before instantly freezing solid. In his wildest dreams, he could never have imagined that Jiang Han would be insane enough to install a high-voltage grid on his terrace. Did he build his home into a freaking military base? Lu Chang, Lao San, Wang Dafu called out tentatively. There was no response, only the howling of the wind. Run, run. Wang Dafu abandoned the ladder entirely, scrambling and crawling back inside, terrified that the demon Jiang Han would climb down the ladder and electrocute him next. This night was destined to be sleepless for the other survivors of Daijing Bay. Many had seen the flash of blue light and heard the blood-curdling shrieks. A deep, visceral terror was etched into everyone's bones. The next morning, Jiang Han woke up early and cracked open a sliver of the window. He engineered a DJI industrial-grade drone, sending it gliding out from the terrace. The drone hovered just outside the 28th floor, its camera focused on the blackened, twisted corpses frozen solid on the terrace floor. The drone then descended, flying past the windows of every single floor. Outside each household, a loudspeaker mounted on the drone broadcasted a recorded message on loop. Good morning, neighbors of Daijing Bay. Last night 3 rats tried to sneak into my home, and the outcome wasn't very pleasant. If anyone is starving, feel free to claim them from the 28th floor terrace. They're a bit charred, but they should still be edible. Oh, and a special reminder to Mr. Wang Dafu of room 602. Your ladder is still hanging from my balcony. I'll give you until noon today to retrieve it. Otherwise the next thing hanging there will be you. Jiang Han's voice echoed through the deathly silent residential area, sounding like a morning broadcast from the Grim Reaper himself. Huddled beneath their blankets, everyone who heard those words felt a chill far more piercing than the sub-zero temperature outside. An aerial barbecue. Cannibalism. This Jiang Han was completely insane. But he was also completely untouchable now. Inside room 2801, Jiang Han recalled the drone feeling quite pleased. After last night's battle, no one would dare seek their death here anytime soon. Dr. So what would you like for breakfast today? Jiang Han looked at Su Qingge, who was currently feeding the cat. Shall we have a grand meal to celebrate defending our home? Su Qingge looked up, her face still somewhat pale, but her eyes were far calmer now. Anything, she paused, adding, as long as it's not barbecue. Jiang Han was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. All right, seafood congee it is. He retrieved a steaming clay pot of seafood congee from his spatial storage along with several dishes of exquisite Cantonese dim sum. Just as they were about to enjoy breakfast, Jiang Han caught a glimpse of a corner of the surveillance screen. In the snow near the main gate of the residential complex, a strange dark shadow seemed to be moving slowly. It wasn't human, nor was it an ordinary dog. The shadow was massive and agile, moving effortlessly across the 2-meter-deep snow, as if it were flat ground. Jiang Han set his spoon down, his expression instantly turning solemn. What's wrong? Su Qingge noticed his change in demeanor. It seems this trial isn't over yet. Jiang Han pointed at the dark shadow on the screen and said in a heavy voice, we've cleared out the rats, but now the real wolf has arrived. It was a Siberian wolf that had escaped from a wildlife park dozens of kilometers away, and judging by its size, it seemed to have already begun mutating. The living room of the safe house was heavy with tension. Jiang Han fixed his gaze on the surveillance monitor. The black wolf silhouette that had been prowling at the complex entrance never entered eye. After sniffing the acrid scent lingering in the air, it turned and vanished into the boundless blizzard. It's gone. Su Qingge let out a breath of relief. The size of the creature just now had triggered an instinctive fear in her that was certainly no ordinary beast. It left, but it will return. Jiang Han's brows remained furrowed. That was a scout. Wolves are pack animals. It was determining whether there is food here. The smell from those 3 barbecues on the terrace last night is the best bait. How should we proceed? Should we throw the corpses down? Su Qingge asked. Throwing them down would only let them taste the sweetness. Next time more would come. Jiang Han shook his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. We need to get rid of them or burn them to ash. But before that I must first deal with the hidden danger inside the house. Hidden danger? That rat that has been scurrying around. Wang Dafu. Jiang Han stood up, walked over to the pile of supplies, and searched through it for a while. He took out a case of braised beef noodles, 24 packs a pack of Shuanghui Wangshongwang sausages, 10 sticks, and a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. Before the apocalypse, these items together cost less than 100 yuan. But now they are wealth that can buy lives. Dr. Su, help me pack these things up, make them look nice like a gift box. Jiang Han instructed. Although Su Qingge was puzzled, she complied. She found a red plastic bag, put these items inside, and tied a knot. Jiang Han carried this gift package to the equipment room at the edge of the terrace. He took out a heavy industrial drone specially modified for the apocalypse. This drone was not only equipped with low-temperature resistant batteries and a high-definition camera, but also had a mechanical grappling hook and a high-power loudspeaker installed on its belly. What are you going to do? Su Qingge looked at the red bag, vaguely guessing something, and a chill ran down her spine. Fishing. Jiang Han hung the red bag on the drone's grappling hook, then turned on the remote controller. Buzz. The drone's rotors spun at high speed, emitting a humming sound. Jiang Han controlled the handle, guiding the drone to rise slowly, passing through the narrow crack of the explosion-proof window and flying into the swirling snowstorm. Room 602, Wang Dafu's apartment. At this moment, Wang Dafu was wrapped in 3 layers of cotton quilts, huddled in the corner of the sofa, shivering. The home had been torn apart beyond recognition. To block the shattered window, he had dismantled the wardrobe doors, the bedboards, and even stuffed all the books from the house into it. Finally, he splashed water on it, using the extreme cold to freeze it into a wall of ice that barely blocked the ferocious wind outside. But even so, the temperature inside the room was only minus 30 degrees. That Jiang Han. That beast. Wang Dafu cursed under his breath, gnawing fiercely on a steamed bun half frozen like a stone. This was the last food left in his home. And in another corner of the living room, 4 or 5 men were crowded together. They were all survivors who had participated in the building assault action last night, and also the bad friends who followed Wang Dafu around daily. Because they had no food or heating methods of their own, they could only huddle together for warmth at Wang Dafu's home. But at this moment, as these people looked at the steamed bun in Wang Dafu's hand, their eyes seemed a bit off. It was a green light like that of starving wolves. What are you looking at? This is mine. Wang Dafu noticed everyone's gaze and viciously stuffed the steamed bun into his bosom. Don't forget who has been taking you in these past few days. If not for me, you would have long frozen to death in your own homes. Brother Dafu, we can't put it that way. A man named Li Chong, the cousin of the Lu Chong who was electrocuted to death, spoke with a grim face. Last night you were the one who told everyone to climb the building. As a result, my brother died, and Lao San also died. But you ran back alone without even a word. Exactly, Brother Dafu, can you share half of your steamed bun? We brothers haven't eaten for 2 days. Another man played with a screwdriver in his hand, his tone unfriendly. Wang Dafu panicked inwardly, but he maintained the demeanor of a property manager. Share my ass. This steamed bun is what my wife saved. Wanna eat? Go ask Jiang Han if you have the guts. He has meat in his house. Mentioning Jiang Han, everyone fell silent. Last night's blue electric light and piercing screams had already become their nightmare. Going to Jiang Han's house. That was seeking death. Just at this moment when swords were drawn and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Suddenly a strange, buzzing sound came from outside the window. Immediately after, a voice full of mechanical texture like a god descending from heaven penetrated that crude ice wall and exploded clearly in everyone's ears. Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone in 602. Everyone shuddered. Wang Dafu suddenly lunged to the window crack to look out. He saw a black drone hovering 3 meters away from their window with a red light under its body flashing in the wind and snow like a watching eye. And hanging below the drone was a bright red plastic bag. The plastic bag was semi-transparent, and through that film the contents could be seen clearly, neatly packaged instant noodles, red sausages, and crystal clear water. Gulp! A unified sound of swallowing saliva echoed inside the room. That was food. It was real high-calorie food. I am Jiang Han from 2801. The voice came again from the drone speaker in a lazy and playful tone. It seems everyone is quite hungry. Especially Manager Wang Dafu. I see you are having a hard time gnawing that frozen steamed bun. Jiang Han, you bastard. What do you want? Are you here to laugh at me? Wang Dafu shouted hysterically at the window. No, I am here to do business. Jiang Han's voice continued. I am a fair person. Last night Manager Wang brought people to my house as guests. Although the manner was not very polite, I still decided to return the favor. The drone lowered slightly, letting the red bag sway in front of the window. Here is a case of Master Kong braised beef noodles, a pack of Wang's Hong Wang sausages, and a bottle of mineral water that didn't freeze. Now I want to use these things to buy one thing. Everyone in the room stopped breathing, staring fixedly at that bag. Buy what? Buy Wang Dafu's head. With these words, the temperature in room 602 seemed to drop another dozens of degrees in an instant. Wang Dafu's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Whoever can throw Wang Dafu's head out the window or carry his head to the open ground downstairs. Jiang Han's voice was like the devil's whisper. This bag of supplies belongs to whoever does it. I, Jiang Han, keep my word, just like I said I would turn on the electricity last night. There is only one opportunity of first come first served. After finishing speaking, the drone did not leave, but instead pulled up a little distance, hovering in the air like a patient referee waiting for the competition to begin. Dead silence. Room 602 fell into deathly quiet. All gazes slowly retreated from outside the window, then uniformly settled on Wang Dafu. The man named Li Chong slowly tightened his grip on the screwdriver in his hand. Another man who had just been crying about hunger quietly reached for the brick behind him. Even the lackey who usually obeyed Wang Dafu the most now had a crimson-green light in his eyes. A case of instant noodles. Enough for one person to eat for half a month. And sausages. That's meat. You? What do you want to do? Wang Dafu's back was against the cold wall, his voice trembling almost beyond recognition. He pulled out a fruit knife from his bosom and waved it wildly. Don't come closer. None of you come closer. That is Jiang Han's sowing discord plan. He is deceiving you. He won't give you anything. Brother Dafu. Li Chong stepped forward, a smile on his face uglier than a cry. I'm not sure if Jiang Han is a liar. But what I am sure of is if we don't kill you, we will starve to death today. And my brother was killed because of you. Li Chong licked his lips. Using your life to exchange for my brother's life, and also get a case of noodles, this deal is worth it. Don't. Wang Dafu frantically threw that frozen steamed bun out. This is also for you. Don't kill me. That frozen steamed bun rolled onto the ground. No one gave it a second look. Everyone was like possessed with only that red plastic bag and the smell of braised beef noodles in their minds. Attack! Someone shouted without knowing who. 5 or 6 starving men, like tigers pouncing on prey, simultaneously rushed towards Wang Dafu in the corner. A scream erupted instantly. This was not a battle, this was a massacre. Although Wang Dafu was fat, he was only one person after all, and his limbs had long been frozen stiff. The fruit knife was knocked away in the first instant. Li Chang's screwdriver fiercely stabbed into his thigh, and another person raised a brick and smashed it onto his forehead. Blood sprayed. Wang Dafu rolled frantically on the ground, wailing, begging for mercy, and cursing. "Wife! Save me! Wife!" He called out to his wife, who was hiding in the bedroom. The bedroom door was tightly closed. His wife pressed against the door, desperately listening to the sound of her husband being torn apart outside, covering her mouth and daring not to make a sound. At that moment she chose silence, chose to survive. In room 2801, in front of the large monitoring screen, Jiang Han watched the footage transmitted by the drone. Although the specific details inside the room could not be seen clearly through the iced window, the wildly swaying human shadows and the faint screams already explained everything. "It's over." Jiang Han took a sip of coffee, his expression indifferent. Su Qingge beside him, however, watched with a pale face, the cup in her hand, trembling slightly. Is this human nature? For a few packs of instant noodles, several everyday friends and neighbors could kill each other like beasts. This is called 2 peaches kill 3 warriors, and it is also the most efficient cleansing method in the apocalypse. Jiang Han turned his head to look at her. "Dr. Su, you must remember, in the face of hunger there are no friends, no relatives, only food. If you do not want to become the one being devoured, you must always control the distribution of food." A few minutes later, the window of 602 was pushed open a crack. A bloody thing was thrown out, landing heavily on the snow ground downstairs, rolling a few times. That was Wang Dafu's head. Immediately after, that man named Li Chang leaned half his body out of the window, his face covered in blood, wildly waving and shouting at the drone in the sky. "Jiang Han, Boss Jiang, I killed the person. I threw the head down. Where are the things? Give me the things quickly." His voice was filled with madness and urgency, afraid that Jiang Han would renege. Jiang Han controlled the drone, descending slowly. But he did not give the things directly to Li Chang, because he saw that behind Li Chang several other people were holding bloody weapons, staring fixedly at Li Chang's back. If he gave the things to Li Chang, now a second massacre would immediately break out in this room. "Although I really want to give the things to you." Morning 0900. Outdoor temperature -96°C. Room 2801, before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Qingge gripped the heavy Matthews V3 compound bow with both hands, her palms drenched in cold sweat. Even though the room was warm as spring, she felt an icy chill seep through her entire body. Through the one-way bulletproof glass and the magnified scope, she saw with crystalline clarity the grotesque struggle for survival unfolding in the snow below. The man called Li Chang had managed to snatch the red plastic bag, but he could barely move. At -96°, every breath meant the freezing of one's alveoli. Those thin, tattered cotton jackets they wore would last no more than 3 minutes outdoors. Li Chang had barely staggered a dozen meters before his movements grew rigid, as clumsy as a rusted wind-up toy. Behind him, 2 other men wielding weapons also began to slow. One of them was running when he suddenly collapsed stiffly into the snow and never rose again. His heart had stopped under the brutal assault of the extreme cold. 2 left. Jiang Han stood behind Su Qingge, his voice as flat as someone instructing a first-person shooter. Li Chang and the one with the brick. "They're still alive. Still moving. Draw." Jiang Han's command was brief and absolute. Su Qingge clenched her teeth and drove her arms to full tension. The compound bow's cams rotated, emitting a faint mechanical whisper. She took aim at Li Chang, who was crawling desperately through the snow, clutching the box of instant noodles to his chest. Through the magnified scope, Li Chang's face had turned a bruised purple, his eyebrows and beard crusted with frost, his eyes blazing with a desperate deathbed madness. I can't do it." Su Qingge's hands trembled. As a doctor, her professional instinct was to heal. The scalpel in her hand was meant to excise disease, not to take a life. "Su Qingge." Jiang Han's voice suddenly dropped, edged with a dangerous chill. "Look closely at that man. Just minutes ago, he drove a screwdriver into his companion's thigh for a few packs of noodles. If you don't kill him now, once he's fed, regained his strength, perhaps even awakened some power, he will find a way to climb to our floor. When that moment comes, he will not hesitate to pin you down, to feast on your meat, to drink your blood. Your so-called mercy is merely cruelty to yourself. Or would you prefer to hand that box of noodles to him, given the strength to come kill us?" Jiang Han's words drove into her like a blade, brutally shattering the last bastion of Su Qingge's psychological defense. She recalled the 2 corpses frozen into ice sculptures in the stairwell. Yes, this was no longer a civilized society bound by law and morality. This was an abattoir. Kill or be killed. Su Qingge drew a deep breath, held it, and forced her trembling hands into stillness. The crosshairs settled on Li Chang's back. Twang! The bowstring snapped. A carbon arrow shot toward the ground like a bolt of black lightning, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Puff! The arrow struck Li Chang's right shoulder with unerring precision. Though it missed the vital organs in this extreme cold, a wound meant death. Li Chong let out a shriek and crumpled into the snow. The box of braised beef instant noodles he had risked his life to seize tumbled from his arms, scattering across the white ground. But he no longer had the strength to retrieve them. The blood froze into crimson ice the moment it surfaced, and agony and cold devoured his consciousness in an instant. Well done. Jiang Han nodded, a note of approval threading through his tone. You were slightly off, but for a novice under this wind, that was impressive enough. Finish him with another arrow. Suchinga said nothing. Mechanically, she knocked another arrow. Drew released. The second arrow struck another thug who had tried to snatch the noodles. The snow below fell silent at last. Only the red plastic bag remained tumbling a few times in the howling wind before being slowly swallowed by the accumulating snow. That box of instant noodles, enough to drive countless souls to madness, lay quietly beside the corpses reduced to unwanted refuse. Such was the darkest humor of the apocalypse. Suchinga lowered the bow and slumped against the wall, gasping for breath as though her very life were draining away. How does it feel? Jiang Han handed her a cup of warm water. Suchinga accepted it, her hands still trembling faintly, but her gaze had changed. The clarity, the softness that had once filled her eyes was gone, replaced by a cold, hardened resolve forged in blood. Is this the price of surviving in this world? She murmured to herself. No. Jiang Han looked at her, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. This is the qualification. Meanwhile, in Lin Wanner's apartment, wrapped in the Hermes cashmere blanket she had once scorned as insufficiently warm, now her lifeline against death, Lin Wanner huddled in the corner. Her window faced the open area of the residential complex. She had witnessed everything that had just transpired. She had watched Wang Dafu being dismembered, seen his head roll across the ground, watched Li Chong and the others rush out only to be shot down. What a scene of absolute horror. Dead. They're all dead. Lin Wanner's teeth chattered, not merely from the cold, but from a terror that gripped her very soul. What was worse, the luxury bags and clothes in her home could neither be eaten nor used to fend off the cold. Over the past few days, driven by desperation for warmth, she had already burned several LV and Gucci bags. Those expensive leathers curled in the flames, releasing a pungent chemical stench while yielding almost no heat, not even enough to boil a single cup of water. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. Lin Wanner gazed out at the blizzard raging beyond the window as the image of her last lifeline flickered through her mind. Jiang Han. Only Jiang Han could save her. The archer from earlier, though too distant to see clearly, had looked by the silhouette to be a woman. Could Jiang Han be hiding another woman in his apartment? A fierce surge of jealousy and unwillingness rose within her. Why? Why should some other cheap woman get to live in that paradise while I'm left here to die? I'm his first love. I'm the woman he's loved for 3 years. Lin Wanner pulled out her phone with trembling hands. It had a mere 3 battery remaining. With stiff fingers, she opened Jiang Han's WeChat and initiated a video call. This was her final gamble. She smoothed her disheveled hair, bit hard on her pale lips in an attempt to coax a hint of color into them. She even deliberately loosened her collar, slightly revealing a stretch of snow-white skin. Even at such a moment, she still clung to the superstition of her own beauty. Room 2801. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiang Han glanced at the screen. Baby, Lin Wanner is inviting you to a video call. Still not giving up, huh? Jiang Han picked up the phone, the corner of his mouth curling into an amused smile. Suchinga also saw the name on the screen, her expression turning complicated. It's her. Your ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend. Jiang Han scoffed. No. An enemy from a past life. He pressed the answer button. On the screen appeared Lin Wanner's pale, haggard face, still forcing a seductive smile. Behind her was a dim, freezing room, each breath emerging as a white mist. Jiang Han. Darling, you finally picked up. Lin Wanner's voice trembled with sobs, pitifully fragile. I'm so cold, so hungry. That bastard Wang Dafu is dead. I'm so scared. Will you come get me? I swear from now on I'll do whatever you say. I'll wash your clothes, cook your meals. Jiang Han said nothing. He simply turned his phone's camera in a slow arc. The frame first revealed a warm, brightly lit living room, a crackling fireplace, and towering floor-to-ceiling windows. Then came the dining table, still bearing half-eaten seafood porridge and pastries. Finally, the lens settled on Suchinga, freshly showered, dressed in loungewear, cradling a plush cat. On the other end of the video, Lin Wanner froze. She saw Suchinga, the aloof female doctor from downstairs, the woman more beautiful, more refined than herself. This Suchinga had a rosy complexion, hair soft and lustrous. Her cat was even living more comfortably than Lin Wanner was now. That's Suchinga. Lin Wanner shrieked, her voice rising to a piercing, hysterical pitch. Jiang Han, you actually let her in. How could you? I'm your girlfriend. Who does she think she is? Jiang Han turned the camera back to himself, a smile playing across his lips as he watched Lin Wanner's meltdown on the screen. How could I? Jiang Han said lightly. Because she's a doctor. Because she listens. And because She never treated me as an ATM before the apocalypse nor conspired with the neighbors to eat my flesh. What? What are you talking about? When did I ever eat your flesh? Lin Wanner obviously couldn't understand Jiang Han's cryptic allusion to rebirth. Panicking, she began tearing at her clothes. Jiang Han, look. I'm still beautiful. I'm no worse than that doctor. Just let me in, and I'll strip for you right now. She frantically clawed at her clothing before the camera, exposing large patches of skin, mottled blue and purple from the cold. The scene was at once obscene, tragic, and revolting. Jiang Han showed no reaction whatsoever, his gaze as detached as one watching a performing monkey. Lin Wanner, do you remember half a month ago when I took you shopping for the Hermes? Jiang Han suddenly cut her off. Yes. Yes. Lin Wanner clutched at this straw. I still have that bag. It was your love token to me. I always treasured it. That bag was indeed your burial shroud. Jiang Han interrupted. I told you to buy a car to take on debt. Precisely, so you'd have no money left to stockpile supplies. I wanted to see with my own eyes what you would look like freezing to death at -90 degrees, surrounded by worthless paper and leather. What? Lin Wanner froze. A chill more terrifying than the cold itself shot from her feet straight to the crown of her head. So, all of this had been a trap. So half a month ago Jiang Han had already been plotting against her. Why Jiang Han, what did I ever do to deserve this? How could you treat me like this? Lin Wanner broke down in wailing sobs. Because I had a dream. Jiang Han leaned toward the camera, his voice low as a demon's whisper. In the dream it was also a New Year's Eve just like this one. You took a boning knife and carved off my flesh piece by piece. All for half a pack of crackers. So tell me, how should I treat you? Lin Wanner stood rooted in place. Although Jiang Han claimed it was merely a dream, the hatred and visceral reality in his gaze made her instinctively shudder with dread. Enough. The reunion is over. Jiang Han glanced at the time. Your phone's about to die, isn't it? Use it sparingly. Save the last bit of battery for a final portrait. Oh, and one last gift for you. Jiang Han tapped at his phone. He sent over a photograph. It was a screenshot of Su Qingge shooting Li Chong and the others. See that? That is the fate of anyone who comes near my home. Lin Wanner savored this final cold slowly. This is my most tender act of revenge against you. Beep. Jiang Han ended the video call. Inside Lin Wanner's apartment. Lin Wanner unleashed a scream of absolute despair, the phone slipping from her stiffened fingers and crashing to the floor. The screen flickered twice, then went completely black. Dead battery. Her last thread of contact with the outside world had been severed. Darkness and cold surged in like a tide. A demon. He's a demon. Lin Wanner lay sprawled on the floor, her tears already spent. She stared at the luxury goods scattered around her. Those bags and shoes that had once been her pride, now transformed into jeering, ghostly faces mocking her fate. She seized the Hermes Birkin she had once cherished above all else, and bit into it frantically, trying to tear off a piece of leather to satisfy her gnawing hunger. But it was only chemically treated leather, hard, bitter, impossible to swallow. So cold, so hungry. Her consciousness began to blur. Lin Wanner curled into a ball, and in her haze she began to hallucinate. Beyond the window the blizzard ceased, replaced by the warmth of spring. Jiang Han drove up to fetch her a steaming cup of milk tea in his hand, smiling as he said, "Wanner, get in the car. We're going home. Home. We're going home." A strange, eerie smile curled at the corner of Lin Wanner's mouth. Her body no longer trembled. Her thermoregulatory center had completely collapsed, and in her final moments her brain released a last surge of dopamine, granting her a phantom warmth amid the killing cold. She began tearing at her clothing, one piece then another. Finally naked, clutching the Hermes bag to her chest, she curled up on the icy floor, a blissful yet grotesque smile on her face, and fell asleep forever. Room 2801. Jiang Han set down the phone, letting out a long breath. It was as though the pent-up resentment of 2 lifetimes had finally dissipated in this moment. Is she dead? Su Qingge asked softly. Unless a miracle happens, she's dead as dead can be. Jiang Han walked to the window, gazing at the apartment opposite that had fallen into total darkness. From this day forth, there would be no more Lin Wanner in this world, and no more soft-hearted Jiang Han either. Dr. Su. Jiang Han turned around, his expression settling back into calm. Put the compound bow away. Over the next few days we have proper work to attend to. Proper work. Clearing out this building. Jiang Han pointed at the floor beneath his feet. Building 28 will be our base from now on. I don't want a single living soul in this building besides us. Or rather, no living soul that poses a threat. Moreover, a glint of sharp light flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. It's time we go visiting our neighbors and collect some tolls. Those gold and silver ornaments will fetch a fine price in days to come. Revenge concluded. Now the hour of survival and expansion had arrived. Day 6 of the catastrophe. Outdoor temperature -96°C. The day after Lin Wanner's death, an eerie, deathly silence had descended upon the Imperial View Bay residential complex. Gone were Wang Dafu's blustering shouts, gone were the arguments in the WeChat groups, and even the desperate cries of those at death's door had faded into nothing. For in such extreme cold, most of those who had not yet frozen to death had entered a state of suspended animation resembling pseudo-death. To conserve precious body heat, they would not so much as lift a finger. A constant 25 degrees Celsius filled the study of Unit 2801. Jiang Han sat in a spacious executive chair, a pen in hand, scribbling away in a notebook. Approximately 10 days remained before the arrival of the Crimson Aurora, the event that would alter the destiny of all mankind. Jiang Han gazed at the date scrawled upon the paper, murmuring to himself. In the wake of that aurora, a wave of awakeners would emerge among the surviving humans. Some would possess strength enough to topple mountains, others the power to command flames, and those of Su Chinga's caliber, S-class powerhouses, could even bend the very laws of nature to their will. In his previous life, scientists had not unraveled the mystery until the third year of the apocalypse. The source of awakening was not solely that aurora, but rather the fusion of a dormant, extreme cold virus, lurking within the human body with cosmic radiation. This transformation should already be underway at present. Jiang Han set down his pen, a glint of sharp light flashing through his eyes. He needed to verify this, and the material for verification lay just beyond his door. Su Chinga. Jiang Han pressed the intercom on his desk. Several seconds later, Su Chinga knocked and entered. After a night of rest, her complexion had improved considerably. She wore a white protective suit. Jiang Han had provided her hair pulled back into a neat, efficient ponytail. Mr. Jiang, what are your orders? Su Chinga asked deferentially. By now she had fully settled into her role as a subordinate. Bring your toolkit and follow me to the terrace downstairs. Jiang Han rose, retrieving 2 scalpels from a drawer and handing them to her. Also wear your gas mask. Su Chinga hesitated briefly, but asked no questions, silently shouldering the first aid kit. The two made their way to the terrace. Despite her polar-grade cold-weather gear, the moment the door opened, a bitter wind capable of fracturing steel sent an involuntary shiver coursing through Su Chinga. Upon the terrace lay 2 charred, contorted corpses. They were Lu Chang and his companion, electrocuted by the high-voltage fence 2 nights prior. After 2 days of blizzard and wind, they had frozen into rigid blocks of ice, with only fragments of singed clothing still trembling in the gusts. Carry this one inside. Jiang Han pointed to the most intact of the 2, Lu Chang's body. Carry it inside. Su Chinga's voice, muffled through the gas mask, carried a note of bewilderment. What are you planning to do? An autopsy. Jiang Han's voice was as cold as the surrounding ice. I need to understand what changes have occurred in the human organs and blood under these extreme cold conditions. Su Chinga's pupils contracted sharply. As a physician, autopsies belonged to the realm of body donors. But now Jiang Han was asking her to dissect the charred remains of a neighbor. This is hardly necessary, isn't it? Su Chinga resisted instinctively. The cause of death is obvious. Cardiac arrest from electrocution or freezing. Dr. Su. Jiang Han turned his head, his gaze behind the goggles, utterly impassive. I don't need you to tell me the cause of death. I need you, as a biologist, to observe his blood, his brainstem. If you cannot do this, then your value diminishes considerably. Remember, this is not a hospital, it is a laboratory. And these... Jiang Han nudged the rigid corpse with his foot. These are experimental specimens. Su Chinga clenched her jaw tightly. She understood. This was yet another test from Jiang Han. All right, I'll carry it. The corpse was dragged into what had once been a storage room. Jiang Han had preemptively laid down a thick sheet of plastic here and switched on a powerful exhaust fan. As the room's temperature rose, the frozen cadaver gradually began to thaw, releasing a sickening miasma of burnt flesh and decay. Su Chinga fought back the churning in her stomach, slipped on latex gloves, and picked up the scalpel. Proceed. Jiang Han stood nearby with arms folded, the very picture of a stern mentor. Y-shaped incision. Su Chinga drew a deep breath, forcing herself into professional mode. The blade scraped across the cadaver's stiffened skin, producing a sound that set one's teeth on edge. Though only the surface had thawed, it was enough for Su Chinga with her wealth of expertise. The thoracic cavity was opened. The heart. Contracted state myocardial fibers show rupture consistent with electrocution death. Su Chinga reported mechanically as she worked. Look at the blood, Jiang Han interrupted. Draw ventricular blood and incise the brainstem. Su Chinga furrowed her brow. Blood. The brainstem. She drew a syringe of dark, almost blackish red blood from the cardiac chamber. She deposited a drop onto a glass slide and placed it beneath the high-powered microscope Jiang Han had prepared in advance. Adjusting the focus, Su Chinga leaned in for a look. The next instant her entire body went rigid. What is this? Her voice trembled with shock and disbelief. Through the microscope's field of view, the red blood cells, which ought to have been disc-shaped, now exhibited a grotesque serrated form. and suspended within the plasma countless minuscule crystalline particles glimmered with a faint, ethereal blue light. These crystals were so small as to be virtually invisible to the naked eye. They resembled an unknown virus consuming and assimilating healthy cells. You see it too? Jiang Han stepped over, glanced into the eyepiece, and a knowing arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Those were the winter particles, the source of power in the apocalypse, and the root of its destruction. This is impossible, Su Qingge murmured. This crystalline structure corresponds to no known biological virus, nor does it resemble inorganic matter. They seem almost alive. Examine the brainstem, Jiang Han commanded. With trembling hands, Su Qingge sawed open the deceased skull. When she exposed the brainstem region, anomalies were visible even to the naked eye. At the location of the medulla oblongata, a small patch exhibited an unnatural grayish-blue hue, as though stained by some strange blue ink. This is why some people can survive longer in the extreme cold, or even grow stronger. Jiang Han gazed at that blue-stained tissue, his voice grave. This virus is actively remaking humanity. The only difference is that most cannot endure this transformation and perish. Those who survive become monsters. Su Qingge finished the image of that mutated wolf flashing through her mind. Or become gods. Jiang Han cast her a look laden with meaning. Dr. Su, this is what you shall devote your research to henceforth. These corpses are not refuse. They are the keys to a new humanity. Su Qingge gazed at those hauntingly beautiful blue crystals beneath the microscope as the terror in her heart gradually gave way to a scientist's fervor. At last she understood why Jiang Han had asked her to do this. This was not mere post-combat cleanup. It was the exploration of the rules governing this new world. I understand. Su Qingge stripped off her blood-stained gloves, her eyes blazing with newfound brilliance. Give me 2 days, and I will extract these crystals. I may be able to decipher their composition. There's no hurry. Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction. Beyond this, I require you to undertake one more task. What is it? Manufacture poison. Jiang Han gestured toward the corpse. Now that you understand the properties of these crystals, you should be able to distill a toxin targeting these mutated cells. Our enemies will only grow stronger hereafter. Bows and bullets alone will not suffice. Su Qingge regarded the disemboweled corpse in silence for a moment. I can do it. Her reply came cold and measured. Given sufficient equipment and reagents, I can attempt to extract a toxin capable of congealing this mutated blood in an instant. This was precisely the outcome Jiang Han had sought. A physician who only knew how to heal was a liability in the apocalypse. A Breaking Bad, who could kill study viruses and craft bioweapons. Such was the caliber befitting an S-class teammate. By the time they had finished with the corpse, afternoon had arrived. Jiang Han instructed Su Qingge to rest while he made his way to the living room. After this exercise, he was more convinced than ever that the awakening tide was imminent. Before it arrived, he had to purge Building 28 entirely of threats. Besides the already slain Wang Dafu and his cohort on the 6th floor, perhaps a few dozen survivors remained in the building. Most were the frail and infirm, though among them lurked potential troublemakers. Jiang Han approached the safe, brimming with gold, silver, and jewels. These were spoils acquired over recent days through drone, fishing, expeditions, and incidental acquisitions while stockpiling. Yet in the early apocalypse, such treasures remained insufficient. To establish a base, one must first hold the entire building in one's grip. Jiang Han mused aloud. Besides, I hear there's a mechanical engineer on the 20th floor, and a retired special forces soldier on the 15th. Building 28 was a wellspring of hidden talent. If these individuals were not recruited or eliminated the moment they awakened, they would become ticking time bombs at close quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Just then the heavy blast-resistant door was rapped once more. Jiang Han's brow furrowed. Who would dare knock at this hour? He glanced at the surveillance monitor. The figure outside was not a marauding thief, but a little girl who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. The child was thinly clad, bundled in an adult's worn sweater, her face flushed crimson from the cold, a piece of paper clutched in her hands. Unlike the others, she did not bang frantically at the door. She simply stood there silently, holding the paper up to the camera. On the paper was a crooked drawing, a wrench and a gear. Beneath it a line of childish scrawl. My dad can fix generators. He's starving. Please save him. Jiang Han's pupils constricted almost imperceptibly. Fix generators. In the apocalypse, this was a god-tier skill. Though Jiang Han possessed backup generators, machinery always broke down. And should he later seek to enlarge his territory, maintenance of the power systems would be paramount. If true, this man had to be saved. If it were a trap. A cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Han's lips. A 7-year-old girl as bait. Interesting. Jiang Han pressed the intercom. Little girl, what floor is your father on? The child's eyes brightened at the sound of his voice. With fingers stiff from cold, she gestured a number. 18. The 18th floor. Jiang Han recalled now. a taciturn middle-aged man indeed lived there, rumored to be a senior engineer at some heavy industry group. Unfortunately, in his previous life this man had perished early, starved in order to spare his share of rations for his daughter. It appeared she was that very daughter. Suchinga, Jiang Han called over his shoulder. Suchinga, freshly bathed, emerged. What is it? Bring your first aid kit, and 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Jiang Han retrieved the suppressed Glock from the weapon rack, tucked it at his waist, and picked up the compound bow. We're paying a visit to the 18th floor. If they're talent, we recruit them. If it's a trap. Jiang Han left the sentence unfinished, merely racking the pistol's slide. Click. The crisp sound of the round being chambered served as answer enough. Afternoon 1430. Corridor temperature -80°C, slightly higher than outdoors due to being inside the building. As the heavy blast-resistant door of Unit 2801 slowly swung open, a suffocating wave of frigid air mingled with the stench of decay and mold rushed toward them. The little girl named Duo instinctively shrank back the moment she saw the door open. But when her eyes fell upon Jiang Han, clad in full tactical gear, his face obscured by a combat helmet and night vision goggles, a flicker of desperate hope ignited in her gaze. Lead the way. Jiang Han's voice emerged muffled through his gas mask, carrying an unmistakable icy authority. He would never turn his back to a stranger, no matter how young, even if she appeared to be only 7 years old. Duo obediently nodded and turned toward the stairwell. Her feet were wrapped in several layers of tattered sweaters, making her waddle like a clumsy little penguin as she walked. Suchinga followed close behind her, grip firm on the compound bow. The corridor was enveloped in impenetrable darkness. Most of the windows had been shattered by the cold or deliberately sealed shut. Only the faint green glow of the emergency exit strips pierced the gloom, lending the space an air of haunting dread. The 24th floor. Upon reaching this level, Duo suddenly halted, pressing herself against the wall, trembling violently, too terrified to advance. What's wrong? Jiang Han stopped in his tracks, making no move to approach. He pressed a button on the side of his helmet, activating the infrared thermal imaging mode. In the darkened corner of the corridor, several faint crimson blips writhed sluggishly. They were human thermal signatures. Feeble, yes, but starkly conspicuous against the backdrop of sub-zero temperatures. An ambush. Uncle, there are bad people ahead, Duo whispered over her shoulder. Yesterday Grandpa Li came down to look for food, and they caught him here. He was screaming the whole time. Jiang Han let out a cold, mirthless laugh. So this was what they called the corridor hunters. When the last stores of food had been consumed within the safety of their homes, and venturing out into the -90-degree apocalypse was unthinkable, certain brutish strongmen would claim the middle floors as their territory, lying in wait to slaughter any survivor foolish enough to venture up or down in search of supplies. Dr. Su. Jiang Han switched off his flashlight, dissolving into the shadows. 3 heat signatures ahead. One behind the door on the left, one crouching beneath the stair railing, and one playing dead. Do you see them clearly? Suchinga wore the night vision goggles Jiang Han had given her. Though far less advanced than thermal imaging, they were just sufficient to discern several blurred silhouettes. Stretched across the center of the staircase lay a corpse, bundled in a thick military coat, utterly motionless. Yet clutched within those hands was what appeared to be a steel pipe. What a crude trap. Jiang Han drew the silenced Glock from his waist. I had planned to conserve ammunition, but were pressed for time. Their luck has run out. He offered no challenge, no warning. At this range, in this environment, any hesitation would be an unforgivable betrayal of his own survival. Jiang Han raised his weapon, the crosshairs snapping instantly onto the figure huddled in the shadow beneath the stair railing. A soft, muffled crack. The bullet found its mark with lethal precision, boring into the man's temple. The shadow collapsed without so much as a groan, crumpling to the floor. The second shot was reserved for the corpse, playing dead. The man who had been feigning death convulsed violently, letting out a blood-curdling scream. The steel pipe clattered to the ground as he clutched his thigh, writhing in agony. Jiang Han had deliberately avoided the head, leaving him alive as target practice for Suchinga. The remaining thug, cowering behind the door, was seized by panic at the commotion. Brandishing a kitchen cleaver, he charged out, screaming at the top of his lungs, attempting to drown his terror in frenzy. Arg! I'll kill you all. He had barely taken 2 steps. Fwang! The resonant vibration of a bowstring sang out from behind. An arrow whistled through the frigid air and punched clean through his chest. The thug's agonized scream died in an instant. Momentum carried his body forward another 2 steps before it crashed heavily at Jiang Han's feet, twitched once, then lay still. Jiang Han glanced back at Suchinga. Though her hands still trembled, the shot had been true and ruthlessly decisive. You're progressing fast. Jiang Han stepped over the corpse and approached the wailing dead man, who still feigned death upon the ground. He was a pockmarked brutish thug, his scalp shaved clean. He now stared up at Jiang Han with the abject terror of a man beholding death personified. Don't kill me. I just wanted something to eat. Where's Grandpa Lee? Duo suddenly rushed forward, her voice breaking with sobs. What did you people do to him? The thug's eyes darted evasively. He dared not speak, only casting a furtive glance toward the adjacent fire escape door. Jiang Han kicked the door open with a single strike. A thick, overpowering stench of blood assaulted their senses. Beyond the threshold lay a makeshift slaughterhouse. Mangled, incomplete remains hung from the fire suppression pipes, while blood-stained garments of elderly individuals lay discarded across the floor. Suchinga managed only a single glance before whirling away, bracing herself against the wall as she retched violently. Despite her experience with cadavers, despite every mental preparation, she had made this vision of sheer hell, had shattered the boundaries of human endurance. This was cannibalism. Unadorned. Unapologetic. Cannibalism in its most primal form. Jiang Han closed the door with an expression of stone, then turned his gaze back to the thug on the ground. In your next life, may you be reborn as a beast. That realm suits you better. A third gunshot rang out, and the world fell silent. Jiang Han holstered his weapon, sparing not a single glance for the corpse, and addressed Duodua, who stood frozen in terror. Let's go. Lead the way. Unit 1802, on the 18th floor. The temperature on this floor seemed marginally higher than the levels above, perhaps a degree or two warmer. Duo scampered to a reinforced security door fortified with sheets of iron and wooden planks, and knocked with a peculiar rhythm. 3 long, 2 short, 1 long. Daddy, it's me. Duod was back. After what felt an eternity, the grinding screech of heavy metal and the clatter of chains echoed from behind the door. The door opened. A gaunt, hollow-cheeked man stood in the doorway, his eye sockets sunken, his frame wasted by deprivation. In his trembling hands he clutched a makeshift nail gun, its muzzle wavering unsteadily toward the visitors. When his gaze fell upon Duodua, standing whole and unharmed, flanked by 2 fully armed strangers, something within him seemed to snap. His body swayed dangerously, nearly collapsing. Duo. The man pulled his daughter into a fierce embrace, his eyes remaining wary and fixed upon Jiang Han. Who are you? The people who saved your life. Jiang Han lifted the visor of his tactical helmet, revealing a face carved from cold severity. Zhao Gang, former senior engineer at Northern Heavy Industries. The man's eyes widened in sudden recognition. You know me. I've heard of you. Jiang Han wasted no further words. He tossed a red plastic bag he had been carrying. 2 packs of compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of water. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Zhao Gang caught the bag reflexively. When he discerned its contents, his Adam's apple bobbed with a violent swallow. Yet he did not tear it open to eat. Instead, he pressed the biscuits into Duodua's hands, his vigilant gaze never leaving Jiang Han. I don't accept charity without reason. What do you want? I'm not short on food, but I am short on expertise. Jiang Han gestured toward the interior. Are you going to invite me in, or shall we continue standing here? The temperature inside is several degrees higher than outside. If I'm not mistaken, you've rigged up some sort of invention in here. Zhao Gang hesitated a moment longer, then stepped aside. Come in, but don't try anything. This place is rigged with traps. Upon entering Unit 1802, Su Chinga's eyes widened in astonishment. This was no ordinary residence. It resembled rather a diminutive steampunk workshop. Every wall of the living room was lined with improvised insulation, foam panels, quilts, even flattened cardboard boxes. But the centerpiece commanding all attention was a peculiar contraption sitting in the middle of the room. It was a stationary exercise bike stripped of its wheels, connected to a sprawling bank of batteries salvaged from electric scooters, paired with a generator modified from an automobile alternator. Beside it stood a rudimentary heat exchange apparatus, a few copper tubes linked to a small alcohol stove burning with a feeble flame. The tubes coiled around a makeshift radiator, eking out whatever meager warmth they could provide. Human-powered generation. Jiang Han examined the device and nodded. An exercise bike driving the generator, charging the batteries, which then power low-wattage heating elements. The efficiency is pitifully low, but conceiving and constructing this in such dire straits, that takes real ingenuity. I had no choice. It was the only way to keep Duo from freezing to death. Zhao Gang's bitter smile carried the exhaustion of a man pushed to his limits. His gaunt frame sagged against the wall. But I haven't eaten in 3 days. I can't pedal anymore. If you hadn't come tonight, we would have frozen to death. And this, Jiang Han pointed at the peculiar firearm clutched in Zhao Gang's hands. A modified nail gun, Zhao Gang explained. Reinforced the spring, reworked the firing pin. It can punch through 5mm boards. Self-defense. Jiang Han accepted the weapon, examining it with practiced hands. The craftsmanship was rough, but the design was ingenious, maximizing lethality with minimal resources. Here stood a true mechanical prodigy. Not the academic variety who merely sketches blueprints, but a hands-on genius forged in the crucible of necessity. Engineer Zhao. Jiang Han handed the weapon back and came directly to the point. At my base I have 10 Yamaha generators, a full NBC filtration ventilation system, and a modified armored heavy truck. But I'm in need of someone capable of maintaining them. Moreover, I intend to overhaul this entire building's security infrastructure. For instance, I want to install motion-triggered crossbow traps in the corridors or remote-controlled bulkhead gates. Zhao Gang's eyes ignited. For an engineer, there could be no greater temptation. You have generators and fuel, 20,000 liters of diesel, 10,000 liters of gasoline. Jiang Han stated the figure with studied calm. Enough to last you a decade. Zhao Gang drew a long breath as though attempting to absorb the staggering revelation. What do you want in return? Your service. Jiang Han produced another copy of the master-servant contract from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. Sign it. You and Duo will relocate to the 28th floor. I'll provide room, board, and security for your daughter. In exchange, you maintain my equipment and manufacture my weapons. You may refuse. But the moment I leave, the other hunters in this building will sniff out your scent. That nail gun of yours won't hold them off for long. Zhao Gang studied the contract, then turned his gaze to his daughter, who was devouring the biscuits with desperate, famished urgency. The struggle in his eyes hardened into resolve. I'll sign. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Gang took up the pen and inscribed his name. If it means Duo lives, I'd sell more than my service. I'd sell my life itself. Excellent. Jiang Han retrieved the contract, a satisfied smile curling the corner of his lips. Dr. Su, examine engineer Zhao. Get a glucose drip going. He's so weak he might collapse before we even reach the top. Understood. Su Qingge opened the medical kit. 10 minutes later, the party of 4 departed from Unit 1802. Zhao Gang carried his most prized toolbox on his back, his daughter cradled in his arms. Jiang Han and Su Qingge flanked them, one ahead, one behind. As they passed the slaughterhouse, on the 24th floor, Zhao Gang shielded Duo's eyes, sparing her the sight. But within his own gaze a fierce and righteous fury burned. Mr. Jiang, Zhao Gang spoke suddenly. If you're intending to upgrade the security systems, I have a suggestion. Speak. The elevator shaft. Zhao Gang pointed toward the dormant elevator beside them. The elevator may be inoperable, but the shaft remains a channel connecting every floor of the building. Anyone who knows what they're doing could climb the cables and bypass every defense. Jiang Han's brow arched slightly. A blind spot he had indeed overlooked. Can you solve it? I can. Zhao Gang's voice carried the cold precision of an engineer facing a challenge. I can convert the elevator car into an enormous guillotine. Anyone foolish enough to scale that shaft will be reduced to mincemeat. Jiang Han smiled. A smile of genuine delight. It seems I've made quite the bargain. Back on the 28th floor, Jiang Han did not install the Zhao father and daughter directly into Unit 2801, his central stronghold. He unlocked the door to Unit 2802 directly across the hall. The original owner had departed for Sanya to escape the winter long before the catastrophe, leaving the apartment vacant. Jiang Han had long since forced the lock open and cleared the place out. This will be your quarters from now on. He pointed toward the interior of 2802. I'll run a power line over to supply you with electricity, and someone will deliver food and water daily. Your workshop will be set up here as well. It may not be as warm as my side, but I can guarantee temperatures above zero. Compared to the floors below, this place is paradise. Thank you. This is more than enough. Zhao Gang was overcome with gratitude. For a man who had just clawed his way out of hell, a place without drafts with electricity and food truly was paradise. With the Zhao father and daughter settled in, Jiang Han returned to Unit 2801 and stripped off his heavy tactical vest. The 28th floor had now begun to take shape as the embryo of a base. To the left, 2801, the central command center and living quarters. To the right, 2802, the engineering department and logistics hub. Within these walls, Su Qingge the medic and marksman, Zhao Gang the engineer. What comes next? Jiang Han walked to the window, gazing out at the wind and snow still ravaging the world beyond. It's time to scour this building clean of every last piece of vermin that remains. Zhao Gang, starting tomorrow, I want you to transform every floor's corridor into a grave for any thug foolish enough to enter. Day 8 of the Cataclysm. Outside, temperature -98°C. In the morning, air so cold it could freeze breath itself. The corridor on the 28th floor was surprisingly bustling with activity. Of course, this heat was relative. The corridor was still dozens of degrees below freezing, yet Zhao Gang was drenched in sweat. Clad in a heavy electrical worker's thermal suit provided by Jiang Han, he was crouched over the elevator shaft maintenance hatch, wielding a welding torch and wrench as he made final adjustments. Duo, bundled in an oversized down jacket, knelt beside him like a devoted apprentice, handing Zhao Gang his tools. Her cheeks had regained color since arriving at room 2802. Fed and warmed, the little girl had found her vitality once again. Jiang Han leaned against the doorway, cradling a cup of hot tea as he watched the father and daughter work. Mr. Jiang, it's done. Zhao Gang stood up, wiped the fog from his goggles, and pointed into the dark elevator shaft. I've installed a set of gravity-activated guillotines on the wall between the 27th and 28th floors. Guillotines? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Exactly. I dismantled several discarded security doors, sharpened them, and connected them to the elevator's original counterweight guide rails. Zhao Gang's eyes sparkled with the peculiar fervor of an engineer. As long as someone tries to climb up the cables once they trigger the infrared sensor or touch a specific section of cable. Snicked, he mimed a slicing motion. Hundreds of pounds of steel plate slides down the guide rail. In a narrow shaft like this, it's a guillotine. No one can escape it. And Zhao Gang added, I've rigged a body catch net below. Shredded remains drop straight into the pit, keeping our floor clean. Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction. Now this was what a professional looked like. If it were up to Jiang Han alone, he'd have just welded the elevator doors shut. But Zhao Gang had done more than that. He'd turned the place into a trap. What about the stairwell? Jiang Han asked. That's even simpler. Zhao Gang gestured toward the fire escape door. I've set up a tripwire crossbow array at the corner where the stairs turn from the 27th to the 28th floor. Using those arrows you gave me paired with car suspension springs. The moment someone trips that fishing line, thinner than a human hair, 3 steel bolts will fly toward their knees, abdomen, and throat. Plus I coated the handrail with a special anti-freeze lubricant. Looks normal, but the instant you grab it, or step on it, you'll slip and can't stay upright. Zhao Gang smiled sinisterly. The fall itself is the least of it. The spot where they'd land is right over those steel rebar spikes I embedded in the wall. Even Su Qingge felt a chill run down her spine, listening to Zhao Gang's description. This seemingly honest engineer was more terrifying than any thug when he put his mind to it. Excellent. Jiang Han pulled a pack of Chunghwa cigarettes from his pocket and tossed them to Zhao Gang. Good work, Engineer Zhao. I'll add chicken to your dinner tonight. Zhao Gang caught the pack, brought it to his nose, and inhaled greedily, a simple smile spreading across his face. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Actually, this was all thanks to the materials and tools he'd provided. They were even better than equipment at his former factory. What he didn't know was that Jiang Han had emptied an entire hardware and electrical supply store for this day. Back in room 2801, Jiang Han had barely sat down when Su Qingge approached with a sealed glass vial. Jiang Han, the poison you asked for, I've got it. Su Qingge set the vial on the coffee table. Inside swirled only a few milliliters of deep blue liquid, catching the light with an ominous gleam that resembled the purest sapphire, yet radiated an aura of deadly danger. What is this? Jiang Han picked up the vial and gave it a gentle swirl. I've named it Bitter Winter now. 1 foot. Su Qingge adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and slipped into academic mode. It's extracted from the mutant crystals found in that charred corpse's blood and brainstem, purified through centrifugation and concentration. Testing shows this highly concentrated mutation factor has extreme procoagulant and neurotoxic properties. Just 1 drop. Su Qingge held up 1 finger. Through a wound into the bloodstream or ingested orally. And within 3 seconds it turns an adult's blood into something resembling glue. The heart can't pump it anymore and bursts instantly. At the same time it freezes neural transmission, leaving the victim unaware of pain before death, only feeling cold. Absolute cold. Jiang Han looked at the woman who had once been too timid to kill a chicken, now calmly describing a biochemical agent that could end a life in seconds. Environments truly do shape a person. Excellent. Jiang Han approved. Can this be mass-produced? It's difficult. Su Qingge shook her head. Raw materials are limited. Lu Chang's corpse has been nearly fully extracted. To make more, we'd need more infected bodies. Don't worry. We'll have plenty of bodies in time. Jiang Han put away the vial of Bitter Winter No. 1, his expression growing profound. This toxin was more than just a killing tool. This blue crystal was actually energy. If properly refined and converted, it could potentially be used to create an awakening serum. But Su Qingge hadn't yet crossed that threshold. She'd only managed to turn it into poison. That was enough for now. Coat the arrowheads with it. Jiang Han issued his command. From now on, any arrow that breaks the skin is a death sentence. That night, 0200. The night was deep and silent, the wind and snow relentless. The entire 28th floor building lay eerily, still, broken only by the occasional moan of wind. But from the darkness of the elevator shaft came a soft scraping sound. A shadow was making its way upward, clinging to the elevator cables like a gecko. His name was Zhang Xin, a fitness instructor from the 15th floor. Ever since Jiang Han posted that hot pot photo in the group chat and used a drone to drop food that killed Wang Dafu, every survivor in the building understood the 28th floor was a mountain of gold and silver. A frontal assault. That was suicide. Just look at those ice sculptures downstairs. Wang Dafu and Li Chang had proven that. But Zhang San believed he was different. He trained in rock climbing and possessed exceptional physical fitness. He discovered the elevator had stopped, but wasn't locked. He could pry open the doors and crawl into the shaft. As long as I climb up. Jiang Han gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-chilling draft in the shaft. His gloves had been worn through his fingers, nearly numb from the cold, yet greed drove him onward. He'd passed the 25th floor. The 26th floor. Almost there. Bathed in the faint glow of his headlamp, he spotted the dividing line between the 27th and 28th floors. Jiang Han, your supplies are mine. Jiang Han's heart raced with excitement. He reached out to grab a beam above, preparing to pull himself up. The instant his hand touched the beam. Beep. An almost imperceptible electronic sound echoed. That was Zhao Gang's infrared sensor. And then, Kacha, boom. A horrifying metallic screech rang out from directly above. Before Jiang Han could react, a 200-kilogram steel plate, its edges honed to razor sharpness, slammed down the guide rail with the force of thunder. In the narrow shaft, there was nowhere to dodge. No. Jiang Han managed only half a scream. Thwack. The wet sound of blade shearing through flesh and bone. The steel plate didn't sever him completely. It sheared off half his shoulder and half his skull. Blood sprayed against the shaft wall and froze instantly. Jiang Han's corpse lost its grip and plummeted like a torn puppet. His agony-filled cry echoed down the bottomless shaft, growing fainter and fainter until a dull thud resonated from far below. He'd fallen into the pit. Room 2801. Jiang Han wasn't sleeping. The moment he heard that thud, he glanced at the sensor data on his monitor. Warning: shaft trap triggered. Status resetting. Engineer Zhao's work is solid. Jiang Han set down his book, a faint smile playing on his lips. Zhao Gang in 2802 across the hall had clearly heard it too. Soon after, his excited voice came through the intercom. Mr. Jiang, the guillotine triggered. The sensors showed a heavy impact. The target's in the pit. Understood. Jiang Han replied flatly. Check it tomorrow morning and reset the mechanism. And despite the body falling, the blood smell might attract mutated creatures. Pour some disinfectant down there. Understood. The next morning, as survivors whined and begged in the group chat as usual, someone caught a thick stench of blood at the ground floor elevator entrance. A few brave souls pried open the first floor elevator doors and nearly lost their minds. In the pit below lay a corpse reduced to bloody fragments. Though unrecognizable, someone identified him as Jiang Han, the fitness instructor from the 15th floor. Anti-Lu 1203, what a tragedy. Jiang Han's dead too. He was the strongest guy in the building. How did he die in the elevator? Resident 805, he must have tried crawling up the elevator to ambush Jiang Han and got himself killed. That Jiang Han, he installed traps in the elevator too. Fear. This time it ran deeper than ever before. If the earlier arrows and electric fences were obvious threats, this invisible elevator trap extinguished any lingering hope of sneaking around. Jiang Han hadn't just barred the doors. He'd sealed every possible route. The 28th floor had become a true no-man's land. Day 10 of the Cataclysm. Outside, temperature -99°C. Less than a week remained until the red aurora fell. Over these past few days, Jiang Han, Zhao Gang, and Su Qingge had launched a quiet but efficient building clearing operation. They avoided populated floors and instead used thermal imagers to pinpoint empty apartments where entire families had frozen to death or no one had survived. Prying doors open, looting gold bars, jewelry, cash, even high-end decorative lumber. Jiang Han's spatial storage continued to fill. Meanwhile, Su Qingge completed her first human experiment, using an arrow coated with bitter winter no. 1 inch to kill a mutated wild dog that had wandered to the community entrance. The dog, the size of a calf, took only 3 steps after being hit before collapsing rigid, its blood already coagulated, dead beyond revival. Deadly effective. Jiang Han watched the surveillance footage and gave Su Qingge a thumbs up. Everything was ready. Jiang Han stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sky where clouds grew heavier and darker, tinged with an ominous crimson hue. He knew. The true storm, the great epic that would push humanity to the brink of evolution and destruction, was coming. Listen up, everyone. Jiang Han turned to face Su Qingge and the Zhao father-daughter duo who were organizing supplies in the living room. From today, all outdoor activities cease. Seal the windows and doors. Check the fresh air system filters. Get the protective suits ready. For the next 3 days, no matter what happens outside, no one leaves this apartment. Su Qingge saw the gravity in Jiang Han's expression and felt a knot form in her chest. Jiang Han, is something about to happen? Jiang Han looked up, his gaze piercing through the clouds into the distant depths of space. The sky is about to brighten. He paused. But this light, it devours people. Day 14 of the Cataclysm. Outdoor temperature -102°C. Weather dark red haze. In the early morning, Jiangcheng was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Unlike the usual ash-gray sky, today's canopy assumed a sinister dark crimson hue. Heavy clouds, seemingly saturated with blood, hung low over the summits of skyscrapers, imparting an oppressive sensation that the very heavens were on the verge of collapsing. An indescribable odor permeated the air resembling a mixture of ozone and rust. Room 2801 Master Bedroom. Cough cough. A fit of violent coughing shattered the silence of the room. Jiang Han jolted awake from a nightmare. He had dreamed of returning to his past life bound to that operating table where he was dissected for research. But this time the one wielding the scalpel was not that mutated scientist, but himself. He bolted upright only to be seized by a violent bout of vertigo, stars dancing before his eyes. So hot. Jiang Han flung off the silk duvet only to find himself thoroughly drenched in sweat. In this room, maintained at a constant 25 degrees Celsius, he felt as though he were being roasted inside a furnace. Every blood vessel in his body felt as though it were coursing with molten lava, and his heart pounded violently, roaring like a beating drum. What is happening? A fever. Jiang Han forced his body upright and grabbed the thermometer on the nightstand. 41. 5C. The digits made his pupils contract. For an adult, 41. 5C was an extremely high fever sufficient to cause brain damage or even death. Yet aside from the heat and dizziness, his consciousness remained exceptionally lucid. Indeed, his senses were even sharper than usual. He could clearly hear the sound of Su Qingge turning pages in the adjacent room, the buzzing of Zhao Gang polishing parts in room 2802, and even the howling of the blizzard whipping against the corners of buildings miles away. This is no illness. Jiang Han glanced at the back of his left hand. There, the spatial tattoo that was originally invisible was now radiating scorching heat, faintly emitting a golden glow. The light mirrored the dark crimson of the sky outside, as if in resonance. Is it an advancement? Or rejection? Could it be the butterfly effect of his rebirth, or had the space consumed too many supplies, triggering a qualitative change? Jiang Han, are you awake? Su Qingge's voice came from outside the door. Breakfast is ready. Jiang Han took a deep breath, trying to suppress the dry heat within him, but the moment he spoke his voice was as raspy as if he had swallowed burning coals. Come in. Su Qingge pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Jiang Han sitting by the bed, his face flushed red, and his entire body, emitting white steam, the tray in her hands nearly slipped to the floor. What's wrong with you? Driven by her instincts as a doctor, Su Qingge rushed over immediately and reached out to touch Jiang Han's forehead. Hiss! The moment she made contact, she recoiled her hand sharply. So hot. Your temperature is at least over 40 degrees. How could you suddenly run such a high fever? Don't panic. Jiang Han brushed her hand away, his body swaying slightly as he nearly collapsed. I won't die. Go. Bring your first aid kit. And bring the microscope over here. A microscope? What are you trying to do? We need to bring your temperature down first. Su Qingge urged anxiously. Listen to me. Jiang Han growled, a golden glint flashing across the depths of his eyes. Go quickly. Cowed by those soul-stirring eyes, Su Qingge dared not argue further. She turned and ran out to fetch the equipment. A few minutes later, with trembling hands, Su Qingge pricked Jiang Han's finger with a lancet and drew a drop of blood. The moment the drop emerged, it did not disperse like ordinary blood. Instead, it coalesced into a perfect bead, trembling slightly on the glass slide. Its color was a crimson so vibrant it bordered on the bewitching, and it even carried a faint hint of gold. Su Qingge placed the slide under the microscope. She adjusted the focus. The next second, she let out a gasp of surprise. This? How is this possible? Within the microscope's field of view, Jiang Han's red blood cells were extraordinarily active, their volume twice that of an ordinary person's. Even more terrifyingly, there were no blue winter particles like those found in Lu Chang's corpse around these cells. Instead, they were replaced by a kind of golden thread-like energy. This golden energy was exceptionally domineering, wrapping around the cells like sentinels, instantly incinerating any impurities that attempted to draw near. This is not human blood at all. Su Qingge murmured to herself. It is almost as if the genes of some higher organism are undergoing restructuring. As I thought. Listening to Su Qingge's description, Jiang Han leaned against the headboard, a weak, yet arrogant smile playing on his lips. It was not a viral infection. It was a secondary awakening. The space seemed to be merging with his physical body, evolving him from a mere warehouse keeper into a true master of space. Yet this process was excruciatingly painful and fraught with peril. His body was undergoing a dismantling and reconstruction at the genetic level. Currently, he was so weak, he could not even kill a chicken. This was his most vulnerable moment. Jiang Han lifted his heavy eyelids to look at Su Qingge, who was busy in front of the microscope. This woman now held his life and death in her hands. If she harbored murderous intent right now, she would only need an air syringe or a bit of poison in his water, and this room full of resources, this indestructible fortress, would all belong to her. Dr. Su. Jiang Han spoke suddenly, his voice faint. Su Qingge turned around. I'm here. I've prepared some antipyretics and an antiviral mixture for you, though I don't know if they will be of any use. In the drawer. Jiang Han pointed at the nightstand. That gun, the safety is off. Su Qingge froze. She pulled open the drawer. Lying inside was that modified Glock pistol, its magazine fully loaded, the muzzle gleaming with a cold light. I cannot move right now. Jiang Han looked into her eyes and said, emphasizing every word, you can take the gun and shoot me. Then you will be free. Everything in this room will be yours. Suchinga's hand froze in midair. A deathly silence descended upon the room. Was it tempting? Of course it was. As someone bound by an indenture contract, as a female Ph.D., who was once proud, but now had to bow and scrape, freedom and fortune lay right before her eyes. Just by pulling the trigger, she would become the queen of this place. Suchinga's eyes wavered violently. She looked at Jiang Han's face, flushed from the high fever, and met his gaze, which remained intensely oppressive despite his weakness. A few seconds later, Suchinga took a deep breath and reached into the drawer. Jiang Han's muscles tensed instantly, a spatial blade already coalescing in his consciousness. Though his body was immobile, he could still execute one final instantaneous spatial kill. If Suchinga truly pointed the gun at him, he would not hesitate to sever her head. However, Suchinga did not take the gun. Instead, she pulled a box of cooling patches from the corner of the drawer. Clack! The drawer was shut heavily by her. Jiang Han, you really are a bastard. Suchinga tore open a cooling patch and slapped it hard onto Jiang Han's forehead, her tone laced with irritation. You're practically cooked through, and yet you're still testing me. I am a doctor, not a killer. Besides, she paused, her expression becoming complex, yet clear-headed. Besides, without you I cannot defend this building. If I kill you, I will be the next one eaten. Suchinga was highly intelligent. She knew that Zhao Gang only listened to Jiang Han, and she knew how brutal the thugs downstairs were. As a weak woman, even if she held a gun, she would not be able to control the situation. By following Jiang Han, she was the second in command. By killing Jiang Han, she would be nothing but fat prey. Jiang Han looked at her, his tensed nerves gradually relaxing as the murderous intent in his eyes dissolved. A smart choice. He closed his eyes finally, allowing himself to lapse into unconsciousness. But before losing consciousness, he left behind a single command. Guard the door. No matter what happens outside, even if the sky falls, do not wake me. And draw the curtains. The red light is coming. Noon 1200. Jiang Han remained unconscious for a full 4 hours. When noon arrived, what should have been the brightest time of day, the world plunged into a bizarre blood-red hue. At that moment, the thick blanket of clouds was suddenly torn asunder. Colossal, seemingly tangible shafts of dark crimson auroras cascaded from the depths of the cosmos, resembling waterfalls of blood connecting the heavens and the earth. This light was not blinding, yet it possessed an immense power of penetration. It pierced through the clouds, pierced through the wind and snow, and even penetrated concrete walls. Bzzzt. Every electronic device emitted a piercing static noise at this moment. The surveillance screens on the 28th floor flickered violently before turning entirely blood-red. Suchinga, who was preparing porridge in the kitchen, suddenly felt a pang of trepidation. She looked up, and through a gap in the curtains, she witnessed the hellish landscape outside. The entirety of Jiangcheng was dyed blood-red. And under the illumination of this crimson light, the originally extreme sub-zero temperatures actually began to rise in a bizarre fashion. 100°C, -90°C, -80°C. Within a mere half hour, the temperature actually rose back to -60°C. This was by no means a good thing. For as the red light bathed the earth, the corpses downstairs, and even the living, were undergoing violent transformations within their bodies. At the bottom of the elevator shaft, Zhang Sen, the fitness coach who had been crushed into a pulp, bathed in the crimson light, his shattered bones actually began to emit a crack-crack sound of restructuring. That pool of frozen flesh and blood began to squirm, and the originally blue post-mortem lividity of the frozen corpse was being replaced by dark crimson patterns. Not only were the dead resurrecting, but the living were also mutating. The tide of awakening had descended. Room 2801, master bedroom. Jiang Han, who was in a coma, began to float. Yes, float. Without any external force, he lay flat, hovering 10 centimeters above the bed. The spatial tattoo had already spread across his entire body, the golden patterns resembling a suit of magnificent armor covering every inch of his skin. The surrounding space began to warp and fold. The water cup on the nightstand suddenly vanished into thin air, reappearing on the ceiling in the next second, and then on the carpet. The boundaries of space grew blurred around him. Suchinga guarded the bedside, clutching the Glock pistol tightly, her eyes filled with terror as she witnessed this miracle. She did not know what was happening to Jiang Han, but she could sense that the sleeping man was transforming into an existence that transcended humanity. Is this the evolution you spoke of? Suchinga looked at the eerie red light outside the window, then at the hovering Jiang Han. She instinctively touched the space between her eyebrows. There, a cool aura also seemed to be awakening, echoing the crimson light outside the window. Day 15 of the Cataclysm. Outdoor temperature, -45°C. Weather blood red, eternal day. Jiang Han had slept for a full 24 hours. When he opened his eyes once more, there was none of the lingering weakness one might expect after a grave illness. Instead, an unprecedented sense of fullness and power coursed through him. The sensation was as though his soul, once imprisoned within a narrow vessel, had suddenly shattered its shackles and expanded into the surrounding void. Who? Jiang Han sat up and exhaled a long breath of stale air. To his astonishment, the breath crystallized into a faint wisp of white smoke in the freezing air, dense and lingering as though imbued with some form of energy. He lowered his gaze to his body. The golden sigils that had once adorned his skin had vanished entirely, all of them now contained within. His skin had become as fine and delicate as the finest white porcelain, yet it radiated an underlying texture of unyielding resilience. His muscles had not ballooned into grotesque proportions, rather they had grown tighter and more fluid, resembling those of a panther, harnessing explosive power within sleek lines. Without any need for testing, Jiang Han could clearly sense that his physical strength had increased at least threefold. In his current state, he could crush a red brick with a single hand. But that was merely an incidental boon. The true qualitative transformation lay in his core ability, space. Jiang Han closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into that mysterious interdimensional realm. Boom. What had once been a space of only a few thousand cubic meters had now expanded by more than 10 times. At a single glance, it resembled an enormous underground plaza. The mountain of supplies he had stockpiled previously now occupied only a small corner of the space, making it appear rather sparse. So vast. A surge of exhilaration erupted within Jiang Han's heart. A space this vast meant he could in the future even pack up an entire small military base and carry it away. Beyond the upgrade to his storage function, Jiang Han keenly detected another new ability. He extended his right hand, spreading his fingers wide, and made a grasping motion at the empty air. Within his perception, the air, which had appeared utterly vacant, was now interwoven with countless invisible, densely packed threads. These were the longitude and latitude lines of space, the foundational building blocks of the real world. And now he could touch them. Compress. Jiang Han willed his intent into motion, focusing on the empty glass cup on the nightstand and gently clenching his fist. Crack. Without any external force making contact, the heavy tempered glass cup suddenly exploded into fine powder on the spot. It had not been crushed, rather the small pocket of space it occupied had been forcibly compressed and collapsed by Jiang Han. Space folding, or perhaps space crushing. A gleam of excitement shimmered in Jiang Han's eyes. This method of killing without a trace was far more terrifying than any firearm. Immediately after, he raised his index finger and drew it lightly through the air. Sizzle. A faint sound akin to fabric being torn emanated from the air. A black fissure as thin as a strand of hair and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye flashed briefly into existence where his fingertip had passed. Though it existed for only a fraction of a second, the gravitational pull of the void that emanated from it made even Jiang Han's heart tremble. If such a fissure were to slice across a human body. Space severance. Commonly known as a space blade. Gazing at his finger, Jiang Han curled his lips into a cold, cruel smile. Finally, no more need to rely on those cold weapons. From this day forth, he himself was the most lethal weapon of all. Just as Jiang Han was immersed in the euphoria of his enhanced power, the bedroom door was flung open with tremendous force. Su Qingge rushed in with an expression of sheer panic, her hand gripping a Glock pistol tightly. Her complexion was terrible, her eyes betraying profound exhaustion and terror. "You're finally awake." Upon seeing Jiang Han sitting on the bed, Su Qingge visibly exhaled in relief, nearly collapsing on the spot. "If you hadn't woken up, we wouldn't be able to hold the line any longer." "What's happening?" Jiang Han reined in his aura and rose from the bed. Outside, everything's gone haywire." Su Qingge pulled aside the heavy curtains. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. Beyond the window, it was no longer shrouded in absolute darkness. That eerie dark red aurora still hung upon the celestial canopy, dyeing the entire world in hues of blood. Even more bizarre was the temperature. The thermometer mounted on the wall starkly displayed -45°C. Although still frigidly cold compared to the previous 100 degrees below zero, this was practically a warming trend. "The temperature is rising?" Jiang Han asked. "Yes. Since the red light appeared yesterday, the temperature has been climbing." Su Qingge's voice trembled. "But this is by no means good news. The terrifying part is..." She swallowed hard as though recalling some unspeakably horrific image. "Those corpses frozen to death, they've thawed. And worse, they're moving." Jiang Han's gaze sharpened. So it had finally come. Frost corpses. These were the product of red light energy stimulating dead cells back into activity. They were neither alive nor human, devoid of pain, incapable of fatigue. Their sole instinct was to devour anything living that radiated heat. "Where is Zhao Gang?" Jiang Han asked. "He's guarding the door. Just half an hour ago the trap downstairs was triggered," Su Qingge said rapidly. "But this time something's not right." Zhao Gang says whatever triggered the trap isn't afraid of crossbow bolts. It took 3 arrows to the body and kept climbing. It's almost reached the 27th floor. Let's go take a look. Jiang Han casually threw on a tactical windbreaker and strode out of the bedroom. The stairwell access on the 28th floor. Zhao Gang, drenched in sweat, stood guard at the firing slit behind the blast door, clutching a homemade nail gun in his hands with a fire axe resting beside him. Duo had been locked inside room 2802. Hearing footsteps, Zhao Gang turned. Upon seeing Jiang Han, this resolute man's eyes unexpectedly glistened with tears. Mr. Jiang, you finally awakened. Zhao Gang's voice carried a tremor. Whatever's down there, it's not human at all. I know. Jiang Han stepped up to the firing slit and peered outward. The temperature in the corridor had also risen to approximately 30 degrees below zero. The thick frost that once coated the walls had begun to melt, droplets of black water trickling down with audible plinking. The air reeked with a nauseating, putrid stench of decay. At the stairwell landing connecting the 27th and 28th floors, a twisted black shadow was writhing upward in a grotesquely abnormal manner. Its joints appeared to be completely broken, its limbs bent backward as it supported itself. The clothes on its body were tattered and torn, but its skin displayed a grayish-white pallor, as though it had been soaked and bloated in water, its surface mottled with dark red cadaverous stains. 3 steel arrows were embedded in its chest and abdomen, the arrowheads buried deep within. Black viscous fluid seeped from the wounds, yet it seemed entirely oblivious, persistently crawling toward the door above that radiated heat. When it raised its head, Su Chinga drew a sharp breath of cold air. That face, although swollen and deformed, with its eyeballs frozen into 2 black hollows, and its mouth twisted askew, drooling saliva, Su Chinga still recognized it. Isn't that the blind, edgy dude from before? It was the resident of room 701, who had been blinded by pepper spray during the first wave of building attacks and later frozen to death on the 24th floor. He had resurrected, growling. A low growl reminiscent of a broken bellows emanated from the monster's throat. Having caught the scent of living beings, its movements suddenly accelerated. Using both hands and feet, it lunged at the blast door like a giant spider. Stay back. Zhao Gang squeezed the trigger of the nail gun. Uff, uff. 2 steel nails were discharged, striking the monster's shoulder and neck with precision. The nails sank into the rotting flesh, but the monster merely wobbled slightly, its speed undiminished. Physical attacks were nearly useless against it. Mr. Jiang, use your compound bow. The kind with poison-tipped arrows. Su Chinga hastily reminded him. No need to waste the poison. Jiang Han said calmly. Frostbite, no? One toxin was designed for living mutated creatures. It had limited effect on these thoroughly dead walking corpses. He opened the narrow observation window set into the blast door. The monster had crawled all the way to the door, frantically pounding the door panel with its rotting hands, leaving black, bloody handprints. Its revolting face was pressed almost flush against the observation window, its hollow eye sockets fixated intently on the people inside. Step back. Jiang Han instructed the 2 behind him. Zhao Gang and Su Chinga instinctively retreated 2 steps. Jiang Han did not pick up any weapon. He merely extended his right index finger, reaching through the gap in the observation window to point at the monster's head, which was still frantically slamming against the door. His gaze instantly grew as indifferent as that of a deity. Within Jiang Han's field of vision, the spatial coordinates occupied by the monster were instantaneously locked. His fingertip flicked lightly, drawing a subtle line through the void. A single word slipped softly from his lips. Sever. Sizzle. An exceedingly fine black line resembling a spatial displacement flashed into existence at the monster's neck without warning, then vanished. There was no earth-shattering sound. No explosion of blood and flesh. The monster's movements froze in an instant. It remained in its door-pounding posture, but that grotesque swollen head slid cleanly from its neck, as though severed by the most precise laser cutter. Thud. The head dropped to the ground, rolled a couple of times, and landed face up. Those hollow eye sockets still stared at the blast door. Immediately after, its headless body seemed to finally register what had happened. It convulsed twice, then collapsed into a heap of rotting flesh. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Even the fractured layers of bone and blood vessels were clearly visible. Only after several seconds did black foul blood begin to well forth. Deathly silence. Zhao Gang and Su Chinga inside the door were utterly stunned. They hadn't even seen what Jiang Han had done. No arrows, no bullets, not even any visible physical weapon. Jiang Han had merely pointed casually, and the head of the monster, which had been impervious to nail guns, had simply fallen off. This had transcended the bounds of their comprehension. What kind of martial art is this? Zhao Gang stammered, looking at Jiang Han as though he were an alien. Su Chinga was more perceptive than Zhao Gang. She recalled that previous scene of Jiang Han hovering in the air, those golden sigils. An ability, she murmured to herself. You've awakened? Jiang Han offered no explanation. He withdrew his finger, examined his fingertip, and was thoroughly satisfied with the result of this inaugural strike. The destructive power of space severance was indeed domineering. This rule-based attack that ignored all defenses was virtually a cheat code existence. Engineer Zhao put on a gas mask and thick gloves later and dispose of the corpse outside. Remember to burn it completely. Don't leave any contamination behind. Jiang Han instructed as though he had merely swatted a fly. Dr. So come with me. Jiang Han turned and walked back into the living room, his silhouette growing ever more enigmatic and unfathomable. The beginner's protection period has ended. Jiang Han stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the blood-red world beyond, his voice low. From today onward, what we face will no longer be humans, but ghosts. Evening 1800. Outdoor temperature -40°C. Weather crimson sunset. In the stairwell of the 28th floor, the air was so foul, it was suffocating. Ugh. Even though he was wearing a heavy industrial gas mask, Zhao Gang could not help but retch. Clad in a full rubber hazmat suit and thick heavy-duty work gloves, he was laboriously dragging the torso of the headless frozen corpse. Having warmed up slightly, the monster's body had gone completely limp. Its skin slick and slimy, like the bloated belly of a rotting fish, would peel away at the slightest touch, exposing the grayish-black muscle fibers beneath. The severed head that had rolled to the side was an even more gruesome sight, with some sort of viscous fluid still oozing from its hollow eye sockets. Hang in there, Engineer Zhao. Su Qingge stood a few steps above him, holding a spray bottle and continuously dousing the corpse and the surroundings with high-concentration disinfectant. Her face was also pale, but as a doctor, her psychological resilience was stronger than Zhao Gang's. Mr. Jiang said that these things are teeming with viral sources. If we don't burn them completely and the corpse fluids leak downstairs, it will cause more people to infect and mutate. I know, Dr. Su. Zhao Gang replied in a muffled voice. Gritting his teeth, he clamped the corpse with a pair of large iron tongs and dragged it inch by inch toward the incineration point in the stairwell. Behind the explosion-proof door, Jiang Han watched all of this coldly through the observation window. He did not offer to help. This was an adaptation process that Zhao Gang had to go through. In this new world, disposing of monster corpses would become the norm. If he could not even overcome this mental hurdle, no amount of mechanical talent would be of any use. Half an hour later, a raging fire erupted in the stairwell. To completely incinerate this mutated corpse, which had an extremely high water content, Zhao Gang had poured a full half bucket of gasoline. The flames crimsoned the dim stairwell as thick black smoke billowed, and the foul stench of burnt protein mixed with chemical agents assaulted their senses. Only when the very last bone had been reduced to ashes did Zhao Gang and Su Qingge return to the foyer of room 2801 utterly exhausted. In this specially designed buffer zone, they underwent a full 20 minutes of ultraviolet disinfection and alcohol spraying before finally shedding their protective suits and entering the apartment. Returning to the comfortably temperature-controlled living room, Zhao Gang collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, as if he had just finished running a marathon. Mr. Jiang, was that thing really transformed from someone downstairs? Zhao Gang took the water cup handed to him by Duodua, his hands still trembling. How could it not be afraid of nails? My nail gun hit it like it was hitting a piece of rotten meat. There was absolutely no reaction. Because it was already dead. Jiang Han sat on a single-seater sofa, idly twirling a delicate scalpel from Su Qingge's toolbox. The blade flipped nimbly through his fingertips, glinting with a cold light. Dead people feel no pain. Unless you blow its head off and destroy the remnants of its brainstem neural center, it will keep moving. Jiang Han halted his movements and looked up toward the blood-red world outside the window. And this is merely the lowest tier of the walking dead. They are nothing more than passively resurrected puppets. The real trouble lies with the living. Jiang Han's words were by no means alarmist. At this very moment, on the other floors of Building 28, a drastic transformation was quietly unfolding. That highly penetrating red light, acting like a key to a genetic lock, was forcibly opening the Pandora's box within every survivor. On the 20th floor, in a certain household, a middle-aged woman in her 50s lay on the bed, her body burning with a persistent high fever. Her husband paced around anxiously, repeatedly placing cold towels on her forehead. Old man, I'm so hot. I feel like there's a fire burning in my stomach. The woman groaned in agony, her skin turning as red as a boiled shrimp. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open, a strange red light flashing in her pupils. Hungry. I'm so hungry. With astonishing strength, she shoved her husband aside, sending the 150-pound old man crashing into the wall. She then stumbled into the kitchen, grabbing anything edible and stuffing it into her mouth. Moldy rice, rock-hard frozen raw meat, and even expired seasoning packets. Her stomach was like a bottomless pit. As she gorged herself frantically, her loose skin actually began to tighten, and her fingernails grew longer and harder at a rate visible to the naked eye. This was a gluttony-type physical mutation awakening. Though low tier, it possessed immense destructive power in its early stages. On the 12th floor in a young man's home. This young man was a notorious weakling and shut-in the neighborhood, usually unable to even unscrew a bottle cap. But right now he was kneeling on the floor clawing at his chest in agony. The pain is killing me. He felt as though his bones were being shattered and reconstructed inch by inch. The excruciating pain made him on the verge of fainting. Under the illumination of the red light, his frail body began to swell. His withered muscles bulged like inflating balloons, and his skin cracked open, oozing traces of blood. Crack, crack. The sound of bones popping echoed continuously. In just over 10 minutes, he had transformed from a frail 1.7-meter-tall shut-in into a muscular colossus nearly 2 meters tall. He stood up looking somewhat dazed at his arms, which had doubled in girth. He casually grabbed the edge of the solid wood dining table nearby and applied a gentle squeeze. Crack. The hard corner of the solid wood table was snapped off by his bare hands as easily as a biscuit. Strength awakening. In room 2801 before the large surveillance screen, Jiang Han frequently switched between the camera feeds of the corridors and the exterior walls. Although most people were mutating inside their homes and out of camera sight, he could still sense the agitation of the entire building through subtle clues. Delirious wandering figures began to appear in the hallways. What occasionally echoed was no longer cries of grief, but beast-like roars and the sound of heavy objects smashing against the walls. The awakening wave has erupted. Jiang Han looked at the screen, his voice as calm as if he were broadcasting the weather. Just like what I experienced before. High fever, intense pain, starvation. Those who endure it will gain strength. Those who don't. He pointed to a dark shadow flitting past a window downstairs. Will turn into the kind of monster we saw just now. Zhao Gang's face turned pale as he heard this, and he subconsciously held Duo tightly. Then, what do we do? If they all awaken their powers, will they still fear us? Power is also divided into different tiers. Jiang Han smiled dismissively. What most people awaken is nothing more than the most basic physical reinforcement. Just a bit more strength, a bit thicker skin. Before my space blade, all living things are equal. However, Jiang Han turned his head, his gaze falling upon Su Qingge, who had remained silent in the corner ever since they returned. Dr. Su, how are you feeling? Jiang Han had noticed Su Qingge's abnormality some time ago. She did not have a fever. Quite the contrary. In this room kept at a constant 25 degrees Celsius, she had actually wrapped her tactical trench coat tightly around herself. Her lips were an unnatural bluish purple, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. It was cold, an extreme chill that seemed to emanate from the depths of her soul. Hearing Jiang Han's question, Su Qingge slowly raised her head. Her gaze was somewhat vacant, and her thoughts seemed to have slowed down. I'm so cold. Su Qingge's voice was shivering, and her exhaled breath actually formed a faint white mist in the warm air. Jiang Han, I feel like my blood is about to freeze. She reached out, attempting to grasp the hot water cup on the table. The very instant her fingertips brushed against the glass wall. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Within a tenth of a second, that cup of scalding hot water along with the glass itself was frozen solid, emitting a chilling mist. Frost rapidly spread from the cup onto the coffee table, blooming into a beautiful, yet deadly flower of ice crystals on the wooden tabletop. Zhao Gang and Duo cried out in alarm, instinctively leaping away. Su Qingge herself was stunned, staring at her hands in terror. Those hands were now so pale they were nearly translucent, with blue veins faintly visible beneath the skin. Did I do this? Don't be afraid. Jiang Han's voice sounded exceptionally steady and powerful at this moment. He stood up and walked over to Su Qingge. He reached out, and under Zhao Gang's terrified gaze clasped Su Qingge's hands, which were radiating an astonishing chill. The bone-chilling cold instantly surged up Jiang Han's palms, immediately forming a thin layer of frost on his skin. Yet he did not let go. The spatial energy within him circulated, isolating the frigid chill to the surface. Look at me. Jiang Han stared directly into Su Qingge's eyes, which had already begun to gleam with a faint, deep blue light. This is not an illness, nor is it a curse. Su Qingge, welcome to the new world. This is your talent, Absolute Zero. The Ice Queen of the past life had finally at this very moment revealed the first fierce, yet beautiful glint of her edge. Day 16 of the Cataclysm. Outdoor temperature, -35°C. Weather crimson, perpetual daylight, light breeze. As the night passed, the red light outside the window showed no sign of fading. Instead, it seemed to grow thicker and more viscous, submerging the entire world in a deeply unsettling crimson hue. The temperature had risen to -35 degrees. For those who had grown accustomed to the extreme cold of -100 degrees, this could almost be considered warm. But this was by no means good news. Inside the living room of room 2801, the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. While the climate control system still maintained a comfortable 25 degrees, the air temperature near the sofa area was noticeably several degrees colder, to the point where one's breath condensed into visible white mist. The source of this cold was Suchinga. At this moment, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, she curled up in the corner of the sofa. Her complexion was so pale it was almost translucent, and her lips bore an eerie pale blue hue. Tiny ice crystals clung to her long hair. With every breath, she took delicate frost flowers continuously condensed in the surrounding air before drifting down onto the carpet. "How are you feeling?" Jiang Han walked over holding a cup of freshly warmed milk and handed it to her. Suchinga reached out to take it. The instant her fingertips brushed against the wall of the cup, a thin crust of ice instantly formed over the surface of the hot milk inside. "I'm sorry." Suchinga recoiled her hand, as if shocked, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. "I can't control it. I feel like there's an iceberg dwelling inside my body, endlessly releasing frigid energy. The more I try to suppress it, the harder it lashes back." This power was far too immense for someone who had just awakened. It was akin to a toddler holding a nuclear launch button. "Do not suppress it," Jiang Han said, placing the cup on the coffee table as he guided her in a calm tone. "Try to accept it, to guide it. Visualize it as a part of your body, just like your arm." He extended his hand, palm upward, gesturing for Suchinga to place her hand upon it. Suchinga hesitated for a moment before slowly placing her bone-chillingly cold hand onto Jiang Han's palm. In an instant, the skin of Jiang Han's palm began to freeze at a visible rate. Yet his expression remained unchanged. The spatial energy within his body surged, forming an invisible barrier over his skin that shielded him from the soul-freezing chill. "Can you feel it? My body heat." Jiang Han looked into her eyes. Deep within those once clear dark pupils, a faint, eerie blue light was shimmering. "Your power is incredibly formidable. Absolute zero. This is a supreme law capable of freezing even time itself. Do not fear it, you are its master." Under Jiang Han's guidance and the soothing influence of his spatial energy, the violent, frigid energy within Suchinga finally began to subside. She tried taking a deep breath, visualizing drawing the overflowing cold back into her body. A miracle occurred. The ice crystals in her hair began to melt, and the white mist in the surrounding air slowly dissipated. Though her body temperature remained alarmingly low, she was at least no longer like an uncontrollable human refrigerator. I think I feel a bit better." Suchinga looked at her hands in pleasant surprise. "Step up your practice," Jiang Han said, withdrawing his hand as the frost on his palm instantly vaporized. "You do not have much time left. The bastards downstairs won't give you the luxury of adapting slowly." Jiang Han was right. With the rising temperatures and the sudden outbreak of the awakening wave, the ecological environment of Building 28 underwent an earth-shattering transformation overnight. Inside the surveillance room, Zhao Gang was staring at the rows of screens drenched in sweat, his expression grim. "Mr. Zhang, take a look." Jiang Han walked over, his gaze sweeping across the surveillance feeds. Due to the rising temperatures, black sewage trickled down the walls and ceilings, while a thick layer of sludge mixed with garbage and excrement accumulated on the floor. The air was thick with a stench of decay, mold, and blood so foul it felt almost palpable through the screens. Yet despite this wretched environment, the survivors were no longer hiding in their homes as lifelessly as before. In the hallway of the 15th floor, a heavily built bald man with a bare torso was frantically smashing the walls. Roar! With every roar, his fist slammed violently against the concrete wall. Dull thuds echoed through the corridor. The load-bearing wall, originally incredibly solid, was actually dented with deep craters by his bare fists, sending cement fragments flying in all directions. His fists were dripping with blood, yet he seemed entirely numb to the pain, growing increasingly ecstatic with every strike of bloodthirsty red light gleaming in his eyes. A strength type awakened. In the stairwell of the 12th floor, a petite figure was leaping and darting along the handrails at an incredible speed. Leaping from one floor to the next took him a mere second, like an agile monkey. The muscles in his legs were exceptionally well developed, leaving deep footprints on the walls with every stride. A speed agility type awakened. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, a faint flame conjured itself out of thin air in a woman's hand. Though it could only ignite a sheet of paper, it was already well within the realm of the supernatural. "It's chaos, absolute chaos," Zhao Gang muttered, wiping away his cold sweat. Before they feared the cold and hunger, not daring to step outside. Now that many have awakened their powers, they think they're invincible and have started roaming everywhere. And what's more, Zhao Gang pointed to another screen, they've begun forming alliances. On the screen was the spacious living room of an apartment on the 20th floor. About a dozen people had gathered there. Leading them was none other than the bald man who had been smashing the walls on the 15th floor. He sat imperiously on the sofa, his foot resting on a box of moldy biscuits plundered from who knows where. Everyone around him was utterly deferential, and a few women were even kneeling on the floor massaging his legs. Holding a machete, the bald man was animatedly shouting something to the crowd, spit flying from his mouth. Jiang Han turned up the volume of the surveillance microphone. Amidst the static and crackling of the audio, the bald man's arrogant voice came through. Listen up, everyone. The world has changed. My makes right now, I can kill a bull with a single punch. Follow me from now on, and as long as I get a bite of meat, you'll get a sip of broth. All hail the boss. The crowd echoed in unison, their eyes gleaming with the fanatical joy of having found a new protector. However, this little food we have won't last us more than a few days. The bald man shifted his tone, pointing a finger toward the ceiling, a greedy and ruthless light flashing in his eyes. That kid named Jiang on the top floor occupies the best apartment and possesses the most supplies. Before we lacked the strength and feared his traps. But things are different now. He stood up abruptly and slammed his fist onto the coffee table in front of him. The marble coffee table shattered into pieces instantly. Once I train for a couple more days, we'll charge up. Security door. I'll smash it to pieces with a single punch. When the time comes, that kid's woman will be mine, and we'll divide the supplies among ourselves. Smash him. Grab the supplies. Take the women. These thugs, whose egos had instantly inflated upon acquiring a fraction of power, let out beast-like howls within the cramped room. On this side of the monitor, Zhao Gang's face went pale as he listened. Mr. Jiang, they've gone mad. If over a dozen of them, including several awakened, charge up here, my traps might not. Although he had confidence in his mechanisms, he felt utterly out of his depth when facing such supernatural power. Jiang Han watched the reveling beasts on the screen with an expressionless face. Engineer Zhao, what do you think is different about the current situation compared to before? Jiang Han asked suddenly. Zhao Gang froze for a moment. Different? They've grown stronger, and they're even less afraid of death. No. Jiang Han shook his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Before, they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Though they might bite when driven mad by hunger, they were weak at their core. But now, Jiang Han pointed at the bald man. They have grown fangs. They believe they have become wolves. Since they consider themselves wolves, we can no longer use methods meant for sheep. Jiang Han turned and walked toward the living room. Suchinga had mostly brought her body temperature under control. Though she was still cold, she was at least no longer freezing things. Seeing Jiang Han approach, she keenly sensed the murderous intent radiating from him. Are you ready? Jiang Han asked. Suchinga stood up and took a deep breath, the surrounding air temperature instantly dropping by several degrees. Anytime. Excellent. Jiang Han took down a Tang Dao that had gone unused for a long time from the weapon rack and drew it from its sheath. Under the crimson light, the snow-bright blade reflected an eerie blood-red sheen. Engineer Zhao, guard the home and hold the 28th floor, Jiang Han instructed, looking back at Zhao Gang. If anyone comes up, you know how to entertain them with the elevator shaft. Yes. Zhao Gang replied, gritting his teeth. Leading Suchinga, Jiang Han walked up to the blast-resistant door. Without looking at the monitors, he directly entered the passcode and turned the lock. With a heavy click and a low rumble, a wave of damp, decaying heat rushed over them. Jiang Han stepped out of his pristine, warm fortress, treading onto the muddy, filthy blood in the corridor. Passive defense is far too boring. Jiang Han's voice echoed through the empty corridor, carrying the weight of a grim reaper's sentence. Since our neighbors are so energetic, it is time we head downstairs to host a friendly ability exchange meeting. Emergency lights in the hallway flickered erratically, their buzzing hiss cutting through the frigid air as the temperature hovered at -30°C. A nauseating, damp, rotten odor hung in the air, a mix of thawed corpse fluids, excretion, and fermenting garbage. A layer of black viscous liquid covered the floor, squelching with every step. Jiang Han, in a black tactical coat and high boots, walked the filthy corridor as if on a quiet stroll. His expression was indifferent, as if the surrounding stench did not exist. Half a step behind him, Suchinga wore a white polar parka, her hands empty, rather than holding a weapon. Although she tried to remain calm, her hands still exuded a faint chill, betraying her inner tension and a hint of excitement. This was her first time facing an enemy as an awakener. The door to room 2002 was kicked open by Jiang Han. The originally solid security door, after its lock was forcibly breached, collapsed. Inside, the previously boisterous revelry abruptly ceased. Dozens of eyes looked toward the doorway in unison. The living room was filled with smoke, and the floor was littered with empty bottles and food wrappers. The bald man Lu Chong sat on the sofa confidently, one foot resting on the coffee table. Beside him, two scantily clad women were giving him leg massages, clearly his harem in the building. In a corner, several thin men lay on the ground like dogs licking bone fragments. This was a microcosm of the post-apocalyptic society: extreme violence and extreme class division. Oh. The bald Lu Chong saw Jiang Han and first paused, then dropped the chicken bones, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. Lu Chong taunted that he had been coming to find him and did not expect a pretty boy like Jiang Han to come to him. He stood up, a 2-meter-tall frame like a mountain of flesh, muscles, knotted skin colored in an abnormal purple, red veins bulging. still bringing that female doctor along. Lu Chang's gaze fixed on Su Qingge, his eyes growing lewd, and he licked his lips with a crimson tongue, noting that her physique and skin were far superior to the others. Jiang Han, are you here to offer tribute? Leave the woman and the supplies, and I might spare you. The surrounding underlings burst into laughter, some whistling, waving iron bars, and watermelon knives, certain they had Jiang Han surrounded. To them, Jiang Han was powerful only when hiding in a shell. Now that he had stepped out, he was a turtle without a shell. Jiang Han did not speak. He simply scanned the room. There were 12 thugs in total, 3 bore obvious energy fluctuations, and were likely awakeners. Besides Lu Chang being a strength type, there was a wiry man crouched on the windowsill, an agile awaken, and a short-haired woman in the corner playing with a lighter. The flame in the woman's hand did not come from a lighter, it rose from her fingertips, a fire-type awakener. Jiang Han spoke, asking Su Qingge to handle the fire user, and that the others should be handled as she saw fit. What? The crowd froze, thinking they heard wrong. This brat would surround them 12 against 2. Die. The wiry man at the windowsill could not hold back. As an agile awaken, his speed was extremely fast. Whoosh. A shadow flashed. The wiry man kicked off the wall, hurtling toward Jiang Han with a dagger aimed at his throat. Too slow. Jiang Han did not lift a brow. Just as the dagger would have struck him, he sidestepped slightly. Then his right index finger lightly drew a line in the air. Flash. No one saw what happened. The wiry man let out a scream as his body seemed to hit an invisible net, instantly split in two. Blood and viscera burst in the air, spraying the ground. The upper and lower halves landed separately. The hand still holding the dagger convulsed on the floor, motionless. Silence. A deathly quiet. The previously arrogant thugs now looked like ducks with their throats pinched, unable to utter a sound. Lu Chang's smile stiffened, eyes twitching madly. What sort of trick was that? Before they could react, Jiang Han gave another order move. Those words were aimed at Su Qingge. She took a deep breath, her hesitation replaced by cold resolve. She remembered Jiang Han's teaching and the corpses in the hallway. She stepped forward, pressing both hands to the ground. I seal. A visible white cold aura surged from her hands like a tsunami through the room. Crack, crack. The damp floor instantly froze. The underlings, slow to react, slid and fell to the ground. Before they could rise, the chill spread along their limbs, freezing their hands and feet to the floor. Ah, so cold. My legs. Help me. My hands won't move. Cries rose. This is the terror of the S-rank, absolute zero. Even at the initial stage, this wide area control was unmatched by ordinary awakeners. You wench, how dare you toy with ice before me, the fire witch. The short-haired fire mage was furious. She is a fire element, awaken naturally counters ice. Fireball. She roared, palms rubbing together. 2 orange-red flames formed in her palms, basketball-sized, radiating intense heat, and slammed towards Su Qingge. The fireball hissed as it swept through the air, evaporating moisture instantly. Su Qingge watched it approach, instinctively preparing to dodge. Don't dodge. Jiang Han's voice spoke from behind. Ice is not only for freezing, it is the strongest shield. Su Qingge steadied her heart. She pressed her hands together, then pulled them apart at her chest. Ice shield. The moisture in the air instantly condensed, forming a shield of 10-centimeter thick ice in front of her. This ice was not ordinary white ice, but a deep blue glow with high density. Boom. 2 fireballs struck the shield, sending sparks everywhere. White smoke curled off the shield, melting a layer of vapor, but the shield remained intact with no cracks. The short-haired fire mage stared in disbelief. Her fireball's temperature was hundreds of degrees, yet it could not burn through that ice. Is this it? Su Qingge studied the pristine ice shield, confidence swelling. So I am strong too. Through the transparent shield, she regarded the panicked fire mage with a cold glint in her eyes. Now it is my turn. Su Qingge waved her right hand, 5 sharp ice spikes forming at her fingertips. Go. The ice spikes shot through the air faster than a bullet. The fire mage did not have time to conjure a second fireball before 5 spikes struck. 1 spike pinned her shoulder, 2 pinned her thighs, 2 more pinned her palms, pinning her in a large X against the wall. A piercing scream echoed down the corridor. Blood and viscera sprayed into the air and froze. The pain was far worse than mere bleeding. Trash. All of you are trash. Lu Chang's smile vanished as he roared in rage. He ripped out a solid rebar from under the sofa, thick as a wrist, a piece salvaged from a construction site. I am going to fight you all. He roared like a beast, his muscles swelling again and his shirt tearing. He stomped the floor. Boom. The frozen ground cracked into a large pit, ice chips flying. With the terrifying recoil, he charged like an out-of-control tank, swinging the rebar, wind roaring toward Jiang Han. The force of the blow would exceed a ton. An ordinary person in armor would be ground to pulp. Jiang Han, be careful, Su Qingge cried. But Jiang Han did not move, not even flinching. He simply watched the incoming bald man, the feral grin on his face, and the deathly rebar. Not bad power, Jiang Han commented, but your mind is not working well. Just as the rebar was within 10 centimeters of his head, Jiang Han raised his left hand not to catch, but with his palm up performing a hovering motion. Spatial barrier. Lu Chang felt his rebar sink into a thick glue or strike an unseen wall. The rebar, strong enough to crush stone, stopped 5 centimeters above Jiang Han's head. No matter how hard Lu Chang strained, the rebar remained unmoving. What is this thing? Lu Chang cried in fear. Jiang Han smiled faintly, a smile that sent shivers through him. What is this thing? Lu Chang cried in fear. Jiang Han smiled faintly, a smile that sent shivers through him. Not enough, Jiang Han said with a cool smile as the rebar hovered above his head. Jiang Han raised his right hand, his index finger drawing a line in the air, a slash. A dark line flashed. Lu Chang's wrist grew cold, followed by searing pain. The right hand gripping the rebar was severed at the wrist. The cut was smooth as a mirror, blood spurted as the hand fell. The heavy rebar clattered to the floor. My hand! My hand! Lu Chang cried, clutching the severed wrist, and rolling in pain, his arrogance dissolving into fear. He finally understood that the man before him was not a slaughter target, but a demon wearing human skin. This was not a fight on the same level. This was slaughter. Jiang Han stepped forward, pressing a foot on Lu Chang's chest. Crack. Several ribs broke, and a muffled groan sprayed out with blood. Now we talk. Jiang Han looked down at him cold. You said you would take my supplies and play with my woman. Su Qingge had already dealt with the fire mage. She stood nearby, panting. The ground around her was a frozen ice world. The underlings were frozen and trembling, unable to flee. Dr. Su, what do you think? Jiang Han asked. Su Qingge looked at Lu Chang with a cold gaze. When he said he would toy with me, he did not expect I would spare him. Ice spike. A sharp ice spike rose from the ground, piercing Lu Chang's throat precisely. Lu Chang widened his eyes, clutching his throat, convulsing a few times before stilling. Dead. The awakened power-type thug who had just begun to dominate a region died in his own living room. The remaining survivors collapsed. Do not kill me, we surrender. We were forced by Lu Chang. Jiang Han did not look at them. He scanned the room with cold eyes. From today, Building 28, I am in charge. From his voice, those who want to live should tidy this up. Throw the bodies downstairs. In half an hour, all survivors who can move should gather in the first floor lobby. Latecomers die. After finishing, Jiang Han turned and walked away, his black coat flaring behind him. Su Qingge stored away her power and followed. They left room 2002 and reached the corridor. Su Qingge suddenly felt her legs go weak, almost losing her balance. Jiang Han reached out to steady her. Well done. Jiang Han looked at her pale face, and for the first time showed a hint of real praise. That ice shield was quick to react. Su Qingge looked up at him, forcing a faint smile. Thank you for the compliment, boss. She knew she had passed the trial. From now on, she would be the true Ice Queen, a comrade who could stand beside Jiang Han, no longer a doctor in need of protection. Let us go to the next floor. Jiang Han released her hand and continued downward. Although the biggest thorn is solved, there should still be many interesting neighbors waiting for us to greet them. There are rumors that they have real riot gear, even firearms hidden away. 9:30 p.m. The lobby of Building 28. Temperature, -25°C. Compared to the howling gale at higher floors, the first floor lobby felt relatively mild, but only because it lay buried beneath thick layers of snow. The once spacious and luminous grand lobby, once adorned with marble flooring, had been transformed into a makeshift military stronghold. Rows of barricades constructed from sandbags, office desks, and riot shields blocked the only passage leading to the elevator shaft and stairwell. Behind the barricades, several security guards clad in heavy cold weather gear and riot helmets stood at attention, gripping riot forks and rubber batons as they kept watch over the stairwell entrance. This was the official stronghold of Building 28, and indeed the entire Daijing Bay residential complex. The Property Management Security Department. Captain Zhang Lei, a man in his 40s and a veteran, served as the head of security for the community. Zhang Lei sat behind the barricade on a leather sofa, methodically cleaning a black Type 97 riot gun. Captain, there was a loud commotion upstairs just now. A young security guard approached, his voice tense. It seemed like that bald Lu Chang and his crew were causing trouble. There were screams too, and they didn't sound like good ones. Humph, a pack of mad dogs who don't know when they're dead. Zhang Lei sneered, racking the bolt with a sharp click. Let them run wild. Once they've exhausted themselves fighting each other, we'll come down and clean up the corpses. Remember, as long as we hold the generator room and supply storage in the basement, this building is ours. Zhang Lei was clever. In the early stages of the disaster, he had not rushed to plunder like Wang Dafu had done. Instead, he had immediately secured the basement with his men. The backup diesel generator and a stockpile of rice flour and cooking oil hoarded by the property management cafeteria were stored there. With these resources and the weapons at his disposal, he maintained control over his 12-man security team. But that Jiang Han, the young guard hesitated. He said to be unnerving. Wang Dafu was killed by him. Do you think the disturbance upstairs might have been Jiang Han coming down? Jiang Han. A flicker of apprehension crossed Zhang Lei's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by the confidence his weapon gave him. Superpowers. Dark arts. Everyone's equal before a shotgun. Zhang Lei patted the gun in his hand. We've got 3 riot guns and several homemade pistols hidden away. No matter how capable he is, he's still flesh and blood. Can he move faster than bullets? At that moment, tap tap tap, rhythmic footsteps echoed from behind the heavy fire door at the stairwell. The sound was quiet, but in the dead silence of the lobby, it cut sharply through the air. Every guard's nerves tensed instantly. Ready. Zhang Lei barked the command, raising his riot gun and locking the barrel onto the door. The other guards followed suit, leveling their shields and gripping their electric batons and machetes. The fire door creaked open. There was no army, no monstrous creatures. Only a man and a woman. 2 people. Jiang Han led the way ahead, his black tactical coat immaculate with not a trace of blood, as though he had simply returned from a leisurely stroll. Behind him trailed Su Qingge, her expression cool and detached, a faint white mist swirling about her. Seeing just 2 people, Zhang Lei's tension eased slightly, though wariness still lingered in his eyes. Jiang Han property owner Jiang. Zhang Lei rose from behind the barricade, offering a hollow smile. Why bother coming all the way down to this damp first floor at night? Shouldn't you be staying in your comfortable little paradise? Inspecting the premises, Jiang Han replied, pausing to glance across the crude barricades before fixing his gaze on the weapon in Zhang Lei's hands. And cleaning up some trash. Cleaning up trash. Zhang Lei's expression darkened. Jiang Han, don't mistake killing a few thugs for invincibility. This is the property security department, not somewhere you can run wild. For the sake of your status as an owner, I'll give you a chance, Zhang Lei sneered. Turn around and get out of here now, and I won't lay a hand on you. Otherwise. He raised his gun sharply, the barrel leveling directly at Jiang Han's chest. At the same time, 2 other guards behind the barricade pulled out crude handmade pistols, roughly crafted but perfectly adequate for close-range killing. And what happens if I don't? Jiang Han asked with a faint, enigmatic smile. Then I'll make you understand why flowers are red. Zhang Lei grinned wickedly. I know you've got supplies, and I know your apartment's nicely furnished. My men are tired of sitting in this basement. We want a change of scenery. Hand over the keys, and this stays friendly. As expected in this apocalypse, everyone eventually resorted to plunder. Su Qingge felt an instinctive tension as she stared at those dark gun barrels. Her ice shield could deflect fireballs, but whether it could withstand close-range shotgun blasts was uncertain. She almost instinctively raised her hand to summon an ice wall, but Jiang Han placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't be nervous. He signaled her to relax. He looked at Zhang Lei the way one might regard a clown. Captain Zhang, do you know why I've waited this long to find you? Jiang Han took a slow step forward. Because I was waiting for you to load your ammunition and disengage the safety catches. What do you mean? Unease surged through Zhang Lei. What I mean is. Jiang Han raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and made a grasping motion toward Zhang Lei. His spatial ability, having undergone a secondary awakening, was no longer limited to physical contact. Within a 5-meter radius, as long as his mental energy could lock onto an object, and it was not firmly attached to a living being, he could forcibly remove it. Give me that. Collect. A strange ripple seemed to distort the air. The next instant, Zhang Lei felt his weapon suddenly lighter in his grip. The heavy, cold riot gun had vanished into thin air, and he was not the only one. His 2 companions with the crude pistols gasped in unison. Their weapons were gone too, leaving them clutching nothing but empty air in awkward firing stances. My gun. Where did it go? My gun. Where did it go? Panic erupted through the security team. For men whose authority rested entirely on firepower, losing their weapons meant losing their courage. Looking for these. Jiang Han turned his palm upward. 3 guns and several boxes of ammunition materialized on the floor beside his feet with a clatter. He did not bother picking them up. Instead, he kicked the Type 97 riot gun toward the corner like one would dismiss trash. Without these fire sticks, what do you have left? He asked, coldly, watching Zhang Lei's face drain of color. Are you man or ghost? Zhang Lei stumbled backward in terror, his legs shaking violently. This display of telekinesis shattered everything he thought he understood about the world. I'm your new boss now, Jiang Han stated without further words, his figure blurring as he moved. His enhanced physique allowed him to move with the speed of a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, crossing the barricade to stand before Zhang Lei. A sharp slap cracked through the air. Even a veteran like Zhang Lei could not react in time. The force of the blow sent him spinning through the air before he crashed to the ground, his face swelling instantly as teeth mixed with blood flew from his mouth. Captain. The remaining guards surged forward to assist, but Su Qingge's voice cut through the chaos, cold and sharp. Move and you die. Her palms pressed against the floor. Ice thorn hell. Jagged icicles erupted from the floor tiles, without warning, halting inches from each guard's feet, groin, and throat. A single misstep would drive them through flesh. Silence fell over the lobby. The only sound was Zhang Lei's pained groaning on the ground. Now do you understand human language? Jiang Han pressed his boot against Zhang Lei's chest, looking down at him. I understand. I understand. Zhang Lei nodded painfully, his earlier ferocity replaced by raw terror. Master Jiang, please don't kill me. I'll give you everything. The fuel, the generator in the basement. I'm not going to kill you because you're still useful to me, Jiang Han said, lifting his foot. Take your men and clear out the basement. In 30 minutes, I want the generator running. Furthermore, Jiang Han surveyed the group. From now on, you're the patrol squad for Building 28. Your job is to clear out zombies and maintain order. Anyone who slacks off or harbors doubts. He gestured toward the ice spikes on the ground. Next time they'll be growing inside your bellies. Yes. Yes. We'll obey. The guards dropped their weapons and prostrated themselves, heads bowing repeatedly. Before absolute power, dignity meant nothing. With the security team dealt with, Jiang Han did not rush back. Under Zhang Lei's guidance, he made his way to the second-level basement generator room. A standby diesel generator unit sufficient to power the building's essential lighting and elevators stood there. More importantly, a storage tank in the corner held roughly 2 tons of diesel fuel. Not much, but it's a supplement, Jiang Han acknowledged. While his spatial inventory contained tens of thousands of liters of fuel that was strategic reserve. Since convenient supplies were available, he would use the public ones first. Dr. Su, check the supplies here, Jiang Han instructed, pointing toward the adjacent property management warehouse. Su Chinga entered, and her eyes widened at what she saw. Such a lot of rice. And cases of cooking oil. Did the property cafeteria stock these for the new year? Though it paled compared to Jiang Han's personal reserves, this would be a fortune for sustaining the survivors in the building. Excellent. Jiang Han already had plans forming in his mind. He was not building merely a safe house. He was establishing a complete post-apocalyptic settlement with its own ecosystem. Some would handle combat. Others would manage technology. Still others would patrol and perform manual labor. Next, he would need people for farming, animal husbandry, and logistics. Jiang Han picked up his radio. Engineer Zhao, come down here. I need you to maintain this generator. Also get the elevator working. I'll be using it exclusively from now on. Copy that. On my way. Zhao Gang's excited voice crackled through the radio. That evening at 2330 on the top floor of Building 28, the hum of the basement generator brought partial power back to the entire building. Though only emergency corridor lights flickered on for survivors who had endured half a month in darkness, this feeble glow seemed like a miracle. Jiang Han stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city below. The world outside remained engulfed in deathly silence and darkness, yet Building 28 stood like a lighthouse amid the blizzard. First step complete. Jiang Han mused, swirling the red wine in his glass. He now held absolute control over the building. Internal threats eliminated, supplies abundant, defenses solidified. But this was far from enough. As the crimson light persisted, mutation affected more than just humanity. Deep in the city's shadows, beneath abandoned subway tunnels, within the cages of forgotten zoos, true horrors were beginning to stir. A knock came at the door. Su Chinga entered with a grave expression. Jiang Han, while the security team was clearing the underground parking garage, they discovered something unusual. What kind of thing? A cocoon, she explained, measuring it with her hands. It's enormous, shaped like a silkworm cocoon, but crimson red. It's fused to a support column on the 3rd basement level, and it's pulsing. Zhang Lei said something appears to be hatching inside it. Jiang Han's gaze sharpened instantly. A crimson cocoon, a breeding chamber for a mutant brood mother. It would typically give birth to boss-level creatures like blood zombies or mutant giant rat kings. Looks like there's a big player hiding in this building, Jiang Han observed, setting down his wine glass with a bloodthirsty curve to his lips. My spatial blade just finished sharpening. I've been looking for something to test it on. Let's go to the 3rd basement level. 0 AM Building 28, basement level 3, ambient temperature -10°C, affected by geothermal heat and biological nest. The fire door leading to basement level 3 was slowly pushed open, and a stench so thick it threatened to suffocation came rushing out. The smell was a nauseating blend of rotting flesh, fermented excrement, and an unsettling metallic sweetness reminiscent of rust. Even through the industrial-grade gas masks Jiang Han had distributed, Zhang Lei and the security guards behind him could not stop themselves from gagging. Their faces, illuminated by the harsh glare of the flashlights, had gone deathly pale. Jiang. Boss Jiang, it's just inside. Zhang Lei gripped the riot gun he had recovered, his voice trembling. That thing is too sinister. The walls around it have grown fur. Jiang Han said nothing, merely gesturing for the team to advance. He walked at the forefront, carrying no firearm. Only a gleaming tang blade angled toward the ground. Su Chinga followed close behind, hands tucked into her pockets, a faint aura of cold enveloping her as she prepared to unleash her abilities at any moment. As they pressed deeper, the once empty, frigid underground garage increasingly resembled the viscera of some massive creature. The floor was carpeted in a sticky, deep crimson fungal mat that produced a sickening, squelching sound beneath their boots. The walls and support pillars were crawling with thick, blood vessel-like vines of a dark red hue. They pulsed faintly as though pumping nutrients through some grotesque circulatory system. The luxury cars that had once been parked here were now entirely encased by the red fungal mat. Only half a wheel or a section of bumper visible, as though they had been swallowed halfway into the maw of some colossal beast. What the hell is this? A young security guard's legs went weak with terror, his flashlight wavering wildly. Is this an alien invasion? It's flesh and blood moss. Jiang Han's voice came through the mask, calm and low. This is a high-concentration mutation product induced by red light radiation. It absorbs all organic matter around it, channeling nutrients to the mother entity at the center of the nest. He halted his tactical boot, crushing a bone that had already turned brittle. Looking down, he saw it was a human femur. Beyond it lay an abundance of cat and dog remains, and even the massive skeletons of premutation rats. Seems this thing has quite an appetite. A cold glint flashed through Jiang Han's eyes. All those missing pets and stray cats and dogs in this building. Even the bodies that had disappeared earlier, they had all likely become its sustenance. If it isn't eliminated once it hatches, every living person in this building wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. We're here. Jiang Han stopped walking and switched off his flashlight. There was no longer any need for light. In the deepest corner of the B3 garage, once used to store miscellaneous items, a massive pulsating mass now radiated an eerie crimson glow. It was a fleshy cocoon as large as a small car. Suspended between two load-bearing pillars like a monstrous heart, its surface was laced with thick veins and blood vessels. With each beat came a heavy thud-thud that shook the atmosphere itself. The crimson light pulsed in rhythm, bathing the entire underground space in an infernal glow. Crawling densely around the cocoon were hundreds of mutated giant rats, each the size of a house cat. Their fur had fallen away, exposing raw red muscle beneath. Their crimson eyes gleamed, and their razor-sharp incisors jutted outward several inches long. They prostrated themselves before the giant cocoon as though worshipping at a shrine, emitting low, eerie squeaks. Holy hell! How many are there? Zhang Lei stared at the swarming mass, his scalp prickling as a trypophobic terror clawed at his mind. Squeal! At that moment, one of the sentinel rats detected the intruders. It let out a piercing shriek, and the once still swarm instantly erupted into frenzy. Hundreds of pairs of crimson eyes swiveled in unison, locking onto the figures at the entrance. The sensation of being targeted by countless bloodthirsty beasts nearly caused the guards to wet themselves. Open fire! Zhang Lei roared, instinctively pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The riot gun spat fire, and a dense spray of buckshot tore across the darkness. The rats at the vanguard were instantly obliterated into meat paste. But such losses were nothing to the vast swarm. Instead of retreating, the rats at the rear were driven into a frenzy by the scent of blood surging forward like a black tide. There are too many. We can't hold them. Help! Though the guards were armed, they were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the assault, their formation collapsing into chaos. Suchinga. Jiang Han remained still, his voice cool and unhurried. Understood. Suchinga stepped forward, removed her gas mask, and revealed a face of breathtaking frost-touched beauty. Amid the filth of the basement, she resembled an ice lotus blooming from within the mud. She drew a deep breath, and her eyes instantly transformed into a spectral blue. Frozen mausoleum. She slammed both palms against the ground. Boom! A terrifying wave of white cold erupted from her in a fan-shaped surge. The temperature plummeted so drastically that even the moisture in the air was instantly crystallized into ice needles. Crack, crack, crack. The rats at the forefront barely had time to scream before their bodies froze mid-stride, transforming into lifelike ice sculptures. The cold continued to spread like an invisible giant hand, sweeping over all the rats, fungal mats, and sewage. In just 3 seconds, the once roaring rat tide had been forcibly pressed into pause. The entire front half of the B3 garage had become a crystalline world of ice and snow. Hundreds of mutated rats. None had escaped. All were frozen in place. Hiss! The guards behind stared in awe, sucking in sharp breaths as they looked at Suchinga with newfound reverence. So this was the power of an ability user. So this was the seemingly frail female doctor. She was nothing less than a human blizzard. Well done. Jiang Han nodded, but his gaze passed over the frozen sculptures, fixing intently on the red cocoon that still pulsed with life. Though Suchinga's strike had been devastating, the toll on her was evident. Her body swayed slightly, her complexion ashen. It's not over yet. Jiang Han intoned deeply. The small ones are dealt with. The old one is coming out. As if to confirm his words, the massive red cocoon suddenly ceased its pulsing. Then, Ryup. The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the chamber. A massive claw bristling with black barbs pierced through the cocoon's membrane from within, extending outward, trailing viscous amniotic fluid. The claw was half a meter long, sharp as a blade, effortlessly slicing through the tough, fleshy membrane. Roar! A sound emerged from within the cocoon. Not a rat's squeal, but the thunderous bellow of a beast. Boom! The cocoon shattered completely. A mutated rat king its size rivaling that of a mature bull crashed to the ground, the impact making the floor tremble. Its body was devoid of fur, instead covered in a thick layer of black armor-like keratin. A ridge of bone spikes ran down its back, and its thick, powerful tail was tipped with a bony hammer. Its crimson eyes burned with savagery and cunning. It glanced at the frozen statues of its progeny scattered across the floor, and a flash of almost human-like fury crossed its gaze. Then it locked onto Su Chinga, the one responsible for this carnage. Roar! The Rat King's hind legs slammed against the ground, and its massive form exploded forward with terrifying speed belying its size, becoming a black lightning bolt as it lunged straight at Su Chinga. Watch out! Zhang Lei shouted, instinctively firing a shot. Clang! The bullet struck the Rat King's keratin layer, only producing a shower of sparks, not even breaking the skin. Su Chinga, having just exhausted her abilities and still in the recovery phase, could only barely conjure a thin shield of ice as the beast bore down on her. Crack! The ice shield shattered instantly beneath the Rat King's claws. The claws were about to tear open Su Chinga's throat. Still, a cold voice rang through the air. Jiang Han had moved. Or more accurately, he had already been standing there. On the Rat King's inescapable path, Jiang Han appeared, as though he had teleported, positioning himself between Su Chinga and death. He did not draw his blade. Instead, he extended his left hand toward the Rat King's massive form and clenched it in the empty air. Spatial imprisonment. The air around the Rat King instantly solidified as though it had turned into the hardest concrete. Its enormous body was frozen mid-leap, locked in the posture of its assault. No matter how it struggled, it could not advance even an inch. Terror flickered in its eyes. This was a power beyond its comprehension. Since you've hatched, hand over what you're holding. Jiang Han gazed at the Rat King mere inches away, brought his right index and middle fingers together like a blade, and made a gentle slicing motion toward the creature's brow. Sever. SSSSK. A pitch-black spatial rift materialized, ignoring the keratin armor that had repelled even bullets, and sliced into the Rat King's skull without resistance. Like a hot knife through butter. The Rat King's movements froze completely. The next second, its skull split cleanly down the middle, revealing white brain matter within, and a crystalline core radiating brilliant crimson light. Thud! The massive carcass collapsed to the ground with a muffled crash. Instant kill. A true instant kill. The entire basement descended into a deathly silence. The guards stood with mouths agape, not even noticing their guns had slipped from their hands. If Su Chinga's freezing was shocking, Jiang Han's immobilized plus instant kill was nothing short of divine. It was the absolute power of life and death truly mastered. Jiang Han bent down, ignoring the pooling filth and blood, and reached into the Rat King's split skull to retrieve the crimson crystal. The crystal was the size of an egg, blood red throughout, with what appeared to be molten lava flowing within, radiating a warm aura. Second-order mutant core blood energy type, excellent find. A hint of pleasure flickered in Jiang Han's eyes. If given to a strength-type ability user to absorb, it could instantly forge a second-order powerhouse. If used to upgrade spatial abilities, it would provide tremendous energy. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the blood from the crystal clean, and casually pocketed it. Then he turned to look at Zhang Lei and the others, who had been scared senseless. What are you standing around for? Jiang Han's voice snapped them back to reality. Clean this place up. Skin that giant rat. Its hide is excellent material for bulletproof vests. As for its meat. Jiang Han paused. It doesn't taste great, but in times like these it's still meat. After high-temperature sterilization, distribute it to the survivors in the building. Yes. Yes. Long live Boss Jiang. Zhang Lei was the first to recover, leading the chorus of adulation. At that moment, his reverence for Jiang Han reached its apex. Guns, numbers, none of it mattered. Before this man, they were all a joke. Jiang Han was the god of Building 28. Half an hour later, room 2801, Jiang Han sat on the sofa, idly toying with the second-order crystal core he had just acquired. Su Chinga sat nearby, cradling a cup of hot water, still recovering from her earlier expenditure. That Rat King. It was a second-order creature. Su Chinga asked. Yes. Jiang Han nodded. The red light catalyzed its evolution. If we had waited even one more day, once it fully digested those nutrients, even I would have had a difficult fight on my hands. These are for you. Jiang Han suddenly flipped his palm, revealing several smaller crystals. These were first-order cores the guards had collected from the battlefield after Su Chinga had frozen the smaller rats. Though only the size of soybeans and dull in hue, they were better than nothing. What are these? Experience pills. Jiang Han was concise. Hold them in your hand. Use your will to guide the energy within. They can help you rapidly recover your abilities and even advance. Su Chinga took the crystals, a flash of longing crossing her eyes. To grow stronger. Only by growing stronger could she stand firm at this man's side. By the way, Jiang Han seemed to recall something, glancing toward the window. The basement is cleaned up, but the troubles for this building aren't over yet. More trouble. Suchinga was startled. Yes. Jiang Han pointed at the building opposite. We made quite a ruckus down there. The gunfire was bound to have been heard. By now the entire compound knows that Building 28 not only has electricity, but guns and meat. Those neighbors, who have already awakened, they probably can't sit still anymore. A cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Han's lips. Prepare to welcome our guests. This time what comes knocking may not be rats, but an army. 0230 a.m. Building 28, room 2801. Room temperature 25 C, HVAC active. Returning to the top floor penthouse from the damp, freezing third basement level, stagnant with the stench of rot and blood, felt like crossing instantly from hell to heaven. The heavy blast-resistant door slammed shut, sealing out the cold and chaos of the outside world. Phew. Suchinga slumped against the foyer wall, letting out a long, unrefined sigh of relief. Though she had just survived a brutal battle, her eyes shone brighter than ever before. It was the confidence born of power. Clutched tightly in her hand were 3 grayish-white, first-order crystal cores. They were the spoils of war Jiang Han had allotted to her, and her key to growing stronger. Go take a shower and get some rest, Jiang Han said calmly as he removed his trench coat and hung it on the rack. We should be safe for the rest of the night. With those rats dead, the surrounding mutated creatures will be wary of the Rat King's lingering aura and won't dare approach for now. All right. Suchinga nodded. After a brief hesitation, she asked, Jiang Han, how do you plan to use that red crystal? She was referring to the second-order blood core Jiang Han had extracted from the Rat King's head. She could feel the surging energy radiating from it, an allure that triggered an instinctual craving in any evolved human. It's not suited for you. Reading her thoughts, Jiang Han explained flatly, this is a blood-chi attribute crystal core packed with violent biological energy. If an ice attribute user absorbs it, they won't get stronger. Instead, the conflicting attributes will cause their powers to run amok, eventually turning them into a monstrous, half-human abomination like the ones downstairs. Suchinga shuddered, the longing in her eyes instantly replaced by lingering dread. This thing can only be digested by my spatial dimension. With that, Jiang Han headed straight for the master bedroom with the crystal core in hand. Remember, no matter what you hear, do not disturb me. Also tell Zhao Gang to lock down the elevator to the basement again. Keep only the stairwell open and set up a double guard at the entrance. Understood. Inside the master bedroom, Jiang Han locked the door and drew the heavy blackout curtains. Sitting on the spacious bed, he retrieved the egg-sized second-order mutated crystal core from his pocket. Under the soft glow of the bedside lamp, the crystal core gleamed with a mesmerizing, deep crimson. Inside, thick magma seemed to flow sluggishly, emitting a faint red light and a warm sensation to the touch. Second order. Jiang Han sighed with emotion. Space absorb. Closing his eyes, Jiang Han triggered his intent. He didn't need to hold it and slowly draw out the energy like ordinary power users. Jiang Han's method of absorption was far more overbearing, direct devouring. The red crystal core in his hand instantly vanished into thin air, drawn into his alternate dimension. Immediately after, a thunderous roar erupted in his mind, a world-shattering blast that made his very soul tremble. His consciousness plunged into the spatial dimension. The once hazy gray borders of the space were now churning violently. The crimson crystal core hovered at the dead center of the dimension, like a blazing sun, wildly releasing ripples of crimson energy. Rather than damaging the stored supplies, these ripples acted like nutrients greedily absorbed by the boundary walls of the dimension. With a low rumble, the borders of the space began to expand rapidly. Double, triple, fivefold, tenfold. Within a mere few minutes, the size of the space skyrocketed to a staggering 100,000 cubic meters. The dimension no longer resembled a warehouse. It looked more like a vast, empty underground plaza. The tens of thousands of tons of supplies Jiang Han had stockpiled earlier sat isolated in a single corner, appearing incredibly minuscule. Now there's enough room to fit an entire aircraft carrier. Jiang Han was ecstatic. But this was not the end. As the crimson energy depleted, the expansion of the space gradually ground to a halt. On the east and west sides of the dimension, however, the chaotic gray mist dispersed to reveal two distinctly different new areas. Area 1, Spiritual Field. On the eastern side, a patch of black soil roughly the size of an acre appeared. The soil of this land was a glossy, rich black, emitting a faint fragrance and the breath of life. Even without sunlight, a subtle golden shimmer rippled across the ground. With a thought from Jiang Han, several stockpiled strawberry seeds flew through the air and settled into the black soil. A miracle occurred. The moment the seeds touched the dirt, they were enveloped by an invisible force. Within seconds, tender green sprouts broke through the soil. A minute later, leaves unfurled. 10 minutes later, tiny white flowers bloomed. Half an hour later, plump, luscious red strawberries, a size larger than normal, hung heavy on the vines. 100-fold time acceleration. No, it's life catalysis. Jiang Han watched this scene in sheer shock. Not only could this black soil drastically shorten plant growth cycles, but it also seemed to improve the species. He plucked a strawberry, returned his consciousness to his physical body, and a bright red fruit appeared in his hand out of thin air. He took a bite. Juice burst forth with an explosion of sweetness. Upon swallowing, a warm current surged through his body, instantly sweeping away every trace of fatigue from the recent battle. Is this a spiritual fruit? Jiang Han took a deep breath. In the apocalypse, fresh fruits and vegetables were already ultimate luxuries. A spiritual fruit, like this, capable of restoring physical strength and enhancing one's constitution, was simply priceless. With this land, he would never lack food, and he could continuously produce top-tier strategic resources. Area 2, Spiritual Spring. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Han turned his gaze to the western side of the dimension. There, the once flat ground had collapsed to form a small pool about 2 meters in diameter. In the center of the pool, a spring was bubbling up continuously. The water was crystal clear, completely free of impurities, with a thin layer of white mist hovering over the surface. With a thought, Jiang Han conjured a cup of the spring water. He drank it in one gulp. A bone-chilling coldness that instantly transformed into a warm current in his belly burst open. Jiang Han felt every cell in his body cheer in ecstasy. Under the nourishment of this water, the minor lingering internal injuries left over from his second awakening were instantly healed. Even his mental energy was immensely replenished. His brain, which had been throbbing slightly from overusing his spatial blades, became exceptionally clear. If the fountain of youth truly exists, it probably looks something like this. Jiang Han stared at the empty cup in his hand, his eyes burning with intensity. This spiritual spring water could not only quench thirst, but also heal wounds, restore superpowers, and even slowly evolve one's physical constitution. If combined with Su Qing's pharmaceutical research or used to irrigate the spiritual field. Perfect. Jiang Han exited his spatial state. By now the sky outside was beginning to brighten. Though he hadn't slept all night, his mental state was astonishingly vibrant, and his body surged with endless energy. Peak second order. Jiang Han clenched his fist, feeling the surging spatial energy within him. He could now manifest spatial blades up to 10 meters away, double his previous range, and fire them over 100 times without exhaustion. With my current strength, I should be invincible in Jiangqing, right? A faint smile played on Jiang Han's lips, but he quickly suppressed it. He couldn't afford to get arrogant. In the apocalypse, countless powerhouses have met their demise due to careless mistakes. 0600 AM. Daijingwan Community Building 6. Unlike the orderly state of Building 28A, Building 6 was currently in a state of frenzied chaos. The ruler of this building was the bald man who had previously appeared on the surveillance footage, Brother Long. The ground floor lobby of Building 6 had been refashioned into a blood-scented assembly hall. Dozens of shirtless, muscular men armed with steel pipes and machetes sat in a circle, devouring food plundered from various households, some of which was already spoiled. On a leather sofa right at the center sat 2 men. On the left was Brother Long, his face fierce and fleshy, his skin a stony ash-white hue. On the right sat a middle-aged man in a dark blue security uniform and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the vibe of a refined scoundrel. He was the ruler of Building 12, Captain Wu. Unlike Zhang Lei of Building 28, who was merely a gatekeeper, Captain Wu was the security director of the property management company, commanding the entire community's patrol team and riot squad. He held the keys to a real arsenal of firearms. Captain Wu, you heard the commotion last night, didn't you? Brother Long twirled 2 massive iron Baoding balls in his hand, looted from an elderly resident's home, spinning them as effortlessly as toys. Gunfire rang out from Building 28 for half the night. Sounded like it was coming from the basement. I heard it, Captain Wu said, adjusting his glasses with a sinister glint in his eyes. I even sent some men to scout it out. Do you know what they did? What did they do? That guy Jiang Han, along with that female doctor, wiped out the mutated rat nest on the 3rd basement level. Captain Wu's voice carried a trace of disbelief and deep wariness. Hundreds of giant mutated rats and a rat king as big as an ox. All dead. Their corpses are piled up like mountains. The surrounding lackeys gasped in horror. They had witnessed the ferocity of those mutated rats firsthand. A single one could easily maul an adult to death. Hundreds of them. That was a number that would give even the military a headache. That kid is really that freakish. Brother Long stopped spinning the iron balls, his brow furrowed. So are we still going through with this? Of course. We must. Captain Wu slapped his thigh. Precisely because he's powerful, we have to do it. Think about it, he can support so many people and even kill a rat king. What does that tell you? It means his supplies are beyond our wildest imagination. It means he holds the secret to gaining power. What's more? Captain Wu lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with greed. They just fought the Rat King, so they must be heavily depleted. That female doctor may be powerful, but superpowers have limits. Right now is their weakest moment. Brother Long, your men have raw strength and aren't afraid to die. My men have guns and riot vehicles. If our two factions join forces along with the stragglers from the other buildings, we can easily gather 300 men. 300 against 3. Even if he's a god, we'll overwhelm him with numbers. Brother Long fell silent for a moment. He recalled the warm light glowing from Jiang Han's building and the rumored beauties and delicacies inside. Under the crimson glow, the violent instincts within him were thrashing wildly. Let's do it. Brother Long stood up abruptly, crushing the two iron balls in his grip. Fortune favors the bold. We either feast or starve. When do we strike? No rush. Captain Wu smiled sinisterly. Let's send a few men to test the waters first. And while we're at it, let's send them a grand gift. What kind of gift? I heard that quite a few elderly, weak, and disabled people are living in Building 28. Captain Wu pointed outside the window at the low-level zombies wandering around. We'll lure the zombies in the community over there to drain their ammunition and stamina first. And when they are utterly exhausted, we'll... Captain Wu made a throat-slitting gesture. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Brother Long burst into a loud laugh that echoed through the empty lobby, filled with savagery and bloodlust. On the balcony of room 2801, Jiang Han stood in the wind and snow holding a freshly harvested spiritual strawberry and taking a gentle bite. The sweet juice exploded in his mouth. His gaze pierced through the snow, looking in the direction of buildings 6 and 12 in the distance. Though he couldn't hear their conversation, his acute mental perception easily captured the tangible malice directed at him. Can't hold back any longer. Jiang Han swallowed the strawberry, a cold smile playing on his lips. I was planning to let you live a couple days longer. But since you're in such a hurry to die... Engineer Zhao, Jiang Han spoke into the walkie-talkie. I'm here, Mr. Jiang. Raise the defense level downstairs to the absolute maximum. Also bring out that big guy you haven't finished yet. Use it now. Zhao Gang hesitated. It hasn't been fully calibrated yet. It might backfire and explode. It doesn't matter. Jiang Han set his eyes cold as he watched the figures gathering in the distance. As long as it fires, it's a good cannon. Imperial View Bay Complex, Building 28 Terrace. Beneath a dark crimson sky, gale winds whipped the snow into frothing flurries, their wailing howls slicing through the frozen air. The spacious rooftop terrace of Building 28 offered no trace of the leisurely tranquility that had once existed before the end of the world. The area once reserved for barbecues and scenic viewing had been transformed into a fortified stronghold steeped in heavy industrial atmosphere. Several brackets forged from I-beams had been welded deep into the concrete floor, anchoring a massive black seamless steel pipe with a bore half a meter wide at their center. The steel tube measured approximately 4 meters in length, its surface studded with complex welded hydraulic lines and valves, while a colossal high-pressure air reservoir and several modified propane tanks were connected to its tail end. It resembled an improvised cannon from the Great War, or perhaps a fevered invention conjured from a mad scientist's nightmares. Engineer Zhao, this contraption. Will it actually work? Jiang Han stood clad in a black tactical cold-weather suit, windproof goggles, shielding his eyes, arms folded across his chest, regarding the monstrous apparatus before him with undisguised skepticism. Theoretically. No problems, Zhao Gang replied, drenched in sweat as he fine-tuned the valve pressure gauges. Despite the bone-chilling 30 below temperatures, beads of perspiration continued to seep across his brow. He clutched a tablet in his hands, its screen flickering with an array of crimson and emerald data streams. This is something I modified based on the air cannon principles I once developed back at the factory. It harnesses the instantaneous thrust generated by high-pressure gas, mixed with combusting propane, to propel projectiles forward, Zhao Gang explained, wiping the machine oil from his hands, his eyes blazing with fervent intensity. The accuracy might be somewhat lacking, but the range can cover the entire central plaza of the complex. And the projectiles? Su Qingge inquired with undisguised curiosity. She had changed into a sleek white Arctic camouflage outfit that day, the Glock that Jiang Han had entrusted to her tucked at her waist, a composite bow strapped across her back, her bearing radiant with martial poise. Over here, Zhao Gang answered, gesturing toward a pile of objects stacked nearby. They were a dozen or so modified household gas canisters. Each canister's surface had been welded with a dense, bristling layer of steel nails and iron fragments, rendering them grotesque metallic hedgehogs of devastation. And affixed to each canister's valve was a crude yet effective delayed fuse mechanism. I extracted half the liquefied gas from inside, then filled it with a gelatinous incendiary compound mixed from gasoline and sugar. If this baby detonates, within a 50-meter perimeter, forget the undead, even an armored personnel carrier would be reduced to scrap. Jiang Han's lips twitched involuntarily upon hearing this. Gasoline blended with sugar. That was the classical formula for improvised napalm. Combined with the shrapnel of steel nails and the explosive force of the gas canister itself. This was no mere cannon. This was a courier service from the Grim Reaper himself. Excellent. Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction, patting the frigid barrel of the cannon. It appears Captain Wu and his men are in for quite the treat this time. Beep, beep. Just then, an alarm blared from the tactical terminal strapped to Jiang Han's wrist. The surveillance footage automatically populated the screen. "They're here," Jiang Han murmured, his gaze sharpening as he directed his attention toward the complex's main gate. Meanwhile, at the central plaza of the complex, the plaza once blanketed in pristine snow was now being submerged beneath a dark tide. That was no ordinary water. It was a tide of the undead. Through Captain Wu's meticulous orchestration, a dozen modified remote-controlled toy cars, laden with blood-drenched hunks of raw flesh, and speakers emitting shrill cacophonies, charged toward Building 28 from every direction. These macabre lures had proven devastatingly effective, attracting every zombie that had wandered throughout the complex and the surrounding streets. They were largely the complex's former inhabitants, residents who had frozen or starved to death over the past fortnight, transformed beneath the crimson illumination into soulless entities that knew no pain, consumed only by an endless hunger for flesh. Some of these undead creatures remained relatively intact, their tattered-down jackets hanging in shreds, while others were missing limbs entirely, their intestines dragging through the obsidian slush as they crawled. Gruroar. Ugga. Hundreds upon hundreds of zombies converged into a torrential flood, jostling and shrieking like a hellish marching column surging toward Building 28. Their sheer numbers were enough to make one's scalp crawl with primal dread. A rough estimate placed their count at no fewer than 2,000. Building 12, high-rise observation post. Captain Wu stood at the window with binoculars pressed to his eyes, watching this apocalyptic procession unfold. A triumphant smile spread across his weathered features. "Behold this spectacle. More than enough to give that fellow surnamed Jiang a run for his money," he remarked, lowering the binoculars and addressing the bald-headed dragon brother beside him. 2,000 zombies, even if sheer exhaustion could claim them, would suffice to wear them down to death. Once their ammunition runs dry and their defensive line collapses, that shall be our optimal moment to strike. Brother Wu is truly brilliant. Dragon brother grinned, revealing a row of tobacco-stained teeth. "When that moment comes, leave the female doctor to me. I want to do it right in front of Jiang Han." "Silence," Captain Wu snapped, fixing him with a stern glare. "Watch the show first." Building 28, first floor lobby. "Captain, they're coming. So many of them." The young security guard assigned to doorwatch duty stumbled backward in abject terror, his voice cracking as he scrambled to deliver his report. The atmosphere within the first-floor lobby had reached its absolute breaking point. Although Zhang Lei was a veteran, even his hands, gripping his weapon, were drenched in nervous perspiration as he confronted this tsunami-like tide of the undead. "Panic is the last thing we need." Zhang Lei forced himself to compose his features, bellowing at the top of his lungs. "Barricade the doors. Every table, every chair, stack them against the entrance. Engage the enemy through the firing slits. Master Jiang is watching us from above. Anyone who attempts to flee will be the first one I put down." Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of violent impact echoed through the lobby. The first wave of zombies had already begun hurling themselves against the reinforced doors of Building 28. The once sturdy security glass door groaned under the crushing weight of hundreds of zombies, emitting the most agonizing creaks of protest. Countless putrefied faces pressed against the glass, their maws gaping wide as black saliva trailed down the transparent surface. "Open fire. Aim for the heads," Zhang Lei commanded. Bang, bang, bang. Several riot guns and improvised pistols discharged simultaneously. Muzzles of flame erupted from the firing slits in the glass door. The zombies at the vanguard had their skulls ruptured in gory explosions, black blood arcing through the air as they crumpled to the ground. Yet their fallen forms were instantly trampled beneath the feet of those surging behind them, becoming grotesque stepping stones for the advancing horde. The rear ranks of zombies scaled these macabre platforms, climbing ever higher until they began clawing at the second-floor windows. "There are too many. We can't kill them all," a security guard screamed in despair, his pistol having jammed. He beat the weapon against his thigh in frantic desperation. At that moment, Jiang Han's voice, an icy measured tenor, crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Zhang Lei, withdraw your men to the second-floor stairwell. Hold that position. Defend the staircase. Cease wasting ammunition." Relief washed over Zhang Lei like a benediction. "Copy that. Everyone fall back. Move to the second floor." The security guards abandoned their cumbersome first-floor barricades in disarray, scrambling upward like rats fleeing a sinking ship. The first-floor lobby fell within moments. Accompanied by a tremendous crash of shattering glass, the entrance door finally gave way completely. An unstoppable flood of zombies poured through the breach like a breached dam, instantly engulfing the furniture that the guards had been too slow to evacuate. Screaming and jostling, they began their relentless surge toward the stairwell. Building 28, rooftop terrace. Jiang Han stood at the railing, surveying the densely packed swarm of corpses below. From such an elevated vantage point, the zombies resembled a colony of obsidian ants ravenously gnawing at the foundations of the building. It's about time. Jiang Han turned to face Zhao Gang. Engineer Zhao, is your magnificent beast ready? Pressure readings are nominal. Fuse timer is set, ready to fire at will. Zhao Gang bellowed at the top of his lungs. The howling winds demanded nothing less than shouting. Ready to fire. Target acquired. 30 meters ahead of the main entrance at the densest concentration of the horde. Jiang Han extended his hand, pointing toward the writhing black mass below, an anthill teeming with death. Fire! Zhao Gang's hand seized the crimson firing lever and wrenched it downward with all his might. Boom! A thunderous, earth-shaking roar erupted at the rooftop. The massive steel tube shuddered violently as a torrent of white high-pressure gas erupted from its muzzle in a blinding cascade. Immediately following, a charred gas canister trailing sparks screamed across the heavens, carving an arc through the sky, a trajectory far from graceful, yet utterly saturated with devastating force. This particular shell did not strike the first floor directly, but rather landed at the very heart of the plaza where the zombie horde had converged most densely. Clatter! The canister smashed into the ground, crushing a zombie's skull beneath it, then rolled twice across the frozen earth. The surrounding zombies froze momentarily in apparent confusion, some even gathering around with grotesque fascination. The very next instant, the delayed fuse reached its terminus. Boom! A blazing sphere of orange fire, resembling a miniature sun, erupted violently into the frigid winter sky. The cataclysmic detonation was thunderous enough to drown out even the howling of the wind and snow. A terrifying shockwave interspersed with countless steel nails and burning napalm swept outward in a devastating ring of annihilation. In that singular moment, every zombie within a 50-meter radius, whether standing, crawling, or mutant-enhanced, was torn asunder into unidentifiable fragments. Severed limbs rained from the heavens, while a macabre precipitation of black blood mingled with blazing gasoline descended upon the ruins. Those zombies who had not been obliterated directly found their bodies drenched in the viscous, sticky incendiary, a fire impossible to extinguish, burning ever more violently with each passing second. Devoured. Though the undead possessed no sensation of pain, the searing temperatures immolated their muscles and nerve tissue, transforming them into flaming orbs writhing helplessly upon the ground. That single volley had obliterated an entire sector. At the heart of the zombie tide, a vast, scorched and charred circular void had opened. Building 12, observation post. The binoculars slipped from Captain Wu's hands, clattering against the floor with a dull thud. What? What in the world was that? His jaw dropped open wide enough to accommodate an entire fist, his eyes bulging as though threatening to escape their sockets. A cannon. Jiang Han actually possessed a cannon. This is absolutely cheating. The bald-headed dragon brother had collapsed onto his posterior in abject terror, his complexion ashen white. That was a gas canister. Dragon brother gulped audibly, his throat bobbing. That kind of destructive power, if it had struck our building. The two men exchanged a loaded glance, each witnessing the naked terror mirrored in the other's gaze. They had originally assumed Jiang Han possessed nothing more than a few firearms and bows, at best a marginally stronger survivor among the masses. But this was no mere survivor. This was unequivocally an entire armory. Do we still attack? Dragon brother stammered, his voice quavering. Captain Wu's expression flickered between grim contemplation and barely contained fury. He gazed at the still-burning crater, then surveyed the zombie horde, diminished yet still formidable in its remaining numbers. Attack! Captain Wu ground his teeth with venomous determination. That single volley must be his trump card. How many of these improvised weapons could he possibly possess? I refuse to believe he can blast all 2,000 zombies into oblivion. So long as the zombies breach their defenses, they shall perish just the same. Building 28, terrace. Ha ha ha. Magnificent. Zhao Gang gazed upon the fruits of their efforts below, bouncing with irrepressible delight, shouting like an overexcited child. Did you witness that? This is the power of science. Art. This is the very art of detonation. Su Chingatu found herself profoundly awestruck by the destructive magnitude of that single volley. She had always believed her own cryokinetic abilities to be formidable, yet confronted with such large-scale thermal devastation, the power of any individual seemed suddenly inconsequential. Don't celebrate prematurely. Jiang Han remained steadfastly composed. That was merely the first volley. The horde continues its advance. Sure enough, following that brief interlude of emptiness, the zombies from behind trampled over the burning remains of their fallen comrades, frantically filling the void that had been carved into their ranks. They knew no terror, only the ravenous hunger for blood and flesh. Continue. Jiang Han issued his command with cold precision. Launch the remaining 9 canisters. All of them. I intend to demonstrate to those spectators that the price of admission to this show is extraordinarily steep. You got it. Zhao Gang swiftly directed 2 assisting security guards to reload the ammunition. Adjust the angle. 5 degrees to port. Fire. Thud. Boom. Second volley. Thud. Boom. Third volley. Over the ensuing 10 minutes, the rooftop of Building 28 transformed into a living volcano. With metronomic precision, every 60 seconds another canister of death screamed forth from its muzzle. Explosions erupted in relentless succession, columns of flame ascending to the skies. The entire central plaza of the complex became a sea of conflagration. Those once formidable tides of the undead subjected to this pitiless artillery barrage were blasted into utter disarray. Severed limbs accumulated into grotesque mountains, while the stench of burning decay drifted for kilometers beyond the complex. When the 10th and final shell had been expended, of the original 2,000 densely packed zombies, only a scattered few hundred remained lingering at the periphery of the inferno, no longer capable of forming that suffocating tide of dread they had once embodied. They had been blasted apart, their coordination shattered. Apartment 2801, living room. Jiang Han removed his smoke-tainted outer coat and sank onto the sofa. Zhao Gang remained perched at the railing, surveying his handiwork below with undisguised longing. Suchinga approached, pouring a cup of water for Jiang Han. Has it concluded, eh? This was merely the appetizer, Jiang Han replied, accepting the cup. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed upon Building 12 in the distance. The curtains of that building had just been hastily drawn shut in panic. Those vermin who witnessed this spectacle must be terrified beyond measure now. However, precisely because they are terrified, they shall become all the more desperate to eliminate me. A glint of sharp light flickered within Jiang Han's eyes. Fear breeds madness. Captain Wu is no fool. He understands that if he fails to neutralize us today, once we have recovered our strength, it shall be he who perishes. Therefore, Jiang Han rose to his feet, striding toward the array of surveillance monitors. The true battle commences from this moment forth. Suchinga, is your ice prepared? Suchinga drew a deep breath, her pupils instantaneously crystallizing into piercing glacial azure. At your service at any moment. Excellent. Jiang Han gestured toward the surveillance feed, where several furtive figures could be seen sneaking out from buildings 6 and 12. Though artillery proves effective, it carries an unwelcome volume. Henceforth we shall indulge in something more subdued. A trap. Catch the turtle in the jar. The smoke of gunpowder had not yet dissipated. The air was thick with a pungent, scorched odor. The distinct chemical stench of burning gasoline mingled with the foul, putrid smell of proteins carbonized by the intense heat. On the ground, the once pristine white snow had been blasted apart, revealing the black frozen soil and concrete debris beneath. Around those massive craters lay scattered countless mutilated limbs. The still burning flames crackled, while occasionally 1 or 2 half-dead zombies twitched at the edge of the fiery abyss, letting out bone-chilling, grating screeches. No movement. Captain Wu hid behind a rolled-over private car, his hand tightly gripping a black Type 92 pistol. He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, which had been blackened by smoke, his gaze locked onto the towering Building 28 ahead. Atop the roof, a massive black cannon barrel was currently emitting thin wisps of blue smoke, no longer spewing tongues of fire. Those homemade shells must be incredibly slow to reload, and I don't believe he has an infinite supply of gas canisters. Captain Wu turned his head to look at the bald Brother Long, who was lying beside him with a face similarly covered in soot. He spoke in a sinister tone. Brother Long, our chance has come. Although his blast wiped out most of the zombies, he also exposed his trump card. Right now, Building 28 is like a gun that has run out of bullets. It is at its absolute weakest. Brother Long spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, a gambler-like madness flickering in his eyes. Damn it, let's risk it. He glanced back at the squad assembled behind him. Those were 50 elites meticulously handpicked from Building 6 and Building 12. These men were nothing like the previous ragtag mob. Every single one of them held a proper weapon, fire axes, machetes, and even a few riot forks scavenged from the police guardhouse. A few among them had even awakened low-level abilities. Though not as powerful as Brother Long, they were far more ferocious than ordinary men. Brothers. Brother Long lowered his voice, growling like a ravenous wolf. A mountain of gold and silver lies right ahead. That Jiang Han has run out of shells. Once we breach the place, kill the men, and the women are yours. Wealth and luxury are just one push away. Kill. The eyes of these thugs, who had long since cast aside life and death, instantly ignited with a crimson glow of greed. Charge. With Captain Wu's command, more than 50 dark figures, shrouded by the smoke, bypassed the still-burning craters. Like a pack of bloodthirsty hyenas, they rushed toward the shattered ground floor entrance of Building 28. The once luxurious lobby was now a complete mess. The floor-to-ceiling glass doors had long been shattered, allowing the freezing wind and swirling snow to pour in, turning the space into a massive ice cave. The floor was littered with zombie corpses and black bloodstains, making it incredibly slick and greasy to step on. Be careful, Captain Wu said, walking in the middle of the group as he scanned the surroundings with extreme caution. The lobby was completely deserted. The defensive fortifications originally constructed by Zhang Lei and his men had been flattened by the zombie tide, with shattered fragments of tables and chairs scattered everywhere. No one. Brother Long, carrying a massive piece of rebar, kicked aside a severed hand blocking his path, and said casually, "It seems those security guards have had the wits scared out of them. They've probably all retreated upstairs. Don't let your guard down." Captain Wu frowned, a faint sense of unease rising in his chest. It was too quiet. Logically speaking, even if the security guards had retreated, Jiang Han should have stationed people to defend the stairwell. But now the fire exit door leading to the second floor stood wide open, resembling a gaping maw waiting for them to enter. Go. Brother Long was impatient and had no desire to linger in this eerie lobby. With a wave of his hand, he led a dozen of his trusted henchmen and charged into the stairwell first. Keep up. Captain Wu gritted his teeth and followed with his men. The light in the stairwell was dim, illuminated only by the sickly green glow of the emergency lights on the walls. The heavy breathing of the crowd sounded exceptionally loud in the cramped space. Wait. The lackey leading the way, who had awakened an agility-type ability, suddenly stopped and sniffed. Do you guys feel a bit cold here? Nonsense. It's minus 30 degrees outside. Of course it's cold, someone behind him cursed. No, not that kind of cold. The lackey shuddered. The white breath he exhaled instantly condensing into ice crystals. It's that bone-chilling cold. Indeed. From the moment they set foot on the third floor, the temperature seemed to plunge off a cliff. The floor was no longer covered in the sticky, bloody water from before. Instead, it was coated in a thick, crystal-clear layer of ice. Not only the floor, but even the walls, handrails, and ceiling were hung with sharp icicles. The entire corridor of the third floor seemed to have been artificially transformed into an ice and snow labyrinth. What's going on? Did a pipe burst and freeze in this building? Brother Long frowned, his tactical boots making a sharp crackling sound as he stepped on the ice. Just then, from the deepest shadows at the end of the corridor, the crisp sound of high heels tapping on ice echoed. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was not loud, yet it possessed a strange rhythm, each tap seeming to beat against the rhythm of everyone's hearts. Everyone instinctively raised their weapons, their flashlight beams snapping forward in unison. Where the beams converged, a tall figure clad in a white polar combat suit was slowly stepping out of the darkness. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her skin was so pale, it was almost translucent, gleaming with a cold, elegant luster under the flashlight beams. Her hands hung naturally at her sides, with visible white frost swirling around her fingertips. It was Suchinga. Standing at the end of the corridor, she looked like an empress guarding a castle of ice and snow, looking down upon these intruders from above. No passage here. Suchinga parted her crimson lips, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. Oh, isn't this that female doctor? Brother Long's eyes lit up the moment he saw Suchinga, his original vigilance significantly diluted by lust. What? Is that Jiang Han acting like a coward, sending a chick out to take the hit for him? He stepped forward with a grin, pointing the rebar at Suchinga. Beautiful, what future is there in following that pretty boy? Why don't you follow me instead? I have plenty of strength, I guarantee I'll make you. Before he could finish his sentence, Suchinga's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. Filthy. She softly spat out a single word. Then her hands, which had been hanging at her sides, suddenly snapped upward, fingers splayed and slammed down hard against the ground. Ice spikes pierce. Boom. The thick layer of ice already laid out on the ground seemed to instantly spring to life. Countless ice spikes, sharp as spears, grew frantically from beneath everyone's feet without warning. Ugh! Screams of agony instantly echoed through the stairwell. The 7 or 8 thugs charging at the front had absolutely no time to react. Squelch! Squelch! The ice spikes ruthlessly pierced through their soles, calves, and even their thighs. The moment the fresh blood gushed out, it was instantly frozen by the extreme cold. Red ice sculptures intertwined with white ice spikes, creating a scene both tragic and brutal. My foot. Oh, it's broken. Help. I can't move. The agility-type lackey who had been boasting just moments ago had jumped quickly, but when he landed, he stepped right onto a half-meter-long ice spike. It impaled him straight through, leaving him hanging like a skewered kebab, twitching in agony. Shit. An ability user. Ice ability. Captain Wu, after all, was experienced. He reacted instantly and roared, "She's a crowd control type. Don't stand on the ground. Step on the corpses and charge. Once we close the distance, she's useless. Damn it, you bitched." Brother Long was also a ruthless man. Although the skin on his soles had also been pierced, he was thick-skinned and tough. He forcefully yanked his feet free and roared. His muscles bulged across his entire body as his skin turned a limestone gray color. Shatter. Brandishing that massive piece of rebar like a bulldozer, he frantically smashed the ice spikes before him, charging towards Su Chinga against the freezing wind. Brothers, charge with Brother Long. Kill her. The remaining 30-odd men also went mad, stimulated by the smell of blood. They stepped on their companions' bodies as they brandished machetes and charged forward. Facing the ferocious mob, Su Chinga did not take a single step back. Though her face was somewhat pale, her gaze grew increasingly resolute. You want to get close? A mocking curve played on the corner of Su Chinga's lips. She pressed her palms together, then slowly drew them apart in front of her chest. Ice mist veil. Whoosh. A dense white freezing mist instantly erupted from her body, filling the entire narrow corridor. Visibility instantly dropped to less than a meter. Cough. I can't see. It's so cold. My hands are frozen. The thugs fell into the white mist. Not only was their vision blocked, but even worse was the bone-chilling cold. Their movements began to grow sluggish, and frost quickly formed on their eyebrows and eyelashes. Meanwhile, deep within the white mist, Su Chinga glided silently across the ice like a phantom. She had no need to see. In this realm of ice and snow, every vibration served as her eyes. Flash. A razor-sharp scalpel silently slit a thug's throat. Ugh. The thug collapsed, clutching his neck. The blood froze before it could even flow. Then came the second, the third. Su Chinga danced gracefully within the white mist, taking a life with every move she made. Oh, a ghost. She's behind us. Don't swing blindly. You're hitting our own guys. Chaos broke out in the white mist as panic spread. Enough. Stop playing ghost. Brother Long finally reached the end of the corridor. Although he couldn't see clearly, he locked on his Su Chinga's position by sheer intuition. Use fire. Burn her. Captain Wu shouted from behind. Several lackeys holding Molotov cocktails immediately ignited the bottles and hurled them blindly. Boom. Boom. Flames erupted on the ice, and although they were quickly suppressed by the freezing air, they managed to disperse a portion of the white mist. Guided by the firelight, Brother Long spotted Su Chinga right in front of him. Got you. Brother Long grinned and threw a punch. The punch carried the sound of tearing air. If it connected, Su Chinga's slender neck would undoubtedly snap like a matchstick. Su Chinga had just killed someone with her old momentum spent, and new strength not yet gathered. She seemed unable to evade. Yet there was not a trace of panic on her face. Instead, a strange smile played on her lips. What you've caught is death. Just as Brother Long's fist was a mere inch away from Su Chinga, a pitch-black rift opened without warning in the space between them. It was not ice. It was a void deeper than the darkest night. Brother Long's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpricks. An extreme dread stemming from primal instinct exploded within him. No, he wanted to pull back, but momentum made it impossible to stop. His fist, along with half his forearm, plunged straight into the black rift. There was no sound of impact, only a soft sizzling hiss. It was as if he had thrust his arm into an invisible paper shredder. The next second, the black line vanished. Brother Long froze in place, still maintaining his punching posture. His right arm was cleanly gone from the elbow down. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with even the texture of the bone marrow clearly visible. A second later, as if finally reacting, blood erupted in a wild spray. My hand. Brother Long let out a shrill scream, clutching his severed arm as he stumbled backward. In front of him, in the once empty air, a tall figure in a black trench coat slowly materialized like a ghost. Jiang Han wasn't even holding a blade. He merely stood in front of Su Chinga with his hands in his pockets, his indifferent gaze sweeping over this crowd of clowns struggling amidst the ice and fire. Welcome to Building 28. Jiang Han's voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the agonizing screams, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Since you've come, all of you shall stay. He raised his right hand and lightly traced a line in the void. Space chaotic. Blades. Shrill screams echoed through the narrow corridor like the wails of malevolent spirits. Clutching his severed, blood-spurting arm, Long Gus stumbled backward, crashing into one of his lackeys behind him. The lackey, who was usually subservient and obsequious to him, was now scared out of his wits. Instinctively, he shoved aside his blood-drenched boss, recoiling as if escaping a plague. My hand. My hand. Long Ji's face contorted into a bruised shade of purple from the excruciating pain, his once overbearing and arrogant demeanor instantly vanishing without a trace. He stared in terror at the black-clad man standing amidst the white mist, his gaze as though he were looking at a demon that had crawled out of the depths of hell. Jiang Han stood there, hands tucked into his trench coat pockets, his expression so indifferent, as if he were merely watching a tedious pantomime. Does it hurt? Jiang Han tilted his head slightly, his voice calm. When you said you wanted to break that female doctor's limbs, just now you seemed to be laughing quite merrily. Jiang Han, don't do anything rash. Hiding behind the crowd, Captain Wu's legs were trembling, but having weathered his share of storms, he forced himself to raise the Type 92 pistol in his hand. The dark, hollow muzzle shook as it aimed directly between Jiang Han's brows. So what if you have sorcery? I don't believe you can outrun a bullet. Captain Wu bellowed, his voice betraying a hollow bravado. Brothers, don't be afraid. No matter how formidable he is, he's still made of flesh and blood. There are over 30 of us, and we have guns. Charge together and riddle him with bullets. At the mention of the word guns, the thugs who had previously been on the verge of collapse seemed to regain a shred of sanity. Indeed, they had strength in numbers, not to mention firearms. Fire! Kill him! Several thugs armed with homemade zip guns and Molotov cocktails roared, attempting to drown out their inner terror with the sheer volume of their shouts. Bang! 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 Gunshots erupted in the corridor. Several bullets whistled through the air, hurtling toward Jiang Han's chest and head. Simultaneously, 2 Molotov cocktails traced an arc through the air, hurtling toward the icy floor at Jiang Han's feet. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Jiang Han did not even blink. He didn't even bother to take his hands out of his pockets. Swooching a step back, Jiang Han spoke calmly. Before his voice could even fade, the air in front of him suddenly underwent a bizarre distortion. Spatial barrier. An invisible transparent wall seemed to materialize out of thin air. Just half a meter away from Jiang Han, the high-velocity bullets seemed to plunge into an incredibly viscous gel. They instantly lost all kinetic energy and hovered suspended in midair. Deformed and glowing red from the intense friction, the bullet heads could not advance even a fraction of a millimeter further. The 2 Molotov cocktails crashed directly into the barrier of air, exploding mid-flight. Boom. Flames erupted, yet they could not penetrate that invisible barrier. Instead, they flowed outward along its surface as if coating Jiang Han in a suit of fiery armor. What kind of monster is this? Captain Wu stared at the deformed bullet heads hovering in front of Jiang Han, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He can even stop bullets. Is he even human? Are you finished shooting? Jiang Han looked at the hovering bullet heads before him, a trace of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Then it's my turn. He slowly withdrew his right hand from his pocket, splayed his fingers, and made a gentle clenching motion toward the crowded mob. In an instant, those hovering, scalding bullet heads reversed direction and ricocheted back at a speed even greater than when they arrived. Puff, puff, puff. Several muffled thuds echoed. The thugs who had just fired their weapons instantly had blossoms of blood erupt from between their brows. Before they could even utter a scream, they fell backward onto the ground. Immediately after, Jiang Han's right hand traced an elegant sweeping motion through the empty air like a conductor leading a symphony. But in the eyes of the thugs, this was the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Spatial chaos blades. Sizz, sizz, sizz. Dozens of tiny pitch-black fissures instantly manifested in the air. They were like black piranhas swimming through the void, darting and slicing through the corridor in complete chaos. Ignoring armor. Ignoring flesh. Bypassing all physical defenses. The dozen or so thugs rushing at the very front did not even register what was happening before their bodies suddenly fell to pieces. Some heads flew into the air, the severed surfaces as smooth as mirrors. Others were sliced clean in half at the waist, their upper torsos still plunging forward, while their lower halves remained rooted to the spot. Some had their machetes severed along with their arms clattering onto the ground. Blood erupted in the corridor like fountains, instantly staining the pristine white ice and walls a glaring, brilliant crimson. Ah! Help! There's a ghost! A ghost! The remaining thugs completely broke down. This was not a battle at all. This was a one-sided massacre. Confronted by this terrifying, invisible, and intangible force that could instantly slice a person to ribbons, humanity's most primal terror utterly shattered their sanity. Throwing down their weapons, they wailed for their lives and turned to flee. In their desperate scramble to escape, they shoved down comrades blocking their path, trampling over bodies to squeeze toward the stairwell. Trying to run. Suchinga had recovered by now. Looking at these beasts who had just intended to humiliate her, the chill in her eyes was even colder than her supernatural power. Glacial lock. She slammed both hands onto the ground. Crack, crack, crack. At the exit on the other end of the corridor, several thick walls of ice rose abruptly from the floor, instantly sealing off all avenues of retreat. In this instant, the third-floor corridor transformed into a sealed Azura arena. It's over. It's all over. Captain Wu slumped against the freezing wall, the gun slipping from his hand. Staring at the severed limbs littered across the floor and the black-clad man wading slowly through the pool of blood toward him, he closed his eyes in utter despair. He had schemed his entire life, exploiting his position to hoard supplies, win over people, and even conspire with dark criminal forces. He had believed he could reign as a local warlord in this apocalyptic world. Yet he never expected that in the face of absolute power, all his plotting and scheming would be as laughable as children playing house. Jiang. Lord Jiang. Captain Wu fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing vigorously, his forehead striking the icy ground with loud, resounding thuds. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I beg you to spare my life. I'm still useful. I know where the residential area's armory is. I know the radio frequency for the official shelter. Don't kill me. Jiang Han stopped in his tracks, looking down from his height at this once overbearing property manager. An armory. Jiang Han sneered, hooking his finger. The Type 92 pistol on the ground flew up into the air and landed squarely in his hand. Trash like this is truly beneath my notice. As for the radio frequency, Jiang Han glanced sideways at Long Gu, who was still groaning in agony nearby, having already lost too much blood. Things like that I can obtain whenever I want. No, Lord Jiang, I'm a man of talent. I know how to manage. I can help you manage these unruly mobs. Captain Wu continued to beg frantically for mercy, snot and tears streaming down his face. Manage. Jiang Han squatted down, patting Captain Wu's face with the muzzle of the gun. My base indeed requires management, but I do not like stewards who are too clever and have too many schemes. Although Zhang Lei is a bit foolish, he is obedient, and he doesn't have so many hidden agendas. Keeping someone like you around is nothing but a ticking time bomb. With that, Jiang Han did not hesitate for a second. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Captain Wu's begging came to an abrupt halt. A bloody hole appeared between his brows, and his body slumped limply to the ground, his eyes still wide open, unable to find peace in death. With this, Captain Wu, the leader of one of the two largest opposition forces in the Daijingbei community, was dead. As for you, Jiang Han turned around, looking at Long Gu, who was huddled in the corner, his face deathly pale from severe blood loss. Long Gu no longer even had the strength to beg for mercy. The excruciating pain from his severed arm had caused him to black out several times, yet within his wild eyes there still lingered a trace of resentment and venomous malice. Kill. Kill me. Long Gu squeezed the words through his teeth. My skills fell short. I admit defeat. You are quite the man after all. Jiang Han nodded. A pity you are a brainless one. He had intended to simply end it and kill him, but Su Chinga suddenly spoke up from beside him. Jiang Han, keep him alive. Su Chinga walked to Jiang Han's side, staring at Long Gu on the ground, her eyes gleaming with a scientist's fanaticism. He is a Tier 2 strength type awakened. His physiological structure is very similar to that Rat King. Both have undergone deep mutations under the red light. I want to study the limits of physical tolerance in a living awakened, and the operational mechanism of that gluttony ability. Hearing this, Long Gu, who had already resigned himself to death, shuddered violently. Living subject research. This was far more terrifying than death. You are devils. Long Gu roared in horror. Suit yourself. Jiang Han shrugged, casually casting a spatial imprisonment that pinned Long Gu firmly to the spot, while also sealing the blood vessels of his wound to prevent him from dying immediately. Just don't let him escape and bite anyone. Jiang Han stood up and scanned the remaining survivors. Of the 30-odd people earlier, half had been sliced to death by Jiang Han's spatial chaos blades. The remaining dozen or so were either severely wounded or utterly terrified, kneeling and shivering in the pool of blood. Listen up. Jiang Han's voice was not loud, yet it carried an absolute non-negotiable authority. Clean up the corpses. Sever the heads of Captain Wu and these ringleaders, and hang them at the main gate of the residential area. Then beat it back to your respective floors, and tell everyone Daijingbei now belongs to the Jiang family. If anyone objects, tell them to come find me on the 28th floor. The dozen or so survivors kowtowed in frantic gratitude, as if they had received a divine amnesty, then scrambled on all fours to begin moving the corpses. They were utterly terrified out of their wits. They would likely never dare to cast another glance up at the 28th floor for the rest of their lives. Zhang Lei led several security guards, trembling with fear, as they came downstairs to clean up the battlefield. When they beheld the hellish carnage in the third-floor corridor, and Captain Wu's cold corpse, a chill shot straight from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads. Zhang Lei. Jiang Han stood at the entrance of the stairwell, holding a clean white handkerchief to wipe fingers that bore no trace of blood. Present Lord Jiang. Zhang Lei instantly snapped to attention, his back straight as a rod, standing even more formally than he had during his time in the military. Starting today, you are the chief of security for Daijingbei. Jiang Han casually tossed him a key. It was the key to the underground armory of Building 12, retrieved from Captain Wu's corpse. Expand your ranks. Reorganize and absorb those from Building 6 and Building 12 who can still fight and are obedient. You have only one task: guard the gates and clear out the zombies. Also, send men to collect rent from each building every morning. Collect rent. Zhang Lei was taken aback. Every household must hand over one tier, one crystal core daily, or resources of equivalent value such as gold, jewelry, or special materials. Jiang Han said indifferently, those who cannot afford it must come out to work clearing the snow. As for those who neither pay rent nor work, Jiang Han pointed toward the main gate. Throw them out to feed the zombies. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. Zhang Lei roared. He knew his good days had arrived. Though he was acting as Jiang Han's dog, it was his only path to survival, and a path where he could eat his fill. After the storm of blood and gore, tranquility once again returned to the 28th floor. Zhao Gang was excitedly servicing his gas cylinder cannon on the terrace. The 10 consecutive shots from earlier had left him highly satisfied with his creation, and he was currently pondering how to improve its accuracy. Meanwhile, Su Qingge dragged the half-dead Long Gu into the temporary laboratory she had set up in room 2802, even requesting a set of more precise surgical instruments from Jiang Han. Jiang Han sat alone on the leather sofa in the living room, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. Outside the window, the red light persisted. But he knew this was merely the beginning. Having resolved the internal conflicts, this building could now be considered completely secure. Next would be the true challenge of survival. Jiang Han closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his vast storage space. The Tier 2 blood core had been fully digested. Aside from bringing forth a spiritual field and a spiritual spring, the mist at the edge of the space seemed to have dissipated slightly more. Vaguely, he could discern the faint outline of a building deep within the mist. Was that a tower? Jiang Han's heart stirred. It seems I still need more crystal cores. Jiang Han opened his eyes and drained the red wine in his glass in a single gulp. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. It was Zhang Lei. He stood at the threshold, not daring to step inside, holding a blood-stained walkie-talkie with a somewhat panicked expression. Lord Jiang, there's a situation. Speak. Just now, while clearing away Captain Wu's corpse, I found this military walkie-talkie on his body. Zhang Lei swallowed hard. It just rang. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. In this era where communications had essentially collapsed, a working walkie-talkie was a rare commodity. Yes, someone was speaking on it. And the channel is encrypted. Zhang Lei handed the walkie-talkie over. The other party kept calling Tianlong, which was Captain Wu's codename. And judging by their accent, they don't sound like locals. They sound like a bunch of convicts. Jiang Han took the walkie-talkie, his gaze instantly growing sharp. Convicts. Jiangxing West Suburbs Prison. That was the predecessor of the Brotherhood, one of the 4 largest factions in Jiangxing. A band of vicious, hardened criminals who had escaped prison after the cataclysm and by a stroke of immense luck seized an armory, becoming the most terrifying armed force in the early stages of the apocalypse. It seemed that old fox Captain Wu had long since colluded with that bunch behind the scenes. Jiang Han pressed the transmission button on the walkie-talkie. From the other end came a coarse voice crackling with static. Hello? Tianlang, are you dead yet? If not, answer me. The boss is asking if you've secured that fat piece of meat, Daijing Bay. If you can't handle it, I'm driving the armored vehicles over from my end. A cold smile played at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth. Armored vehicles. Excellent. He was just worrying about not having a good vehicle to go out in. He spoke slowly into the walkie-talkie. Tianlang is dead. However, the meat is indeed very fat. Want a bite? I'll be waiting for you at Daijing Bay. Bring your armored vehicles, and preferably, bring plenty of fuel. Having spoken, Jiang Han crushed the walkie-talkie in his grip. Crack. Plastic fragments scattered onto the floor. It seems we've barely had a moment of peace before more guests are arriving. Jiang Han stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the distant western sky. Over there, a mass of dark clouds seemed to be gathering. Zhang Lei passed down the order. Level 1 combat readiness. Tell Zhao Gang he doesn't need to pack up his cannon. This time we are going to fight a real hard battle. At 0500 in the early morning, the outdoor temperature stood at -38°C. The weather was thick fog with visibility under 5 meters. There was no sunrise as expected. Awakened by his biological clock, Jiang Han sensed at once that something was wrong. It was too quiet. This quiet was not the dead hush of the initial deep freeze, but a suffocating stillness, as if even the air were stuffed with cotton. The wind and snow, normally audible even with the windows shut, had vanished. Jiang Han turned over, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and drew back the heavy blackout curtains. In the next moment, his pupils narrowed slightly. The dark red aurora that had hung in the sky for half a month like Damocles' sword had disappeared. In its place was whiteness pallor. Outside the window was no longer the familiar Jiangxing ruins, nor the world blanketed in ice and snow. Where the eye could see, there stretched an impenetrable white fog. The fog was so dense it clung to the blast-proof glass, swirling as if milk had been poured into water. It devoured the sky, devoured the earth, even swallowing the 27th floor downstairs. On the 28th floor, Jiang Han felt as if he floated on a lonely island named Suwu. Is this the white fog calamity? Jiang Han frowned. It seemed that due to some butterfly effect, the disaster's progression had quickened. He looked at the electronic weather station on the wall. Humidity 98, pressure 1030 hectopascals, abnormally high. This extreme high humidity, low temperature environment meant that the air floated not ordinary vapor, but countless tiny supercooled droplets and ice crystals. If inhaled, it would freeze the alveoli in an instant, creating an ice lung far more terrifying than breathing the frigid air directly. Sizzle. Sizzle. Jiang Han picked up the military walkie-talkie on the nightstand, trying to contact Zhang Lei downstairs. But the receiver only crackled with harsh electrical noise, with not a single human voice. He tried the radio that had once picked up faint signals, but it yielded only static. The signal was blocked. This eerie fog was like a giant Faraday cage cutting off all contact between Di Jingwan and the outside world. Half an hour later, Su Qingge and Zhao Gang gathered in the living room. Both of them wore grim expressions. Mr. Zhang, things downstairs are bad. Zhao Gang held a tablet. The terminal to the building's surveillance network. All outdoor cameras are blind. A white haze stretched everywhere, nothing could be seen. Only the interior hallway cameras still operated, but the signals were unstable and the images flickered. And Zhao Gang paused, his tone wary. My infrared traps seem to have failed. The fog seems to contain particles that interfere with infrared signals. Traps failed. Cameras blinded. Communications cut. This means much of Jiang Han's carefully built defense system has been rendered useless by the fog. Dr. Su, how are you? Jiang Han looked at Su Qingge. She held a cup of hot coffee, hands slightly trembling, which was abnormal for someone who had awakened ice abilities. I feel unwell. Su Qingge set the cup down, rubbed her temples. Since the fog appeared, I have felt oppressive. My spiritual sense feels wrapped in a thick blanket, the range shrinking from 50 meters to less than 5. And that captive? Su Qingge's gaze grew grave. The prisoner Long Gu, who had his arms severed by Jiang Han and kept in room 2802 for experiments. What happened to him? He's very excited. Su Qingge took a deep breath. Since the fog seeped into the room, his cellular activity surged. When I went to change his medicine, he actually laughed at the white fog outside the window. The laughter was eerie, and he kept muttering, "They are coming, they are coming." Them. Jiang Han walked to the window, pressing his hand against the cold glass. Because of the indoor-outdoor temperature difference, frost did not form on the glass, but he could clearly sense that the white fog was alive, consciously seeking gaps to slip into this warm fortress. It seems the Brotherhood's armored car won't be coming for now, Jiang Han said lightly. In this fog, no one can tell direction. If they were on the road, they'd probably be lost or overturned. But that doesn't mean we are safe. Zhao Gang informed Zhang Lei to pull back everyone who can move inside. Seal every crack at the first floor gate with tape and blankets, block all windows. Only essential patrols, no one should approach windows or exterior walls. Yes. Zhao Gang, though unsure, felt the gravity of the situation. At 900 M. In the inner lobby of Building 28, Zhang Lei led a dozen newly recruited guards, sweating, hauling sandbags and planks to seal the gaping doorway that had already been blasted open. Even with the lockdown, the penetrating chill and dampness continued to seep through the gaps. Damn, this fog is really evil. A young guard rubbed his frozen arm, muttering, Captain, do you think there are ghosts in this fog? Shut your crow's mouth. Zhang Lei glared. What ghosts? It's probably just the weather changing. Move quickly, Master Jiang said. This fog is poisonous, and breathing too much will rot the lungs. Thump. At that moment, a faint impact sounded from outside the boarded door. The sound wasn't loud, but in the silent lobby, it was unusually clear. Everyone froze. Who was there? Zhang Lei raised his assault rifle, the muzzle aimed at the door. No one answered from outside. A few seconds later, thump thump. 2 more sounds. Then a faint sobbing voice came from outside the door, sounding like a woman. Help me. Open the door. I am Aunt Lee from the 7th floor. I got lost while out looking for food. It's so cold. Let me in. Aunt Lee. Zhang Lei paused. There really is an Aunt Lee on the 7th floor. She was usually kind and would bring dumplings for the guards. Captain, it's Aunt Lee. That young guard's eyes lit up. Instinctively, he moved to lift the boards. She isn't dead yet. Quickly let her in. Don't move. Zhang Lei suddenly grasped him by the shoulder, his face grim. Are you out of your mind? Master Jiang said no one opens the door without his orders. Even the almighty King of Heaven wouldn't be allowed to come in without orders. The young guard grew anxious, but that's Aunt Lee. She'll freeze out there. Xiaozhang, is that you? The voice outside grew more pitiful, replying, I'm your Aunt Lee. I have 2 hot eggs. I kept them for you. Please open the door. I'll freeze to death. Hearing the phrase hot eggs made the young guard's eyes redden. In this post-apocalyptic world where even bark is barely intact, those 2 hot eggs stood for something unsaid. Captain, just open a crack. Just pull her in, the young guard pleaded. Zhang Lei hesitated. He was rough, but not heartless. If it really was someone he knew. Just as Zhang Lei loosened the gun's grip, Jiang Han's icy voice crackled through the radio. Zhang Lei, if you dare open the door, I will kill you first. That is the sound-alike monster. Aunt Lee died at home 3 days ago. Her body had long been gnawed by rats. Jiang Han's voice roared in Zhang Lei's ear like thunder. What? Zhang Lei trembled, cold sweat soaking his back. The dead. How could they speak? Don't listen to it. Don't answer it. Step back. Jiang Han commanded. The voice outside seemed to sense the hesitation inside. The mournful sobbing suddenly ceased. Instead, a chilling, sharp laughter rose. Hee hee. Won't you open the door? Xiaozhong, you're not behaving yourself. That voice no longer sounded like kind Antly, it sounded like two rusty metal plates scraping together, sharp, piercing, full of inhuman malice. Screech. Then a sickening metal tearing sound ripped through the air. The 5-centimeter thick wooden plank sealing the door was pierced through with ease by a pale, slender barbed claw, as if stabbing through window paper. That claw flailed in the air, nails crusted with dark red tissue. Aya! The young guard shrank to the floor, his face as white as paper. If it were a zombie, perhaps he would not fear. But a monster that can disguise, speak, and smile shattered his defenses completely. Open fire. Hit the claws. Zhang Lei roared, pulling the trigger. Boom. Buckshot hammered, the door splinters flying. The claw withdrew after being struck. Outside, a furious roar erupted, followed by the heavy impact of something hitting the ground, as if the thing jumped away and vanished into the fog. Move. Upstairs quickly. Zhang Lei would no longer stay on the first floor, dragging the terrified guard and rushing upstairs. In room 2801's monitoring room, Jiang Han watched the silhouette flash across the screen. So it is a humanoid monster after all. Jiang Han set down the radio, his expression grave. This was a special, mutated creature born with the white fog. They have no fixed form, usually like a lump of flowing gel capable of mimicking the voice of the people they eat, and to some extent imitating appearances. What they like most is to hide in the fog, lure prey with familiar voices out of cover, then strike with a one-shot kill. Such monsters are the nightmare of all survivors. Because you never know whether the one asking for help in the fog is your loved one or death. These monsters are not easy to deal with. Su Qingge looked at the playback on the screen, pointing to the claw. Its skin seems to regenerate strongly, and it's very smart. That's right. Jiang Han nodded. They have primitive intelligence. They know how to prey on human weaknesses. But Jiang Han turned to look at Zhao Gang behind him. Zhao Gang, your chance has come. Huh. Zhao Gang was stunned. These monsters are smart, but they have a deadly weakness. They locate and imitate using sound waves. That means they are highly sensitive to high-frequency sound waves. I want you to modify that loudspeaker. Jiang Han pointed to the high-powered amplifier Zhao Gang had used earlier. Turn it into an infrasound generator or a high-frequency noise cannon. Can you do that? Zhao Gang's eyes lit up. This touched his professional field. Yes. Give me half a day. I just need to tweak the coil and the diaphragm, add a frequency converter. Excellent. Go. Do it. Tonight we will give these chatty monsters a concert. Meanwhile, on the national highway 5 kilometers outside Dijing, one heavily modified armored riot vehicle stood by the roadside like a blinded beast. The vehicle bore a grotesque skull emblemed the roof, mounted with a heavy machine gun. But now this invincible war machine had stalled. Inside the cockpit, a man with a rough face, a bald head, and a scar in his pale face furiously pounded the steering wheel. He was the vanguard captain of the Brotherhood, nicknamed the Butcher. Damn, what kind of broken fog is this? No GPS signal, compass spinning. I can't even see the road. The Butcher swore, pushing open the door to urinate. Boss, don't go out. Outside doesn't feel right. A deputy warned, trembling. What are you afraid of? I'm an awakened one. The Butcher scoffed, leaped out, unzipped, and began to pee toward the roadside railing. Deep within the fog, a delicate voice suddenly spoke. Big brother. I am lost. Could you take me a ride? That voice was seductive to the bone, making the Butcher itch in his heart. Oh, there's some wild flavor. The Butcher buckled his belt and walked toward the voice. Girl, where are you? Come out and let your brother see you. He took a few steps, and his figure gradually disappeared into the fog. The men in the vehicle waited for 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Boss. The underlings mustered courage and called out. No answer. Only the gnawing sounds from the depths of the white fog. Creak. Creak. That was the sound of bones being gnawed. Then the Butcher's voice rang out again, but this time with a stiff, deathly edge. Brothers. Come over. This girl is really something. The underlings exchanged looks, a chill crawling from their feet to their heads. They knew the boss would not be coming back. At 11:30 in the morning, inside room 2802 of building 28, where the temperature held steady at 18 degrees Celsius on independent heating, the workshop was thick with the acrid sting of molten solder and scorched plastic. Upon the workbench, repurposed from a solid oak dining table, lay a chaotic sprawl of dismantled electronic components, copper coils, and several massive magnets salvaged from discarded speakers. Zhao Gang wore a thick magnifying lens, his hand steadying a precision soldering iron. Beads of sweat welled upon his forehead one after another, yet he dared not even lift a hand to wipe them away. Just integrate this frequency inverter into the main circuit. Then adjust the resonance frequency of the diaphragm. He muttered under his breath, his hands moving with the steadiness of stone. Beside him, Duo sat obediently, cradling a multimeter, her eyes never drifting from the display. Dad, the voltage has reached 220 volts. Duo spoke in a hushed tone. Steady. Push it to 240. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. The auditory systems of these creatures must be far more acute than humans. Ordinary noise won't suffice. We need infrasound capable of resonating with their internal organs or high-frequency waves sharp enough to pierce the eardrum. ZZ. With the final red wire soldered onto the mainboard, the once ordinary loudspeaker had transformed into an unholy contraption of exposed coils and metallic conduits. Its speaker cone had been replaced with a radar-like parabolic dish tethered to a heavy battery bank behind it. It's done. Zhao Gang set down his soldering iron and exhaled deeply, a fanatic's grin spreading across his face, the kind only an engineer truly understands. Mr. Jiang, behold my masterpiece, the Sonic Skull Crusher. Prototype 1. Jiang Han, who had been waiting nearby, raised an eyebrow at the crude, brutal apparatus. A fitting name. He stepped forward, his fingertips tracing the cold metal tubes. And the principle behind it. Dual mode, Zhao Gang announced eagerly. Mode 1, Banshee Scream. It utilizes high-frequency piezoelectric ceramic vibration to emit sonic waves above 10,000 Hz. Human ears cannot perceive this, or at most will experience mild tinnitus. But for those humanoid monsters that hunt by sound, it is equivalent to driving red-hot steel needles into their brains. It will shatter their balance instantly and drive them into madness. Mode 2, Abyssal Hammer. This is the infrasound mode operating below 20 Hz. It induces resonance within biological organs. With sufficient power, it can shatter their internal organs outright, reducing them to vomiting blood without ever seeing the blow come. However, Zhao Gang scratched his head in regret. The current power output is limited. Shattering internal organs may prove difficult, but inducing nausea, vomiting, and complete loss of mobility, that is guaranteed. That is more than enough. A sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. As long as they can be made to stop even for a single second, my blade will sever their heads. Load the equipment. We're heading to the second-floor terrace. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the enclosed terrace of Building 28's second floor, the view had once been splendid, offering a direct vantage over the greenery surrounding the first floor. Now only dense white fog pressed against the windows, visibility reduced to less than 3 meters. Silence reigned within the fog, yet everyone knew what lurked within it. Zhang Lei led several brave security guards, shields in hand, holding position behind Jiang Han. Suchinga stood by the window, her ice crystal dagger gripped tight, ready to shatter the glass at a moment's notice. Zhao Gang mounted the Sonic Skull Crusher upon the windowsill, its parabolic dish pointed into the depth of the fog. Begin, Jiang Han ordered. Yes. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and donned his custom ear protection, handing a pair each to Jiang Han and Suchinga. Zhang Lei and the others, lacking such gear, stuffed cotton into their ears and pressed their hands tightly over them. Zhao Gang's finger descended upon the red ignition button. A low hum resonated through the room. There was no thunderous explosion. Instead, everyone felt the air grow suddenly viscous, their chests growing heavy, their heartbeats skipping a single rhythm. The infrasound had activated. Though inaudible, the physiological discomfort turned Zhang Lei's face deathly pale. Several men began dry heaving. And beyond the fog, the effect was immediate. Kra, ist, piercing, twisted shrieks erupted from the once silent white void. Those sounds were unlike anything earthborn. Part metal grinding, part infant wailing, they pulsed with raw agony and unbridled frenzy. Then the fog churned violently. Dark silhouettes emerged from the white haze. No longer concealing themselves, they thrashed like headless flies, some crashing directly against the second-floor glass with deafening thuds. There, Suchinga pointed outward. Through the glass, a humanoid monster revealed itself. A human-shaped creature, its skin possessing the dead gray, gelatinous texture of curdled flesh. It bore no facial features, only a gaping maw split from ear to ear, packed with rows of needle-fine teeth. Its limbs were grotesquely elongated joints bending in reverse. It clawed desperately at its own skull, clearly writhing under the torture of the infrasound. Switch mode. High frequency. Jiang Han commanded coldly. Zhao Gang twisted the dial without hesitation. SCZZT. A razor-sharp beam of ultrasonic waves, nearly imperceptible to human ears, fanned outward toward the fog. Squee. The humanoid pressed against the window, convulsed violently, as though struck by lightning. 2 streams of black fluid spouted from where its ears should have been, and it slid down the glass, writhing upon the floor in unbearable pain. And it was not just that one. Across the surrounding fog, the same sounds of agony and rage filled the air. Now, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. He threw the window open. Though the dense fog poured in, he paid it no mind. Within his spiritual perception, those previously elusive, barely discernible biological auras now blazed as clearly as torches in the night, disrupted and laid bare by the sonic waves. 1, 2, 3. 7 in total. Jiang Han extended his right hand, pointing towards several directions in the void, and flicked his fingers in rapid succession. Spatial blade. Sequential sever. Swish. 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 Several black spatial rifts sliced silently through the fog like threads of the Reaper itself. No resistance met them. No defense whatsoever. Those humanoids, already stripped of mobility by the sonic assault, were as fragile as tofu before the spatial blades. Schlick. The sound of blades shearing through flesh rang clear. Then came the heavy thud of bodies hitting ground. 7. All slain. One lay directly beneath the window. Its head had been severed cleanly, that horrific maw still frozen in a silent scream, black blood spraying across the pristine white snow. A sight stark and terrible. Close the window. Jiang Han retracted his hand, his breathing untouched. Zhao Gang quickly deactivated the sonic weapon and sealed the window. Only then did Zhang Lei and the others dare remove their hands from their ears. Their faces were ashen, drenched in cold sweat, as though they had survived a grave illness. Is that it all? Zhang Lei stared at the fog outside, which had returned to its deathly calm. He scarcely believed it. The monsters that had filled them with primal terror were slain so easily, as though slaughtering chickens. This is too overpowering. The young security guard gazed at Jiang Han's back, his admiration transmuting into outright fanaticism. This was the power of technology fused with supernatural ability. Zhang Lei. Jiang Han turned. Lead a few men, don full protective gear, and drag that relatively intact corpse inside. Dr. Su needs specimens. Burn the rest. Leave no trace. Yes, Master Jiang. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in room 2801's temporary autopsy station, Su Qingge, clad in a white lab coat, with double gloves and protective goggles, performed the dissection upon the humanoid corpse. The cadaver exhaled a nauseating, fishy sweet stench akin to a mixture of rotting fruit and formalin. The anatomy is extraordinary. Su Qingge sliced through the monster's gelatinous skin with a scalpel, recording her findings into a voice recorder. No distinct muscle fibers. The interior is largely composed of semi-fluid tissue fluid, resembling a jellyfish or perhaps some form of fungal colony. Its vocal apparatus. She incised the creature's throat. Within she discovered an exceedingly complex organ. A stack of thin cartilage membranes layered like gossamer wings. Each layer varied in thickness, capable of vibrating at different frequencies to produce a range of sounds. A natural voice modulator, Su Qingge marveled. This structure alone is sufficient to replicate every known human vocal frequency. No wonder they could mimic Aunt Lee's voice down to the trembling quality of her weeping. But the crucial discovery is this. From the monster's cranial cavity, she extracted a small crystal-clear, white gem. No larger than a grain of rice, it lacked the surging energy typical of mutated beast cores. Instead, it possessed an ethereal, almost weightless quality. It felt light in her palm, nearly imperceptible in weight. What is this? Jiang Han leaned closer. I'm uncertain whether it qualifies as a core. Su Qingge placed the crystal beneath the microscope. But I have observed that within this crystal appears to be sealed. Fog. Fog. Indeed. Su Qingge brought up the microscopic image. Observe. This crystal is not solid. Its interior is riddled with microscopic bubbles. Locked within these bubbles is a highly concentrated compression of the white fog from outside. I harbor a bold hypothesis. Su Qingge looked up, her expression grave. These humanoids may not have originated from mutations of Earth's biology. They are the white fog itself. You mean they are elemental beings? Jiang Han's brow furrowed. Roughly, the white fog serves as both their vessel and their amniotic fluid. When fog density reaches a certain threshold, it condenses under pressure into these physical monsters. This also explains why their bodies liquefy rapidly upon death, dissolving into puddles of water. Jiang Han studied the corpse upon the autopsy table, which was gradually melting away, lost in thought. If Su Qingge's hypothesis held true, then this great fog itself constituted a colossal living organism. Or perhaps a vast incubation chamber. What uses this crystal, he asked. I do not yet know. Su Qingge shook her head. I attempted to channel my ice-type ability into it, but it responded to nothing. Neither absorbent nor responsive. It lies inert like an ordinary stone. Keep it for now. Jiang Han's instincts told him this object would prove useful eventually. Dr. Su, you have worked hard. Go rest. Zhao Gang's sonic weapon proved effective. For the coming days, as long as they dare approach, we shall slaughter them one by one. At 10 o'clock in the evening, inside the master bedroom atop building 28, Jiang Han remained awake. Cradling the minute white crystal, he sat cross-legged upon his bed and sank his consciousness into the spatial dimension. Since Su Qingge could not decipher it, he would let the space attempt it. Absorb. Jiang Han attempted to draw the white crystal into the space, much as he had with blood cores. To his surprise, the space responded. But unlike the violent expansion triggered by blood cores, the white crystal, once inside the space, did not decompose into energy. Instead, it drifted upward toward the spirit spring. It hovered above the spring's eye, slowly melting into a wisp of extraordinarily pure white mist. The mist did not dissipate, rather it merged with the air surrounding the spirit spring. Jiang Han perceptively sensed the air around the spirit spring growing richer, more moist, carrying a faint, intoxicating allure. Space prompt self-perception, new trait unlocked, fog barrier beginner. A flash of understanding surged through Jiang Han's mind. Though devoid of a system interface, he could feel the new ability bestowed upon him by the space. He extended his hand. With a mere thought, a sphere of dense white fog no larger than a basketball materialized in his palm. This fog did more than obscure vision. Its paramount function was sensory denial. When Jiang Han thrust his hand into the cloud, he discovered his spiritual sense could not penetrate it to perceive his own fingers. So that is how it works. A smile of genuine delight curled Jiang Han's lips. This seemingly useless white crystal had granted him an ability akin to an invisibility smoke bomb. Though its range was modest at present, if he could slay more humanoids and collect more white crystals, might he forge a fog domain of his own? Within such a domain, enemies would lose both sight and perception, while he alone would reign as an omniscient god. It seems this great fog is not merely a catastrophe. Jiang Han gazed toward the pallid world beyond his window, his earlier wariness dissolving, replaced by the keen excitement of a hunter spotting prey. It is a mine after all. Morning 0800. Outdoor temperature -39°C. Weather extremely dense, white fog, visibility under 3 meters. No sunlight pierced through this heavy white curtain. For Jiang Cheng, now the distinction between day and night lay only in the shifting gradations of the fog's grayness. The side door of the first-floor lobby of Building 28 swung open in silence. 2 fully equipped figures glided into the thick fog like phantoms. Jiang Han wore a black polar tactical windbreaker, a gas mask covering his face. He carried no long weapon, only the Tang blade sheathed at his waist. But tucked within his pocket was the portable sonic generator that Zhao Gang had worked through the night to assemble, the Skullcrusher 2.0. Suchinga followed close behind, her snow-white camouflage rendering her nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding wasteland. She carried a compound bow on her back and gripped 2 crystalline ice spikes in her hands. Close combat weapons she had condensed through her abilities, their hardness rivaling that of steel. Stay close to me. Jiang Han's voice came through the bone conduction headset, with crystalline clarity, into Suchinga's ear. Don't stray beyond 3 meters of me. In this fog, your sense of direction is useless. Understood. Suchinga's voice carried a taut edge. Though she was already an ability user, being immersed in this endless white void, unable to see the path beneath her feet, evoked that abyssal deep-sea claustrophobia that clung to her like a shadow. Yet Jiang Han walked with unwavering steadiness. Since absorbing that white crystal, he had discovered that the oppressive weight of spiritual pressure within the fog had lightened considerably. Though he could not yet scan the entire terrain like radar, perceiving movement within a 10-meter radius was more than sufficient. The two followed the main road outside the residential complex, groping their way toward the National Highway 5 kilometers distant. The journey was eerily still. Only the crunch of boots against accumulated snow broke the silence. Occasionally muffled thuds or the guttural growls of unknown creatures emanated from abandoned vehicles along the roadside. But under the deliberate emanation of a sliver of spatial pressure released by Jiang Han, the lesser monsters dared not approach rashly. Morning 0930. National Highway 318, Jiangcheng section. After an arduous trek of an hour and a half, Jiang Han came to a halt. We're here. He spoke in a low voice through the headset. Following the direction of his outstretched fingers, Suchinga narrowed her eyes and discerned a vast shadow looming within the dense fog. A steel behemoth parked askew along the roadside. Drawing closer, Suchinga could not suppress a sharp intake of cold air. This was a heavily modified Mingshi riot control armored vehicle. The original police livery had been repainted in matte black, adorned with a blood-drenched white skull, the insignia of the Brotherhood. A vicious triangular ice-breaking ram protruded from the front. Every window had been sealed shut with steel plates 2 centimeters thick, leaving only narrow firing ports. The heavy machine gun that had once been mounted on the roof was gone, though the rotating turret base remained. Yet this once imperious war chariot now presented a most pitiful sight. The driver's side door gaped open like a mouth that could not close. Scattered across the snow surrounding the vehicle lay several mutilated corpses. They were the lesser members of the crew. Their manner of death was horrific, torn asunder by some immense force. Their intestines lay spilled across the ground, long since frozen into crimson ice crystals. So this is the Brotherhood's vanguard. Suchinga surveyed the carnage, her stomach churning. Where is that one they call the Butcher? Over there. Jiang Han pointed toward the guardrail not far from the vehicle. Only half a body remained there. The lower half wore camouflage tactical pants. The upper half had simply vanished, severed at a jagged edge, as though bitten clean through. Hung upon the adjacent guardrail was a cleaver with only half its blade remaining, its edge already curled. The Butcher was a second-tier strength-type awakener. Jiang Han walked over, picked up the broken cleaver, and examined it. His gaze subtly hardened. His skin's hardness rivaled granite. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate it. To have bitten through him like sugarcane. There is something massive lurking in this fog. Suchinga tightened her grip on the ice spikes, her eyes warily sweeping the churning white mist surrounding them. Whatever it isn't here now. Jiang Han tossed aside the broken cleaver and turned toward the armored vehicle. Though its engine had died, the vehicle appeared not to have sustained critical damage. So long as there was fuel, it should still run. He reached toward the hull, just as his fingertips were about to touch the cold metal. Hee. A crystalline silver bell-like peal of laughter suddenly rang out behind them. Upon the deathly silent national highway, the sound was so jarring, so innocent. Jiang Han's hand froze midair. Suchinga whirled around her compound bow, drawn to full draw. In an instant, an ice-tipped arrow aimed directly at the source of the sound. Who's there? The white fog slowly parted. Less than 10 meters from them stood a little girl. She appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, clad in a red dress entirely out of place for this season. The hem of her skirt was thin, fluttering gently in the bitter wind. Her little face was deathly pale from the cold. Clutched in her arms was a grimy cloth doll, and she cocked her head, fixing Jiang Han and Suchinga with those large black and white eyes. Uncle Annie, have you seen my daddy? The little girl's voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a whimper. Daddy said he was going to get out to pee, and then he just disappeared. Bao Bao is so cold. Could you take Bao Bao home? The scene had reached the apex of the grotesque. A bone-chilling -39 degrees. A national highway choked in dense fog. Corpses strewn across the ground in pieces. A little girl in a thin dress standing here unscathed, searching for her father. Jiang Han. Suchinga's hands trembled slightly. Though reason screamed that this could not possibly be human, the girl's expression was so utterly convincing. That helplessness, that fear, it was indistinguishable from a truly lost child. Don't move. Jiang Han slowly turned, placing himself in front of Suchinga. His gaze was terrifyingly cold, devoid of even the faintest trace of compassion. Nicely acted. Jiang Han regarded the red-dressed girl with quiet detachment. Far better than that previous piece of trash that could only mimic Annie Lee's weeping. The little girl faltered, tears still glistening in her eyes. Uncle, what are you saying? Bao Bao doesn't understand. Bao Bao is really, really cold. As she spoke, she took stiff, mincing steps toward Jiang Han. Hug. Uncle, give me a hug. As she drew closer, the surrounding white fog seemed to come alive, beginning to churn and swirl around her. My apologies, I'm not fond of children. A cruel arc curved at the corner of Jiang Han's lips. He drew the black skull crusher 2.0 from his pocket. Especially children who eat people. He pressed the switch. Buzz. An infrasound wave, invisible to the ear, yet capable of shattering entrails, erupted, instantly fanning out toward the girl. Squeak. The once pitiful little girl, at the very instant the sound wave made contact, had that darling face suddenly contort like a melting wax figure. Her features shifted into misalignment in an instant. Those once large black and white eyes burst open, revealing beneath them clusters upon clusters of compound eyes. That cherry petal mouth tore open all the way to the ears, exposing row upon row of serrated fangs and a blood-red tongue. It hurts. It hurts so much. The little girl unleashed a shrill shriek. The voice was no longer that of a child, but a metallic, grinding roar. The red dress upon her burst asunder, revealing beneath it a gray-white, bristled, gelatinous body. This was no human. This was an elite, evolved, anthropomorphic creature. It had clearly consumed the butcher, absorbed his second-tier awakener's genes, and evolved a more perfect camouflage, even gaining partial resistance to the extreme cold. So it really is a mongrel after all. Jiang Han's eyes turned fierce as he pushed the sonic weapon to full power. The creature clutched its head in agony, its body swaying. Yet it did not collapse like ordinary anthropomorphic beasts. A venomous hatred flared within those compound eyes. Die? All of you die. The creature roared, its hind legs slamming against the ground. Defying the infrasound suppression, it launched itself at Jiang Han like a cannonball. Its speed was terrifying, the claws tearing through the air with a ghastly whistle. Careful! Suchinga cried out as she released an arrow. Thwack! The ice arrow struck the creature's shoulder, but only slightly impeded its motion. Its skin was too slick. Half the shaft bounced off. Just as the claws were about to tear out Jiang Han's throat, he stood rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. He did not even draw his tang blade. He merely raised his left hand toward the creature hurtling toward him and softly snapped his fingers. Mist. Domain. Whoosh. A billow of fog denser than its surroundings, tinged with a grayish-black hue, erupted instantly before Jiang Han. This was no ordinary fog. This was the absolute perception shielding zone Jiang Han had crafted using the energy of the white crystal absorbed through space. The instant it plunged into this mist, the elite anthropomorphic creature suddenly lost its target. Like a blind man, it halted less than half a meter from Jiang Han. Its claws slashed wildly through the air, yet could not touch the man who stood plainly before it. Its sonar had failed. Its sense of smell had failed. Within Jiang Han's domain, it was nothing more than a blind creature. It's over. Jiang Han's voice echoed from all directions within the mist. The next instant, a pitch-black spatial rift opened soundlessly around the creature's waist. Sever. There was no suspense whatsoever. The creature's resilient gelatinous body was as fragile as paper before the spatial edge. Squelch. Its upper and lower halves separated in an instant. Awakens. The scream died as abruptly as it had begun. Jiang Han dispersed the mist. On the ground lay only two halves of a still twitching corpse and a puddle of black viscous fluid. Suchinga watched utterly dumbfounded. What kind of ability was that? She had clearly seen the creature lunge right into Jiang Han's face. How had it suddenly frozen in place awaiting its slaughter? A small trick. Jiang Han offered no further explanation. He bent down and used his tang blade to pry open the creature's skull. Clink. A crystal twice the size of the previous one, milky white, throughout tumbled out. Second tier mimicry crystal core. A fine harvest. Jiang Han picked up the core, sensing the surging energy contained within. If he absorbed this, the range of his mist domain would expand at least twofold, potentially even achieving brief moments of true invisibility. He pocketed the core and turned back toward the armored vehicle. Dr. So keep watch. Jiang Han pressed his hand against the cold hull of the vehicle. A single thought stirred. Storage. Buzz. The massive armored vehicle vanished into thin air. All that remained on the ground were two deep tire tracks. Done. Jiang Han clapped his hands together, his spirits soaring. With this vehicle paired with Zhao Gang's technical modifications, he could now simply drive through any future zombie siege. Let's go. Time to head home. Jiang Han cast a glance at the dense white fog still swirling around them. Although this expedition had gone smoothly, he knew it was merely the providence of fortune. Deep within that fog, far more terrifying things surely awaited. Just as the two prepared to leave, Jiang Han's stride suddenly faltered. He whipped his head toward the far end of the national highway. There in the depths of that fog, even his spiritual sense could not penetrate. A pair of enormous lantern-like yellow eyes seemed to flash and vanish in an instant. An unprecedented sense of crisis made every hair on Jiang Han's body stand on end. What was that? Before he could see it clearly, those eyes had already disappeared. What's wrong? Suchinga sensed his sudden shift. Nothing. Jiang Han drew a deep breath, suppressing the pounding of his heart. Let's move. Quickly. This place is no longer safe. It seemed this world's pace of evolution was far swifter than he had anticipated. 1400 p.m. Building 28, AB2 Maintenance Workshop. Room temperature -15°C. Accompanied by a strange rippling distortion in the air, a colossal steel beast materialized out of thin air in the vacant maintenance bay. Boom. The heavy chassis crashed onto the ground, kicking up a thin layer of dust. It was a heavily modified Mengsher Jin 3 riot control armored vehicle. Although the body was covered in claw scratches and impact dents, the windshield fractured by some immense force, and half a frozen intestine even dangled from the door, it still exuded a suffocating aesthetic of pure violence. Its matte black paint, rugged run-flat tires, thick armor plating, and the empty, yet menacing machine gun turret mount on the roof completed its formidable silhouette. My God! Holding a wrench still dripping with engine oil, Zhao Gang stared blankly at the armored vehicle that had materialized before him. His eyes widened progressively, eventually igniting with a near-fanatical gleam. Is this a Mengsher CSK-181? No, it's a modified police riot control version. Like a lecher laying eyes on a peerless beauty, Zhao Gang tossed his wrench aside and lunged forward. Ignoring the grime, dried blood, and freezing cold, he ran his trembling hands over the icy armor plating. Look at this suspension. Independent double wishbone coil springs. With this off-road capability, it's practically born for the wasteland. And look at this armor thickness. It's reinforced with at least 10 millimeters of bulletproof steel plates. Ordinary rifle rounds would barely tickle it. Mr. Jiang, where did you get this beauty? This is a genuine military-grade chassis. Incoherent with excitement, Zhao Gang circled the vehicle several times, occasionally crawling underneath to tap and inspect the undercarriage. Standing aside, Jiang Han watched the ecstatic Zhao Gang, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. He knew that for a mechanic, there was no gift more alluring than this. Salvaged it from a few unlucky bastards. Jiang Han said casually. Though it has a solid foundation, you can see its current state. Can you fix it? Not only do I need it repaired, but I also want you to overhaul it into a true doomsday fortress. Yes, absolutely. Crawling out from under the vehicle with a smudge of black grease on his face, Zhao Gang beamed with joy. Though the engine died earlier, the core is undamaged. It's likely just a frozen fuel line or a clogged filter. Give me 2. No, 3 days. Zhao Gang held up 3 fingers, his eyes flashing with confidence. I have a few ideas, Mr. Jiang. Let me run them by you. He pointed to the deformed ramming bumper at the front. The original bumper is too clumsy. It only rams without causing real damage. I plan to dismantle it and replace it with the hydraulic breaching plow I've been hoarding. Then I'll mount 2 sets of horizontal electric chainsaws on the front. Next time we encounter a horde of the undead, we won't even need to ram them. We can just rev the chainsaws and plow right through. It'll be a mobile meat grinder. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. A mobile meat grinder. That idea suited his appetite perfectly. And then there's the roof. Zhao Gang pointed to the vacant turret. It's a pity the original heavy machine gun is gone, but I can scale down our gasoline drum cannon a bit and make a vehicle-mounted version. Though its range is somewhat limited, a single blast will unleash a sea of fire, perfect for clearing a path. Additionally, I'll install thermal insulation and an independent air filtration system inside. The white mist outside is toxic, so we need to be able to take off our hazmat suits while inside the vehicle. Zhao Gang rambled on about his modification plans, every detail brimming with an intense desire for survival and a reverence for sheer power. Are there enough materials? Jiang Han asked. More than enough. We've scavenged the entire building, and with the steel you brought back earlier we have enough to arm this beast to the teeth. Very well. Jiang Han patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved 2 cases of military compressed biscuits and a case of canned luncheon meat from his storage space, placing them on the workbench. Work hard these next few days. I need this vehicle operational as soon as possible. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. For this big guy, I'll get it running even if I have to skip sleep. Watching Zhao Gang crawl back under the chassis and begin clanking away at the parts, Jiang Han turned and left the underground garage. With this vehicle and the supplies in his storage space, he finally possessed the capital to venture beyond this residential compound. Whether it was to search for more crystal nuclei or to make contact with the so-called official sanctuary, this vehicle was indispensable. 1630 p.m. Building 28, the lobby. Zhang Lei was leading several fully armed security guards to clear snow and debris from the lobby entrance. Although Jiang Han had ordered the main gate sealed, they still left a small firing port just wide enough for a single person to pass through, ensuring both visibility and an emergency exit. At this moment, the dense fog still shrouded the world, though visibility had improved slightly, allowing them to see about 5 meters ahead. Captain, what's that over there? A young security guard shoveling snow suddenly stopped, pointing below the steps outside the main gate. Amid the thick snow, a black rectangular corner was exposed. It resembled a case, but it seemed to have a half-broken antenna attached to it. Zhang Lei warily raised his riot shotgun and gestured for the others to fall back. Charlie, hook it and pull it over. A long iron hook reached out, snagging the black object, and pulled with force. Clatter! The object was dragged into the lobby. It was a black engineering plastic case, its surface encased in a thick layer of ice. The case was exceptionally heavy, with shock-absorbing rubber wrapping its corners, appearing remarkably sturdy. Most eye-catching of all was a line of faded white lettering printed on the side of the case. Though the paint had chipped, it was still legible. Property of C.D.C. Biohazard Unit. Foreign writing. Zhang Lei frowned. He did not recognize the words, but he knew the yellow biohazard warning symbol. 3 curved black crescents. Captain, this looks like those cases that hold viruses in biohazard movies. Xiao Li's face turned pale with fright as he took 2 steps back. Don't talk nonsense. Although Zhang Lei also felt a chill down his spine, curiosity got the better of him. How did this thing end up under their building? Judging by the depth of the snow covering it, it hadn't been discarded recently. How it had been there for quite some time. Wait. Is this Captain Wu's thing? Zhang Lei's sharp eyes suddenly noticed a strip of red cloth tied to the handle of the case. That was the unique marker of the Building 12 security team, used to prevent supplies from being mixed up. That old fox Captain Wu was hiding something like this. Zhang Lei realized things might not be so simple. Captain Wu was dead, yet this case remained. Don't open it. Whatever you do, don't open it. Zhang Lei barked at his subordinates, who were trying to lean in for a closer look. Carry it. Follow me to the 28th floor to find Master Jiang. This is beyond our pay grade. Room 2801, living room. 10 minutes later, the black case was placed on the coffee table in front of Jiang Han. Su Qingge was thoroughly disinfecting the case with an alcohol spray, while Jiang Han, wearing gloves, carefully examined this uninvited guest. CDC. Center for Disease Control. Su Qingge recognized the letters, her brow furrowing. How did this end up in our residential compound? Could this catastrophe be related to the CDC? It wasn't necessarily discarded by the CDC. Jiang Han remarked, pointing to an inconspicuous serial number on the side of the case. Look at this, Project Winter. It seems to be a code name. Project Winter. Su Qingge was taken aback. We'll know once we open it. Jiang Han signaled Su Qingge to step back. Retrieving a pair of pliers from his storage space, he snapped the combination lock on the case. Click! The latch popped open. Jiang Han took a deep breath and threw the lid open. There was no viral leak as they had imagined, nor did any monster leap out. Inside the case, a sophisticated set of electronic equipment was neatly embedded. This was no biohazard container. It was a military-grade portable signal repeater, or rather, a beacon. The device's indicator lights were dark, its battery clearly depleted long ago. Beside the equipment lay a black notebook sealed in a plastic bag along with a laminated map. Jiang Han picked up the notebook and flipped to the first page. The handwriting was hurried and chaotic, but the urgency of the writer at the time was palpable. 3 days before the extreme cold descended, we received evacuation orders. The higher-ups claimed it was just a drill, but I saw it. They were transporting that thing into the underground bunker. That thing is alive. It is glowing. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. Glowing. Alive. Could it be the source of the mutation? He continued flipping through the pages. The extreme cold has arrived. The evacuation failed. The helicopter crashed. Old Wu and I survived. We hid in this residential compound called Daijingwan. Old Wu has changed. He started hoarding supplies and killing people. He said that beacon is our last bargaining chip. As long as we set it up, the authorities will send someone to rescue us. The red light appeared. Old Wu has gone mad. He wants to modify the beacon into a decoy to attract those monsters. He says it's the key to evolution. The journal entry ended abruptly there. The final page was stained with dark red blood. Old Wu. Is that Captain Wu? Suchinga leaned in and asked. It seems so. Jiang Han closed the notebook, a flash of realization crossing his eyes. That Captain Wu wasn't some security chief originally. He was a survivor who failed to evacuate while carrying a classified mission. He infiltrated the security team and became their leader. This machine. Jiang Han ran his fingers over the cold metal casing. Is a positioning beacon. Captain Wu had been trying to fix it to contact his superiors, but he failed. Now that he's dead, this thing has fallen into our hands. What use is this? Suchinga asked. The authorities can barely save themselves right now. Would they really send people to rescue us, just for this case? To rescue us? Unlikely. Jiang Han sneered, pointing to the Project Winter label. But if this thing concerns the truth behind the cataclysm, or some extremely vital strategic resource, they will definitely come. And they won't be coming in peace. Right then, the black device, which had remained silent all this time, suddenly flickered without warning. Beep. The red power indicator light actually turned on. Despite not being connected to any external power source, it had lit up on its own. Immediately after, a small screen on the device illuminated with lines of green scrambled code flashing frantically. Seconds later, the scrambled code vanished, replaced by clear text. Signal connection successful. Location confirmed, Jiangxing Daijingwan area. Time to target contact 48 hours. Sender Noah's Ark 3rd Squad. The air in the room instantly froze. Zhang Lei took a step back in fear. Master Zhang, this thing has come alive. What is it saying? Jiang Han's gaze instantly became incredibly sharp. Noah's Ark. The most mysterious, powerful, and cold-blooded official organization. Armed with cutting-edge technology and a force of awakened individuals, they fancied themselves the ultimate hope of humanity. Keenly targeted, Jiang Han stared at the countdown timer on the screen. 48 hours. 2 days from now, what exactly would arrive here? A rescue team. Or the cleaners? Zhang Lei. Jiang Han slammed the case, shut, his voice chillingly calm. Tell Zhao Gang to forget about sleeping. That armored vehicle must be finished within 2 days. Dr. Prepare your chemicals. In 2 days, some truly important guests might pay us a visit. We must prepare a surprise for them. 0300 AM. Building 28, AB2 Maintenance Workshop. Time remaining until contact with Noah's Ark, 32 hours. If hell had a sound, then the second basement garage at this moment was surely playing a hellish symphony. The shriek of cutting machines, the sizzle of welding, and the thundering boom of heavy hammers striking steel plates, intertwined, shaking the dust from the ceiling in a steady shower. The air was thick with the pungent stench of ozone, burnt metal, and engine oil. Under the glare of dozens of high-power searchlights, the Mengshe armored vehicle, already fearsome in appearance, was undergoing a complete bone-deep transformation. Hurry! Bring that 20mm bulletproof steel plate over here. Zhao Gang's current state was nothing short of a madman. Covered in black grease with hair like a disheveled bird's nest and bloodshot eyes, his spirit was terrifyingly hyperactive. Waving a welding torch in his hand, he roared at the security guards assisting him. Gently. Don't damage the suspension. Those are the legs of this vehicle. Zhang Lei, along with several security guards, was heavily huffing and puffing as they carried a massive alloy steel plate. These steel plates had been retrieved from Jiang Han's spatial dimension. They were originally armor plating for some industrial equipment and possessed extreme hardness. Engineer Zhao, this steel plate is too hard. Our cutting machine blades are glowing red, but we can't slice through it. Zhang Lei shouted, panting heavily. Can't slice through it. Zhao Gang froze, clawing at his hair in desperation. If we can't cut it, how are we supposed to make the add-on armor? Without this layer of armor, how are we going to block rocket-propelled grenades? Just then a chilly voice rang out. Step aside. Jiang Han stepped out from the shadows. Wearing a simple rib tank top, his lean muscular physique was on full display. He walked up to the massive steel plate. Draw the lines, Jiang Han said to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang immediately understood his intention. Grabbing a soapstone marker, he quickly traced the required shapes and cutting lines onto the steel plate. Mr. Jiang, this is high manganese steel. Its hardness is... Before Zhao Gang could finish his sentence, Jiang Han had already extended his right index finger. There was no earth-shattering light, only a heart-palpitating distortion in the air. Spatial slash. Sizzle. Jiang Han's finger slowly traced along the white lines. The hard steel plate, which had rendered the industrial cutting machines completely useless, was silently sliced open under Jiang Han's fingertip, as if it were mere tofu. The cut was as smooth as a mirror without generating even a sliver of heat. Clang. The excess scrap metal fell to the ground, letting out a sharp metallic ring. The surrounding security guards watched in dumbfounded silence, swallowing hard. This was a steel plate tens of millimeters thick. Yet in Master Zhang's hands it was cut as easily as paper. Where else needs to be cut? Jiang Han lightly shook his hand, his expression relaxed. The adoration in Zhao Gang's eyes was practically overflowing. This is absolutely incredible. Mr. Jiang, with this skill of yours our progress will be at least twice as fast. Cut the chatter and hurry up. Jiang Han glanced at the countdown on the wall. 30 hours left. I want to see it running. 24 hours later. After a day and night of tireless, sleepless battle, this doomsday chariot finally began to take shape. Zhao Gang had poured nearly his entire lifetime of mechanical expertise into this vehicle. First was the powertrain system. Though not as sci-fi as nuclear power, with the material support provided by Jiang Han, Zhao Gang replaced the engine with a high-power turbocharged diesel engine salvaged from a heavy-duty truck. Furthermore, to cope with the extreme cold, he fitted the engine with double-layer thermal insulation cotton and an independent electric preheating system. With a single press of the start button, this beast could awaken instantly in temperatures as low as -50 degrees. Next was the defense system. On top of the vehicle's original armor, it was wrapped in a layer of composite armor tailored by Jiang Han using his spatial cutting technique. The windows were completely sealed, leaving only a few narrow bulletproof glass observation slits and firing ports. Best of all, Zhao Gang had lined the perimeter of the vehicle with high-voltage electric shock contact points. This was inspired by your terrace power grid. Zhao Gang introduced proudly. Once zombies or mutant beasts try to cling onto the vehicle, the driver only needs to press a single button, and the entire vehicle will instantly be surged with thousands of volts of electricity, turning them into roasted meat. Finally, and most crucially, the weapon system. At the front of the vehicle, the original bull bar was removed and replaced with a massive V-shaped hydraulic icebreaker plow. On both sides of the plow, sets of furiously spinning industrial chainsaws were installed. Buzz! Zhao Gang tried to start them up. The chainsaws spun at high speed, emitting a tooth-gritting shriek. Once this thing drove into a horde of zombies, it would become a literal meat grinder, leaving severed limbs flying in its wake. And on the roof, the gasoline drum cannon that had once struck terror into Captain Wu was modified and upgraded. Zhao Gang had fitted it with a simple hydraulic recoil booster and an auto-loader. The muzzle pointed menacingly forward, resembling a giant beast poised to devour life at any moment. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Zhao Gang caressed the cold chassis of the vehicle as if he were fondling his own lover. Let's give it a name. Su Qingge walked over. In her hand, she carried an insulated food container filled with hot porridge prepared for everyone. Looking at this murderous chariot, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes as well. Zhao Gang turned to Jiang Han. Mr. Jiang, this is your vehicle. You decide. Jiang Han walked a circle around the vehicle. The matte black body, the menacing chainsaws, the thick cannon barrel, and that overbearing aura that seemed capable of crushing all laws of the apocalypse. Let's call it the Judgment, Jiang Han said calmly. In this world without laws, it is a mobile courtroom. Its gunfire is the final verdict. The Judgment. What a great name. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together in excitement. Beep, beep. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of the newly completed vehicle, the black signal box resting on the nearby workbench suddenly let out a rapid, urgent buzzing. Jiang Han's expression shifted as he strode over. He saw that the countdown on the screen, which should have had several hours remaining, had suddenly dropped to 0. A line of blood-red text flashed on the screen. Signal source approaching. Distance 5 kilometers. High-energy reaction detected. IFF unknown. Ahead of schedule. Jiang Han's pupils contracted slightly. It seems they are in even more of a hurry than we anticipated. Zhao Gang. Jiang Han whipped his head around, his voice as hard as iron. Fill up the tank. Bring all the ammunition. Drive the Judgment to the first-floor lobby. Su Qingge, notify Zhang Lei. All personnel on level 1 alert. Everyone retreat into the building and seal all entrances. They're here. 0600 AM. Main road outside Daijingwan residential area. The dense fog had still not dispersed, instead it seemed to grow thicker, like solid white walls. Yet within this deathly silent white mist a low rumbling roar echoed. It was not the sound of a car engine, but a more powerful rhythmic mechanical vibration. The snow on the ground trembled slightly in unison with the sound. Static. Calling Sirius. Calling Sirius. This is Noah's Ark Search Team 3. We have reached the coordinates. A beam of deathly pale high-intensity searchlight pierced through the thick fog like a sharp sword. Following closely behind, a colossal dark shadow slowly emerged. It was no ordinary vehicle. It was a tracked all-terrain polar hover transport vehicle, standing a full 3 stories high. Its body was painted in grayish-white camouflage with a massive ARK logo printed on its side, an abstract double helix DNA wrapping around the Earth. Atop the transport vehicle there were no conventional firearms, instead a strange rotating silver radar-like device was mounted. As the device spun, the dense white fog around it parted automatically to both sides, as if encountering its natural nemesis, revealing a clear path. A fog-dispelling device. This was true high technology. Flanking this behemoth were 4 light snow assault vehicles. Each vehicle carried 4 fully armed soldiers. They wore pristine white exoskeleton armor, and in their hands they held sci-fi-looking electromagnetic pulse rifles rather than ordinary firearms. "Captain, the signal source is in the building ahead," reported a soldier wearing tactical goggles from the lead assault vehicle. However, according to thermal imaging scans, that building has a very high defense rating. There are barricades at the entrance, and there seems to be a heavy weapons signature on the roof. Heavy weapons. A man sitting in the passenger seat let out a soft chuckle. He wore no exoskeleton, only a thin black combat uniform. Sporting a buzz-cut scar ran across his left eye, and his gaze was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. He was the captain of this squad, codenamed Wagyu, a Tier 3 lightning-type esper. What kind of heavy weapons could there be in this abandoned city? A few makeshift guns. Or gas canisters. Wagyu shook his head dismissively. That useless Tianlang actually died in a place like this. Making us travel all this way just to retrieve the beacon. Pass down the order. Wagyu switched on the vehicle's loudspeaker, his voice cold and arrogant. "Survivors ahead, listen up. We are the Noah's Ark Special Forces. Disarm yourselves immediately, hand over the black beacon box numbered S70 and gather all awakened in the open area for screening. We give you 5 minutes. Otherwise we will treat this as a hostile act and annihilate you." Building 28, first floor lobby. The colossal Judgment chariot was now parked in the center of the lobby, its front facing the entrance directly. Jiang Han sat in the driver's seat, gripping the cold steering wheel. Su Qingge sat in the passenger seat, controlling the vehicle's weapon systems. Zhao Gang was squeezed into the turret control seat at the back, tensely peering through the sights. Hearing the arrogant demands from outside, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. Noah's Ark. As expected, they still had that high and mighty attitude. Under the banner of saving humanity, this organization was actually capturing Awaken everywhere for live experiments. The so-called Ark was merely a sanctuary for the powerful and wealthy. Ordinary people who entered were nothing but fuel. "Master Zhang, what should we do? They seem really powerful. They have exoskeletons." Zhang Lei's voice trembled over the walkie-talkie. "What is there to fear?" Jiang Han pressed the button for the vehicle's loudspeaker. His voice boomed through the massive megaphones atop the Judgment, shattering the morning mist with undisguised mockery. "Oh, Noah's Ark. With such a grand entrance, I thought you were here to deliver care packages. You want the box? Sure. You want us to surrender? Dream on. I'll also give you 5 minutes. Leave that giant hover vehicle and all your gear behind, then get lost. Otherwise..." Jiang Han slammed his foot on the accelerator. Boom. The engine of the Judgment let out a fierce roar, and the massive chassis shuddered within the lobby. "I will grind you self-proclaimed elites into mincemeat." White mist churned in the chilly morning wind, resembling boiling milk. Crushed into mincemeat. Standing beside the all-terrain hovercraft lay Gui. He listened to the arrogant words blaring from the loudspeaker, a cruel and disdainful smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He removed his tactical glove, revealing a left hand adorned with a peculiar metallic bracer. Within the crevices of the bracer, faint purple electric arcs crackled and leaped. How amusing. Lei Gui gazed at the building looming indistinctly in the mist ahead, as if looking at an ant courting death. "I thought it was just some upstart who happened to scavenge some gear, but it turns out they have quite a temper." Captain Thermal Imaging shows a massive heat source moving in the lobby, the nearby communications officer reported. "The thermal signature is extremely high, resembling heavy machinery." "Heavy machinery?" Lei Gui sneered. "In this abandoned city, who else besides our Ark can operate heavy machinery? They probably just drove some bulldozer out from a construction site." He raised his hand, making a tactical gesture to the 4 combat squads behind him. "All units listen up. Target the ground floor lobby. Fire at will. Shatter their turtle shell first to wake them up." "Understood." 16 Special Forces soldiers clad in white exoskeleton armor shouted in unison. Moving in perfect synchronization, they raised their electromagnetic pulse rifles. Requiring no gunpowder, these rifles utilized electromagnetic coils to accelerate projectiles to an extremely high muzzle velocity. Their penetrating power was more than triple that of ordinary automatic rifles, yet they operated with minimal noise, producing only a faint electrical hum. ZZT shoo, shoo, shoo. There was no deafening gunfire. Only a dense, buzzing hum akin to high-voltage power lines leaking electricity vibrated through the air. Countless streaks of eerie blue light tore through the mist, striking the doors, windows, and walls of Building 28's ground-floor lobby with pinpoint accuracy. Thud, thud, thud. The barricades of sandbags, wooden planks, and desks that Zhang Lei and his men had painstakingly piled up were as fragile as crackers before the electromagnetic projectiles. Sandbags burst instantly, wooden planks were shredded into splinters, and even the concrete walls were gouged with deep craters, sending stone fragments flying. The security guards hiding behind the barricades were scared out of their wits, clutching their heads and pressing themselves flat against the ground, not daring to lift their eyes. My God, what kind of gun is this? How can it pierce right through walls? Zhang Lei stared at a smoking bullet hole on a concrete pillar beside him, his face deathly pale. If it were a shootout with ordinary riot guns, he could have put up a fight, but this was a complete dimensional strike. Is this the firepower of a regular army? Although the storm of bullets outside riddled the walls with holes, a deathly serene silence reigned inside the black chariot parked deep within the lobby. Composite armor and bulletproof glass several centimeters thick shut out most of the noise. Jiang Han sat in the driver's seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel steadily. Before him was a row of illuminated dashboards displaying various parameters: engine, preheating, complete hydraulic system, pressure, normal, onboard weapon system, online, external power grid, standby. Mr. Zhang, the fire outside is incredibly intense. Zhao Gang, seated at the turret control station in the back, swallowed hard as he watched the flying debris through the periscope. Those are electromagnetic rifles with extreme armor-piercing capabilities. Our windows. Rest assured, Jiang Han interrupted flatly. I've sandwiched a spatial barrier within the window glass. Unless they bring a nuclear bomb, they won't stand a chance of piercing this glass. This was the source of Jiang Han's confidence. The so-called extreme modification was not merely a product of Zhao Gang's mechanical expertise, it was seamlessly integrated with Jiang Han's spatial abilities. This vehicle was a fusion of technology and magic. Hold on tight. Jiang Han shifted gears and slammed the accelerator pedal all the way to the floor. Boom. The turbocharged diesel engine, salvaged from a heavy truck, unleashed a long dormant roar. The massive acoustic wave echoed through the enclosed lobby, causing the chandeliers overhead to sway violently. A thick column of black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe. Unleash. With a low growl from Jiang Han, this 8-ton steel beast surged toward the main doors like a black cannonball. The soldiers of Noah's Ark were still laying down suppressive fire. Cease fire. Lei Gui suddenly frowned. He heard it. Amidst the subtle crackle of electromagnetic gunfire, a deep, heavy, and rapidly approaching mechanical roar resonated. The ground began to tremble slightly. What is that sound? Before the soldiers could react, rumble. The already battered lobby barricade of Building 28 suddenly exploded from within. Countless sandbags, wooden planks, and stone fragments flew in all directions like shrapnel. Amidst the swirling dust and wood splinters, a massive, menacing black front end roared out with an apocalyptic momentum. What is that? A soldier cried out in shock. Everyone's pupils dilated in sheer terror. What appeared in their field of vision was by no means a bulldozer. It was an armored monster, entirely pitch-black, styled like a chariot straight out of hell. The massive V-shaped hydraulic ice plow on the front gleamed coldly. On either side of the plow, 2 sets of giant industrial chainsaws spun frantically, emitting a teeth-gritting buzz, as if craving to tear through flesh and bone. On the roof, a thick chimney-like black barrel turned slowly, pointing directly at them. An armored vehicle. A miniature chassis. Shock flashed in Lei Gui's eyes. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such heavy-duty military equipment to be hidden in this godforsaken residential community. And judging by the modification style, it was clearly the work of a violent maniac. Scatter. Scatter now. Lei Gui bellowed, his body instantly blurring into an afterimage as he darted to the side. But his subordinates did not possess such swift reflexes. After bursting through the doors, the Judicator did not slow down. Carried by its immense momentum, it crushed the snow and steps at the entrance, charging straight toward the light snow assault vehicles. Screech. The foremost assault vehicle failed to dodge in time. The Judicator's spinning chainsaws sliced savagely into the side armor of the vehicle. A piercing sound of metal grinding echoed, sending sparks flying in all directions. The military assault vehicle, which should have been sturdy, was like paper before the industrial chainsaws. It was instantly ripped open with a massive gash, and the door, along with half of the driver inside, was instantly shredded into mincemeat. Arg! The agonizing scream lasted a mere half-second before being drowned out by the roar of the engine. The Judicator did not pause for a second. Its massive ice plow flipped the wrecked assault vehicle into the air, where it rolled twice before crashing heavily into a snowdrift by the roadside. An instant kill. This was not just a crushing disparity in vehicle performance, but an absolute suppression of sheer momentum. Bastards. Fight back. Blow out its tires. Lei Gui stabilized himself, a purple ball of lightning coalescing in his hand as he hurled it fiercely at the Judicator. Crack. The lightning ball struck the chassis, exploding into a web of electricity. However, the vehicle seemed to be coated with insulating material. The current was channeled directly into the ground, leaving nothing but a faint scorch mark, completely futile. As for the electromagnetic rifle bullets fired by the soldiers, they struck the composite armor reinforced by Jiang Han's spatial barrier, only producing weak sparks without leaving so much as a dent. Mr. Jiang, the lightning guy is on the left. Inside, Zhao Gang shouted excitedly, fully immersed in the thrill of battle. Turret locked on, requesting permission to fire. Don't hold back, give him something big. Jiang Han gripped the steering wheel and executed a sharp drift, swinging the vehicle sideways to clear a line of sight for the turret. You got it. Taste my special loaded shell. Zhao Gang slammed the launch button. Bang! The thick barrel on the roof recoiled violently, unleashing a blast of white high-pressure air. A meticulously modified gas canister, its surface welded thick with steel spikes, whistled through the air toward Lei Gui's position. Is that a gas canister? Lei Gui stared at the incoming object, momentarily dazed before a look of disdain crossed his eyes. Country bumpkins. He raised his hand, sending a thick bolt of lightning crackling toward the airborne gas canister to detonate it prematurely. Boom. The lightning struck with pinpoint accuracy. The gas canister exploded midair. But Lei Gui had clearly underestimated the power of this makeshift bomb. It was far more than just an explosion. As a massive fireball blossomed in midair, countless red-hot steel spikes and sticky incendiary gel rained down like a storm of death, blanketing a 30-meter radius. My eyes. It burns. The Special Forces soldiers who had been hiding behind cover might have been wearing exoskeletons, but those suits were bulletproof, not fireproof. The incendiary gel clung to their white armor, instantly erupting into raging flames that could not be extinguished. Though the steel spikes could not pierce the main plating, they wedged into the joints and the observation slits of their visors. In an instant, the Noah's Ark position devolved into a chaotic mess of agonizing screams. Even Lei Gui himself, though shielded from most of the impact by his lightning barrier, was knocked to the ground by the thermal wave. A few sparks caught on his black combat suit, burning several large holes. Damn it! Damn it! Lei Gui scrambled up from the snow, his once cool expression now twisted into a hideous mask of rage. He, a proud Tier 3 Esper and elite captain of the Ark, had actually been blasted by a bunch of survivors using a gas canister. This was an absolute humiliation. Scatter. Find cover. Lei Gui roared. Bring that hovercraft over here. Blast it with the main cannon. The massive hover transport parked in the rear finally moved. The radar array on its roof stopped spinning, replaced by a 30mm automatic autocannon rising from within the vehicle's chassis. Jiang Han, they have a big gun. From the passenger seat, Su Qingge kept her eyes locked on the hovercraft, warning calmly. A 30mm autocannon. If they use armor-piercing rounds, our armor might not hold. Then don't give it the chance to fire. Jiang Han's gaze turned cold as he slammed the accelerator once more. The Judicator unleashed a mighty roar, ignoring the fleeing soldiers around it, and charged straight at the massive hovercraft like a rampaging rhino. A head-on collision. You're asking for death. Lei Gui grinned cruelly at the sight. Although the hovercraft was a transport vehicle, it weighed over 20 tons and was twice the size of the Judicator. If they collided, the Judicator would undoubtedly be reduced to scrap metal. However, Jiang Han was not looking for a collision. Just as the distance between the two vehicles closed to 50 meters, Jiang Han suddenly released one hand and made a grasping gesture toward the empty space ahead. Su Qingge paved the way. Understood. Su Qingge understood instantly. Cracking the passenger door open slightly, she unleashed a torrent of freezing energy from her hands. Glacial path. Whoosh. A sheet of ice, smooth as a mirror, instantly paved the ground between the two vehicles. The Judicator surged onto the ice, its speed skyrocketing instantly, but it also lost traction and began to sideslip. Yet this was precisely what Jiang Han wanted. Using the momentum of the sideslip, the 8-ton chariot executed an unbelievable drift across the ice. Like a spinning top, it used the razor-sharp high-voltage contact points and flanking blades lining its sides to swipe viciously at the hovercrafts. Rubber skirt. That was the hovercraft's softest, most fatal weakness. Screech. Pop. Like a hot knife through butter, the Judicator's side blades instantly sliced through the thick rubber skirt of the hovercraft. Immediately following, high-voltage electricity discharged instantly. Bang! The massive air cushion suffered an explosive deflation. The once majestic beast hovering gracefully over the snow instantly lost its balance. Like a crippled giant, it tilted heavily to one side and slammed onto the ground. Boom! The 30mm autocannon on the roof, which hadn't even had the chance to fire, discharged a single round into a nearby snowbank due to the vehicle's tilt. How is this possible? Le Guay watched this play out completely dumbfounded. This was the country bumpkin he looked down upon. Such seamless coordination, such precise targeting of the vehicle's weakness, and that bizarre ice ability. How could these be mere survivors? This was clearly a highly coordinated special ops squad. Now it's our turn to strike back. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Han gripped the steering wheel once more. Looking at the crippled beast, a glint flashed in his eyes like a hunter drawing in his net. Zhao Gang, load the second round. Target the hovercraft's cockpit. Let's give them a chilling surprise. Dawn 0630. Outside the Daijing Bay residential complex, the ruined main thoroughfare. Weather-dense fog accompanied by violent thunder and lightning. A massive all-terrain hovercraft lay askew in a snowdrift like a wounded leviathan with a shattered spine, its broken form collapsed in hopeless disarray. A deflated black rubber skirt sprawled limply upon the ground, still hissing the melancholy tune of escaping air. Barely 50 meters away, the adjudicator, a towering obsidian behemoth of steel, stood in ominous silence. Though its industrial chainsaw had ceased its whirling, the mangled flesh and frozen crimson clinging to its blades spoke wordlessly of the catastrophic collision that had just transpired. Come out. Get out here. A hysterical roar shattered the sepulchral stillness of the battlefield. The top hatch of the hovercraft was kicked open with violent force. A figure wreathed in violet arcs of electricity leapt forth like a thunder god, descended upon the earth, landing heavily upon the snow and instantly vaporizing the drifts surrounding him. It was Reggae, the captain of Noah's Ark's third squad. Yet the man who now stood before them bore no trace of the imperious composure he had so recently exuded. His costly black nanocombat suit was riddled with scorched breaches, and his meticulously groomed buzz cut now bristled skyward, each strand emitting thin wisps of smoke. No visible wounds marred his form, however, for a thick armor of lightning, wrought from high-voltage current, clasped him whole in its crackling embrace. You wretched rats! How dare you destroy my vehicle? Reggae's irises had transmuted entirely into a pure luminous violet, the unmistakable manifestation of abilities pushed to their absolute zenith. As a revered Tier 3 powerhouse within the Ark organization, he had been accorded the treatment of emperors wherever he ventured among the survivor enclaves. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Not only ambushed by a band of country bumpkins wielding gas cylinders, but his beloved chariot laid to waste by that rust bucket of agrarian heavy metal aesthetic. This grievance he could not stomach. Captain, calm yourself. The beacon is still on that vehicle. Several of his disheveled subordinates attempted to intervene, but were silenced by a single murderous glance from Reggae. Silence. Let the beacon rot for all I care. We'll simply report it as accidental damage when we return. Reggae sneered, throwing his arms wide with claws outstretched, aiming directly at the adjudicator before him. Today I shall reduce every soul within that iron coffin to cinders. Tier 3 ability Thunder Purgatory. Boom. From the gray-white misty firmament came the sudden groan of rumbling thunder. Then, without warning, countless bolts of violet lightning, each as thick as a man's wrist, erupted violently from Reggae's very being. Rather than dispersing, they slithered across the frozen ground like sentient serpents, traversing the 50-meter distance in an instant and coiling themselves around the hull of the adjudicator with lethal intent. Bzzzt. Terrifying high-voltage current crawled frantically across the vehicle's hull, emitting an ear-splitting cacophony that set one's teeth on edge. Despite Zhao Gang's insulation modifications, the full might of a Tier 3 ability user transformed the entire vehicle into an immense high-voltage cage in the blink of an eye. The paintwork began to blister and peel, exposing metal that instantly glowed a sullen crimson. Inside the cockpit of the adjudicator. Warning. External voltage exceeding safe thresholds. Insulation compromised. Warning. Electronic systems suffering severe electromagnetic interference. Radar offline. Crimson alert lights pulsed wildly throughout the cockpit. Although insulating rubber mats lined the cabin's floor, the acrid stench of scorched matter and the prickling static electricity saturating the air grew ever more oppressive. Mr. Jiang, it won't hold. Zhao Gang clutched his head in terror, gazing at the roof above where the crackling of electricity intensified with each passing moment, as though lightning itself would pierce the cabin the next instant. The voltage is astronomical. At least 1,000,000 volts. At this rate, the diesel in the fuel tank will ignite. Su Qingda's complexion had turned ashen pale. She wielded the power of ice, and though ice itself conducted no current, her abilities were grievously suppressed within this sweltering thunder field. Even the simplest condensation of an ice shield had become a Herculean feat. 1,000,000 volts. Jiang Han sat in the driver's seat, removing his hands from the steering wheel. He watched the violet lightning serpents dancing madly beyond the windows, and in his gaze there was no fear, only a glimmer of disappointment. Is this the extent of your power? Jiang Han unfastened his seatbelt and adjusted the collar of his slightly rumpled trench coat. Much thunder, little rain. Compared to the Thunder Emperor, who could summon celestial bolts to raise cities, this one is far beneath contempt. He turned to address the two behind him. Remain in the vehicle. Zhao Gang, kill the engine. The current will fry the ECU. Su Qingge, use your eyes to seal the fuel tank. We can't afford an explosion. Jiang Han, you're going out. Su Qingge's voice rose in panic. It's saturated with electricity out there. You'll die. Electricity. Jiang Han's hand paused upon the door handle, and a confident arc curved his lips. Within this distance, I am the insulator. Click. The door was pushed open. Outside the vehicle, at the epicenter of the storm, Reggae cackled wildly as he sustained his output, watching the war vehicle trembling beneath the storm of electricity, as though he could already smell roasting meat from within. Yet in the next heartbeat, his laughter died in his throat. The armored portal of the adjudicator swung open with deliberate slowness. A slender figure emerged unhurriedly from that lethal maelstrom of lightning. He wore no protective equipment whatsoever, not even gloves upon his hands. Yet the violent violet lightning surrounding him, upon reaching half a meter from his body, encountered an invisible translucent barrier and slid harmlessly to either side, daring not to touch even the hem of his garments. Space absolute barrier. Jiang Han walked toward Reggae with hands in his pockets, his boots crunching against the scorched snow. Behind him, the war vehicle continued to spark and sputter amidst the tempest, yet wherever he passed, an uncanny stillness prevailed. The wind ceased. The thunder faded, as though the very space he occupied had been severed from this world. How could you possibly be unharmed? Reggae's eyes bulged as he stared at the unscathed Jiang Han, nearly tumbling from their sockets. That was 1,000,000 volts of high-voltage current. Enough to melt solid rock. Adequate voltage, I confess, but lamentably poor aim. Jiang Han came to a halt 10 meters from Reggae, his tone as placid as a connoisseur critiquing a dish. Besides, you place far too much faith in these garish special effects. True killing arts should be silent. Humiliated thus by a mere native, Reggae's pride shattered irreparably. Silent. I'll grant you eternal silence. Perish. Reggae roared furiously, pressing his palms together before his chest, then tearing them apart with violent force. Thunder War Spear. All the electricity instantly contracted, coalescing within his grasp into a violet spear 2 meters long, forged from pure thunder essence. The scorching heat radiating from this spear caused the surrounding air to warp visibly to the naked eye. This was his trump card, the compression of dispersed energy into a penetrating point of annihilation. Die! Reggae's arm muscles bulged grotesquely as he hurled the thunder spear with tremendous force. Whoosh! The spear transmuted into a violet streak of light, attaining such velocity that it surpassed the speed of sound, leaving a charred scar across the air as it plunged toward Jiang Han's heart. A blow of this magnitude could pierce the frontal armor of a tank. However, Jiang Han did not deign to evade. He merely watched the approaching harbinger of death, and within his gaze golden runes flickered and faded in an instant. When the spear was less than 10 centimeters from Jiang Han's brow, time itself seemed to still. Jiang Han extended his right index finger and tapped gently against that spear, capable of unmaking worlds. Space exile. Before the spear's tip, a black vortex no larger than a palm materialized from nothingness. There was no explosion, no collision. That terrifying thunder spear, as though swallowed whole by some primordial behemoth, vanished soundlessly into the black vortex without a trace. The very next instant, that black vortex opened behind Reggae. Whoosh! The thunder spear that had just vanished, retaining its original velocity, and might burst forth from the vortex and plunged directly toward Reggae's back. Reggae sensed only a malevolent gust assailing his back, and years of combat instinct compelled him to roll sideways in a desperate reflex. Squelch! Though he evaded the vital organs, the spear he had himself forged grazed savagely across his left shoulder, vaporizing his vaunted thunder armor, along with half the flesh of that shoulder. Aakak! Reggae uttered a soul-piercing shriek, crashing heavily into the snow and writhing in agony as he clutched his blackened wound. Impossible! What sorcery is this? Are you a spatial ability user? At last realization dawned upon Reggae. To redirect attacks, to disregard all defenses. None but the most mysterious and rarest of S-class abilities could accomplish such feats. Spatial terror, unprecedented and all-consuming, engulfed his reason entirely. He understood at last. He had bitten into atom and iron. and not just any iron but titanium alloy that could shatter teeth. Only now, too late, Jiang Han had no intention of granting him respite. He slowly raised his hand, assuming a grasping posture. Space cage. The air surrounding Reggae congealed instantly. An invisible cubic barrier imprisoned him utterly within its confines. Biting through excruciating agony, Reggae attempted to rise, only to discover himself like an insect entombed in amber, unable to move even a single finger. No, don't kill me. I am a captain of Noah's Ark. If you slay me, the Ark shall never forgive you. Reggae screamed in terror. We can negotiate. I'll give you the vehicle, all the equipment. I can even recommend you to the Ark. With your abilities, you could be a captain directly. Join the Ark. Jiang Han approached the invisible cage, gazing down upon that face contorted by primal fear. That cesspool of filth and corruption I truly hold in contempt. As for your vehicle and equipment. Jiang Han gestured toward the crippled hovercraft not far away and toward those special forces soldiers already petrified with fear and kneeling in the snow. They are now mine. Therefore you have outlived your usefulness. Jiang Han waved his right hand with measured grace. A pitch-black spatial rift resembling a colossal obsidian guillotine materialized slowly within the confines of the cage. In your next life, mind that you are not so insufferably arrogant. Sever. Jiang Han's palm descended. The spatial rift sliced through Reggae's neck in an instant. Reggae's pupils dilated violently, his mouth gaping wide as though words still struggled to escape, but no sound emerged. A thin crimson line traced itself around his throat. Then, his head slid off slowly. Thud. The severed head struck the ground, rolled twice, and came to rest precisely at Jiang Han's feet. Those eyes remained fixed upon the sky, brimming with unwillingness and disbelief. A Tier 3 powerhouse, Reggae, dead. The battlefield fell into absolute silence. The surviving soldiers of Noah's Ark beheld their once arrogant captain beheaded so casually, and terror gripped their very souls. Clatter. Some unknown hand was the first to discard its electromagnetic rifle. What followed was a cascade of weapons striking the ground. Spare us. We surrender. We were merely following orders. Reggae forced our hands. Over a dozen elite special forces soldiers in exoskeletons dropped to their knees in unison upon the snow, raising their hands toward the man in the plain trench coat. Jiang Han paid them no heed. He merely bent down and searched Reggae's corpse for a time. Soon he rose, and within his palm rested a violet crystalline core no larger than a walnut. Tier 3 elemental core lightning affinity. Within the core, violet lightning continued to dance with feral energy, emanating a heart-palpitating fluctuation of power. A fine. A smile of quiet satisfaction curved Jiang Han's lips. Should he use this core to upgrade his spatial ability, it might unlock certain offensive spatial attributes. Or perhaps, entrust it to Zhao Gang as an energy core. He pocketed the crystal and turned at last to face the captives. Zhang Jiang Han called into the walkie-talkie. Here, Master Jiang. Zhang Lei's voice trembled with emotion. Having witnessed the entire battle from the lobby, his reverence for Jiang Han had ascended beyond all measure. Bring the men out and clean the field. Lock these fellows in the basement for now. As for that hovercraft, have Zhao Gang assess whether it can be repaired. Also, Jiang Han pointed at the electromagnetic rifles and exoskeleton armor strewn across the ground. These scraps I don't particularly covet, but they should suffice to outfit the security team. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, the dense fog had begun to dissipate somewhat. Before the gates of Building 28A, the aftermath of a great victory was being methodically cleaned. Jiang Han stood atop the adjudicator, gazing into the distant horizon. Though victory was his, he knew this battle was but the prelude. Reggae's death could not be concealed for long. Noah's Ark was a colossus of an organization, and the loss of a single squad would only invite a more ferocious retaliation. However, Jiang Han glanced at the black signal box in his hands. Since enmity had already been kindled, let the flames burn higher. This contraption might yet serve as a lure, a vortex of death that would draw in Noah's Ark the Brotherhood and every other power in Jiangxing. The game has only just begun. Jiang Han crushed the cigar between his fingers. Although the battle had concluded, a scorched stench still lingered in the air. It was the smell of ozone produced by high-voltage currents searing the air, mingled with the pungent odor of carbonized corpses. The white mist drifted slowly in the gentle breeze, as if attempting to shroud the desolation of the snow-covered ground. At this moment, a scene of stark contrast unfolded before the entrance of Building 28. On one side stood the security team, clad in tattered-down jackets and brandishing a motley assortment of weapons, homemade muskets, riot forks, and even kitchen cleavers. Emaciated and pale, their faces bore a mixture of ecstatic relief from surviving the ordeal and profound awe. On the other side, more than a dozen Special Forces soldiers knelt dejectedly in the snow. Though disarmed, the pristine white futuristic exoskeleton armor they wore still gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the morning light. Master Jiang, what should we do with these people? Zhang Lei stood with his spine perfectly straight, cradling the electromagnetic pulse rifle he had scavenged from the ground. Although he had no idea how to operate it, he certainly looked the part. Watching this group of future warriors, whom he had previously only seen in movies, now kneeling at his feet, his vanity swelled to the point of bursting. Jiang Han leapt down from the roof of the Arbiter, his military boots crunching sharply against the frozen snow. He walked up to one of the captives and tapped the mechanical exoskeleton on the man's shoulder. Strip them of this gear, first, Jiang Han said indifferently. It is a waste for them to wear this. Zhang Lei, find a few burly strong brothers and have them equip these dozen or so suits. Oh, for us. Zhang Lei froze for a moment, then fell into sheer ecstasy. Master Jiang, isn't this too valuable? We're afraid we might break it. If it breaks, Zhao Gang will fix it. Jiang Han glanced at him. This is called the Individual Exoskeleton Combat Assist System. Wearing it, even an ordinary person can easily lift 200 kilograms and run at speeds of up to 40 kilometers per hour. Moreover, it provides bulletproof protection and life support functions. From now on, you are the heavy armored guard of Building 28. Yes. Thank you for the bounty, Master Jiang. Zhang Lei was so thrilled, he nearly fell to his knees. With this gear, their ragtag group of security guards would instantly transform into super soldiers, allowing them to lord over the entire residential compound without a care in the world. Make it quick, Jiang Han waved his hand. Once you've stripped their gear, escort them to the detention cells on the second basement level. Give them just enough water and moldy bread to keep them breathing. Don't let them die. These people are professionally trained. From now on, this will be our labor camp. Understood. Move it, brothers. Strip them bare. The security guards swarmed forward like a pack of starving wolves descending upon sheep. The Special Forces soldiers, who usually held themselves in high esteem, dared not resist now. They could only cooperate in deep humiliation, allowing this crowd of country bumpkins to strip the expensive equipment from their bodies piece by piece. Ignoring the farce behind him, Jiang Han walked straight toward the all-terrain hover transport vehicle stranded by the roadside. Zhao Gang had already circled the colossal beast several times. His tablet was connected to the vehicle's data port. Though his eyes were bloodshot with exhaustion, his spirit was as wildly ecstatic as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Mr. Jiang, this vehicle. It's practically a mobile base. Upon seeing Jiang Han approach, Zhao Gang pointed excitedly at the chassis. This is the Leviathan-class amphibious transport vehicle independently developed by Noah's Ark. Although you shredded the hover skirt on the side, the core power system is intact. It's an electric drive system powered by a miniature nuclear fusion battery. Its range is virtually limitless. A nuclear battery. Jiang Han was also somewhat surprised. Not only that, Zhao Gang pointed to a radar-like device on the roof. That mist dissipator is the real marvel of black technology. It emits a specialized high-frequency microwave that oscillates water molecules and suspended particles in the air, forcibly carving out a clear channel of sight with a diameter of 100 meters through the dense fog. With this, whenever we venture out in the future, the white mist will be as good as gone. Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly what he desired most. In this post-apocalyptic world where vision was severely obscured, sight was life itself. Can it be repaired? The hover skirt is a bit tricky. It requires a large amount of rubber and high-strength canvas, and it needs to be re-vulcanized. Zhao Gang scratched his head. But we seem to have some industrial belts and tires scavenged earlier in our warehouse. I can try to patch it up. As long as we don't take it into the water, running it on the snow shouldn't be a problem. Then I'll leave it to you. Jiang Han patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. Once this vehicle is repaired, it will serve as our chariot No. 2, specifically designated for transporting supplies and personnel. Yes, sir. With the cleanup of the battlefield outside left to Zhang Lei and the technical work entrusted to Zhao Gang, Jiang Han returned to the warmth of his penthouse mansion with Su Qingge. At this moment, several items were laid out on the coffee table in the living room. A Tier 3 lightning attribute crystal core crackling with purple electrical arcs, a futuristic commander's pistol, and a military-grade tactical tablet with an extremely high explosion-proof rating. All of these had been salvaged from Lei Gui's corpse. This crystal core. Su Qingge stared at the violet crystal, sensing the violent energy surging within it. What would happen if you absorbed it? The space attribute is compatible with all other elements. Jiang Han picked up the crystal core, turning it over in his hand. By absorbing it, my spatial domain might inherit lightning properties. For instance, appending a paralyzing effect to my spatial blades, or upgrading to manifest an area like a lightning pool. However, he was in no hurry to absorb it. His spatial domain had only recently advanced, and was still in a stabilization phase. Biting off more than he could chew would be unwise. He shifted his gaze to the tactical tablet. Now this is the main event. Jiang Han pressed the power button. The screen lit up, prompting for biological iris verification and a password. The iris is easy. Jiang Han retrieved a frozen human head from his spatial storage. It was none other than Lei Gui's head. Although Su Qingge was well accustomed to matters of life and death, her lips still twitched involuntarily as she watched Jiang Han calmly pull a severed head out of thin air. Grabbing Lei Gui by the hair, Jiang Han aligned the unseeing wide-open eyes with the camera lens. Beep. Iris verification passed. Please enter password. The password. Jiang Han pondered, recalling some of the rumors surrounding Noah's Ark. This organization was extremely conceited. Their passwords were usually related to their tenets. He tried entering a string of digits, 20260216. Password incorrect. Try this, Su Qingge suggested suddenly. Noah's Ark. The date the Great Flood occurred in the Bible. Jiang Han shook his head. Too artistic. Those people are extreme rationalists. After a moment of contemplation, he entered another date, 00000001, the first day of the new era. Unlock successful. The screen flickered, transitioning into the system interface. This tablet clearly possessed captain-level authorization, storing a vast array of maps, mission logs, and personnel rosters. Jiang Han opened the folder labeled Top Secret Selection Protocol. The first document pertained directly to this operation. Mission code: Retrieve S7 beacon. Target location: Jiangxing, Daijingwan compound. Mission grade: Class A. Executor: 3rd Task Force Captain Lei Gui. Mission briefing: the S7 beacon originally belonged to the Center for Disease Control's Special Operations Unit, the Winter Squad. This squad carries the raw sample data regarding Virus 0. The beacon must be retrieved, and all non-essential personnel who have come into contact with it must be neutralized. Virus 0. Su Qingge caught the term instantly. Could this disaster truly have been caused by a virus? Keep reading. Jiang Han slid his finger across the screen. The second document was a massive map of Jiangxing with areas marked in red, yellow, and green. Red zone: abandoned area labeled No Value and Purge. This portion accounted for 80% of the city, including most residential quarters. Yellow zone: observation area labeled Potential Samples and Periodic Harvest. Daijingwan compound was prominently listed. Green zone: Ark area, only 3 spots. These were located respectively in Jiangxing's underground air raid shelter, the summit of a famous scenic resort, and a secret military base. They treat survivors like crops. Jiang Han pointed at the words Periodic Harvest, his gaze freezing. The people in the yellow zone are left to fend for themselves. Once they evolve into awakeners, they are captured and harvested. Just like raising goo. Su Qingge felt a shiver run down her spine. They aren't saving people, they are selecting tools. Exactly. Jiang Han opened the final document. File name: Human Completion and Arc Ticket Allocation Principles. The contents were horrifying. Class A personnel ticket holders: top scientists, senior engineers, awakeners with S-class potential, and core political and business elites. Treatment: admittance into the core arc, enjoying pre-war standards of living. Class B personnel: reserves, combat type awakeners Class C and above, and individuals with specialized skills, doctors, technicians. Treatment: residents in peripheral bases, rationed food, and undertaking combat duties. Class C personnel: fuel, ordinary survivors. Treatment: serving as live experimental subjects, labor, or raw material for biomass power generation. At the words biomass power generation, Su Qingge suddenly clamped her hand over her mouth, her eyes filled with unbelievable horror. This is Noah's Ark. Jiang Han turned off the tablet and tossed it casually onto the sofa, his voice terrifyingly calm. In their eyes there is no equality among living beings. Only useful and useless. Daijingwan, where we reside, is nothing more than a petri dish in their eyes. Lei Gui's mission here, besides retrieving the beacon, was originally planned to capture the awakeners and slaughter all the remaining ordinary people. Su Qingge remained silent for a long time. As a doctor, her conviction to heal the wounded and save the dying clashed violently with such anti-human atrocities. Yet as a survivor of the apocalypse, she had to admit that this cold-blooded selection mechanism was indeed the most efficient means to preserve the so-called human elite. Jiang Han. Su Qingge lifted her head, her gaze hardening. Since we are already on their observation list, does that mean we have already been sentenced to death? Sentenced to death. Jiang Han stood up and walked to the French window. The thick fog outside had still not dispersed, but he seemed to see an even greater storm brewing. The judge's pen is in our hands now. Jiang Han turned back, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Don't they treat us as crops? Then we shall become the most poisonous weed. We will poison the harvesters, and then seize their granary. From this day forward, Daijingwan is no longer just a survivor camp. Jiang Han's voice was like iron. This is the glacial base. We must expand. We will seize people, seize rations, and seize territory. Before the main forces of Noah's Ark arrive, I will turn this place into a steel fortress that they cannot hope to breach. 9:00 a.m. Building 28, Room 2801, Strategy Conference Room. The thick white fog outside the window remained heavy like walls of cotton that isolated Building 28 from the world. But in the spacious bright living room 2801, a meeting of life or death importance to the entire neighborhood was underway. A giant blueprint of the Jiang Han estate lay spread on the coffee table. Jiang Han sat at the head holding a red marker. Su Qingge, Zhao Gang, and Zhang Lei, who had just changed into a brand new set of black combat suits, sat around them. Lei Gui is dead, but this is only the beginning. Jiang Han's voice was calm and forceful, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Noah's Ark will not rest easy. Next time to arrive could be airdropped gunships or a large-scale mechanized force. Our current defenses, while able to block zombies, cannot withstand a saturated strike by the regular army. Therefore, we need deeper, sturdier shelters. Jiang Han's red marker heavily circled several points on the map. Building 28, Building 27, Building 26. The underground garages of these three buildings are connected, separated only by several thick civil defense fire doors and concrete walls. We will open up the underground sections of these three buildings. Jiang Han pointed to the underground area on the blueprint to establish an underground city. Underground city. Zhao Gang pushed up his glasses, eyes bright. Mr. Jiang, do you mean we should relocate the living areas underground? Yes. Jiang Han nodded. The underground's advantages are obvious. First, temperature control. Even when outside it's minus 50 degrees, the depths can stay around minus 10 with much lower heating pressure. Second, concealment. Noah's Ark's reconnaissance aircraft would have difficulty scanning the underground specifics. Third, space is ample. The combined underground garages of these three buildings are enough for us to establish a planting area, a breeding area, a barracks, and even an industrial zone. But, Zhang Lei hesitated, raising his hand to speak. Master Jiang, the basements of those buildings are now full of zombies and standing water. Especially Building 27. I heard the pipes burst there before, and now it's probably a giant ice vault. That is the second point I want to raise. The cleanup work is given to you. Jiang Han looked at Zhang Lei, his gaze sharpening. Zhang Lei. Roger. Zhang Lei straightened his posture instinctively. You now have 16 sets of White Wolf exoskeletons and 16 electromagnetic rifles. This is standard equipment for special forces. If you can't handle even a few zombies, I'll strip this gear off and put it on a dog. Zhang Lei shuddered, a mix of shame and excitement on his face. Master Jiang, rest assured. With this divine gear, not only zombies, but even the King of Hell would bite back. I'll knock out a couple of teeth. Excellent. Jiang Han turned his gaze to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, your task is infrastructure. Once Zhang Lei clears a patch, you will be responsible for reinforcement, wiring, installation of ventilation and heating systems. If materials are short, tell me. I still have hundreds of tons of steel and cement in my space. Understood. Leave it to me. Zhao Gang pounded his chest in assurance. Dr. Su. Finally, Jiang Han looked at Su Qingge, who had been quietly recording. Your task is population screening. To expand, we need labor. There are still many survivors in buildings 27 and 26. You go identify them. Those with the skill, doctors, technicians, chefs, are designated as Class B residents, those strong and able to work as Class C labor. As for those who just want to loaf and die or harbor ill intent, Jiang Han made a throat-slitting gesture. Understood. Su Qingge nodded, the chill in her eyes flashed briefly away. Proceed. Jiang Han stood, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the white world outside. 7 days. I want to see the embryonic underground city within 7 days. 1030 a.m. Building 28, a level 2 underground connecting passage. This is a fire passage leading to the underground garage of the neighboring Building 27. Normally this area is locked by 2 heavy iron doors and the space between them is filled with construction debris. But in the apocalypse, this became the divide between 2 worlds. Click click. A series of precise mechanical sounds echoed through the passage. Zhang Lei, wearing the white exoskeleton armor torn from Lei Gui, stood at the front. This set of gear is simply amazing. Though bulky when worn, it feels as light as air. Each joint is aided by micromotors. As Zhang Lei tested a fist and felt his strength could easily crush a brick. The tactical visor on the helmet widened his view. System self-check complete. Power 85. Night vision mode on. Vital signs normal. The field of view instantly turned a green hue, and every detail in the dark was crystal clear. Brothers. Zhang Lei's voice came through the helmet's built-in comm channel, carrying a hint of excitement and authority. We used to be security, and we had to salute everyone we met. Now we're the extreme cold guard. Master Jiang has given us such fine gear. Whoever slips up, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Yes, Captain. Behind him, 15 similarly fully armed teammates roared in unison. That confidence born of high-tech arms completely shattered their former timidity. Breach. Zhang Lei waved his hand. 2 soldiers in heavy exoskeletons stepped forward. They carried no guns, but enormous hydraulic breaching pliers and hammers. Boom, boom. The heavy iron door, which would normally require several people to push for half a day, was violently torn open as hydraulic assistants did the work. A putrid moldy smell and bone-piercing cold rushed in. Roar! The moment the door collapsed, countless zombies roared from the darkness. The basement of Building 27 was indeed a corpse nest. Through the night vision, Jiang Han saw zombies densely packed at the far end of the passage. Some wore pajamas, others were bare, their skin blue-purple, eyes milky, and when they scented the living they pounced ferociously. If this had happened before, Jiang Han would have trembled with fear at so many zombies. But now, a bunch of rotten flesh. Oomph! Jiang Han sneered, raising the electromagnetic pulse rifle. The gun had no recoil and came with smart targeting assistance. As long as the red dot latches onto the zombie's head. Fire! ZZZT. ZZZ. The blue electromagnetic projectiles carved deadly lines through the darkness. There was no deafening gunfire, only a faint crackle of electricity and the sizzle of bullets tearing flesh. The zombies at the front toppled like cut grain. Each bullet precisely blew apart their heads. The high-velocity kinetic energy burst their skulls like watermelons. So awesome, one squad member shouted in excitement. This gun is so steady. Where I aim it hits. And there's zero recoil. Don't just enjoy it. Watch the formation. Cover is to be shared in rotation. Jiang Han, though exhilarated, still remembered Jiang Han's instructions. Advance. Clear it out. 16 iron warriors formed an impregnable pushing line. They stepped on corpses and blood, moving deeper into Building 27. Zombies. In the face of technology, they were pitifully weak. Occasionally, a few power-type mutated zombies broke through the fire net and leapt onto the soldiers. Crack! The fallen soldier did not panic. He activated the exoskeleton's arm boost mode, gripped the zombie by the neck with a mechanical arm, and wrenchingly heaved. He twisted the zombie's neck and threw it away like trash. Want a bite, Grandpa? I'll smash your teeth. This was not a battle, but a one-sided slaughter and release. 30 minutes later, Building 27, center of the underground second-floor garage, the battle ended faster than expected. The entire underground garage was piled with zombie corpses, black blood soaking up to the ankles. Jiang Han stood on the roof of an abandoned car surveying the surroundings. In sight, there wasn't a single standing monster left. Captain, cleanup complete. The deputy captain reported, total zombies killed 358, mutated zombies 12. Our side. 0 casualties. Only 2 brothers' exoskeletons had their paint scraped. Very good. Jiang Han opened his helmet visor, lit a cigarette, and drew a deep breath. Although the air smelled terrible, he felt incredibly exhilarated. Go have a look upstairs. Jiang Han pointed to the stairwell that led to the ground level. There should still be people in this building. Master Jiang said to invite them down. Building 27, first floor stairwell. At this moment, the survivors in Building 27 were hiding at home, trembling. They heard sounds downstairs. But because the electromagnetic rifles made little noise, they only heard muffled thumps and monsters' snarls, not understanding what had happened. Room 802. Wang Chang's family of 3 huddled inside the blanket, sharing the last half a packet of biscuits. Dad, there seems to be no sound downstairs. Shoo, don't speak. Wang Chang covered his son's mouth, eyes filled with fear. Maybe those monsters have eaten their fill and are sleeping. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy rhythmic march rumbled through the corridor. That was the sound of metal boots striking the cement floor. Each step felt like a blow to the heart. Then a voice amplified through a loudspeaker echoed, survivors of Building 27, listen up. We are the Extreme Cold Base security team. The zombies downstairs have been cleared by us. Now all who wish to live, take your things and assemble in the first floor hall. Proceed for inspection. Repeat. This is not a request, it is an order. Those who fail to comply in under 10 minutes will face consequences. Wang Chang was stunned. Extreme Cold Base. Cleared out. He summoned his courage, moved to the window, and peered down through the gap. At the entrance to the first floor hall, 2 rows of tall figures wrapped in white armor stood, the future warriors. They held sci-fi-styled guns in their hands. In that sea of dark post-apocalyptic ruins, they looked incongruous, yet somehow reassuring. That's an exoskeleton. Wang Chang, a sci-fi fan, recognized it at a glance. My God, is the national team here? Wife, quick, put on clothes. Pack things. Wang Chang leaped up in excitement. There is hope. We are saved. The same scene played out in every corner of Building 27. Countless doors that had been closed for half a month swung open. Pale, hollow-eyed survivors trudged out with their families in tow. They looked at the majestic steel warriors downstairs, hope rekindling in their eyes. Building 28, control room. Jiang Han watched the footage Jiang Han sent back on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. It seems this skin can kill zombies and win people's hearts as well. Jiang Han said to Zhao Gang, Zhao Gong, get ready to work. When Jiang Han clears the area, you go in and smash through the walls of the 2 buildings for me. Master Jiang, I have a better idea. Zhao Gang looked at the footage and abruptly said, "Since we're building an underground city, smashing walls alone is too slow. That Judicator's ship, doesn't it have a big shovel?" Jiang Han paused then smiled. "You mean you want to crash straight through?" "Yes." Zhao Gang gestured excitedly. "The separating walls between the two buildings are thick, but most are non-load bearing. Using the Judicator to clear the path would be fast, and it would also level the terrain on that side, making future road building easier." "Approved." Jiang Han stood up, flexing his neck. "Come, I'll go take a look too. And meet our new neighbors." 1200 p.m. Boundary between the second basement levels of Building 28 and Building 27. The air here was thick with the scent of stale dust and lingering gunpowder smoke. Although the underground garages of the two buildings were structurally connected, they were separated by a 30-centimeter thick aerated concrete firewall. Ordinarily, this wall separated two entirely different worlds. But today it was about to become history. Rumble. A dull low engine roar echoed through the garage on Building 28's side. That pitch-black armored vehicle, the Judicator, looking as though it had emerged from the depths of hell, was slowly reversing to build up momentum. The massive V-shaped hydraulic ice plow on its front gleamed with a menacing cold light under the searchlights. Jiang Han sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, his gaze calm and unfazed. "Zhao Gang, are you sure it's a non-load bearing wall?" 100% sure. Zhao Gang's confident voice came through the walkie-talkie. "I've checked the blueprints. It's just a partition wall added later. But this vehicle has immense power, so take it easy. Don't collapse the beams above." "Don't worry." Jiang Han shifted into low-range four-wheel drive and slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Roar. The turbocharger of the heavy-duty diesel engine let out a piercing shriek. The 8-ton steel beast instantly unleashed a terrifying amount of torque. Its tires screeched against the ground, kicking up a cloud of blue smoke before it launched like a cannonball toward the white wall. On the other side of the wall, the survivors of Building 27 huddled shivering in the open space of the garage, surrounded by a ring of White Wolf guards wielding electromagnetic rifles. Hearing the terrifying rumble from behind the wall, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. What is that sound? Is it an earthquake? Before they could even react, boom. With an earth-shattering crash, the seemingly solid concrete wall shattered instantly like a dry biscuit. Countless debris and dust billowed out. Amidst the sweeping haze, a massive black front bumper carrying an unparalleled aura of dominance crashed through the barrier and burst into the sight of those in Building 27. The headlights pierced through the dust like the eyes of a colossal beast coldly scanning everyone present. Screech. The sound of brakes rang out. The Judicator came to a steady halt atop the pile of rubble. The door swung open. Jiang Han, clad in his signature black tactical trench coat and combat boots, jumped down from the vehicle. Behind him followed Su Qingge, dressed in pristine white, cold and elegant as snow, and Zhao Gang, whose face was smeared with engine oil as he shouldered a massive wrench. "Master Jiang." Zhang Lei, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stepped forward and saluted at attention, his exoskeleton emitting a crisp mechanical clank. "Report. The survivors of Building 27 have been assembled. Present count is 128. 360 zombies have been cleared. None escaped." Jiang Han nodded, his gaze sweeping over the huddled crowd of survivors. Most of these people were emaciated and hollow-eyed, wrapped in various tattered quilts and down jackets. During this half-month of the apocalypse, they had endured the torment of extreme cold, hunger, and terror, long losing the dignity of modern human beings. Now seeing Jiang Han and his group, wearing exoskeletons, driving an armored vehicle, healthy complexioned, and even radiating the warm aura of being well-fed, the stark contrast caused looks of envy, jealousy, and even greed to flicker in the eyes of many survivors. "I am Jiang Han." Jiang Han's voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the cavernous garage. "From this day forward, this place is under my command. I offer you two choices." Jiang Han held up two fingers. "First, join the glacial base. Abide by my rules, work and obey assignments. I guarantee you will have heating hot water and one full meal every day." At the words "full meal," the sound of people swallowing saliva instantly rippled through the crowd. To them, this was nothing short of paradise. Second, Jiang Han's voice turned cold. "Get out of this building. Fend for yourselves in the snow outside. I won't stop you." The crowd grew restless. Was there even a choice? Only a fool would go outside to die. I'm willing to join. Boss Jiang. I can fix cars. I used to be a technician at a 4S dealership. I can cook. I want to join." The survivors scrambled to raise their hands, terrified of being left behind and kicked out. "Hold on." Just then a discordant voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The crowd parted automatically as 5 relatively well-dressed men carrying fire axes and baseball bats stepped forward. The leader was a man in his 30s with a buzz cut and a sturdy build, but that was not the focus. The point was that a ball of orange-red flame was burning on the palm of his right hand. Though the flame was only the size of a fist, it was exceptionally conspicuous in the dimly lit garage. He was an awakened. You're Jiang Han, right? The buzzcut man toyed with the fireball in his hand, a hint of arrogance and defiance on his face. My name is Zhou Kai. I used to be a fitness trainer, and now. Well, you see. He shook the fireball in his hand, and his lackeys immediately puffed out their chests. We're all neighbors. You show up and immediately want to be our king. Isn't that a bit too overbearing? Zhou Kai squinted at Jiang Han. You have a vehicle and guns, which is indeed impressive. But we're no pushovers either. I'm not the only one in this building who has awakened an ability. As he spoke, a tall, thin man behind him stepped forward, wind swirling around his feet, clearly an agility type. Our demands aren't high. Zhou Kai pointed at the judicator behind Jiang Han, then at the exoskeleton on Zhang Lei. We want equal treatment. We want to use this vehicle. We want half of this armor. And the supplies will be split 50-50. If you agree, we cooperate. If you don't. Zhou Kai sneered, and the fireball in his hand suddenly swelled in size. Even if you have guns at this close range, my fireball can burn right through your throat. These people clearly had not grasped the reality of the situation. They thought that having a bit of supernatural ability entitled them to bargain with Jiang Han. This was the most common phenomenon in the early stages of the apocalypse, a cognitive bias brought about by a sudden swelling of power. Jiang Han looked at Zhou Kai as if looking at a clown. Equality. Jiang Han smiled, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Who do you think you are? You're asking for death. Zhou Kai was enraged by Jiang Han's contemptuous gaze. He was used to playing king in Building 27, when had he ever endured such insolence? Burn him. Zhou Kai roared, and the fireball flew from his hand, whistling through the air as it hurtled toward Jiang Han's face. The temperature of this fireball was roughly 300 to 400 degrees. While it couldn't compare to Legui's lightning, it was still enough to horribly disfigure a person's face. Standing behind Jiang Han, Zhang Lei instinctively raised his rifle to shoot. Don't move, Jiang Han commanded calmly. Facing the incoming fireball, he didn't even raise a hand. Spatial devourment. Just as the fireball was a meter away from Jiang Han, the air in front of him suddenly rippled like water. There were no black hole special effects. The fireball simply evaporated into thin air, instantly vanishing without a trace. Not even a trace of heat was left behind. What? Zhou Kai froze, maintaining his throwing posture. Where was his fireball? Before he could comprehend what had happened, Jiang Han's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The next second, slap. A crisp, resounding slap echoed through the entire garage. Zhou Kai's 180-pound body spun twice in the air like a top before crashing heavily onto the ground. Half of his face swelled up instantly like a pig's snout, and he spat out teeth mixed with blood. You? Zhou Kai clutched his face, staring in horror at Jiang Han, who had appeared before him out of nowhere. This speed. Teleportation. Is this your leverage? Jiang Han stepped on Zhou Kai's chest, applying a fraction of pressure. Crack. The sound of a fracturing breastbone was clearly audible. Aya! Zhou Kai shrieked like a slaughtered pig. Seeing this, his lackeys behind him wanted to rush forward to help. Move and you die. Su Qingda spoke coldly. Glacial freeze. With a wave of her hand, a blast of icy air swept across. The legs of the four lackeys who had just taken a step were instantly frozen to the ground, turning them into living ice sculptures. Unable to budge, they could only scream in terror. Dead silence filled the room. The survivors, who had been waiting to see how things would unfold, were now so terrified they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was the disparity. Though both were awakened, Zhou Kai was as weak as an ant before Jiang Han. Listen up. Jiang Han kept his foot on Zhou Kai, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. In this base there is no equality. There is only hierarchy. I am the rule here. Jiang Han pointed to Zhang Lei and Su Qingda behind him. They are the executors. And you? Jiang Han looked down at Zhou Kai, who was lying like a dead dog. If you want to live like a human, you must first learn how to be a dog. Zhang Lei, present. Hang this ringleader up at the main entrance of the residential area. No need to kill him, just keep him frozen. Let anyone passing by see what happens when you try to negotiate terms with me. As for these lackeys. Jiang Han pointed at the men with frozen legs. Break one of their legs and throw them into the Class C labor camp to dig tunnels. They won't get any food until they dig through to Building 26. Yes, sir. Drag them away. With a wave of Zhang Lei's hand, several security guards and exoskeletons rushed forward like wolves and tigers, dragging away the wailing Zhou Kai and his men like dead dogs. Having dealt with the troublemakers, the murderous aura around Jiang Han softened slightly. He turned to look at Su Qingda. I'll leave the rest to you. Understood. Su Qingda pulled out an electronic roster and stepped in front of the crowd. At this moment, she regained her professional and cold demeanor as a doctor. We will now begin the screening and physical examinations. Everyone line up. Those with technical skills stand on the left, those with physical strength stand on the right. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled stand in the middle. Don't think of hiding anything, and don't think of slacking off. Su Qingda pointed to a device that Zhao Gang was currently setting up, It was a simplified gene scanner that Zhao Gang had temporarily assembled based on blueprints Jiang Han found in the Noah's Ark tablet. We will establish a file for everyone and implant an identity chip. From today on, you are provisional residents of the glacial base. Watching the survivors begin to line up in an orderly fashion, Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction. The tactic of killing the chicken to warn the monkey had worked perfectly. Now Building 27 was also secured. There were about 100 people in this building, and combined with those from Building 28, the base's population had surpassed 200. This was already the size of a small settlement. Zhao Gang, Jiang Han said to Zhao Gang, who was currently measuring the gap in the wall with a ruler. Here. The space here is vast. I want you to plan a cultivation zone here. A cultivation zone. Zhao Gang was taken aback. But there's no sunlight underground. I have a way to handle the sunlight. Jiang Han recalled the full-spectrum growth lights in his spatial storage, which had been salvaged from the Noah's Ark hovercraft. Though they weren't many, combined with reflective panels, they would be more than enough to grow a crop of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Set up the racks first. Once Building 26 is cleared through that side, will become the breeding zone. An ambitious gleam flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. I want to build a Noah's Ark in this apocalypse right here. And it will be an ark that belongs solely to us. 1430 p.m. Underground connecting passage between Building 27 and Building 26 construction site. A deafening mechanical roar echoed through the narrow underground corridor, mingled with the rapid thudding of electric jacks hammering against concrete and the piercing shriek of cutters grinding against rebar. The air was thick with the heavy scent of cement dust mingled with the odor of sweat and engine oil. This was the construction site of Phase 2 of the Extreme Cold Base Underground City project. Over a dozen security members clad in exoskeleton armor had transformed into tireless titans. Wielding hydraulic demolition picks weighing 50 pounds, they chipped away at the solid walls as if slicing through tofu. 1, 2, 3. Heave. Standing atop a pile of rubble with blueprints in hand, Zhang Lei barked orders. Hurry up. Engineer Zhao said this wall is non-load bearing, and behind it lies the civil air defense passage of Building 26. Once we break through, we'll finally have space for our breeding zone. Captain, there's something off about this wall. A team member operating an electric jack stopped wiping the dust from his goggles. The way the drill bit feels going in. Why is it so mushy? Mushy. Zhang Lei frowned, leaping down from the rubble. Did you hit the insulation layer? Doesn't seem like it. The team member shook his head, a strange expression on his face. And why is the mud drilled out of here red? It also has a fishy metallic stench. Zhang Lei leaned in to take a closer look. Sure enough, as the electric jack was pulled out, a dark red viscous fluid trickled from the drill hole, sizzling as it dripped onto the ground, resembling some sort of acid. The original scent of cement in the air was instantly overpowered by a sickening putrid stench reminiscent of long-rotted meat left to ferment. Stop! Everyone stop! Years of security instinct instantly put Zhang Lei on high alert. With a sharp wave of his hand, he signaled all members to cease operations, raising the electromagnetic rifle slung across his chest. On guard. Fall back. All mechanical rumbles ceased abruptly. The passage fell deathly silent save for the rhythmic dripping of the red liquid hitting the floor. Gurgle. Gurgle. Right then a bizarre sound echoed from behind the wall that had just been punctured with several holes. It sounded as though some massive mollusk was churning through thick silt. Immediately after, the wall began to vibrate slightly. The drill holes, originally only finger thick, were suddenly forced open from within by some immense power, casting a web of spiderweb-like cracks across the surrounding concrete. Not good. The wall is collapsing. Retreat. Zhang Lei's pupils dilated as he bellowed. Before his voice could fade, boom, the 30-centimeter thick concrete wall exploded outward without warning. Yet no zombies rushed out. What surged forth instead was a deluge of dark red silt, accompanied by countless tentacles writhing frantically in the mud. No, those were not tentacles. Under the beam of his helmet's tactical spotlight, Zhang Lei finally discerned the true nature of the creature. They were giant segmented annelid beasts, as thick as water buckets, with translucent flesh-pink bodies. Their skin was coated in a sickening slime, their bodies undulating segment by segment, each contraction churning the surrounding earth. The heads of these colossal worms possessed neither eyes nor noses, only a circular maw lined with rows of barbed razor-sharp fangs, snapping open and shut while dripping that corrosive acid. Most horrifying of all, beneath their translucent skin, distorted human faces could be faintly seen. Those faces seemed to belong to undigested corpses swallowed whole, pressed tightly against the monster's skin, contorting into various expressions of agony as it writhed, as if screaming in silence. Ugh! Even the team members accustomed to zombies could not help but retch at this sight. What kind of monster is this? Earthworms. Fire. Open fire. Don't let them get close. Suppressing his revulsion, Zhang Lei pulled the trigger. Zap! 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 Deep blue electromagnetic projectiles screeched through the air, striking the giant worms with pinpoint accuracy. However, a despairing sight unfolded. The bodies of these giant worms were too soft, covered in an extremely thick layer of slime. When the high-velocity spinning round struck, most tore straight through their flesh and flew out the other side, leaving only minuscule entry wounds. For such massive soft-bodied organisms, these through-and-through wounds were far from lethal. Instead, the agonizing pain only enraged them. Hiss! The leading giant worm let out a piercing shriek, lunging violently from the mud like a gargantuan python towards the nearest team member. Help! Though clad in exoskeleton armor, the team member remained fragile before such raw power. The giant worm clamped its maw around his shoulder. Crack! The shoulder plating of the exoskeleton buckled with a sharp snap, bitten clean through by the ring of barbed teeth. Immediately after, the giant worm thrashed its head violently. The team member was flung through the air, armor and all crashing heavily against the wall. His protective suit tore and blood poured out. Damn it! Physical attacks aren't working. Use fire. Who has incendiary grenades? Zhang Lei roared into his radio, while firing frantically, to cover his squad. Master Jiang. Master Jiang. Something went wrong in the underground passage. We've run into monster things. Requesting backup. Room 2801, living room. Monster things. Jiang Han was watching the surveillance monitors. Hearing Zhang Lei's plea for help, his gaze instantly turned solemn. He had originally assumed there were only zombies underground. But the fleshy worms writhing in the mud on the screen reminded him of a terrifying legend, the subterranean corpse silkworms. These were monsters evolved from ordinary earthworms or nematodes after devouring a massive quantity of mutated corpses. They typically dwell deep underground, relying on their acute senses to detect surface vibrations to hunt. It seems the ground beneath this building connects to the city's sewer system or civil defense works. Jiang Han stood up, grabbing his Tang Dao from the table. Su Chinga, bring your medical kit, and Ice, follow me. Zhao Gang, get that high-pressure flamethrower down there. Understood. 5 minutes later, underground passage battlefield. The battle had reached a fever pitch. The narrow passage restricted the mobility of the extreme cold guard, while the subterranean corpse silkworms navigated it like fish in water. They dove in and out of the mud, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. By now, 3 wounded team members lay on the ground, those spared from death by their exoskeletons. They had lost all combat capacity. Zhang Lei was leading the remaining men in a desperate struggle, engaging in close-quarters combat with electric jacks and cutters. Hiss! Just as a giant worm opened its massive maw to swallow Zhang Lei whole. A blast of white frost shot forward like a sword from behind, striking the inside of the worm's mouth with precision. Freeze! Crack, crack, crack! The giant worm's movements instantly seized up. Its slime-filled mouth froze solid, spitting out Zhang Lei, who had been halfway swallowed. Master Jiang. Dr. Su. Zhang Lei scrambled backward. Seeing the figure clad in a black trench coat, tears nearly welled in his eyes. Jiang Han wasted no words. He flashed forward, appearing before the giant worm with the frozen mouth. Although this creature's skin was slick enough to deflect the kinetic energy of bullets before a spatial blade, all physical resistance was a joke. Pressing the fingers of his right hand together, Jiang Han sliced through the empty air toward the worm's bloated body. Slash! Squelch! A soft sound. The 5-meter-long giant worm was instantly severed into 6 neat segments. The cuts were perfectly smooth, with no blood spurting, for Jiang Han had sealed its vessels with a spatial barrier at the exact moment of the strike. Only when the severed chunks hit the ground did the still twitching muscles spew torrents of green acidic blood, sizzling as it corroded the floor. Su Chinga, blocked the path. Jiang Han commanded. Su Chinga stepped forward, pressing both hands to the ground as her superpower erupted with full force. Abyssal Frost Domain Ice Wall. Boom. An ice wall 1/2 meter thick rose from the ground, sealing the blasted breach tightly and blocking the mud and swarm still surging frantically behind it. Phew. Seeing the ice wall rise, everyone let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. Master Jiang, what on earth are these things? Zhang Lei asked, his heart still pounding. Bullets hitting them felt like a mere tickle. Corpse silkworms, Jiang Han said, staring at the dark silhouettes still hammering against the ice wall. A type of mutated annelid that grows by devouring corpses. Their weaknesses are fire and ice. They fear light and dryness. Your vibrations earlier were too intense, waking them up. Jiang Han walked to the breach, peering through the translucent ice wall at the scene beyond. The explosion earlier had not only shattered the wall, but also blown open a portal leading deeper down. By the light of the tactical spotlights, Jiang Han saw that what lay behind the wall was not the basement of Building 26. Instead, it was a massive, bottomless vertical shaft. The walls of the shaft were crawled over with red fungal mats and these disgusting corpse silkworms. At the bottom of the shaft, rusty iron ladders and colossal pipes were faintly visible. This is... Zhao Gang, who had just rushed over, took one look, and his face paled. This is level B4. That's the deep pipe network of the wartime civil defense works. This connects to the entire underground drainage system and subway lines of Jiangxing. Jiang Han nodded. No wonder the corpses from Building 27 and Building 26 had vanished. It turned out they had all been dragged down here as feed. Beneath them lay a colossal nest of corpse silkworms. If they didn't deal with it, the underground city project would fall through. Once these creatures dug through the foundation, the entire building would collapse. Zhao Gang, where is your flamethrower? Jiang Han asked. Coming. Two guards came running, pushing a massive cart. On it sat two pressurized fuel tanks connected to a thick nozzle. This was modified by Zhao Gang from a previous car washer. Make an opening in the ice wall. Jiang Han instructed Su Qingge. Understood. Su Qingge controlled the ice wall, melting a circular hole 1/2 meter in diameter in the center. Zhao Gang, burn them. Roast this nest of worms to a crisp. You got it. Just watch. Zhao Gang excitedly hoisted the nozzle, aimed it at the circular hole, and pulled the trigger. Boom. A 20-meter-long orange-red fire dragon roared forth, plunging into the dark shaft. This was high-temperature fuel mixed with thickening agents. Once it stuck, it could not be shaken off. Hiss. Countless agonizing shrieks instantly echoed from within the shaft. The fire-fearing corpse silkworms writhed frantically in the flames. The fat within their bodies ignited, crackling and popping. The once dark and damp nest instantly transformed into an inferno. The soaring flames illuminated the entire shaft. By the firelight, Jiang Han finally got a clear view of the bottom of the shaft. Beneath the charred worm corpses, there was actually a massive, heavy, blast-proof lead door. Imprinted on the door was that familiar yellow biohazard symbol, along with a line of blurred text C. Bioresource Storage Area 4. The CDC again. That symbol again. Jiang Han's pupils contracted sharply. The beacon case left by Captain Wu earlier also bore this exact symbol. Could it be that the so-called S7 beacon was actually the key to opening this door? And the reason Noah's Ark was so desperate for that beacon, even sending special forces, was not to rescue anyone at all, but rather for whatever was locked behind this door. Jiang Han, look at that. Su Qingge also spotted the door, her voice trembling slightly. It seems our previous suspicion was correct. Jiang Han stared at the lead door, which stood resolute amidst the sea of fire, his eyes glinting with a dangerous, searching light. This place is by no means an ordinary residential community. Beneath Daijingwan lies a hidden official secret laboratory, and we are sitting right on top of a massive powder keg. Beep. Beep. Right at that moment, the black beacon case suddenly began to vibrate. The countdown on the screen read only 8 hours 00 minutes. And below the screen, a new prompt suddenly popped up. Target area detected. B4 beacon activation protocol ready. Enable guidance mode. Jiang Han stared at the screen, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. So that was it. This beacon was not just a locator, but also the electronic key to this very door. If the people of Noah's Ark got their hands on it, opened this door, and released whatever was inside, or took the virus samples, the consequences would be unthinkable. Zhao Gang, stop the fire. Jiang Han commanded. Seal this place completely with an ice wall. Reinforce it with 3 layers, the thicker the better. Mr. Jiang, we're not burning it anymore. What about behind the door? Zhao Gang was somewhat puzzled. No more burning. That door cannot be opened yet. Jiang Han turned around, his eyes deep. At least not before we deal with those flies outside. Noah's Ark's main force arrives in 8 hours. When the time comes, we might just be able to use this door to prepare an ultimate gift for them. Now everyone retreat to Building 28. Everyone prepare for battle. What's coming this time might be a true war machine. 4:00 p.m. Building 28, Rooftop Terrace. Time remaining until Noah's Ark, contact 2 hours. The sky was so dark and gloomy it looked as though it might collapse at any moment. Although the red glow had vanished, the layer of white mist enveloping the city, now devoid of sunlight, took on a suffocating leaden gray hue. The freezing wind howled, sweeping fine ice crystals against the explosion-proof glass with a rustling patter. The rooftop terrace of Building 28 had now been transformed into an air defense position, a chaotic blend of sci-fi and wasteland aesthetics. Aside from the gas canister cannon that Zhao Gang took immense pride in, which still stood tall in the center, 4 peculiar devices had been erected around the perimeter of the terrace. These were 4 massive radar dish-like antennas surrounding a central silver metal pillar, like stars clustering around the moon. Embedded at the top of the metal pillar was a fist-sized purple crystal core, the very tier 3 lightning crystal core that Jiang Han had extracted from the corpse of the Leguay. Engineer Zhao, is this your bird-catching net? Jiang Han stood in the freezing wind, his black trench coat fluttering loudly. With his hands shoved in his pockets, he stared at the newly assembled equipment, a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Gang was currently crawling beneath the equipment's base, connecting the last few wires. His face was covered in grease and chilblains, yet his eyes shone with a terrifying intensity. I dismantled the mist-dispelling radar from that Noah's Ark hovercraft and combined it with the coils from the electromagnetic rifles we captured. Pointing at the purple crystal core, Zhao Gang added, "The most critical component is this. The Leguay's crystal core contains incredibly violent electromagnetic energy. I made an energy exciter. Once activated, it can instantly channel the energy out of this crystal core. Although it can't strike individual targets with precision like the Leguay did, once this energy is released through these 4 amplifying antennas, it will form a strong electromagnetic turbulence field with a diameter of 500 meters. Within this field, all precision electronic equipment, radar, gyroscopes, radio communications, and even missile guidance systems will suffer devastating interference. It's like throwing an aircraft into a microwave." Zhao Gang made a gesture of an explosion. "It will either crash or go completely blind." "Excellent." Jiang Han nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. When facing armed helicopters or drones, head-on confrontation with firepower was highly unwise. Noah's Ark's arsenal was undoubtedly far more abundant than his. His only chance of victory lay in dragging the enemy down to his own level, turning high technology into scrap metal. Su Qingge. Jiang Han turned to look at the Ice Queen standing on the other side. At this moment, Su Qingge was using her superpower to condense thick layers of ice armor on his steel plates. Present. Once Zhao Gang's interference matrix is activated, the enemy aircraft will lose its balance and vision. That will be your opportunity. Jiang Han pointed toward the sky. I want you to exert all your strength to freeze its rotors. Even if it stalls for just a single second, I can bring it down. Understood. Su Qingge gripped her compound bow tightly, her quiver packed with custom-made, liquid nitrogen ice burst arrows. Lord Jiang. The radar has a reading. Just then Zhang Lei, who had been staring intently at the portable radar screen, suddenly cried out in panic. Due north. Distance 15 kilometers. Altitude 800 meters. It's moving fast. Signal signature. It's a heavy aircraft. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the countdown timer on his wrist. 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. It appeared the enemy was not only ahead of schedule, but also advancing at full speed. They were absolutely determined to secure whatever was inside that underground laboratory. All personnel prepare for Tier 1 combat. Jiang Han's voice echoed throughout the entire building via the walkie-talkie. Everyone retreat into the shelters. Stay away from the windows. Zhao Gang, start the preheating. Su Qingge, take cover. 4:15 p.m. Skies over Jiangxing's northern district. Altitude 600 meters. Massive rotors tore through the thick fog, emitting a heart-trembling roar. This was a Sky Dome, class heavy armed gunship painted in deep gray. Its frame was a size larger than a pre-apocalyptic Apache, with rocket pods and anti-tank missiles fully loaded on both sides of its fuselage, and a twin-barrel 30mm electromagnetic autocannon mounted beneath its nose. The striking emblem of Noah's Ark was printed on the tail of the aircraft. Inside the cockpit, the pilot, codenamed Falcon, was chewing gum while watching the stream of data on his holographic helmet. Calling headquarters, Falcon has approached the target airspace. The last known signal location of that idiot Leguay is just ahead. Thermal imaging shows a massive concentration of life signatures at those coordinates. A cold voice responded from the earpiece. Copy that. Mission update, no negotiations. Initiate direct fire coverage. Obliterate all defensive fortifications on that building. Ground forces will enter to retrieve the beacon once you've cleared the area. Remember, do not collapse the entrance to the basement. We need S7 intact. Understood. A cruel smile played on Falcon's lips. Demolition jobs like this are my favorite. He pushed the control stick and the massive gunship abruptly lowered its nose, diving through the clouds like a plunging vulture. Building 28, the rooftop. Whir. The heavy thrum of the rotors grew louder and louder, causing even the building's glass windows to vibrate slightly. The oppressive pressure from above made everyone hold their breath. It's here. Standing behind the shelter, Jiang Han looked through the explosion-proof observation port, watching the black speck in the northern sky grow increasingly distinct. It was gargantuan, like a flying fortress of steel. The searchlight beams beneath its fuselage swept through the white mist like sharp swords, and each sweep brought a chilling sensation, as if being stared down by the Grim Reaper. Target acquired. High in the sky, Falcon stared at the prominent Building 28 on his thermal imaging screen, his finger resting on the red launch button of the control stick. First, a little welcoming gift. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without any hesitation, the rocket pods on both sides of the gunship instantly spat fire. 470mm high explosive rockets, trailing long plumes of fire, howled as they slammed toward the rooftop of Building 28. Get down. Jiang Han roared. But instead of diving to the ground, he took a sudden step forward and violently spread his hands toward the sky. Spatial fold. Buzz. The air above the rooftop of Building 28 suddenly seemed to be violently kneaded by an invisible massive hand. Space warped violently, forming a massive lens-like barrier. The instant the 4 rockets which had been accurately aimed at the terrace passed through this distorted space, their trajectories underwent a bizarre deflection. Boom, 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 boom. The rockets grazed the rooftop and flew past, exploding against the side wall of the neighboring Building 27 and in the residential garden below. Massive fireballs erupted into the sky, and the shockwaves of the explosions shook the entire building. Debris and shards of ice rained down everywhere. Though it wasn't a direct hit, the earth-shattering power still turned the faces of Zhao Gang and Zhang Lei, who were hiding behind the shelter, deathly pale. If those had hit directly, they would have all been turned into roasted meat. Huh. Falcon froze in midair. Missed. How is that possible? His fire control radar had clearly locked onto the target, and at this range the dispersion error of the rockets couldn't possibly be this large. There's something strange going on. Falcon put away his contempt. It seems Legowe's death was not in vain. There is a high-level Esper here capable of disrupting trajectories. If rockets won't do, then we'll sweep the ground with the autocannon. Falcon abruptly pulled up the nose of the aircraft and began to circle the building. The twin 30mm electromagnetic autocannon beneath the nose started spinning, emitting a death-like hum. Whir, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A terrifying metal storm descended instantly. The firing rate of the electromagnetic autocannon was as high as 4,000 rounds per minute. Countless depleted uranium armor-piercing shells rained down like a torrential downpour upon the exterior walls and terrace of Building 28. Bang, bang, bang. The concrete walls were riddled with holes, sending stone fragments flying. Although Jiang Han's spatial barrier could block a portion of it, even a space attribute user would struggle to withstand such high-frequency saturated attacks. Damn it. The firepower is too intense. Zhao Gang held his head and huddled beneath the base of the gas canister cannon, unable to look up at all. Mr. Jiang, is it still not within range? Wait a bit longer. Jiang Han was currently enduring immense pressure. He continuously used spatial teleportation to adjust his position, using spatial blades to slice apart shells flying toward the critical equipment. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his mental strength was rapidly depleting. But this was not enough. The enemy was too high. At an altitude of 600 meters, neither Zhao Gang's interference matrix nor Su Qing's ice arrows could reach. He had to drag the aircraft down. Jiang Han took out the black S7 beacon box from his spatial storage. Opening the box, he raised the blinking red signal transmitter high into the air. Though the red light was faint amidst the dense fog to the gunship currently scanning for signals, it was like a lighthouse in the dark. Signal source. Falcon high in the sky indeed spotted it. The red dot on his radar screen was flashing on the rooftop of Building 28. Found you. A glint of greed flashed in Falcon's eyes. So it was hidden on the rooftop. It seems that Esper was protecting the beacon. Lower altitude. Prepare for hellborn retrieval. Headquarters had not authorized him to destroy the beacon. To ensure its recovery, he had to lower the aircraft for rappelling or hover at an ultra-low altitude so the assault team in the cabin could go down and retrieve it. The massive gunship began to descend slowly. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. As the altitude decreased, the howling wind whipped up by the rotors blew away the snow on the rooftop, making it almost impossible to stand firm. The immense pressure felt as though a mountain were pressing down. Now, Jiang Han abruptly stowed the beacon, a golden light bursting from his eyes. He roared at Zhao Gang, who was hiding in the corner. Zhao Gang, activate the net. Arg, get the hell down here. Having been suppressed for so long, Zhao Gang's eyes had already turned bloodshot. He slammed his hand down on the red activation button and pushed the power lever all the way to the limit. The purple lightning crystal core embedded at the top of the metal pillar instantly erupted with a blinding light. A thick purple beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing the clouds. Immediately after, the 4 amplifying antennas resonated simultaneously. Crackling. A visible purple ripple composed of countless tiny electric arcs radiated frantically toward the sky, with Building 28 as its center. This was the electromagnetic interference matrix. The gunship, which was preparing to hover at an altitude of 300 meters, was instantly struck by this violent electromagnetic turbulence. Warning. Warning. Flight control system offline. Warning. Gyroscope failure. Radar lost target. Warning. Engine circuit overload. Inside the cockpit, the once-green data stream instantly turned into a screen full of red garbled code. The alarms shrieked in unison. What on earth is that? Falcon discovered to his horror that no matter how he pulled the control stick, the aircraft began to sway and spin violently, as if drunk. The once stable hovering posture collapsed instantly. The massive fuselage lost its balance and began to tilt to the left, accompanied by the tooth-gritting sound of twisting metal. Su Qingga, do it. Jiang Han ordered once more. Suchinga, who had long been prepared, stood up abruptly from behind a shelter. Her compound bow was drawn to its limit, and the tip of the custom liquid nitrogen ice burst arrow condensed the entirety of her freezing energy. Freeze. For me. Swoosh. The ice arrow transformed into a blue stream of light, flying against the wind and aiming precisely at the spinning out-of-control gunship. Its target was not the fuselage but the tail rotor. Snap. The ice arrow accurately struck the bearing of the rapidly spinning tail rotor. Boom. The liquid nitrogen within the arrowhead erupted instantly, and the terrifying extreme cold completely froze the tail rotor's gearbox into a solid block of ice within a tenth of a second. High-speed rotating mechanical structures feared this kind of sudden jam the most. Crack, snap. With a deafening crash, the gunship's tail rotor snapped completely off and flew into the distance. Losing the balance provided by its tail rotor, this massive aerial reaper went completely out of control. It began to spin wildly in the air like a runaway top, trailing thick plumes of smoke as it plunged toward the ground, specifically the open space beside Building 28. No! Falcon screamed in despair, desperately trying to pull up the nose, but it was all too late. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering crash, the once unrivaled heavy gunship slammed heavily into the green belt between Building 27 and Building 28. Driven by inertia, the massive fuselage slid forward, crashing through the residential area's perimeter wall, before finally coming to a halt amidst flames and explosions. Although it didn't disintegrate immediately, its rotors were shattered, its fuselage was ablaze, and it had been completely reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Building 28, the rooftop. All sound vanished. Only the howling wind remained, along with the crackling sound of burning from the distant crash site. Zhao Gang slumped onto the ground, staring at the soaring flames in the distance, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. We brought it down. He muttered to himself in a tone of disbelief. We actually shot down a Noah's Ark aircraft. Suchinga also lowered her bow, her arms trembling slightly from overexertion, but her eyes were filled with shock. This was an armed gunship. It was the sovereign of the skies in modern warfare. Yet it had actually been forcibly dragged down by a group of survivors, like them. Jiang Han stood at the edge of the terrace, gazing at the burning wreckage. His face was somewhat pale, but his gaze was incredibly intense. Zhao Gang, grab your toolbox. Zhang Lei, gather all guard members, and put on the exoskeletons. Jiang Han turned around, his lips curling into the cold sneer of a hunter seeing his prey caught in a trap. Let's go. Let's see if our guests are still breathing. If they are. Jiang Han's fingers lightly tapped the hilt of his Tang sword. Then we will send them on their final journey. Besides those 2 electromagnetic autocannons and the missile pods on that aircraft, I've taken a liking to them. Afternoon 1630. Daijing Bay Residential Complex, the ruined green belt between buildings 27 and 28. Weather-dense fog. A scene both brutal and spectacular. The massive Sky Dome class armed gunship now lay like a broken-winged steel dragon toppled on its side between 2 shattered strips of the green belt. Its fuselage had been severed in 2, the tail section jutting upward at an angle, exposing severed hydraulic lines and cables within that crackled and spat blue electrical sparks. The nose had buried itself deep in the frozen earth, half the cockpit crushed flat. At the core of the central fuselage, where the ammunition bay and engine were housed, raging flames now devoured everything. Special aviation fuel mingled with unexploded ordnance, producing sharp, crackling explosions. Rolling columns of black smoke surged skyward, intertwining with the pale mist above to form an eerie gray-black canopy. Cough. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing echoed through the cracks of the cockpit. Bang. A hand clad in a G-suit drenched in blood violently shoved aside a fractured slab of bulletproof glass. Falcon clawed his way out of the cockpit with tremendous effort. His helmet had shattered halfway, revealing half a face slicked with crimson blood. His left leg bent at an unnatural angle, a clear break. Yet he did not scream, nor did a single crease form on his brow. As a first-class pilot of Noah's Ark, his body had undergone genetic enhancement, his sense of pain had been dulled, and even in critical condition, he could still maintain extraordinarily high adrenaline levels. Damn natives. Falcon gritted his teeth, dragging his shattered leg until he reached an intact armor plate on the side of the fuselage, using it as cover. He swiftly checked his gear: an electromagnetic pistol for self-defense, 2 spare magazines, and 1 glory bullet. Calling command. Calling command. He pressed the comm button on his helmet, but received only piercing static. Zhao Gang's electromagnetic interference matrix had ceased with the depletion of its crystal core's energy, but that final burst had utterly incinerated every communication module aboard the aircraft. He was now an island unto himself. Stop calling. No one's coming to save you. A frail voice drifted from a breach in the cabin. 2 Special Forces soldiers in white exoskeletons emerged, supporting each other as they walked. They were the assault team from inside the cabin, spared by the crash thanks to their exoskeletons, though both had sustained serious injuries. One of them stared in despair at the burning wreckage. "We're finished. Shut your mouth." Falcon's eyes flashed with ferocious fury as he glared at them. "As long as we're breathing, the mission isn't over. The beacon is still in that building. And..." He pointed to the 30mm electromagnetic cannon mounted on the fuselage's flank, warped but undamaged. "If we can connect that cannon to the backup power, we still have a fighting chance. Hold the wreckage. Wait for rescue." 200 meters from the crash site, beside the ruins of Building 28, Jiang Han, leading Zhang Lei and 10 members of the Extreme Cold Guard in exoskeletons, advanced in eerie silence, using the dense fog and ruins as cover. Su Qingge held the high ground on the second-floor platform, her bow trained on the wreckage. "Master Jiang, I have visual." Zhang Lei's voice came low through the helmet comm. 3 survivors. That pilot's got a hard head, battered like that, and still alive. Don't rush." Jiang Han raised his hand, signaling the squad to halt. His gaze was not fixed on those broken soldiers, but turned instead toward the western gate of the complex. From that direction, cutting through the deathly stillness of the fog, came the dull rumble of engines. Not a single vehicle. A convoy. "We have guests." A cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Han's lips. Seems that little commotion drew every wolf in the area. Daijing Bay Residential Complex West Gate. Roar. Several brutally modified heavy trucks and off-road vehicles smashed through the complex's already damaged gate. The vehicles were spray-painted with grotesque graffiti hung with skulls and rusted chains. Heavy machine guns of antique design were mounted on their roofs. Some men even clutched Molotov cocktails and homemade rocket launchers. This was the Brotherhood's main strike force. From the lead Humvee leaped a hulking brute with a thick, bristling beard. He wore a mink coat draped over his shoulders, a thick gold chain around his neck, and a modified AK-47 clutched in his hand. He was the Brotherhood's second-in-command, Rampaging Bear. "Son of a bitch." Rampaging Bear stared at the distant crash site, belching black smoke, his eyes bulging like copper bells. "I thought some gas factory blew its top. Turns out it's a goddamn airplane." "Second boss, look at that insignia." A nearby underling pointed at the arc insignia on the aircraft's tail. "That's an official plane. This is prime meat. If we can get our hands on those cannons and missiles, the Brotherhood will be unstoppable. Heaven itself is helping us." Rampaging Bear greedily licked his lips. They had originally mobilized their main force to settle a score after receiving word that the Butcher had gone dark, plus Jiang Han's taunt over the radio. They hadn't expected this miraculous windfall the moment they entered the complex. That plane must have been shot down by that bastard surnamed Jiang. Rampaging Bear's eyes glinted. Both sides torn to shreds. "Perfect. After we claim this plane, we'll take that little bastard down while we're at it. Brothers, move out. Take the plane. Kill every survivor. Aru." Dozens of wild-eyed brutes, weapons brandished, screamed, and charged toward the crash site. At the wreckage. "Contact." Falcon, who had been attempting to repair the cannon, snapped his head up. Though the fog obscured his vision, his enhanced hearing clearly caught the chaotic footfalls and curses. Those survivors coming to finish the job. A vicious glint flickered in Falcon's eyes. "Want to kill me? Not that easy." He shoved aside the Special Forces soldier beside him, and enduring the agony of his shattered leg, dragged himself up to the cannon's operator station. Sizzle. The backup power engaged. The 30mm electromagnetic cannon, askew yet still lethal, slowly swiveled its barrel toward the source of the sound. "Die, you lower life forms." Falcon roared and pulled the trigger. Sizzle, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A terrifying storm of metal descended once more. Though not as concentrated as in the air, these depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds would rip a limb clean off a human body with even a glancing blow. The Brotherhood thugs charging at the forefront hadn't even spotted their enemy before a few shells tore them to shreds. Blood and viscera sprayed across the snow in an instant. "Shit, they've got a cannon. Scatter." Rampaging Bear startled, scrambling to take cover behind an abandoned car. "Bastards. Those official lapdogs ain't dead yet." Rampaging Bear, a hardened man himself, felt his bloodlust rise. "RPGs. Fire. Blow that cannon to hell for me." Whoosh, boom. 2 rockets streaked through the air, tails of flame trailing behind. One missed, detonating in the snow beside the fuselage. The other struck the armor plate next to the cannon with unerring precision. Boom. Fire and debris erupted in all directions. Falcon was hurled to the ground by the shockwave, his face a mask of blood. The cannon's ammunition feed had been severed by the blast. It fell silent. "Charge. They're out of ammo." Rampaging Bear's face lit up with savage joy. "Take them alive. I want to know what else this plane's got on board." Dozens of thugs swarmed forward like mad dogs. The 2 surviving Special Forces soldiers, though protected by exoskeletons, were wounded and vastly outnumbered. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of gunfire. The two Special Forces soldiers were riddled with bullets and collapsed into pools of blood. Only Falcon remained, his broken leg braced against the landing gear, the electromagnetic pistol clutched in his hands, making one last stand. "Come on, you trash." Falcon's eyes burned crimson. His shot blew one thug's head apart. "Even if I die, I'm taking a few of you with me." In the shadows of Building 28's ruins, Jiang Han watched the unfolding scene, as if observing a thrilling gladiatorial spectacle. "Master Jiang, they're putting on quite a show." Zhang lay crouched beside Jiang Han, peering at the battlefield through the exoskeleton's tactical scope. "That bearded one looks like Brotherhood. When do we move?" "Not yet." Jiang Han spoke calmly. "Let them tear at each other a while longer. That pilot's a tough nut, sure to have something valuable on him. The Brotherhood lot may be poorly equipped, but they're numerous and utterly fearless. Once they've killed the pilot and are at their most complacent, busy dividing the spoils." Jiang Han's fingers tapped lightly against his blade's hilt. "That's when we close the net." On the battlefield, Falcon had finally exhausted his ammunition. His pistol had emptied its last magazine, his body was riddled with stray bullets. "Ha ha ha. Run. Why aren't you running anymore?" Rampaging Bear AK-47 in hand laughed uproariously as he stepped forward and kicked Falcon's empty gun away. He looked down with mocking amusement at the arrogant ace pilot who had once been so high and mighty. "Weren't you fierce a moment ago? Use that cannon on me." Pock! Falcon spat a bloody glob onto Rampaging Bear's face. "The Ark will purge. All of you. Purge my ass." Rampaging Bear flew into a rage, raising his rifle's stock and bringing it down viciously on Falcon's face. Bam! 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 After several crushing blows, Falcon's face was deformed beyond recognition, and he finally slipped into unconsciousness. "Tie him up. We're taking him back for a slow interrogation." Rampaging Bear wiped the blood spittle from his face, turning his gaze toward the massive wreckage, his eyes burning with naked greed. "Brothers, we're rich. The parts off this bird alone could fetch tons of rice. Quick, before that bastard surnamed Jiang shows up, haul off anything we can carry." Just as the thugs excitedly clambered onto the wreckage, preparing to dismantle their prize. Hum! A low, hellish mechanical roar suddenly rose behind them. Rampaging Bear spun around sharply. From deep within the fog, two beams of pale headlight pierced the darkness like swords. A black armored vehicle, as impregnable as a steel fortress, had materialized silently some 50 meters distant. The thick cannon mounted on its roof pointed coldly in their direction. Beside the vehicle stood a man in a black trench coat. Jiang Han. He held no gun, but a megaphone in his hand. "Gentlemen, having fun." Jiang Han's voice echoed through the empty ruins, tinged with mockery. "Since you've done me the favor of clearing out the trash, why not leave your lives behind as well?" Rampaging Bear's pupils contracted sharply. Jiang Han. He hadn't expected this mantis to arrive so swiftly, so precisely. "Fire on him. Kill him first." Rampaging Bear bellowed, raising his gun to shoot. But Jiang Han was faster. He didn't fire a single shot. Instead, he snapped his fingers softly toward the ruins behind him. "Zhao Gang. Lights on." Crack, 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 crack. These were no ordinary lights. More than a dozen high-intensity xenon floodlights prepositioned in the surrounding ruins blazed to life simultaneously. Their brilliance rivaled the noonday sun, an instantaneous eruption within the gloomy fog, a flashbang effect beyond compare. My eyes. I'm blind. I'm blind." The thugs, whose eyes had long adapted to the darkness and fog, were instantly blinded, clutching their faces and howling in agony. "Execute." Jiang Han's command was ice cold. Zap, 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 zap. The extreme cold guard hidden among the surrounding ruins opened fire simultaneously with their electromagnetic rifles. It was a harvest without suspense. Under Zhang Lei's precise marksmanship and the others' aimed fire, the thugs, still rubbing their eyes, fell like wheat before a scythe. Rampaging Bear, though a second-stage strength system awakener, was riddled with bullets in an instant under this barrage of blinding light and crossfire. His mink coat was shredded by electromagnetic rounds. Countless geysers of blood erupted from his body. "No, I won't accept this." Rampaging Bear roared, his body swelling as he tried to bull through the bullets toward Jiang Han. But the very next instant, a frigid black arc sliced across his neck. Jiang Han's silhouette appeared behind him like a phantom, his tang blade returning to its sheath. Thud! Rampaging Bear's bearded head rolled across the snow. Thus perished the Brotherhood's vanguard force, annihilated to a man. Jiang Han surveyed the carpet of corpses and the aircraft wreckage, now thoroughly cleaned. "Zhang Lei, sweep the battlefield. Drag that living pilot back. Dr. Su will find him very interesting. As for this aircraft." Jiang Han pressed his palm against the massive fuselage. Still, the colossal wreckage vanished, instantly absorbed into the spatial storage. Though damaged, the materials and technology within would give Zhao Gang more than enough to study for a long time. With everything done, Jiang Han turned his gaze westward. There lay the Brotherhood's stronghold, the western suburbs prison. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Jiang Han murmured to himself. Since you've been so kind as to deliver goods right to my door, it's only fitting that I pay your home a visit. I hear there are quite a few treasures in that prison, aren't there? 5:30 p.m. Building 28, room 2802. The lights here were a cold, sterile white, so pallid and harsh they stung the eyes. The air reeked of high-concentration alcohol disinfectant and a faint coppery tang of blood. What had once been a living room had been transformed into a makeshift operating theater. The floor-to-ceiling windows had been sealed shut with black blackout cloth, leaving only a single shadowless surgical lamp suspended from the ceiling, casting down a beam of ghastly white light. Beneath that beam stood a frigid stainless steel operating table. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing shattered the deathly silence. The man bound tightly to the operating table slowly opened his eyes. He was Falcon, the ace pilot of Noah's Ark's 3rd Special Detachment and its sole survivor. His current condition was nothing short of wretched. The expensive anti-gravity flight suit he wore had been sliced apart, exposing a chest mottled with bruises and lacerations. His shattered left leg had been crudely bandaged to stanch the bleeding, but the searing agony of the misaligned bones still sent beads of cold sweat pouring down his body. What chilled him with even greater terror, however, was the realization that the power within him, his prized first-tier physical enhancement ability, had vanished without a trace. A cold liquid emanating an eerie blue luminescence was dripping slowly through the foreline and into his veins. Ability suppressant crude version. This concoction had been synthesized by Su Chinga from the bodily fluids of a shape-shifting entity and the venom of the Frostbringer. Though it could not permanently nullify abilities, it was more than sufficient to render an awakened as feeble as a chick in short order. Awake! A glacial voice sounded beside his ear. Falcon strained to turn his head. Before him stood a woman in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed spectacles. Her back turned to him as she arranged something upon a stainless steel tray. Her long hair was gathered in a careless knot, and her profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Yet within these surroundings, that beauty carried a chill that seeped into the very marrow of one's bones. You wretched, lower-class vermin. Falcon gritted his teeth, straining against his restraints, though the alloy shackles binding him did not budge an inch. The Ark will never let you go unpunished. My beacon has already transmitted a distress signal. Save your breath. Su Chinga turned around a transparent ice needle, fine as a cow's hair, some 3 inches long, pinched between her fingers. She rotated the needle gently beneath the light, its tip glinting with a sinister gleam. Your aircraft was destroyed in the blast. The communications module burned out. As for your distress signal. A mocking smirk curled at the corner of Su Chinga's lips. In this fog, even the satellites are blind. Who could possibly hear you? Now let's play a little game. Su Chinga approached the operating table, gazing down at Falcon with imperious condescension. I ask. You answer. Answer wrong or stay silent, and I'll prick you with a needle. Both. Falcon spat a bloody glob of saliva towards Su Chinga. I've been through counter-interrogation training. Bring on whatever you've got. Think you can pry words from my mouth. In your dreams. As an elite of the Ark, his willpower was indeed far beyond that of ordinary men. Conventional torture was utterly useless against him. Counter-interrogation training. Su Chinga sidestepped the saliva with practiced ease, neither angered nor offended. Instead, a look of professional curiosity flickered across her features. I know you've been trained to endure pain. Electric shocks, flagellation, even having your fingernails pulled. You can withstand it all. Because that's dull pain. The brain releases endorphins to numb itself. However, Su Chinga's fingers trailed lightly across Falcon's chest, finally, coming to rest upon an acupoint 3 inches beneath his armpit. As a physician, I know the human body possesses 365 acupoints, 36 of which are fatal, and another 108 are known as pain points. These acupoints connect directly to the central nervous system governing pain. If stimulated with an ice needle of extreme cold, the agony is magnified tenfold, and there is no loss of consciousness. Upon finishing her words, Su Chinga's wrist flicked with sudden force. The slender ice needle vanished instantly into Falcon's lower ribs. Not a single drop of blood welled forth. But in that instant, Falcon's pupils contracted sharply to the size of pinpricks. Ugh! Aawag! A blood-curdling shriek, distorted beyond all recognition, pierced instantly through the soundproofed walls. Falcon felt as though 10,000 fire-red ants had burrowed into his very marrow, frantically devouring his nerves. It was not the suffering of flesh, but a trembling that assailed the soul itself. Every muscle in his body tensed instantaneously, veins bulged across his skin, blood suffused his eyes, and his teeth bit clean through the flesh of his own mouth. This is the Jichuan acupoint. Su Chinga's voice remained utterly composed, as though lecturing a class of medical students. It connects to the cardiac nerve plexus. How does it feel? Shall we continue? Kill. Kill me. Falcon gasped for breath, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. If you've got the guts, kill me. Still stubborn, I see. Suchinga picked up another ice needle. The next is the Yongquan acupoint. Ever heard of fire and ice torture? Once this needle goes in, you'll feel as though your soles are treading upon red-hot iron, while simultaneously being submerged in liquid nitrogen. She was about to strike. Wait a moment. A voice suddenly spoke from the shadowed corner of the room. Jiang Han. He set down the glass of red wine in his hand and walked slowly toward the operating table. Compared to Suchinga's clinical approach, Jiang Han exuded a far more direct and oppressive presence. It was the weight of a superior being, the accumulated malevolent aura of one who had just massacred hundreds. Jiang Han drew from his pocket the tactical tablet recovered from the corpse of Reggae, lit the screen, and held it up for Falcon to see. Reggae is dead, Jiang Han said evenly. His head is currently sitting in the refrigerator downstairs. And this top-secret plan of his, I've already read through it. Upon seeing that familiar tablet interface, the first crack finally appeared in Falcon's psychological defenses. The captain is truly dead. Even that untouchable third-tier powerhouse has fallen. I know what you're searching for. Jiang Han leaned down, locking his gaze with Falcon's. The S-7 beacon is right here in my hands. And I've already deciphered the coordinates it points to, sublevel 4, the CDC laboratory. You? Falcon stared at Jiang Han in horror. How do you know about the CDC? I also know that you aren't merely searching for the beacon. Jiang Han's fingers slid across the tablet, pulling up a file labeled Sample Recovery. You're searching for a person, or rather, a monster. Jiang Han's voice dropped low and alluring. Tell me, what exactly is this so-called Subject Zero? Where is it? Falcon fell silent. He was making one final desperate stand. If this secret were to leak, and the Ark learned of it, his fate would be far worse than death. Dr. Su. Jiang Han straightened up. Continue. This time target his temple. Understood. Suchinga raised the ice needle without the slightest hesitation, aiming directly at Falcon's temple. One prick of that needle and death would be the least of it. He'd be reduced to a vegetable. Don't. I'll talk. Under the looming threat of death and permanent disability, Falcon at last broke down. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Falcon slumped upon the operating table like a deflated balloon, his eyes brimming with utter despair. There was never any drill, nor any accidental leak. This was engineered evolution. Falcon gasped for breath as he revealed a world-shattering secret. 5 years ago, an Ark expedition team excavated the corpse of an ancient creature from beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Its cells possessed an extraordinarily potent capacity for devouring and assimilation. The scientists extracted its genetic material and synthesized the progenitor virus. The original intent was to create super soldiers, but the experiment spiraled out of control. The virus requires a specific carrier to undergo gentle mutation. Otherwise, it transforms its host into the undead. That carrier is Patient Zero. Jiang Han and Suchinga exchanged a glance, each seeing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Who is Patient Zero? Jiang Han pressed. A little girl. Falcon's voice trembled. She is the only human who has perfectly fused with the progenitor virus without becoming a monster. In fact, she has retained full self-awareness. Her blood is both the antidote and the key to evolution. Once they obtain her, the Ark can mass-produce a flawless army of awakened. Where is she? Jiang Han seized Falcon by the collar. She was originally kept in the CDC laboratory. Falcon swallowed hard. But on the eve of the catastrophe, a traitor emerged from within the CDC. A security squad escaped with her, according to our latest intelligence tracking. That security squad didn't go far. They took refuge in Jiangxing's largest prison, the Western Suburbs Maximum Security Penitentiary. The Western Suburbs Penitentiary. Jiang Han's pupils contracted sharply. That was the stronghold of the Brotherhood. You're saying Patient Zero is in the Brotherhood's hands? Suchinga exclaimed. No, they have no idea she's Patient Zero. Falcon shook his head, a strange expression crossing his face. In the eyes of those prisoners, she's probably just some odd little mute or a monster locked away in the deepest level underground for their amusement. The reason the Ark sent me here to recover the beacon was to access the CDC laboratory's database and confirm Patient Zero's genetic sequence. Once confirmed, the Ark's main forces would flatten the Western Suburbs Penitentiary outright and take her by force. Ha ha ha. Falcon suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. You're finished. Those Brotherhood lunatics have heavy weapons and thousands of prisoners. And the Ark's main army arrives by tomorrow. When those two sides clash, all of Jiangxing will be reduced to rubble. None of you will survive. Smack. Suchinga's palm struck his face, cutting short his manic laughter. Sedate him and toss him into the basement. Jiang Han released his grip and stood upright. His mind raced at lightning speed. Patient Zero. The key to perfect evolution. Right there in the Western Suburbs Penitentiary. and the Western Suburbs Penitentiary was now under the control of those utterly vicious Brotherhood thugs. These brutes hadn't the faintest idea what they held in their hands. They simply regarded it as an ordinary survivor outpost. Jiang Han, what do you want to do? Suchinga finished dealing with Falcon, pulled off her gloves, and gazed at the contemplative Jiang Han. The Ark's main force will arrive in less than 24 hours. If we head for the prison, now we may very well run straight into them. So what if we do? Jiang Han walked to the window and gazed out into the pitch-black night. A strategic resource like Patient Zero absolutely cannot fall into the Ark's hands. Otherwise, once they forge their super army, we would be the first ones they annihilate. Nor can she remain with the Brotherhood. Those lunatics will eventually discover her value. Therefore, Jiang Han turned around, a wild gleam burning in his eyes. We're going to cut in. Before the Ark's main army arrives, we infiltrate the Western Suburbs Penitentiary and extract her. Extract? Suchinga was taken aback. There are thousands of prisoners in there, not to mention heavy machine guns, high walls, and electrified fencing. How exactly do you propose we extract anyone? Brute force is out of the question. Jiang Han's lips curved upward in a faint, confident smile. But don't forget who I am. I am a spatial class awakened. The moment I can see the interior of that prison, I'll be able to slip in like a ghost. Furthermore, Zhao Gang has just finished repairing that Noah's Ark hovercraft. It comes equipped with a complete Ark friend or foe identification system and stealth coding. We'll disguise ourselves as a Noah's Ark Special Forces unit and deliver a most generous gift to the Brotherhood's dear old friends. That evening, 8:00 p.m. Room 2801, pre-battle briefing. An architectural blueprint of the Western Suburbs Penitentiary was projected onto the wall. Listen up. Jiang Han pointed at several red marks on the map. This operation demands speed. We're not bringing a large force, only our elite. Me, Suchinga, Zhang Lei plus 10 members of the Frost Guard in exoskeletons. Zhao Gang stays behind to handle remote technical support and guard the base. Get those cannons of yours set up and ready. Anyone who dares raid our home gets blasted into slag on sight. Yes, sir. Zhao Gang nodded emphatically. Our objectives are crystal clear. Jiang Han's finger drew a crimson line across the map, pointing directly at the special detention zone deep beneath the prison. First, locate Patient Zero. Second, help ourselves to their entire armory while we're at it. Third, if that so-called Bear King leader dares to stand in our way. Jiang Han's fingers curled into an empty fist in the air. Then we'll send him to join Reggae. Departure 22:00 hours tonight. Operation codename Prison Break. Late night 2245. Jiangsheng West Suburbs perimeter of the maximum security prison. On the mist-shrouded wasteland, two beams of pale high-intensity searchlights pierced the darkness, sweeping across the frozen national highway like the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Accompanied by a colossal roar, a massive Leviathan-class all-terrain hover transport skimmed across the snowy surface at high speed. The vehicle's original matte black finish had been masterfully restored by Zhao Gang, now emblazoned with that striking white DNA double helix emblem, Noah's Ark. Following closely behind it were two black riot control off-road vehicles fully loaded with armed personnel. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Han, clad in a crisp Ark Special Operations Command uniform, wore his signature tactical visor. It concealed half of his face, leaving only a sharp, cold jawline exposed. Suchinga sat in the passenger seat, also dressed in the white Ark uniform. Her hair was swept up in a high bun, her expression cold and elegant as she cradled the top-secret dossier exported from her tablet. Zhang Lei and 10 elite members of the Frost Guard sat in the troop compartment behind them. Clad in captured White Wolf exoskeleton armor and wielding electromagnetic rifles, they sat upright and solemn. Though slightly tense, the advanced gear instilled them with immense confidence. Master Jiang, the prison gates are just ahead. Zhang Lei's voice crackled through the helmet's comm channel. Thermal imaging shows heavy machine guns on the walls along with several snipers. Are we really just going to charge straight in? Remember, we are not Jiang Han and Zhang Lei right now. Jiang Han's voice was calm and frigid, carrying the distinct arrogance of a high-ranking commander. We are the Noah's Ark Special Operations Unit. On this wasteland, we are the law. We are heaven itself. No matter what happens, if anyone dares to block our path, fire immediately. No need to ask for permission. Understood. West Suburbs Prison Main Gate Outpost. This prison, which once housed Jiangsheng's most heinous criminals, had now been transformed into an impregnable fortress. The 10-meter-high concrete walls were strung with high-voltage electric fencing, with searchlights and heavy machine guns mounted on the four-corner watchtowers. The gates were welded from thick steel plates adorned with several severed heads frozen into icy sculptures, the grim fate of survivors who had dared to approach. At that moment, the searchlights on the watchtower locked firmly onto the rapidly approaching behemoth. Stop! Stop! A gruff voice roared through the megaphone. Approach any further, and we open fire. This is Brotherhood territory. Who the hell are? Before the sentence could be finished, the voice abruptly choked. for the sentry had clearly seen the emblem on the vehicle. That white DNA double helix. In this information-starved apocalypse, ordinary survivors might not recognize it. But to the leadership of the Brotherhood who had desperately sought a powerful patron, they knew all too well what that emblem signified. It was the authorities, the legendary Noah's Ark rumored to possess aircraft and tanks. Holy shit, it's the Ark. Terrified, the sentry nearly dropped his rifle and frantically shrieked into his walkie-talkie, Boss, the Ark's main force is here. They arrived in one of those flying vehicles without wheels. The alarm inside the gates instantly descended into chaos. It was not a combat alarm, but rather the frantic scramble of important guests are here, clean up quickly. With a sharp hiss, the hovercraft ground to a halt 50 meters from the gate. The massive downdraft kicked up a swirling cloud of snow. Jiang Han did not step out of the vehicle. He switched on the onboard megaphone, his voice cold and commanding with unquestionable authority. Noah's Ark 3rd Task Force acting under orders to execute mission code recovery. Have your leader drag himself out here. You have 3 minutes to open the gates. Otherwise we level this wall. He gave them no time to react. Aiming at the adjacent empty ground, Jiang Han slammed the firing button for the roof-mounted 30mm autocannon. A volley of shells pounded into the snow, blasting geysers of dirt meters into the air. This was the ultimate clearance pass. Sure enough, in less than a minute the heavy iron gates slowly ground open with a grating screech of metal. A mob of thugs clad in various leather jackets and wielding a chaotic assortment of weapons ran out under the guidance of several leaders lining up respectfully on both sides. At their head, a bald, burly man, the prison's chief warden nicknamed Mad Dog, ran toward the hovercraft with a sycophantic grin, bowing and scraping. "Oh, officer, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." Mad Dog rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with unconcealable envy and awe as he stared at the sci-fi-esque hovercraft and the exoskeleton-clad soldiers behind it. "My boys were blind, failing to recognize the presence of the Great Ark. Please come in. Come in." Jiang Han spared him a frigid glance, without a word slamming his foot on the accelerator. The hovercraft roared forward through the gates, nearly sending Mad Dog sprawling. Not daring to show any anger, Mad Dog instead scrambled eagerly after them. "Officer, our boss Lord Kuei is waiting for you inside. A feast has already been prepared." Prison interior courtyard area. Upon entering the prison's interior, a pungent wave of blood, sweat, and tobacco smoke assaulted the senses. The place was an utter hotbed of lawlessness and chaos. On the recreational courtyard, dozens of massive bonfires blazed. Hundreds of shirtless, tattooed inmates were in the midst of a wild revelry. Some were roasting meat, others were beating captured survivors for amusement, while some fondled ragged women in wanton indulgence. This was the ecosystem of the Brotherhood: extreme debauchery and violence. As Jiang Han's convoy rolled in, all the clamor ceased for a brief moment. Countless eyes, wild and greedy, locked onto this heavily armed convoy. Yet upon seeing the blue glowing electromagnetic rifles held by the exoskeleton-clad soldiers, that greed swiftly morphed into dread. The convoy halted in the center of the courtyard. Jiang Han dismounted alongside Su Qingge, Zhang Lei, and the others. Their synchronized tactical movements and chilling lethal aura instantly cowed the entire crowd. "Welcome. Welcome to the officers of the Ark." A booming voice rang out. A crowd of people emerged from the prison's main building. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He wore a black mouse suit, rolling 2 polished walnuts in his hand. With a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he looked refined and scholarly, resembling a university professor. Yet the ferocious thugs flanking him, along with the chilling aura of a peak Tier 2 powerhouse radiating from his body, made it clear that this man was anything but simple. Lord Kuei. Originally the warden of the West Suburbs prison, he had slaughtered all the prison guards and rebellious inmates after the cataclysm, crowning himself the local tyrant. "I am the person in charge here, Li Kuei." Lord Kuei approached Jiang Han, extending his hand with a practiced smile. "To what do we owe the honor of your late-night visit, officer? Is there perhaps some news regarding our second-in-command, Savage Bear?" He was still probing. Savage Bear had led men to hijack the aircraft and had yet to return, yet the Ark had arrived instead. This filled him with unease. Jiang Han did not extend his hand. He merely stared coldly at Lord Kuei, his gaze resembling someone looking at an insect that could be crushed at any moment. "Savage Bear." Jiang Han sneered, pulling an object from his pocket and tossing it carelessly to the ground. It rolled to a stop. It was a blood-stained frozen solid lighter. It was the solid gold lighter Savage Bear had treasured most in life. He attempted to ambush an Ark transport aircraft and was executed on the spot. Jiang Han's voice was not loud, yet it caused the surrounding air to plunge to absolute zero. "What a..." A commotion rippled through the surrounding thugs, many of them instinctively reaching for the weapons at their waists. Lord Kuei's expression also shifted, a muscle twitching at the corner of his eye. But he swiftly suppressed his rage, noting that the 16 exoskeleton-clad soldiers behind Jiang Han had already raised their barrels. "So that's how it is. Lord Kuei took a deep breath, forcing a stiff smile back onto his face. That utter fool. How dare he offend the Ark? He got what he deserved. His death is a riddance. You did the right thing, officer. He was a pragmatist. Savage Bear was already dead. It was not worth clashing with heavily armed authorities over a corpse. So, officer, your visit this time is for. I dislike wasting words. Jiang Han cut him off, getting straight to the point. I am looking for someone. According to our intel, she is inside your prison. A person. Lord Kuei blinked in surprise. Who? A girl. Around 7 or 8 years old. Mute. Jiang Han locked eyes with Lord Kuei. A classified experimental subject of the Ark. Hand her over, and the past is wiped clean. Otherwise. Behind Jiang Han, Zhang Lei aggressively racked his rifle. The high-pitched hum of the electromagnetic rifle charging was exceptionally jarring in the dead silence of the courtyard. Lord Kuei's eyes flickered. A mute girl. A figure flashed through his mind. Indeed, there was such a person. His men had dragged her in from the outside a few days ago. They had originally planned to slaughter her for meat, but the girl was bizarre. Anyone who got close to her would mysteriously fall ill or lose their minds. So she had been locked away in the basement. And today happened to be Beast Arena Day. To celebrate, he had specifically arranged a grand finale, feeding that eerie little girl to a mutated beast. Oh, you mean that little girl? Lord Kuei gasped in realization, slapping his forehead. Yes, of course she's here. We've been treating her with the utmost hospitality. However, Lord Kuei's face fell into a look of feigned difficulty. Her current location is a bit unusual. Perhaps, officer, you could follow me to take a look. Lead the way, Jiang Han said coldly. Prison basement level 2, indoor gymnasium. This place had been converted into a massive coliseum. The stands were packed with inmates roaring with excitement. In the center of the arena stood a colossal iron cage welded from thick steel bars. Spotlights surrounding the cage illuminated the interior as bright as day. Kill, kill, kill. Maul her to death. Maul her to death. The inmates waved their betting slips, letting out beastly howls. Jiang Han followed Lord Kuei into the VIP balcony of the stands, looking down at the cage. When the scene inside came into view, even the habitually stoic Su Qingge felt her pupils contract sharply. Crouched in a corner of the iron cage was a frail, tiny figure. She wore a filthy hospital gown, barefoot, her skin covered in scars. Her disheveled hair covered most of her face. She held her knees, resembling a wounded kitten, eerily quiet. At the opposite end of the cage, a mutated male lion the size of a water buffalo paced back and forth restlessly. This lion had escaped from a zoo, and after exposure to the red light, its size had doubled. Its mane had turned blood-red, fangs exposed and muscles bulging like solid rock. It had clearly been starved for a long time. Its green eyes locked onto the little girl in the corner, drool dripping from its jaws. There is the person you seek. Lord Kuei stood beside Jiang Han, pointing below. Officer, you've arrived at the perfect time. This is our prison's signature show, the Lion's Feast. This lion is a Tier 2 mutated beast, incredibly fierce. He was still testing them. If the Ark truly cared about this girl, they would surely call a halt immediately. But if they were just asking casually. At that moment, the mutated lion inside the cage seemed to reach its limit. It unleashed a deafening roar. Tensing its hind legs, its massive body lunged forward like a crimson blur, jaws wide open as it pounced toward the frail little girl. Ah! The spectators in the stands shrieked with a mix of terror and excitement. Su Qingge's hand gripped the railing. She instinctively looked toward Jiang Han. To save her or not. If they acted now, their identities might be exposed. But if they didn't, the girl. Yet Jiang Han remained motionless. His expression did not even flicker. He simply stared quietly at the cage, his gaze terrifyingly deep. Don't rush. Jiang Han whispered over the comm channel. Watch. For he detected a faint, yet heart-stopping gray force field enveloping the little girl. It was the virus. A highly concentrated, materialized form of the progenitor virus. In the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. Just as the lion's fangs were about to tear into the girl's throat, the little girl, who had kept her head bowed, suddenly looked up. There were no whites in her eyes. Only a pitch-black abyss. She did not dodge, nor did she scream. She merely extended a skeletal little hand, and gently, as if petting a domestic animal, pressed it against the snout of the rampaging mutated lion. Shoo! The little girl's lips parted slightly, uttering a raspy whisper. Kneel. Instantly, the Tier 2 mutated lion, once so ferocious that it feared no bullets, seemed to have its soul sucked out. Its pupils dilated instantly. Its massive frame stiffened in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. It was not dead, but rather subjugated. Like a terrified puppy, it prostrated itself at the girl's feet, trembling violently as it let out a submissive whimpering from its throat. The entire arena fell dead silent. The inmates who had been cheering wildly moments ago now stood with mouths agape, looking like strangled ducks. The walnuts in Lord Kuei's hand dropped to the floor with a sharp clack. What kind of sorcery is this? He stared in horror at that frail back. He had always assumed she was just an ordinary mute. It turned out, he had locked up a monster far more terrifying than any lion. It is indeed her. Jiang Han watched the scene unfold, a flash of fanaticism crossing his eyes. To force mutated creatures into submission purely through viral pressure. This was Patient Zero, the nascent lord of all beasts. Spectacular. Jiang Han clapped slowly, the sound of his applause exceptionally grating in the silent Colosseum. Lord Kuei, I am highly satisfied with your show. Jiang Han turned around, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he looked at the dumbfounded Lord Kuei. Now the show is over. Open the cage. I am taking this girl. And if you refuse. Jiang Han's fingers lightly tapped the hilt of the blade at his waist. Then I will give this lion a new master. Late night, 2315. Western Suburbs Prison Underground Level 2 Arena. Dead silence. Within the colossal arena, thousands of prisoners seemed as though they were being choked by their throats. Only heavy breathing and the low rumbling whimpers from the throat of the mutated male lion echoed throughout the space. Inside the iron cage, the little girl, clad in a filthy hospital gown, remained in her posture, her hands still pressed gently against the lion's snout. That Tier 2 mutated beast, typically ferocious, bloodthirsty, and impervious even to bullets, was now as docile as a giant cat, even licking the girl's palm with its rough tongue. Inside the VIP box, the air seemed to freeze. Take her away. The two walnuts that Lord Kuei had been spinning rapidly in his hand ground to a sudden halt. The professional fake smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, greedy, and somewhat frenzied expression. Originally, he had nothing but disdain for this little mute, who brought nothing but bad luck. But the scene just now completely shattered his perception. Controlling mutated beasts. What did this imply? In this apocalyptic world overrun by monsters, whoever possessed the power to control them would be the true king. By comparison, the threat of Noah's Ark no longer seemed so terrifying. With this girl in his grasp, he could easily amass an army of mutated beasts and even launch a counteroffensive against the Ark. Officer, I'm afraid this doesn't quite align with the rules, does it? Lord Kuei slowly turned around. Instead of ordering the gates to open, he took a step back, widening the distance between himself and Jiang Han. Rules. Jiang Han remained standing by the railing, his back to Lord Kuei, as he gazed down at the iron cage. His voice was indifferent. The Ark's word is the rule. Huh, what a splendid Ark. Lord Kuei burst into laughter, his voice echoing gratingly in the vast arena. If the main force of the Ark had arrived, Li Kuei would naturally not dare to utter a single word of dissent. But you. His gaze swept over the mere dozen or so exoskeleton warriors standing behind Jiang Han. You brought so few men, yet you dare to come to my territory to seize my treasure. Even a mighty dragon does not provoke a local snake. Lord Kuei's eyes suddenly grew menacing. Moreover, I don't think you are even a genuine Ark squad. I've met people from the Ark before. They see no living souls, only cold machinery. But you. He pointed at Jiang Han. When you looked at that girl just now, there was desire in your eyes. The desire to claim her for yourself. So drop the act. Lord Kuei violently smashed the two walnuts in his hand onto the ground. Crack. The sound of the walnuts shattering served as the signal to attack. Clang. Clang. The exit gates around the spectator stand slammed shut. Immediately after, high up on the stands, over a dozen black camouflage tarps were whipped away, revealing the dark, gaping muzzles of firearms behind them. Those were 12 7mm heavy machine guns, and there were even 2 twin-barrel anti-aircraft guns procured from God knows where, aimed directly at the VIP box and the iron cage below. Simultaneously, the thousands of prisoners in the stands tore off their disguises. They pulled out machetes, iron bars, and homemade shotguns hidden beneath their seats, letting out beast-like howls. Shut the gates. Beat the dogs. Lord Kuei leaped backward, retreating behind a group of personal guards holding riot shields, and roared. Brothers, the gear these bastards are wearing is top-tier stuff. Kill them, and we'll divide the exoskeletons among ourselves. The guns are yours for the taking, and that female officer is yours to enjoy. Nobody touches that little girl. She's mine. Kill. Slay these white-skinned bastards. The entire arena erupted in an instant. This was not merely an ambush, it was a premeditated betrayal. Lord Kuei had long coveted the equipment of this squad. Regardless of whether they were truly from the Ark, once they entered his cage, they could forget about leaving alive. Master Zhang, what do? We're surrounded. Zhang Lei shouted through the communication channel. Although he held an electromagnetic rifle facing heavy firepower from all directions, and the onslaught of thousands of men, their dozen-odd squad, was like a solitary leaf tossed upon a vast ocean. Su Qingge also retreated to Jiang Han's side, immediately drawing her compound bow to its limit, her ice arrow locking onto Lord Kuei, who was hiding behind the shields. Do not panic. Confronted by this overwhelming murderous intent of thousands, Jiang Han stood calmly in place, without even turning his head. He merely kept his eyes on the little girl in the iron cage below. The little girl also raised her head, her pitch-black eyes staring intently at Jiang Han through the iron mesh. She was observing. She was judging. Was this man who suddenly appeared an enemy or a friend? Interesting. Jiang Han murmured, a cruel smile curling the corner of his lips. Since you all enjoy beast fights so much. Jiang Han raised his right hand, extending his 5 fingers toward the massive iron cage below. Then let me show you what a true beast looks like. Spatial collapse. A terrifying, invisible wave of energy instantly enveloped the entire iron cage with a low hum. The solid steel bars, as thick as an arm and built to imprison ferocious beasts, groaned with a grating metallic screech under the warping force of spatial energy. With deafening snaps, countless steel bars fractured and twisted like fragile noodles. In the blink of an eye, the indestructible cage disintegrated, collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. Amidst the swirling dust, the petite figure slowly stood up. She was no longer bound by any shackles. Jiang Han's voice, amplified to cut through the deafening noise of the arena, reached the little girl's ears with absolute clarity. Little sister, they locked you in here, treated you like a monster, and even wanted to kill you. Now I have opened the cage for you. Do whatever you wish to do. The little girl was stunned for a moment. She looked at the surrounding prisoners, who had fallen into a brief panic due to the cage's collapse, only to grow even more frenzied moments later. With hideous grins on their faces and blood-stained weapons in their hands, those men possessed eyes filled only with slaughter and lust. Hate. A torrential tide of hatred erupted within her young soul. She opened her mouth, letting out a silent shriek. Roar. Answering her was the thunderous roar of the Tier 2 mutated lion beside her. The lion sensed its master's will. Its eyes, previously docile, instantly became bloodshot and far more violent. Its muscles swelled, its mane bristled, and its massive frame expanded even further under the stimulation of the virus. But that was not enough. As the girl's spiritual ripples spread outward, frantic crashing sounds echoed from the backup cages in the arena's backstage. Those were other mutated beasts captured by the Brotherhood. Mutated wolves, giant mutated rats, and even a mutated black bear. Under the summons of the Lord of all beasts, they slammed open their crude cages in a frenzy and charged into the arena. That's my dog. Why is it biting me? The agonized screams of the keepers echoed from the backstage. Roar. Leading the charge, the mutated lion, carrying the little girl in the red dress, surged directly onto the spectator, stands like a bolt of crimson lightning. Fire. Open fire. Kill that lion. Lord Kuei was startled and hastily barked orders. The heavy machine guns high above began to roar. Thick bullets swept toward the lion like a torrential downpour. Yet the lion moved too swiftly, and its movements were far from random. Under the girl's command, it leaped nimbly among the seats of the stands. With every pounce, a life was claimed. Splat. A prisoner charging forward with a machete had his head instantly crushed by the lion's paw. Snap. Another assailant attempting a sneak attack was bitten clean through the waist by the beast. Blood splattered and severed limbs flew. The stands, which had served as spectator seats, instantly transformed into a literal slaughterhouse. The unleashed packs of mutated wolves and the black bear joined the feast. They no longer attacked one another. Instead, they coordinated with organized discipline, savagely tearing apart the humans clad in prison uniforms. It's chaos. Complete chaos. The prisoners had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. They had originally come to hunt Jiang Han, but instead they had become the prey. Ignore those beasts. Kill the leader first. True to his reputation as a ruthless warlord, Lord Kuei knew he had to strike at the head, even as the situation spiraled out of control. He shoved aside the shield bearer in front of him, and a gleaming alloy blade materialized in his hand. Metal control. Lord Kuei growled under his breath. Instantly, the scattered iron railings, steel pipes, and even the machetes in the prisoner's hands were drawn by a powerful magnetic force, levitating into the air, all pointed directly at Jiang Han in the VIP box. He was a Tier 2 metal type awakened. In a prison constructed entirely of metal, this was his home turf. Die. Lord Kuei thrust his hands forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of metallic blades transformed into a steel tempest, rainstorming toward Jiang Han. Metal element. Standing at the edge of the box, Jiang Han did not even blink as he faced the deluge of blades. Suchinga, protect those behind us. Zhang lay fire at will. Clear the heavy machine gun nests. Having issued his commands, Jiang Han took a step forward. Instead of seeking cover, he walked directly into the metallic storm. Spatial fold. Just as the first flying dagger was about to pierce his brow, the space before him folded abruptly like a sheet of paper. One to 100. All attacks missed entirely. Jiang Han was like a phantom walking through another dimension, passing through a field of thorns without a single scratch. What kind of ability is this? Lord Kuei's eyes nearly bulged out of his sockets. Physical attacks were useless. Have you had your fun? Jiang Han had already closed the distance to 10 meters from Lord Kuei. He slowly unsheathed the Tang's sword from his waist. Though it was a cold weapon under the enhancement of Jiang Han's spatial energy, the sharpness of the blade had transcended physical limits. Now it is my turn. Jiang Han's figure flickered. Teleport. In the next split second he materialized directly in the midst of Lord Kuei's personal guards. Spatial waltz. With a swift flash, a circular arc of black blade light erupted. The dozen-odd burly men holding riot shields along with the shields themselves were instantly cleaved in half at the waist. The cuts were perfectly clean. Even the bulletproof vests and bones behind the shields were severed along the exact same plane. After a 1-second delay, blood finally erupted, forming a crimson fountain. Arg! Amidst the agonizing screams, Jiang Han stepped over the blood and viscera, walking stride by stride toward Lord Kuei, who had collapsed onto the ground in absolute terror. You? Don't come any closer. Lord Kuei had completely broken down. His proud metal ability was nothing more than a cheap parlor trick before this man. He tried to control the sword in Jiang Han's hand, only to discover that the blade was enveloped in a spatial barrier. He could not even budge. I am the leader of the Brotherhood. I have thousands of men. If you kill me, you won't make it out alive either. Lord Kuei roared, his voice betraying his fear. Thousands of men. Jiang Han paused, tilting his head to listen to the commotion outside. Aside from the lion's roars and the gnashing of mutated beasts, only the desperate cries of the prisoners remained. High above, Zhang Lei and the others were systematically picking off targets with their electromagnetic rifles. The gunners attempting to operate the heavy machine guns were being headshot one by one. Your men can barely save themselves now. Jiang Han raised his sword, pointing the tip directly at Lord Kuei's throat. Besides, I don't need to walk out. Because starting tonight, this place. Jiang Han scanned the prison, which was steeped in sin and the cold scent of steel. This place belongs to me. With a swift slice, Jiang Han gave Lord Kuei no chance to speak further. His blade fell. A head wearing gold-rimmed glasses soared into the air. The local tyrant of the western suburbs prison, Lord Kuei, was dead. With his demise, the core members of the Brotherhood, who were still resisting, lost all will to fight. We surrender. We surrender. Stop the killing. Mercy, officer. Countless prisoners threw down their weapons and fell to their knees, begging for mercy as they kowtowed toward the lion on the stands, the little girl in the red dress on its back, and the black-clad man, who stood like a god of slaughter. On this night, the western suburbs prison changed hands. Standing in a pool of blood, Jiang Han looked at the little girl not far away who was riding the lion and gazing back at him coldly. Their gazes met in the air. One was the ruler of space. The other was the lord of all beasts. This was their very first look at one another, and the first encounter of the Extreme Cold Alliance's strongest dual core. 0030 a.m. West Suburbs Prison Basement Level 2 Coliseum. The stench of blood was so thick it felt almost tangible, suffocating the senses. Within the massive Coliseum, corpses littered the ground. Hundreds of Brotherhood thugs lay in pools of blood, some torn to shreds by mutant beasts, some with their heads blown open by electromagnetic rifles, and others severed at the waist by Jiang Han's merciless spatial blades. The surviving prisoners now knelt in the corners of the stands like a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Trembling violently, they lacked even the courage to steal a glance at the center of the arena. There stood two monsters. One was a man clad in a black trench coat, holding a Tang sword. The other was a young girl in a hospital gown riding on the back of a colossal, mutated red lion. Sheathing his blade, Jiang Han stepped over the spent shell casings and bloodstains, walking step by step toward the low-growling male lion. Roar! Sensing the murderous aura radiating from Jiang Han, the red lion pawed the ground uneasily, letting out a threatening whimper from its throat. Had it not been for the soothing touch of its rider, the beast would have pounced long ago. Quiet, Dahong, the little girl said, stretching out a small scar-covered hand to gently pat the lion's mane. Miraculously, the tyrannical tier, two mutant beast calmed down instantly, lying submissively on the ground, and even rubbing its head against the girl's ankle in a fawning manner. Jiang Han stopped 3 meters away from the girl. He did not lower his guard just because she was a child. Within his spiritual perception, this seemingly fragile little girl harbored an energy fluctuation that was incredibly obscure and cold, yet terrifyingly immense. It was a virus, the most primitive and purest source of the progenitor virus. What is your name? Jiang Han softened his voice as much as possible. Though still cold, it carried a fraction less murderous intent. The little girl looked up. Her eyes, which had been pitch black without any whites, slowly receded to reveal a normal, clear contrast of black and white. Yet her gaze remained hollow, resembling a soulless porcelain doll. She stared at Jiang Han for a long time, as if trying to confirm something. Anya. Her voice was hoarse and childish, carrying a stiffness from long periods of silence. They all call me a monster. Or number 0. Anya. Jiang Han repeated the name. A good name. It means grace in Russian. Grace. Anya tilted her head, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. But everyone who comes near me dies. I am a calamity. In this world, calamity and grace are often separated by a very fine line. Jiang Han extended his hand, palm upward, making a gesture of invitation. Those who locked you up here treated you as a monster and a tool. But in my eyes, you are a key that can unlock the gates to a new world. Jiang Han looked into her eyes, his tone earnest. Come with me. I will feed you and give you new clothes. No one will ever dare lock you in a cage again. And those who bullied you. Jiang Han pointed at Lord Kuei's corpse on the ground. I will slaughter them all. Anya was stunned. She stared at the man's hand. It was not warm, and even carried the metallic scent of fresh slaughter, yet it was exceptionally steady. For the past half-month, this was the first time she had been treated as a human being rather than a dangerous test subject or a beast kept for entertainment. Are you not afraid of me? Anya asked softly. Dahong says he wants to eat you, because the scent on you is very sweet. She pointed to Jiang Han's chest. Jiang Han smiled. Wants to eat me? Then it had better sharpen its teeth first. But before that, Jiang Han retrieved a chocolate bar from his spatial storage, tore open the wrapper, and handed it over. Have this first. The rich aroma of chocolate instantly diffused through the blood-scented air. Anya's throat moved. Hesitating for a moment, she slid down from the lion's back, gingerly accepted the chocolate, and took a small bite. Sweet. The long-lost sweetness belonging to the civilized world instantly pierced her long-frozen, closed-off heart. I will go with you. Anya devoured the chocolate in a few bites, wiped the dark smudges from the corner of her mouth, and her gaze grew resolute. Dahong must come too, she said, pointing to the lion behind her. And them as well. She pointed to the mutant wolves and black bears devouring corpses in the backstage area. No problem, Jiang Han said with a wave of his hand. My base is huge. I can afford to feed these beasts. However, you must keep them in check. If they dare bite my people. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. I will turn them into hot pot. Anya shrank her neck and quickly patted the lion's head. Did you hear that? No biting. Otherwise you'll be turned into hot pot. The lion seemed to understand, letting out an aggrieved whimper as it tucked its tail. With this, the Jihan Alliance welcomed its third core member, Anya No. 0, along with a burgeoning army of mutant beasts. 0100 AM. West Suburbs Prison Basement Level 3 Armory. Having settled things with Anya, the next major event was looting. Zhang Lei, leading several team members equipped with exoskeletons, stood before a heavy blast door, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Master Zhang, we found it. This is the Brotherhood's armory. Zhang Lei pointed excitedly at the door. That deputy warden named Mad Dog spilled the passcode just to save his own skin. Open it, Jiang Han ordered. Zhang Lei entered the code and turned the massive metal wheel. Click, rumble. Driven by the hydraulic pistons, the long sealed door slowly ground open. Instead of the expected musty odor, a thrilling scent of gun oil rushed over them, making their blood pump. As the lights inside flickered on automatically, everyone present gasped in unison. My goodness. The electromagnetic rifle in Zhang Lei's hand nearly slipped to the ground. Did they freaking empty out an entire military subdistrict's warehouse? Before them, across a warehouse spanning hundreds of square meters, rows of green weapon crates were stacked neatly. On the wall racks, a vast array of light and heavy weaponry hung in abundance. 20 Type 88 sniper rifles, 50 Type 95 squad automatic weapons. And this was merely the appetizer. In the center of the warehouse stood 5 Type 89-12, 7mm heavy machine guns, flanked by dozens of matching crates filled with large-caliber armor-piercing ammunition. A single burst from these beasts could riddle an armored vehicle like a sieve. In the corner, over a dozen PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launchers, colloquially known as Big Pipes, were piled high alongside their accompanying high-explosive and anti-tank warheads. We've struck gold. Absolutely filthy rich. Su Qingda stared at these instruments of death. Though she was a doctor, she knew all too well that in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, such weaponry was 10,000 times more precious than gold. We're not done yet. Jiang Han stepped deeper into the warehouse, his gaze bypassing the small arms. His eyes pierced through the rows of shelving, settling on a colossal tarp draped in the deepest recesses of the facility. That silhouette. Jiang Han strode over and ripped the tarp away. With a sharp rustle, dust billowed into the air. A dark green steel behemoth, weathered and aged yet still radiating an imposing aura of sheer dread, lay crouched silently in the shadows. It boasted a tracked chassis, thick sloped armor, and a slender rifled main gun. The Type 62 light tank, a relic of the previous century. Though long retired from modern warfare in the apocalypse against hordes of zombies and ordinary vehicles, it remained the undisputed king of land warfare. This particular tank had clearly undergone extreme modifications by the Brotherhood. Anti-riot grills had been fitted onto the turret. Razor-sharp steel spikes were welded to both sides of the hull, and the original 85mm main gun was polished to a brilliant pristine sheen. A tank. Zhang Lei rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the cold metal tracks and refusing to let go. Master Jiang. A tank. We actually have a tank. Type 62. Jiang Han patted the turret. She's a bit old and her armor is on the thinner side. But that 85mm gun is no joke. One shot from this, and even Noah's Ark's hovercrafts will be reduced to scrap metal. Furthermore, Jiang Han pointed to the side. There are 50 rounds of 85mm armor-piercing and high-explosive shells right here. Take it. Jiang Han waved his hand. With a mere thought, his spatial power erupted. Buzz. The 21-ton light tank vanished into thin air, instantly swept into his pocket dimension. Next came the heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, rifles, and ammunition crates. Jiang Han was like an insatiable black hole. Wherever he passed, not a single scrap was left behind. In a mere 10 minutes, the once overflowing arsenal was picked cleaner than a bone. Even the screws on the storage racks had been stripped away by Jiang Han. Exhilarating. Jiang Han exhaled a long breath. This feeling of $0 shopping was utterly addictive. With this cache of arms, his extreme cold base finally possessed the leverage to truly challenge the authorities. 0230 a.m. Prison main building warden's office. This place was once Kuei's pleasure den, but it had now become Jiang Han's temporary command post. Suchinga was sorting through the documents retrieved from the archives. Jiang Han, I found it. Suchinga held a top-secret file, her expression grave. It's about Inya's background. Jiang Han took the file. CDC Special Containment S0 Subject 0. Name Inya. Age 8. Origin offspring of a survivor from the 2024 Antarctic expedition team. The maternal host was infected with the progenitor virus during pregnancy, causing the fetus to undergo a perfect mutation in the womb. Characteristics: full viral immunity, beast telepathy, and highly active antibodies in the blood. Just as I thought. Jiang Han closed the file. She is a natural-born mutant. Noah's Ark wants her to extract her serum and manufacture a perfect genetic elixir. If we can analyze her blood. A spark of scientific fanaticism flared in Suchinga's eyes. Perhaps we could create a serum that guarantees a 100% awakening rate for ordinary humans, or even cure the zombie virus. We'll discuss that later. Jiang Han glanced at the wall clock. Has everything been moved? Jiang Han asked. All done. Zhang Lei pushed the door open, his face flushed with excitement. The prison supplies fuel generators, and those dozens of functional vehicles have all been driven out by our men. Furthermore, we've screened the 1,000+ inmates. We executed 300 troublemakers who had blood on their hands. Out of the remaining prisoners, we selected 300 of the strongest and most compliant to bring back to the base as forced labor. The rest have been driven away. Well done. Jiang Han stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the hovercraft and the massive convoy had already assembled. We cannot stay here for long. Jiang Han gazed at the formidable prison. A brief flicker of regret crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by absolute resolve. The Ark's main forces have aerial support, and this prison is too massive a target. It's a sitting duck. We can't hold it. And since we can't hold it, we might as well gift it to them. Jiang Han turned around, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Zhao Gang may not be here, but he taught Zhang Lei how to set up booby traps. Zhang Lei. Present. Take all the remaining explosives and abandoned gas canisters we can't carry and bury them at the prison entrance, the courtyard, and the basement. Wire the detonators to the main gates. Once the Ark's people breach the perimeter. Jiang Han made an exploding gesture with his hand. Boom. Let's give them a warm welcome. Yes, Master Jiang. I guarantee we'll blow them so hard they'll question their very existence. 0400 a.m. Evacuation. The massive convoy rolled out of the west suburbs prison. Leading the vanguard was the hovercraft emblazoned with the Ark's insignia, followed by the heavy truck laden with supplies, and the newly captured light tank in the middle with dozens of assorted off-road vehicles trailing behind. Bringing up the rear was a colossal red lion bounding across the snow, bearing a young girl in a red dress on its back. Surrounding them was a pack of dozens of mutated beasts. This was the Extreme Cold Expeditionary Force. Sitting inside the hovercraft, Jiang Han cast a backward glance at the steel fortress fading into the dense fog. It was a ghost town now, and a massive tomb. My friends from the Ark, I do hope you enjoy the parting gift I've left for you. Jiang Han produced a bottle of Romanicani, swiped from Kuei's liquor cabinet, and poured himself a glass. Next stop, home. And then, we expand the underground city and prepare for the real war. 0430 a.m. West suburbs of Jiangxing Wasteland Highway. Outdoor temperature, -42°C. Weather extremely dense white fog. The massive colossal whale-class all-terrain hover transport, like a colossal steel leviathan gliding through a white sea of clouds, skimmed at high speed along the snow-covered surface of the completely frozen National Highway. The fog-dispelling radar on the roof spun silently, emitting invisible microwaves that forcibly parted the thick fog within 100 meters ahead, carving out a channel of absolute clarity. Inside the cockpit of the hovercraft, it was a world apart from the freezing exterior. The vehicle's climate control hummed, blowing warm air to maintain a comfortable and constant 24 degrees Celsius. The dashboard emitted a soft blue glow, illuminating the wide, plush leather seats. Jiang Han held the steering wheel with one hand while his other hand held an unlit cigar. His expression was thoroughly relaxed, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. Eat slowly, no one is going to take it from you. Eating too fast will upset your stomach. In the passenger seat, Su Chinga was gently wiping the sauce from the corner of a little girl's mouth with a wet wipe. Enya curled up in the spacious leather passenger seat. She had already shed her filthy blood-stained hospital gown, changing into a soft white down jacket that Su Chinga had dug out from a supply crate. She looked like a fluffy little snowball. At the moment, she was cradling a steaming box of self-heating rice, braised beef flavor. Gulp. Munch munch. Enya ate with absolute focus, almost with a sense of reverence. Her large clear eyes were locked onto the meal box, not letting a single grain of rice slip by, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. For a girl who had grown up in a sterile laboratory pod since birth, and was later locked in an iron cage and fed raw meat like a monster after the cataclysm, a mouthful of warm rice, even one heavy with industrial artificial flavoring, was nothing short of a divine blessing. Dahong has never eaten hot food either. Enya suddenly stopped her spoon, turning her head to look out the window. At the edge of the parted fog, a mutated red lion, as large as a water buffalo, was galloping through the snow on its thick, powerful limbs, closely keeping pace with the hovercraft. Behind the red lion followed dozens of massive mutated wolves and several giant mutated rats. This grand mutated beast legion, under Enya's absolute psychic pressure, was more obedient than well-trained military hounds. It cannot eat cooked food right now, it would ruin its mutated digestive system, Jiang Han said, indifferently glancing at the red lion outside. Once we return to the base, I will have someone prepare fresh frozen meat for it. Enya nodded half understandingly, carefully licking the meal box completely clean before falling fast asleep, clutching a clean plush teddy bear that Su Chinga had handed her. She was utterly exhausted. Having lived in a state of extreme fear and hypervigilance for half a month, the moment her mind relaxed, fatigue washed over her like a tidal wave. Looking at the sleeping profile of the girl, Su Chinga lowered her voice. Jiang Han, did you leave that S7 beacon in the prison? Of course not. Jiang Han pulled out a fingernail-sized electronic component from his trench coat pocket and tossed it onto the center console. That is the actual beacon core. I have already physically removed it. Right now this thing is just a piece of scrap metal. The access code connecting it to the CDC laboratory on the 4th basement level is locked in my head. Then what was left in the prison? Su Chinga asked, taken aback. A decoy signal generator. Jiang Han cast his gaze toward the deep white fog in the rearview mirror. Zhao Gang's craftsmanship is indeed impressive. He used parts from a broken radio to mimic the beacon's frequency and wired it directly to the explosives. Calculating the time, the ARC's main forces should have arrived by now. 0500 a.m. Outside the main gate, West Suburbs maximum security prison. VRR. Dozens of sleek black vertical takeoff and landing VTOL transports tore through the thick fog, descending upon the prison with deafening sonic booms. Blinding searchlights like countless lightsabers cast a stark pale glow over the massive prison complex below. Hound Squad rappelled down. Secure all high ground. Heavy armored First Company breached the gates. Accompanied by the cold commands echoing from the sky, hundreds of Special Forces soldiers clad in pure white, polar storm, full-body exoskeleton armor slid down from the transports like divine warriors descending from the heavens. Under the power hammers of 2 4-meter-tall heavy combat, the prison's thick steel gates collapsed with a deafening crash lasting less than 5 seconds. The iron torrent ruthlessly trampled over the snow and corpses on the ground, pouring into the prison interior. A command craft with a more advanced livery slowly touched down in the center of the yard. The hatch opened, and a man wearing a silver trench coat and a tactical monocle stepped down. His stride was elegant and composed, his leather shoes stepping through the bloodstains without gathering a single speck of filth. Noah's Ark senior executive of the Judgment Division, codenamed Silver Fox. He was an extremely rare Tier 4 psychic awakened. Report, Commander. The perimeter is cleared. No survivors found. A Special Forces captain jogged over, his voice beneath the visor carrying a trace of shock. The entire prison has been slaughtered. Slaughtered? Silver Fox adjusted the monocle on his nose, his psychic energy spreading outward like a rising tide. Blood. Blood was everywhere. On the training grounds, in the spectator stands, and inside the iron cages of the Colosseum. The 1,000+ vicious thugs of the Brotherhood had all turned into cold corpses. They died in bizarre ways. some torn apart by beasts, some severed by sharp blades, and others headshot by electromagnetic rifles. Silver Fox walked over to a headless corpse and knelt down. It was none other than the once overbearing Lord Kuei. The cut is smooth, causing instantaneous death. This was no ordinary cold weapon. Silver Fox stood up, his brow furrowing slightly. Inspect the armory. 3 minutes later, a trembling voice came through the communication channel. Commander, the doors to the basement level 3 armory are wide open. Everything inside. Everything is gone. Not a single bullet is left. It's as if it was scooped out of thin air. What a... Silver Fox's originally elegant composure finally cracked. An armory sufficient to equip an entire regiment along with a 21-ton light tank had vanished into thin air. There were no tracks from heavy transport vehicles, nor any signs of large hoisting equipment. A space type awakened, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Silver Fox's eyes flashed with horror, which quickly turned into extreme coldness. At this stage, an awakened possessing such a massive internal space was practically a strategic level asset. If they could not be recruited, they had to be eliminated immediately. Commander, we've detected the signal source of the S7 beacon. Another technician ran over holding an instrument. The signal is very strong. It's right beneath the ruins of the Colosseum on basement level 2. Hearing about the S7 beacon, Silver Fox's attention was instantly diverted. Though space-type users were rare, the Ark's highest priority remained the CDC's legacy and Patient Zero. That useless trash Falcon actually did something right before he died by hiding the beacon. Silver Fox snorted coldly and waved his hand. Engineers, excavate the ruins immediately. Recover the beacon. If any life signs are detected, dead or alive, extract blood samples immediately. Yes, sir. 2 heavy combat mechs took heavy strides toward the center of the Colosseum. Their massive mechanical arms began clearing away the collapsed rebar and concrete debris. The excavation progressed rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, a black metal box pinned under tons of rubble was exposed under the searchlights. A faint red light flickered on the surface of the box. It was indeed the beacon frequency they had been desperately searching for. Commander, we found it. The mech pilot reported, excitedly maneuvering the mechanical arm to retrieve the box. The moment the metal pincers of the mechanical arm touched the box, beep, the faint red light suddenly flared into a blinding, deadly crimson glow. A piercing alarm shrieked. Wait, the wait is wrong. This isn't the beacon. In the distance, Silver Fox's psychic sensitivity was extremely sharp. He instantly detected the violent energy fluctuations emanating from inside the box. It was not an electronic device at all. It was a box stripped of its core, packed to the brim with military-grade C4 explosives mixed with high-explosive armor-piercing warheads left over from the armory and wired to an incredibly sensitive pressure fuse. A super booby trap. Retreat. Full retreat. Silver Fox roared at the top of his lungs. His Tier 4 psychic power erupted without reservation, forming a thick, invisible barrier before him while his body shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. But it was too late. Boom. It was a terrifying explosion beyond words. Not only had Jiang Han packed the box with explosives, but he had also instructed Zhang Lei to bury all the immovable abandoned gas tanks and oil drums in the prison around the load-bearing pillars of basement level 2. This detonation triggered a catastrophic chain of sympathetic explosions. A blinding, massive orange-red fireball instantly swallowed everything on basement level 2. Those 2 seemingly indestructible heavy combat mechs were torn to shreds like plastic toys at the epicenter of the blast. Hundreds of tons of concrete floor slabs collapsed violently under the devastation of the shockwave. The main building of the West Suburbs prison shuddered violently, as if struck by a massive hammer swung from deep underground before collapsing in a towering inferno of fire and smoke. Screams of agony were instantly swallowed by the roar of the explosion. The exoskeleton soldiers who had not yet evacuated the building along with the transport crafts were all swept into this sea of fire and rubble. The violent shockwave even dispersed the thick fog within 1,000 meters above the prison, lighting up a terrifying mushroom cloud in the dark sky. Wasteland Highway, 20 kilometers away from the prison. The convoy consisting of the Judicator and the hovercraft was cruising steadily. Suddenly, a very faint tremor vibrated through the ground. Immediately after, deep within the fog behind them, a dull red glow flared up, as if an evil dragon sleeping at the edge of the horizon had opened its eyes. It blew up. In the backseat, Zhang Lei stared at the distant red glow through the car window, slapping his thigh in excitement. Lord Jiang, it really blew up. With that kind of noise, at least half a mountain must have collapsed. Suchinga also turned her head, a flash of shock in her eyes. She knew exactly what that explosion signified. It meant that even if this elite task force from Noah's Ark wasn't entirely wiped out, they were definitely crippled. Jiang Han, will this completely infuriate the Ark? Suchinga asked with some concern. Infuriate? Jiang Han held the steering wheel with one hand, pulled a lighter from his pocket, and lit the cigar. The crimson flame illuminated his cold, sharp profile. From the moment they put us on their list of fuel, we were already locked in a duel to the death. Jiang Han took a deep drag from the cigar, exhaling a thick cloud of blue smoke. Besides, I blew up the beacon. Not a single useful trace is left at the scene. Those at the Ark will only assume that the Brotherhood, driven to a corner, detonated the armory and perished along with the beacon. For them to uncover the truth, regroup their forces, and locate our extreme cold base, it will take at least a month. Jiang Han's gaze pierced through the thick fog, looking in the direction of Daijing Bay. 1 month. That is plenty of time for us to build the underground city, modify that light tank into a mobile artillery battery, and train this pack of mutated beasts into cavalry. By then, a cold, ambitious smile played on the corner of Jiang Han's lips. It won't be them coming to annihilate us. It will be us going to harvest them. The convoy accelerated through the white fog, leaving the towering flames far behind. Following this night of spectacular fireworks, the long and ruthless era of underground city development and growth for Jiang Han had officially begun. A low, penetrating rumble of an engine pierced through the thick, white fog, echoing across the deathly silent street. Accompanied by the crunching sound of snow crushed beneath treads and air cushions, even the ground at the community's entrance trembled slightly. Behind the barricades of the entrance, several members of the Frost Guard on duty instantly tensed up. Clutching their electromagnetic rifles, they stared intently into the depths of the dense fog through the tactical visors of their exoskeletons. All units on high alert. A large convoy is approaching. The acting captain growled over the comm channel. Just as everyone assumed it was an enemy attack and prepared to sound the battle alarm, Zhang Lei's voice, laced with arrogance and excitement, crackled through the walkie-talkie. What the hell are you shouting for? Clear the barricades. Lord Jiang has returned. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding beam from a searchlight sliced through the thick fog like a sword. Following closely, a giant whale-class all-terrain air-cushioned transport vehicle as massive as a 2-story building slowly rolled into view, like a steel leviathan breaching the ocean surface. The fog-dispelling radar on its roof spun silently, forcefully pushing back the white mist within a 100-meter radius to reveal a clear vacuum-like zone. Right behind the hover transport, the Judicator armored vehicle followed, drenched in blood and radiating a wild metallic aura. Further back came 2 heavy trucks fully loaded with supplies and hundreds of captives. Yet this was not the most shocking sight. As the convoy fully entered the community gates, all the remaining security guards and laborers gasped in unison, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Bringing up the rear of the convoy was a massive, roaring pack of mutated beasts. Leading them was a mutated male lion as colossal as a water buffalo with a mane that resembled burning flames. Striding on thick, powerful limbs, its razor-sharp claws left deep indentations in the frozen earth. Behind it, dozens of mutated wolves and giant rats, each the size of a calf, and even a one-eyed, mutated black bear marched in unison, following the convoy like a well-trained army. My God, is this a monster invasion? A classy laborer who was clearing snow nearby went weak at the knees and collapsed into the slush, his large iron shovel clattering to the ground. The once formidable security guards instinctively raised their weapons, cold sweat pouring down their faces beneath their visors. They had witnessed the horror of the mutated rat swarm in the underground garage. If this pack of wild beasts went berserk, the few of them would not even suffice as a snack. Lower your weapons, all of you. The door of the hover transport opened and Jiang Han, clad in a black tactical trench coat and combat boots, stepped down with calm composure. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke coldly. From today onward, these mutated beasts are unofficial personnel of our base. As long as you do not actively provoke them, they will not bite. Just as Jiang Han finished speaking, the passenger door opened. Suchinga stepped down, holding the hand of a little girl who looked like a snowball in her oversized white down jacket. Anya timidly glanced at the armed adults around her, instinctively shrinking behind Suchinga. Yet upon her appearance, the massive mutated red lion immediately trotted over like a large dog eager to please its master. It affectionately nuzzled its huge head against Anya's pant leg, letting out a soft rumbling purr. The ferocious mutated wolves and the black bear also lay down obediently on the snow, bowing their heads in submission. A dead silence fell over the entire area. Everyone stared at the little girl, who was barely 10 years old, as if they were looking at a deity. In this post-apocalyptic world where an ordinary person would face a life-or-death struggle against a single mutated cat, this little girl actually kept a pack of high-tier mutated beasts as pets. Where is Zhao Gang? Jiang Han asked, casually ignoring everyone's shock. Mr. Jiang, I'm here. Zhao Gang, smelling strongly of engine oil, came running and scrambling out from the entrance of the underground garage. When he saw the pristine hover transport and the grand convoy, he was so excited that he became incoherent. Did you go out and plunder an Ark base? More or less, Jiang Han replied, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Cut the chatter. Get the labor camp over here to unload the cargo. As for the hundreds of prisoners on the trucks, break up their units, put electronic shackles on them, and assign them to the underground city's excavation squad. Also weld some giant steel pens in the most spacious area of the second underground floor overnight. Although these beasts are obedient, they are still wild at heart and need a place to sleep at night. Understood. Leave it to me. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands in excitement. This area had been specially reinforced by Zhao Gang, with surrounding walls poured with half-a-meter-thick reinforced concrete. Accessible only via the iris authorization of Jiang Han and Su Qingge, it was the absolute forbidden zone of the entire Frost base. At this moment, only 3 people stood in the spacious storehouse: Jiang Han, Su Qingge, and Zhang Lei. Master Jiang calling us here privately, is it? Zhang Lei rubbed his hands, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He knew that whenever Master Jiang summoned them for a private meeting, something grand was bound to happen. Put on your blindfolds. Do not take them off until I say so, Jiang Han said flatly. Without a word, Zhang Lei immediately covered his eyes with a black cloth and stood straight as a ramrod. Su Qingge turned around to face the wall. She was smart enough to know that some secrets were strictly not to be pried into. This was her philosophy of survival, which allowed her to thrive by Jiang Han's side. Jiang Han took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and instantly connected his consciousness to the vast dimensional storage space within his body. Release. A low hum vibrated. A violent spatial distortion warped the air. Accompanied by the deafening clash of steel and a heavy thud, the entire floor of the third underground level shook violently. All right, you may look now. There was a trace of undisguised satisfaction in Jiang Han's voice. Zhang Lei ripped off his blindfold, and Su Qingge turned around. When the two of them took in the scene before them, their minds went completely blank and their breath caught in their throats. The once empty third underground level had been transformed into an armory radiating a heavy aura of death. Rows of brand new Type 95-1 automatic rifles, crates of large caliber armor-piercing rounds still sealed in grease, and over a dozen PF-98 heavy anti-tank rocket launchers were piled before them like small mountains. And right in the center of this sea of weaponry, a dark green steel beast lay quietly in ambush. A tank, eh? Zhang Lei's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. His knees buckled, and he fell to his knees right in front of the cold metal treads, his trembling hands caressing the thick sloped armor. Good heavens! A Type 62 light tank. The real deal, with an 85mm main gun. Master Jiang. Are you a magician? How did you summon such a massive machine out of thin air? Zhang Lei's worldview was utterly shattered. He had always known Jiang Han could move objects from a distance and sever human bodies, but he never dreamed that Jiang Han could carry an entire tank with him. This was practically a human doryman. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Jiang Han shot him a cold glance. Yes. I spoke out of turn. Zhang Lei shuddered, quickly shutting his mouth, but the feverish excitement in his eyes could not be contained. With these weapons, they could not only walk tall in Jiangqing, but even challenge a regular army. Zhang Lei picked the best of these small arms to re-equip the Frost Guard. Lock the rest away as strategic reserves. Jiang Han walked over to the tank and patted its long barrel. As for this big guy, given the height of the underground garage, driving it out for combat isn't practical. Go call Zhao Gang. I want him to dismantle this tank's turret, and along with those 12 7mm heavy machine guns, refit them into a fixed underground city anti-air and direct fire defense grid. I want to turn the entrance of the underground city into a literal meat grinder. Understood. I'm on it. Zhang Lei scrambled out in sheer excitement. After Zhang Lei left, only Jiang Han and Su Qingge remained in the storehouse. Su Qingge walked to Jiang Han's side, staring at the cold engines of war, and murmured, "With these, even if the main force of Noah's Ark comes knocking, we will have plenty of leverage. Leverage is forged through battle, not piled up." Jiang Han turned to look at Su Qingge, his eyes deep. "No matter how good a weapon is, it depends on the person wielding it. How is Anya doing?" At the mention of Anya, Su Qingge's expression softened, though it was tinged with profound amazement. "She is extraordinary." Su Qingge adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her tone shifting to that of an academic presenting research. "I just conducted a preliminary blood draw and analysis on her. Jiang Han, her blood contains almost no red or white blood cells." "What?" Jiang Han frowned. "Then how does she transport oxygen and fight off diseases?" "Through the original symbiote of the progenitor virus." A scientist's fanaticism gleamed in Su Qingge's eyes. "Her blood is literally highly concentrated liquid virus. Yet miraculously, this virus has achieved a perfect equilibrium within her. It doesn't destroy her organs, instead it acts like nanobots, sustaining her vital functions. This also explains why she can control mutated beasts. In their perception, Anya is not a human, but the supreme, viral mother. Jiang Han, if we can decode the balancing mechanism in her blood, I might even be able to develop a genuine, perfect awakening serum that could break our current tier barriers." Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. Breaking tier barriers. In this apocalypse, the higher the tier of an ability, the harder it was to break through. If Anya's blood could truly be the key, then bringing this little girl back was akin to acquiring the most precious treasure of this era. Do not force her. Limit the blood draws, and provide her with the best food and drink. She is now the giant panda of our frost base, Jiang Han instructed. I understand. I will treat her like my own sister, Su Qingyan nodded. After a hectic day, the entire frost base finally settled into a brief moment of tranquility. The expansion of the underground city was underway in full swing. Under Zhang Lei's relentless whipping, hundreds of shackled prisoners were digging and carving out the earth with all their might. Meanwhile, the mutated beasts quietly gnawed on frozen meat in their newly built steel pens. Jiang Han took a hot bath, slipped into a comfortable silk robe, and leaned back contentedly on a leather sofa with a glass of whiskey. The room was kept at a constant 25 degrees Celsius, with smokeless fruitwood charcoal crackling reassuringly in the fireplace. Closing his eyes, his consciousness sank into his dimensional space, observing the lush green sprouts in the spirit field and the sweet spring water bubbling from the adjacent spirit spring. The weapons and supplies gathered today were stacked neatly in the distance like a massive military base. Everything was progressing in the best possible direction. Yet just as Jiang Han was about to take a sip of his whiskey, a series of rapid beeps cut through the air. The industrial-grade electronic weather monitoring station mounted on the wall suddenly blared an incredibly sharp, ear-piercing red alert of the highest level. Jiang Han snapped his eyes, opened the wine glass in his hand, trembling slightly. He strode over to the weather station, his gaze scanning the data on the screen as his pupils dilated in shock. Warning: external atmospheric pressure is plunging precipitously. Warning: abnormal rupture in the atmospheric ozone layer. Current outdoor temperature -65°C, -72°C, -85°C. The crimson numbers on the screen were ticking down at a chaotic speed that defied all physical laws. Yet this was not the most terrifying part. Jiang Han whipped his head around to look out the massive French windows. Outside, the dense white fog that had shrouded Jiangxing for days was undergoing a bizarre transformation. The fog, which had been churning like milk, suddenly ceased to move. Then, under the unimaginably extreme cold, the moisture in the air bypassed the liquid state, entirely desublimating in an instant. The white fog vanished. In its place, a fine powder, emitting a faint blue glow, began to drift down from the sky. These blue particles resembled fluorescent powder scattered in the air, breathtakingly beautiful, yet carrying a deathly chill that could freeze one's very soul. Deep blue ice crystals. Jiang Han's fist clenched involuntarily. These deep blue ice crystals were known as Death's Ashes. They signaled the complete collapse of Earth's climate system. The absolute zero cold from the depths of outer space, stripped of atmospheric protection, was pouring directly down onto the surface. Even the special explosion-proof vacuum glass, several centimeters thick, let out a strained cracking sound the moment it came into contact with these blue ice crystals. In less than a minute, the temperature reading on the weather station froze completely at a despairing extreme value -152 degrees Celsius. The domain of absolute cold had descended. Jiang Han slammed his glass onto the ground, grabbed the walkie-talkie on the table, and pressed the emergency button for the all-channel broadcast. His voice boomed through the base in the dead of night, carrying unprecedented urgency and severity. Attention, all personnel. Red alert. This is the highest level of emergency. Abandon all floors above ground. Abandon all defensive fortifications on the first and second floors. Everyone immediately and without delay retreat into the underground garage. Zhao Gang. Shut off the building's water line, seal off all ventilation shafts and elevator shafts leading underground, and leave only the core fresh air system active. Move. If you don't want to turn into ice sculptures, get down to the underground level right now. Jiang Han knew that from this moment on, the surface had completely become a forbidden zone for life. The underground city era of the Frost Base had been forced to begin ahead of schedule. Late night 2305. Extreme cold base surface level. Current outdoor temperature -152°C. The shrill highest level red alert instantly shattered the serene night of the extreme cold base. Accompanied by Jiang Han's broadcast, which carried an unquestionable authority and urgency, buildings 26, 27, and 28 were instantly thrown into an absolute uproar. Hurry. Move. Stop grabbing that useless junk. If you don't want to die, run downstairs. Zhang Lei's voice boomed through the corridor via the megaphone of his exoskeleton. Clad in the heavy, white wolf armor, he held an electromagnetic rifle in one hand while using the other to violently drag back a Class C laborer who was trying to run back to his room for a few packs of moldy biscuits, hoisting him like a helpless chick. Captain, my biscuits. Those are my rations saved over 3 days, the laborer cried out, struggling. Shut up. Do you want the biscuits or your life? Zhang Lei kicked him toward the entrance of the basement stairs. Get down there. Just then the tactical system built into Zhang Lei's helmet suddenly emitted a piercing synthesized electronic voice. Warning: external ambient temperature is dropping rapidly. Current detected temperature -100°C, -120°C, -135°C. Warning: armor life support system load has exceeded 85. External metal components are about to reach their brittle transition point. How is it dropping so fast? Zhang Lei's face turned deathly pale as he looked out the window at the end of the corridor. Outside, eerie, ghostly blue ice crystals were sweeping in like a massive sandstorm. They pelted against the glass, but instead of melting or bouncing off like ordinary snowflakes, they clung tenaciously to the surface like some highly corrosive bone-clinging canker. Crack! Crack! Hair-raising fracturing sounds echoed one after another throughout the entire building. That was not the sound of breaking glass, it was the painful groaning of the building's reinforced concrete framework violently contracting under the extreme cold. It was like a dying colossus having its tendons and bones violently ripped out inch by inch. On the 15th floor, a newly recruited survivor running too slowly fell to the very back of the line. As he passed a ventilation window in the corridor, the double-paned glass, already webbed with cracks, finally succumbed to the terrifying temperature differential between the inside and outside. Bang! The glass shattered violently. A deathly gale laced with ghostly blue ice crystals instantly surged into the corridor. Before the survivor could even let out a scream, he was struck head-on by the blue storm. The moment the survivor's body came into contact with the blue ice crystals, the moisture on his skin instantly underwent desublimation. Frozen in mid-stride with his mouth wide open, he was transformed within a single second into an ice sculpture emanating a ghostly blue luster. Immediately after, the ice sculpture lost its balance under the buffeting gale and toppled forward. Crash! No blood spilled, nor was there any sound of bones snapping. The moment his body collided with the floor, it shattered like a piece of cheap porcelain dropped from a height, instantly disintegrating into a pile of tiny uniform ice shards and frozen flesh. Even his bones had been frozen as brittle as glass. Damn it! This snow devours people. Zhang Lei's scalp tingled with sheer terror as a wave of icy dread shot up from his tailbone straight to his crown. Retreat quickly. Lock down the blast doors. Hurry! Room 2801, top floor core fortress. At this moment, the top floor was also facing imminent doom. Even though Jiang Han had previously spared no expense to install aerospace-grade aerogel insulation and specialized explosion-proof vacuum glass, they were powerless against this cosmic-level extreme cold that defied the very laws of physics. The outer layer of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window had completely fractured, and blue frost was permeating toward the inner layer at a speed visible to the naked eye. The indoor climate control system had completely overloaded. The air vents no longer blew warm air, but instead spewed white smoke, indicating system failure, and even the water pipes inside the walls had frozen and burst. Yet Jiang Han did not panic. Suqing taken ya and leave first. Head down through the maintenance shaft of the private elevator. Jiang Han stood in the center of the hall, his black trench coat flapping wildly in the freezing wind. His eyes flickered with golden spatial runes as he pushed his mental strength to its absolute limit. What about you? Suqing asked, clutching Anya's hand tightly. Anya, holding her plush bear in her arms, had a face drained of all color. I will cover our rear. And while I'm at it, I'll take my property with me. A cold, sharp arc curved at the corner of Jiang Han's lips. Although this multi-million-dollar doomsday fortress was about to be destroyed by the extreme cold, he had no intention of leaving the valuable goods inside to the heavens. Store. Jiang Han swept his right hand violently. With a low hum, the premium Italian leather sofa, set the massive 75-inch Sony TV, and the solid wood coffee table resting in the center of the living room vanished into thin air instantly. Next, he strode toward the equipment room. Store. 10 Yamaha silent diesel generators sets the core host of the fresh air filtration system, and even those heavy storage battery packs were all swept into his dimensional storage space, like a whale swallowing water. He was like a ruthless moving company, stripping everything bare in his wake. In just one short minute, the once luxurious and cozy room 2801 was reduced to a hollow concrete shell of a room with nothing but load-bearing walls. With a deafening crash, just as Jiang Han stored the last few boxes of smokeless fruitwood charcoal, the seemingly indestructible panoramic window finally shattered completely. The ghostly blue ice and snow of death surged into the room like a tsunami. Time to go. With a flash of his figure, Jiang Han activated spatial teleportation, appearing directly at the entryway. He yanked open the heavy Class C vault blast door and slammed it shut behind him. The junction between the second and first basement levels, B1 civil defense gate. Zhao Gang was currently leading several combat engineers drenched in sweat as they carried out the final sealing operations. Zhang Lei and all the survivors and captives had already retreated into the second and third basement levels. This was the outermost line of defense leading to the surface. Hurry! Push that 5 centimeter thick steel plate up. Prop it up with the jack. Zhao Gang roared, holding a high-power acetylene cutting and welding torch that spat a blinding blue flame. He was attempting to weld the massive steel plate firmly onto the original fire escape door, hoping to completely block the freezing air pouring down from above. Sizzle! Yet something that drove Zhao Gang to despair occurred. When the high-quality industrial steel plate came into contact with the sub-zero air seeping from above, its temperature plummeted to an extreme freezing point. When he used the 3,000-degree acetylene flame to heat and weld it, crack! With a crisp, loud pop, the steel plate, under the violent effects of thermal expansion and contraction, actually cracked open directly at the weld. A crack spanning a meter propagated across the steel plate like a bolt of lightning. The metal, pushed beyond its limit of ductility, had undergone low-temperature brittle fracture. It's not working, Engineer Zhao. It's too cold. The steel plate won't weld at all. It fractures the moment it touches the flame. The nearby engineer cried out, stomping his feet in panic, their breath instantly forming a thick layer of frost on their visors. Hold the line. Even if it costs us our lives, we must hold it. If we don't seal this gap, the underground heating system won't be able to cope, and everyone will die. His eyes bloodshot, Zhao Gang threw down the welding torch, intending to block the drafty crack with his own body. Just then a powerful hand clamped down on his shoulder. Step back. This is no longer a physical phenomenon you can handle. Jiang Han and Su Qingge walked briskly down the stairs. A layer of white frost clung to Jiang Han's eyebrows, yet it did not diminish his composed aura in the slightest. Mr. Jiang, thank goodness you've finally come down. Zhao Gang breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Han walked up to the drafty, cracked steel plate. Sensing the wisps of ghostly blue cold air seeping in, he knew that ordinary physical means could no longer counter this natural disaster. Su Qingge, Jiang Han turned to look at the Ice Queen beside him. How low can your absolute zero reach? Su Qingge was taken aback, feeling the ice attribute ability within her body, which had become exceptionally active, even somewhat violent, due to the extreme cold outside. I'm not sure, but if I unleash my full power in this environment, I should be able to approach the outdoor temperature. Good. Jiang Han drew his Tang Dao. I will sever the molecular stress of the metal. You use your ability to act as the welder. Use your ice to seal this door completely. Only magic can defeat magic. Jiang Han took a deep breath, his mental focus highly concentrated. The Tang Dao in his hand carved pitch-black spatial rifts in midair. Instead of being used to slay enemies, these rifts sliced with extreme precision into the edges of the cracked steel plate, forcibly smoothing out the metal borders that had warped under stress. Now, seal it. Su Qingge took a step forward, slamming her hands onto the freezing steel door. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were instantly filled with a deep, ghostly blue. Extreme cold domain wall of eternal frost. Boom. A wave of cold air, even more pure and overbearing than the external atmosphere, surged out of her body. Under her control, the residual moisture in the air and the seeping blue ice crystals instantly fused, transforming into a thick layer of ice that glowed with a mysterious blue light, as crystalline and translucent as a sapphire. This layer of ice not only filled the cracks of the steel plate, but also completely encased the entire civil defense door along with the surrounding concrete walls within a half-meter thick, eternal frost armor. This ice, condensed by her ability, possessed immense density and extremely poor thermal conductivity. Like an igloo, it perfectly insulated the interior from the absolute extreme cold outside. The hissing of the leaking wind finally ceased. The temperature in the underground garage stopped falling. Phew. Su Qingge leaned weakly against the ice wall, painting heavily. That single strike had nearly drained her of all her abilities. Yet looking at the perfect blue ice door, a gratified smile appeared on her lips. We succeeded. Jiang Han sheathed his Tang Dao, gazing at the ice door that now completely isolated them from the surface. He knew that from the moment this door was sealed, the extreme cold base had officially transitioned into the underground era. Midnight 0030. Building 28, second basement level civilian area. The once spacious and empty underground garage was now packed to the brim with various makeshift tents, wooden beds, and sleeping bags. Hundreds of survivors and laborers were gathered here. High-power generators emitted a low rumble in a distant soundproof room, while the industrial searchlights overhead cast a warm glow. Dozens of massive heating stoves were lit, dispelling the subterranean chill. Though the air was somewhat stagnant, and they could only sleep on the cold concrete floor, every face was filled with the relief of having survived a disaster. The terror they had just experienced, one that felt as if it would freeze their very souls, made them deeply realize that on the surface humanity had lost its right to survive. Lord Jiang is here, someone shouted. The noisy underground plaza instantly fell silent. Everyone stood up of their own accord, looking with awe at the black-clad man slowly walking down the iron stairs. In their eyes, this man was no longer a ruthless tyrant, but a deity who had dragged them out of hell. Jiang Han walked up onto a makeshift high platform. He surveyed the dirty yet eager faces below. There were mothers holding their children prisoners with severed arms, fully armed security personnel, and mutated beasts snorting in the corners. This was his crew. These were his bargaining chips to contend for supremacy in this apocalyptic torrent. Everyone. Jiang Han's voice echoed through the underground city via the microphone. You all saw what just happened. The surface has become the backyard of the Grim Reaper. Staying up there means certain death. From this day forward, we are a pack of underground rats that cannot bear the light. Jiang Han's words were harsh, but they were undeniably true. But rats have their own way of surviving. Jiang Han's tone suddenly sharpened, his eyes glinting like a wolf's. Here in the extreme cold base. As long as you abide by the rules, and as long as you are willing to sweat, dig, and build, I, Jiang Han, promise you this. If I eat meat, I will absolutely not leave you with mere broth. I will excavate this underground into a fortress stronger than the Ark. I will transform this sunless garage into a paradise where crops can grow. Are you willing to live on in this hell with me? Oh. After a brief dead silence, a roar like a tsunami erupted from the second basement level. We are willing. Long live Lord Jiang. Long live the extreme cold base. Countless people raised their fists, roaring with bloodshot eyes. That ignited desire to survive was transformed into the most fanatical loyalty. Jiang Han nodded slightly as he watched the boiling scene. The people's hearts were theirs to command. The brutal natural disaster had instead become the ultimate catalyst for cementing his reign. Zhao Gang Zhonglei. Jiang Han turned and stepped down from the platform. Here, the two immediately followed. Starting tomorrow, full-scale construction begins according to our previous blueprints. A cold, ruthless determination flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. While this absolute zero keeps Noah's Ark's lackeys shut outside. We must begin. Farming with a vengeance. This is a long night with no dawn. For in the extreme cold base underground city, time has lost its original meaning. There are no sunrises or sunsets, only the constant blinding glare of the incandescent lights and the ceaseless roar of the generators, the sole measure of time. After a night of repairs and tidying, the once chaotic underground garage had been roughly divided into several functional zones under Zhao Gang, the infrastructure maniac. B2 level, the former garages for buildings 26 and 27, was divided into the civilian zone and the labor camp. B2 level, the former building 28 garage was divided into the military factory and the mutant beast cage. B3 level, the deepest garage of building 28, is sealed off by heavy anti-aircraft doors, the core zone, where Suchinga's medical laboratory, the supplies, and Jiang Han's living quarters lie. At this moment, the B2 civilian zone is thick with an indescribable murky odor, the sweat, dirt, and the faint fumes exhaled by hundreds of people mingling with the nearby diesel generator exhaust. There are no proper beds here, only makeshift ground coverings of discarded car seats, cardboard, and tattered quilts. Tap, tap, tap. A sharp metallic clang shattered the stillness of the civilian zone. Zhang lay clad in white exoskeletal armor, gripped a solid baton, and hammered a load-bearing pillar. Behind him stood 5 fully armed Arctic guards, their gun muzzles pointed toward the crowd. Everyone listen up. Zhang Lei's voice, amplified through the loudspeaker, sent a tremor through the crowd. Survivors who had whispered or writhed on the ground huddled closer like startled quail. Among them were a former elite white-collar worker from Beijing, an ordinary prisoner who had escaped the West suburban prison, and those previously self-styled awakened lackeys. But before the absolute zero and Jiang Han's iron rule, they now had only one identity: refugees. Today marks the first day of the extreme cold base underground city. Zhang Lei strode to the front of the crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over every pale, gaunt face. Master Jiang is merciful, granting you a chance not to be turned into ice shards on the surface. But don't think that here you can lie down and waste away. Zhang Lei turned and respectfully called. Suchinga, in a pristine white protective suit, pushed a cart full of metal badges forward. Her aura was cold and noble, out of place in this filthy underground. In the end times, there are no free lunches. Suchinga picked up a square metal badge, her voice icy. These are your identity badges. From today, they matter more than your lives. She pointed at the 3 colored badges on the cart and began to announce the cruel rules Jiang Han had laid down. The base personnel are divided into 3 levels. First level, Class A core personnel, wearing golden badges. Only those who contribute significantly to the base or possess irreplaceable value can obtain them. They reside in the B3 core zone, enjoying 24-hour heating and special rations. Currently, only leader Jiangmi Zhao and Miss Anya hold this privilege. Hearing this, a murmur of envy rose among the crowd. Yet no one dared to object. The power and skill these few demonstrated was truly godlike. Second-level Class B technicians and guards wearing silver badges, including Captain Zhang's Arctic Guard and those with Dr. Chef senior technicians and other specialized skills. You will live in private compartments on level B2, with 2 meals of clean water and meals containing fresh vegetables each day. Third level. Third level class, C laborers wearing iron-colored badges. That is the majority of you remaining. You have no privileges. Your task is to toil, dig tunnels, haul debris, clean the excrement of mutated beasts. 12 hours of work each day in exchange for a meal of nutrient paste and a measured amount of filtered water. If anyone dares to slack off, grow lazy, or cause trouble. Jiang Han sneered and pressed the switch on his baton. Sizzle. A blue arc of high voltage crackled at the baton's tip. Then break their legs and toss them into the ventilation ducts to block the air intake. Cruel. Bare naked cruelty. This is Jiang Han's underground city order. In this icy hell where even breathing consumes enormous energy, compassion is the greatest luxury. Only by squeezing each person's remaining value to the limit can this colossal machine keep turning. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. A man who had once been a corporate executive bowed his head. A thug who had once ruled the streets no longer glared. They looked at the cold iron badges and knew this would be their fate. Now begin registration. Claim your badges and work assignments. Suchinga sat expressionless behind a desk opening a military-grade tablet. The registration lasted 3 full hours. In the end, besides Zhang Lei's 16-man Arctic Guard, among over 200 survivors, fewer than 20 Class B technicians were selected, most of them with electrical, automotive, or first aid skills. The remaining nearly 200 were all assigned to Class C labor camp. Take your badges properly. Zhang Lei looked at the rows of laborers, then, with a broad gesture, announced, today's first assignment is to clear the east zone of B2 level. Dig out all the standing water and frozen trash there. Zhao Gong wants to lay heating pipes there. When you're done, dinner. Under the lure of the word dinner, the laborers, though exhausted, still gritted their teeth and picked up heavy picks and chisels, moving toward the dark east corridor. 3:00 p.m., B2 level mutant beast cage zone. Unlike the oppressive civilian district, this place hums with a wild, untamed mood. Zhao Gang welded shut a massive iron cage, occupying nearly 500 square meters. Inside, the mutant red lion, as big as a water buffalo, lounged lazily on the floor. Around it, dozens of mutated wolves and mutated giant rats held their own territories, not interfering with each other. Outside the iron cage stood a large grinder humming, modified from a cement mixer. Mealtime, Big Red. Anya, in an ill-fitting white down jacket, ran to the cage's edge like a tiny sprite. As her voice rang out, the red lion opened its eyes, stood eagerly, its huge tail swaying like a windmill, and a soft pleading growl rolled in its throat. Other mutated beasts also rose, lining up obediently behind the bars. Zhang Lei and a few trusted aides, sweating, were stuffing something into the grinder. Captain Zhang, hurry, they're hungry. Anya pressed against the bars, urging. Almost their little ancestor. Zhang Lei wiped the sweat and thrust a frozen corpse into the grinder's funnel. It was the bodies of thugs who had frozen to death up above. Under Jiang Han's orders, these wastes that would have been discarded now became the best feed for the mutant beasts. Crack, crack, crack. Hiss. With the motor's roar, the grinder's blades ruthlessly shred the hard flesh and bone, mixing with ice shards and spurting out into a huge iron trough. The stench of blood filled the air in an instant. But to the mutant beasts, this was the most delicious feast in the world. Anya opened a small gate at the bottom of the iron cage, and Zhang Lei and others used long-handled shovels to push the minced meat inside. Howl. The red lion led the charge, gobbling the meat with bones, its mouth smeared with blood. The other mutant beasts also pounced, feasting. In this cruel ecosystem, every resource is exploited to the utmost. At that moment, Jiang Han emerged from the core zone. He watched the beasts eat, a frown forming, and spoke to Zhang Lei. Only feeding them these frozen corpses won't suffice. The nutrition won't keep up, and it will affect their combat power and evolution speed. Master Jiang, but we can't feed them the good pork and beef all the time, can we? Those rations are for us. Zhang Lei said, a twinge of pain in his voice. Of course not, feeding stored rations. Jiang Han's gaze swept toward the sealed passage to deeper B4 level. Isn't there another ready-made high-protein source down there? Those underground corpse silkworms are enormous and rich in special mutated fats and proteins. For these mutant beasts, that is the real tonic. When Zhao Gang has the drilling equipment ready, I'll take you hunting. Turn that nest into rations for our beast cavalry. Yes. Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. Anya. Jiang Han crouched and patted the fluffy head of the little girl. Can you make them adapt to armor? Just like horses with saddles and weapons on their backs. Anya tilted her head, then patted the red lion's nose. The red lion immediately stopped eating, bowing its head politely. The Han says as long as you feed it good food, it can carry Uncle Jiang around. Anya translated earnestly. Very good. Jiang Han smiled with satisfaction. Tell it to follow me. There will always be fresh meat to eat. Jiang Han stood watching this budding mutant beast army. In terrain where large vehicles cannot be used or when ammunition runs out, this beast cavalry commanded by the beast master fearless and formidable would be his sharpest blade. 8:00 p.m. B2 level labor camp mess hall. Class C laborers exhausted after 12 hours finally reach the meal they have waited for all day. Hundreds of people form long lines holding various broken bowls, eyes bloodshot, as they stare at the steaming large iron pots. The meals are served by several Class B staff, while the Arctic guards maintain order. No cutting in line. 1 spoon per person. 1 spoon per person. Anyone who grabs will have their portion cancelled. Zhang Lei shouted, baton raised. When a frail laborer's turn came, he trembled as he offered his dirty stainless steel lunchbox. The fat server stirred the pot with a heavy iron ladle, then scooped a spoonful of gray-brown paste and slapped it into the lunchbox with a sharp click. This is the legendary nutrient paste. Its ingredients are extraordinarily complex: a small portion of aged rice, a large amount of dried vegetables, and even some mutant rat meat ground into powder by Zhao Gang's industrial equipment, finally simmered with underground water. It looks crude with a faint earthy stench and an unmistakable sour note. Yet for those who have gone hungry for half a month and walked at the edge of absolute zero, this steaming paste is a life-saving elixir. That frail laborer could not wait and grabbed a handful of paste, ignoring the heat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. So delicious. Meat flavor. He ate as tears mixed with dust fell into the bowl, and he swallowed it all without care. Behind the queue, a few of Zhou Kai's former followers dragged their broken legs, moving forward with difficulty. They stared at the paste with humiliation and resentment in their eyes, but the rumbling of hunger forced them to bow their noble heads and beg for a mouthful of hot food like dogs. This is Jiang Han's tactic. Using the most basic survival needs, he shatters these people's dignity and dreams. In the face of hunger and cold, no one can keep their pride. Only after they have eaten will they feel awe. Only after they grow used to this charity will they become the most obedient screws, contributing their last strength to this enormous underground city. B3 core zone. In stark contrast to the harsh conditions of B2, here Zhao Gang has carved a small underground palace. The walls are lined with insulated soundproof, while the floor covered with Persian carpets Jiang Han pulled from the space, and huge diesel generators channel waste heat into warmth, keeping the temperature at a comfortable 18 degrees. On the table lay a lavish dinner: steaming tomato, braised beef, crispy roast duck, a plate of emerald green stir-fried bok choy, and even a bottle of Bordeaux red. Jiang Han, Suchinga, Zhao Gang, and Duo sat around the table. Anya, in a clean little dress, gnawed on a huge roasted duck leg, face smeared with oil. Master Jiang, I toast you. Zhao Gang raised a stemmed glass, eyes reddened. If it weren't for you, Duo, and I would have died on the 18th floor. Who would have thought we could live such heavenly days underground? Indeed. Suchinga raised her glass, a hint of warmth softening her cold face. These days feel like a dream. The outside is a minus 152-degree hell, yet we have built an ark here. Jiang Han raised his glass, tapping it gently with theirs. The wine was red as blood. This is only the beginning. Jiang Han took a sip, set his glass down, and his gaze deep. The underground city is our haven, but not our prison. Zhao Gang, how is the drilling machine modification coming along? It's 80% complete. Zhao Gang immediately sprang into action. I've removed the hydraulic system from that armored vehicle and connected an industrial-grade alloy drill head. By tomorrow noon at the latest, we can start the operation. Excellent. Jiang Han's eyes gleamed. Tomorrow we will open the vertical shaft to reach B4 level. The underground is too dark. We need more fertilizer to feed my spiritual fields and more mutated meat to feed the army. Those underground corpse silkworms, it's time to set them in motion. Outdoor temperature -153°C. Underground city B2 level, the junction of buildings 26 and 27 garages. This area once connected the basements of the two buildings, but after the wall collapsed a few days ago, it has become a dangerous forbidden zone sealed off by a thick ice wall laid by Suchinga. Beyond the ice wall lies the vertical shaft to B4 level, the deep civil defense network, and the outer perimeter of the CDC laboratories. At present, the area has been converted into a temporary high-risk operation platform. Several high-powered xenon floodlights bathe the area, their cold white light falling on the crystal-clear ice wall and refracting into bizarre colors, yet they cannot hide the unsettling dark red stain within. The secretions and blood of underground corpse silkworms behind the ice. Squeak. Hiss. A jarring sound of metal scraping fills the air. A hulking, grotesque mechanical monstrosity is being pushed toward the ice wall by several exoskeleton soldiers. This is Zhao Gang's latest creation, the Hellworm vertical drilling machine. It is basically built by welding a heavy rotary drill onto the chassis of a discarded bulldozer scavenged from a nearby construction site. The drill bit is an alloy helical cone 1.5 meters in diameter, driven by a hydraulic motor exuding a brutal aura that seems to twist and crush anything in its path. On the side of this machine, two enormous high-pressure flamethrower tanks are attached. Mr. Jiang, calibration complete. We can break the ice at any moment. Zhao Gang in oil-streaked overalls stands at the drill's control console gripping several heavy levers, his expression focused and excited. Machinery that embodies destructive power always stirs a man's blood. Jiang Han, in his signature black tactical coat, rests a hand on the Tang Dao's hilt at his waist, watching the thick ice wall in calm contemplation. Behind him are Zhang Lei and 12 elites of the Extreme Cold Guard. They form a semicircle, the EM pulse rifles, fully charged, blue indicator lights blinking in the dim. At the rear of the squad lies a massive, mutated red lion. It makes no sound, merely lying there, its crimson eyes fixed on the ice wall. On its back, Anya, in a snug children's down jacket, idly fiddles with a Rubik's Cube. This lion was deliberately brought down by Jiang Han. As the main force for hunting underground corpse silkworms, the red lion's terrifying bite and agility are more effective than guns in the cramped underground environment. Dr. Su, prepare to remove the ice wall. Jiang Han's voice is calm, but carries undeniable authority. Su Chinga steps forward, hands pressed against the ice. The days of rest have sharpened her abilities. The biting cold has been fully restrained within her. Defrost. With a soft shout, the half-meter-thick ice wall's surface suddenly erupts with a white fog. Then with a crunching sound, the wall collapses, turning into a field of broken ice. A stench of decaying flesh, earth, and some acidic liquid surges into B2 level. Roar. The moment the ice wall disappears, a chilling hiss rings out from the dark, deep shaft. The underground corpse silkworms have evidently been lurking nearby. They are extremely sensitive to heat and vibration. The fire from days ago killed some of them, but also utterly enraged this pack of monsters that have no eyes and feed solely by instinct. Prepare for battle. Zhang Lei roars, raising his EM rifle. Under the glow of the floodlights, they clearly see that in the dark red mud, several bucket-width pink, fleshy giants writhe madly, their spiny ring mouths open and close, dripping green acid like hellish tentacles lunging upward. Zhao Gang, clear a path. Jiang Han doesn't draw his blade, instead giving a cool order. Roger that. Let you taste the iron fists of modern industry. Zhao Gang slams down the control lever. Rumble. The hellworm drilling machine emits a deafening roar. The 1.5-meter diameter alloy spiral drill bit spins at hundreds of revolutions per minute, whipping up a gust. The frontmost underground corpse silkworm has no time to dodge, or perhaps its intelligence is too dull to comprehend the machine's power. It opens its fong-filled maw, attempting to swallow the fast-rotating metal drill head. The sound of flesh being violently ground. The alloy drill bit grinds the silkworm's mouth into pieces, then plows forward like a mad meat grinder along its bloated soft body. Green acidic blood, dark red gore, and unmasticated bone fragments spray from the drill's gaps, splattering across the drilling machine's windshield. Screech. The silkworm emits a piercing scream as its 5-meter-long body writhes in agony, trying to entangle the drill. But this is a heavy machine meant for rock. Under the terrifying torque of the hydraulic motor, the silkworm's muscle fibers are torn and ground to pieces inch by inch. In less than 10 seconds, the enormous monster is ground into a putrid mass, not a single intact hide left. Nice. This thing for mincing meat is just too smooth. Zhang Lei shouts, his blood boiling as he watches. Yet this is only the beginning. The death of one silkworm does not scare the others, the intense scent of blood fully incites them. The mud at the shaft's depths begins to churn violently like boiling water. More pink tentacles crawl out from all directions, dozens at least. They climb up the shaft walls like spiders, and each mouth with spines opens and closes, making the heart tremble. Fire! Fire! Don't let them crawl up. Zhang Lei orders, his EM rifle spewing blue tongues of flame. Sizzle! 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 The 12 exoskeleton soldiers form a tight crossfire net. Although EM rounds have limited penetration against these soft-bodied monsters, the dense fire still keeps those attempting to ascend in blood and gore, and more corpse silkworms fall down the shaft. Mr. Jiang, there are too many. The drill can't keep up. Zhao Gang shouts as he controls the machine to grind down the approaching monsters. Jiang Han's gaze remains calm. He watches those corpse silkworms that still stubbornly climb within the fire net, and 2 of them even spray green acid, corroding the exoskeleton armor of 2 guards until white smoke rises. Dahong. Jiang Han turns to the quiet, mutated red lion lying beneath Anya. Anya immediately understands. The girl's black and white eyes flash with a peculiar light. She extends a tiny hand, pats the red lion's head twice, and in a hoarse yet ethereal voice says, "Go Dahong. Those are all yours." Roar. The mutated red lion seems to have received a rallying call and suddenly rises from the ground. Its previously gentle aura disappears, replaced by the extreme ferocity of Tier 2 mutated beasts. Its limbs surge, the massive body becomes a red bolt of lightning, leaping over the Extreme Cold Guard's defenses, and slamming into the shaft wall crowded with corpse silkworms. Holy crap! This lion is crazy. A guard jumps aside. A buffalo-sized red lion shows astonishing agility. Its claws sink into the concrete wall like a giant gecko skimming along the shaft walls. A silkworm crawling upward with its mouth open is bitten 7 inches by the red lion. Crack! The red lion's jaw crushes the silkworm's mouth, cutting it in two. Green acidic blood sprays on the lion's fur, but is blocked by its thick mutated keratin, only a faint white vapor rising. Roar! The red lion roars, its enormous claws striking another silkworm, smashing its belly, and sending viscera spilling. These are the mutated beasts under the command of the Lord of Beasts. In battle they possess not only animal instinct, but a reckless, death-defying madness. With the red lion's addition, the tide of battle reverses instantly. Those corpse silkworms that wriggled in the mud are now overwhelmed by larger, stronger, more agile mutated beasts. Oh, like helpless big maggots, they are slaughtered en masse. Zhang Lei, stop firing. Save ammunition. Jiang Han watches the red lion slicing through the walls with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Yes, I'll stop firing. The gunfire ceases, leaving only the drill's roar and the red lion's tearing of flesh. About 10 minutes pass. The corpse silkworms on the shaft walls are cleaned out. The ground is littered with severed chunks of flesh, the stinking acidic blood pooling into a small stream that flows toward deeper levels. The red lion stands on the edge of the shaft atop a raised platform covered in blood, like a victorious general roaring into the dark abyss below. Roar! The roar echoes through the shaft, as if declaring the territory's new master. Well done, Dahong. Enya claps her little hands above a rare smile, crossing her face. The red lion, hearing Enya's voice, immediately lowers its aggression, climbs along the wall like a big cat, and obediently lies at Enya's feet, rubbing its blood-stained head against her leg. Suchinga begin collecting the spoils. Jiang Han does not touch the lion. His gaze flicks to the corpse. Silkworm remains on the floor. These disgusting bugs. What's the use of them? Suchinga bites back, the nausea, wearing double-layer protective gloves, approaching a pile of rotten flesh. Very useful. Jiang Han steps to a relatively intact silkworm corpse and pries open its thick skin with his Tang Dao. These creatures live underground, devouring a large number of mutated corpses. Their bodies accumulate extraordinarily rich bioenergy. He plucks from the silkworm's entrails a palm-sized, pale, translucent fat lump. This is high-concentration mutated fat. Humans cannot eat it, but for our mutated beast army, it is top-tier protein feed. A small piece can provide a day's energy. Jiang Han again uses the blade to search the silkworm's head and pulls out a soybean-sized crystal that emits a faint green glow. Tier 1 Biocrystal Core Corrosion Life Attribute. Although the grade isn't high, there are plenty. Jiang Han stores the crystal core in his space. Zhang Lei, have your people cut up all these corpses and move them to the mutated beast cages. The green acidic blood is collected and stored in corrosion-resistant plastic barrels to be used later for traps or toxin refinement. Understood. Brothers, get to work. Zhang Lei quickly summons his men to begin clearing this disgusting battlefield. Jiang Han turns to look at the idling hellworm drilling machine. Zhao Gang, continue downward. Jiang Han's voice sounds unusually grave in this dim underground passage. This is only a group of lackeys. The nest center presumably still houses a big one. I will clear the obstruction to be 4-level entirely. Roger. Drilling at full power. Zhao Gang pushes down the control lever again. With an even louder roar, the enormous spiral drill bit charges toward the shaft's bottom, toward the abyss that hides unknown fears, and plunges down with unstoppable momentum. Rumble, creak. The hellworm drilling rig emitted a tooth-grinding screech of metal friction. This behemoth, heavily modified from a loader chassis, was advancing slowly, but resolutely down the blasted breach, descending into the depths of the shaft at a perilous angle of nearly 60 degrees. The alloy spiral drill bit spun frantically, not only grinding the stray stragglers, a few remaining small corpse worms, into mincemeat, but also forcefully carving out a spiral ramp wide enough for passage on the shaft walls covered in red fungal mats and rotting flesh. As the depth increased, the foul stench in the air grew so thick it felt almost palpable, and even the filters of their gas masks began to beep in alarm under the overwhelming strain. Mr. Zhang, the soil down here is getting softer and softer. Zhao Gang sat in the violently jolting driver's seat, his hands gripping the control levers tightly. Staring at the fluctuating pressure readings on the dashboard, he shouted at the top of his lungs, the drill bit seems to have plunged into some massive mass of flesh. The resistance is bizarre. It doesn't feel like soil, but more like stirring a thick pot of paste. Jiang Han walked along the ramp, cleared behind the drill. What he stepped on was not hard concrete, but a thick, slightly pulsating layer of dark red fleshy fungal mat. This fungal mat felt like the stomach wall of some colossal creature, soft and slippery beneath his feet, where a single misstep could cause one to slip. Slow down. Keep the flamethrowers on standby, Jiang Han ordered calmly. He closed his eyes slightly, extending his mental power downward like ripples on water. In these dark, enclosed depths rife with biological interference, even spatial mental perception was heavily suppressed. Yet he could still clearly sense a massive, suffocating biomagnetic field lurking less than 20 meters beneath them. The pulse of that magnetic field was extremely slow but saturated with greed and brutality, like a malignant tumor festering deep within the earth. Suchinga, how do you feel? Jiang Han turned his head to look beside him. Suchinga's expression was somewhat solemn. She was clad in a full set of polar cold weather gear, but in this environment, where the temperature had risen to around 0 degrees Celsius due to geothermal activity in the monster's nest, she felt rather uncomfortable. She preferred the extreme cold that could freeze everything. Disgusting, Suchinga said, knitting her brows as her eyes swept with aversion over the writhing red blood vessel-like vines around them. The biological energy here is too chaotic. I can feel a massive heat source below constantly devouring everything decomposable around it, then converting it into that green acid and those fleshy pink worms. That is the corpse worm matriarch. Jiang Han's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Once we kill it, the hidden threat in this subterranean area will be completely eliminated. Furthermore, a matriarch of this caliber possesses a crystal core and certain specialized organs that serve as excellent cultivation media. Zhao Gang's farming zone is desperately lacking this kind of super fertilizer. Stop. No road ahead. Just then Zhang Lei, who was at the very front, suddenly raised his hand and shouted a warning. The drilling rig ground to a halt at the end of the ramp. The searchlight beam pierced straight down, dispersing the dense darkness. What unfolded before everyone was a vast, empty, subterranean cavern. This place was likely originally a reservoir for civil defense projects or the intersection of some giant pipe network, but now it had transformed into a spine-chilling lake of flesh and blood. The bottom of the entire cavern was filled with a viscous dark green sludge that emitted a pungent acidic stench. Massive bubbles periodically swelled on the surface of the sludge, bursting to release plumes of yellowish-green toxic gas. In the center of the sludge lake sat a mountain of flesh. It was an unspeakably hideous, colossal mollusk-like creature. Comparable in size to a heavy-duty truck, its entire body was a sickening grayish-white covered in dense folds and pustules. At the top of this massive fleshy mass, there was no head in the conventional sense, but rather a huge rosette-like vent over 2 meters in diameter. The surrounding sludge and the red mycelia hanging from the ceiling were being continuously sucked into this vent. Connecting to all sides of the flesh mountain were dozens of thick, fleshy pink conduits. Upon closer inspection, they were not conduits at all, but dozens of massive, fully grown subterranean corpse worms. They resembled umbilical cords parasitizing the matriarch, with one end fused to her body and the other writhing in the sludge, vigilantly guarding the nest. Ugh! The moment they clearly saw that mountain of flesh, several guard members following behind could no longer hold it in and vomited directly into their masks. It was an ultimate challenge to the limits of human aesthetics. Master Jiang. Is this the big guy you were talking about? Zhang Lei's hand holding his gun was trembling. He would rather face 100 machete-wielding thugs than deal with this endlessly reeking mountain of flesh. Hiss! The matriarch also seemed to sense the arrival of the intruders. Its massive rosette-like vent contracted violently, emitting a sharp screeching hiss like a deflating ball. Though not particularly loud, the sound carried a strange mental shockwave, causing everyone's eardrums to sting and even inducing a brief wave of dizziness. With the matriarch's hiss, the sludge lake instantly erupted into a frenzy. Splash! Splash! Over a dozen of the largest Royal Guard corpse worms, their skin already faded to a grayish-brown, lunged out from the sludge. Opening their gaping maws lined with backward-facing barbs, they lunged like a dozen thrashing giant pythons, charging madly toward the drilling rig on the ramp and the crew. These guard corpse worms were far more formidable than the ones encountered earlier in the tunnels. What they spat was no longer simple acid, but green slime projectiles mixed with highly corrosive toxic gas. Fire! Don't let them get near the machine. Jiang Han barked sharply, simultaneously drawing the Tang Dao from his waist. ZZT, 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 ZZT. The Frost Guard immediately unleashed a fierce crossfire. Deep blue electromagnetic projectiles rained down like a tempest onto the lunging giant worms, tearing through their flesh and sending green blood spraying everywhere. Yet the vitality of these guard corpse worms was terrifyingly resilient. Even with their bodies blasted in half, the remaining sections continued to writhe frantically, spitting acid. Sizzle. A glob of green slime struck the exoskeleton armor of one of the guard members. The once sturdy bulletproof armor actually emitted a gut-wrenching corrosive hiss. White smoke billowed from the surface as the metal began to dissolve at a visible rate. Ah, it burns. It burns. The guard screamed desperately, trying to shed his armor, but it was too late. The acid seeped through the seams into his undergarments, searing his skin. Fall back. Suchinga shouted, her figure flashing like lightning, to stand in front of the guard. She swept her hands forward. Glacial domain frost star? An outburst of absolute sub-zero temperature erupted instantly, freezing the acid on the guard and the armor's surface into a thick layer of solid ice, abruptly halting the progression of the corrosion. Zhao Gang. Burn them. Jiang Han roared. Copy that. Let's see how you spineless mollusks like the fires of hell. His eyes bloodshot, Zhao Gang slammed his hand down on the red launch button on the side of the drilling rig. Boom. Two 30-meter-long torrents of orange-red high-temperature fire roared forth from the high-pressure spray tanks on both sides of the drilling rig. Napalm mixed with thickening agents clung to the guard corpse worms like a terminal disease, instantly igniting a soaring inferno. Screech. Under the searing heat of several thousand degrees, the slimy giant worms let out agonizing shrill shrieks. The fat inside their bodies was rapidly ignited, popping and crackling, as the entire subterranean cavern instantly transformed into a fiery purgatory. However, just when everyone thought the fire would resolve everything, the flesh mountain matriarch in the center of the sludge lake began to writhe violently. Its massive rosette-like vent snapped open, aiming directly at the drilling rig, spewing fire on the ramp. Puffed boom. A colossal high-pressure jet of turbid dark green sludge surged from the matriarch's vent like a bursting dam. This deluge of sludge was not only staggering in volume, but also carried an overwhelmingly foul stench and a suffocating aura. The column of sludge collided head-on with the fire torrent unleashed by Zhao Gang. Hiss! As fire and water clashed, massive plumes of pungent white steam erupted. Although napalm was notoriously difficult to extinguish, the sheer volume of the green sludge, acting like a high-powered fire hose, actually managed to suppress the flames. Worse still, the sludge seemed to possess flame retardant and thermal insulating properties. The corpse worms that had been shrieking in agony from the burns found the flames on their bodies gradually extinguished after being drenched in the sludge. Though charred black, they tenaciously lunged forward once more. Mr. Jiang, the fire attack is losing effect. That monster's spit can extinguish fire. Zhao Gang shouted anxiously. I see it. Jiang Han's gaze was cold as ice. It seems this thing is more than just a lump of dead flesh that breathes. Since fire won't kill it, will shred it. Jiang Han took a deep breath, the spatial energy within him surging like a river bursting its banks. He kicked off the ground with explosive force, launching himself forward like an arrow from a bow. Defying the downpour of green acid and the frantically thrashing giant worms, he leapt off the ramp, throwing himself toward the matriarch's flesh mountain in the center of the sludge lake. Master Jiang, it's dangerous. Zhang Lei roared in terror. Below lay a toxic swamp that could dissolve even exoskeletons. Yet in midair, Jiang Han executed a move that left everyone utterly dumbfounded. He did not fall. As if stepping on invisible stairs, he actually began to run with ease in midair, just half a meter above the surface of the sludge lake. Spatial walk. This was not true flight. Rather, Jiang Han was using his spatial ability to instantaneously construct extremely solid, yet fleeting, spatial solidification points beneath his feet. As long as his speed was fast enough, he could leverage the void to move forward. Hiss! Sensing the lethal threat posed by this human, the matriarch hissed frantically. Over a dozen thick guard corpse worms lunged from all directions, trying to crush Jiang Han. Too slow. Strolling casually through the air, Jiang Han unsheathed the Tang Dao in his hand. Not meant for physical slashing, the Tang Dao served merely as a medium to channel spatial power. Spatial blade, 1,000 shreds valley. Jiang Han swung the Tang Dao with a fierce sweep. Instantly, with him at the center, the space within a 10-meter radius seemed to transform into a super meat grinder running at maximum speed. Countless pitch-black, barely visible spatial rifts interwoven and sliced through the void like a torrential storm. The lunging guard corpse worms did not even have time to shriek. Slash, slash, slash. Under the merciless slicing of the spatial blades, their tough skin, plump flesh, and even internal neural cords were instantaneously shredded into countless fingernail-sized pieces of debris. Before the downpour of green acidic blood could fall on him, it was deflected by the spatial barrier enveloping Jiang Han's body. Like a god of slaughter bathing in a rain of blood, Jiang Han broke through the insect swarm's defense line, with unstoppable momentum arriving directly in front of the matriarch's flesh mountain. The distance was less than 3 meters. Jiang Han could clearly see the sickening folds on the matriarch's surface and the massive vent preparing to spew sludge once again. You need to lose some weight. Jiang Han smiled coldly and slowly raised his left hand. He did not use spatial cutting. The creature was simply too massive. Slicing it with ordinary spatial blades would be like carving an elephant with a pocket knife. Hardly lethal in an instant, and likely to provoke a frenzied counterattack or self-destruction. Jiang Han spread the 5 fingers of his left hand, aiming directly at the center of the matriarch's flesh mountain. Spatial annihilation. This was the most powerful single-target lethal skill Jiang Han had comprehended after stepping into the peak of the Second Order. It was no longer a simple slicing of space. Instead, it forcefully subjected the spatial coordinates where the target was located to an extremely violent compression and folding, ultimately causing that small pocket of space to collapse. Boom. The space at the very center of the Flesh Mountain matriarch distorted, eerily collapsing inward. It was as if an invisible titan's hand had clenched down hard on its heart. Screech. The matriarch let out its most agonizing and despairing shriek yet. The entire sludge lake shook violently. Visibly, its truck-sized body was forcefully flattened and compressed at its core, as if a miniature black hole had manifested within. Its skin was torn apart by the horrific pressure, and torrents of green bodily fluids and visceral fragments erupted like a fountain, splattering across the entire cavern. Within a mere 3 seconds, the colossal mountain of flesh was forcefully pinched into 2 distinct halves from the middle. The massive vent that served as the core hub, along with the vital central nervous system hidden within its body, was completely reduced to vaporized, bloody froth under the extreme pressure of the spatial collapse. Thud. Bereft of life, the 2 massive halves of the carcass crashed heavily into the sludge lake, sending green venom splashing everywhere. The battle was over. Executing an elegant backflip in midair, Jiang Han landed steadily on a dry patch of rock at the edge of the cavern. He sheathed his blade, and before even catching his breath, he knit his brows slightly. The consumption is greater than expected. Jiang Han rubbed his throbbing temples. Though the power of spatial annihilation was terrifying, its drain on mental strength was also extremely staggering. At his current level, he could use it twice a day at most. Long live Master Jiang. On the ramp above, Zhang Lei and the others erupted into earth-shattering cheers as they witnessed this scene. The way they looked at Jiang Han was no longer simple awe, but a fanatical devotion, as if they were gazing upon a god. That power to summon clouds and rain with a turn of the hand, instantaneously crushing a colossal behemoth in midair, completely shattered their perception of reality. With such a leader, what zombies or apocalypse did they have to fear? Jiang Han, are you alright? Suchinga slid down the ramp, a trace of concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Just a bit exhausted. Jiang Han waved his hand, but his gaze remained fixed on the matriarch's carcass, slowly sinking into the sludge. The good stuff is about to sink. Dr. Su, freeze this sludge lake. I want to dissect this big guy myself. Understood. Taking a step forward, Suchinga took a deep breath. Glacial domain, eternal freeze. Her vast ice energy poured out. Amidst a sharp crackling sound of freezing, the bubbling acidic sludge lake rapidly solidified into a hard green ice rink. The carcass, severed into 2 halves, was also frozen solidly to the ice. Jiang Han stepped forward, retrieving a sharp scalpel from his spatial storage. Zhao Gang, bring some men down to collect the regular corpse worm fat. This is good stuff. As Jiang Han spoke, he drove the blade into the thick hide of the matriarch's carcass without hesitation. Let's see what treasures are hidden inside this mountain of flesh. As Jiang Han sliced through, a strange glow suddenly pierced the darkness from within the deepest core chamber of the matriarch, half of which had been annihilated. It was not the light of a crystal core. Instead, it was a massive tumor, pulsating like a heart and radiating an eerie green fluorescence. The air reeked of acrid sour fumes, mingling with the biting chill radiating from Suchinga's ice elemental abilities. Each breath felt like swallowing a blade of ice. Upon the frozen expanse of verdant sludge that had once been a lake, Jiang Han crouched before the hulking remains of the mother creature. He wore specially treated corrosion-resistant rubber gloves, and the scalpel in his hand had already been dulled, its edge blunted from slicing through the beast's stubborn keratin shell. Jiang Han, what is that? Suchinga drew near, and under the fierce glare of the flashlight, she saw the mass Jiang Han had unearthed from the creature's central core chamber. It was a fleshy tumor the size of a basketball. Its entire body shimmered with a translucent, ghostly green hue, its surface threaded with fine vein-like tendrils. Most horrifying of all, even though it had been torn from its host, it continued to pulse with a slow, almost imperceptible rhythm, like a living green heart detached from the chest. It radiated a thick, surprisingly non-putrid scent of vitality. This is its brooding pouch, or rather, an energy conversion core. Jiang Han carefully cradled the pulsating tumor, a gleam of barely suppressed excitement flashing across his eyes. He could sense that this thing did not harbor the violent, aggression-laden mutant energy he had encountered before. Instead, it pulsated with an extraordinarily pure and gentle vitality. For years, this mother beast had feasted upon rotting corpses and organic matter. Its colossal frame had served as a colossal fermentation tank, and this tumor was the ultimate product of its grim alchemy, death transmuted into new life. Dr. Su, have you ever heard of a whale fall? Jiang Han suddenly asked. Suchinga blinked, then nodded. When a whale dies, its body becomes a cradle for 10,000 creatures. In the ocean's depths, a deceased whale's carcass becomes an oasis for countless deep-sea creatures, sustaining an entire microecosystem for up to a century. Are you suggesting? Exactly. Jiang Han gave the green tumor a slight toss in his palm. This mother beast is the whale of this underground lair. And the matter we extract from this tumor will become the super nutrient solution for the underground city's agricultural zone. He turned his gaze toward Zhao Gang, who was some distance away directing guard squad members in butchering the fat from ordinary corpse silkworms. Engineer Zhao, forget the scraps. Bring over the most rugged insulated container you've got. Pack this treasure carefully. Move gently. This thing is still alive. I'm coming. Zhao Gang hoisted a military-grade metal insulated box onto his shoulders, scrambling and stumbling across the slick ice. Mr. Jiang, can this really be used as fertilizer? This was dug out from the belly of that disgusting monster. Can people actually eat what grows from it? Whether it's edible or not, we'll only know once we try. Jiang Han placed the tumor into the insulated container, locking the clasp shut. Remember, this is the apocalypse. We've already boiled the meat of those mutant rats into porridge. As long as it provides carbohydrates and vitamins and doesn't poison us to death, it's a treasure beyond price. Besides, ordinary fertilizer would quickly harden and lose effectiveness in an underground environment devoid of sunlight and natural microbial cycles. But with this highly active mutant life fluid as a catalyst paired with the hydroponic racks and full-spectrum lights you've set up, Jiang Han patted the lid of the insulated container. Our underground city will soon have a granary of its own, a green one. 9:00 p.m. Underground City B2 level labor camp and agricultural zone preparation site. Move. Unload these steel pipes at Zone D. Get a move on. Zhang Lei swung his baton, bellowing orders through the corridors of the labor camp. Hundreds of Class C laborers moved like tireless worker ants, hauling heavy construction materials beneath the dim lighting. Their workload today had doubled compared to yesterday. Jiang Han had issued a strict deadline. The first phase of the underground plantation had to be constructed within 3 days. Among the crowd, the once arrogant Zhou Kai, the hothead from the 27th floor who could conjure fireballs, was now dragging a leg crudely splinted with wooden boards, laboring under the crushing weight of a sack of cement. His face, once so defiant, now wore nothing but a vacant numbness and a deep, abiding dread. Brother Kai, I really can't carry this anymore. Beside him, one of his former underlings collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, the steel pipes on his shoulder clattering against the floor. The underling was skin and bones, his fingers frostbitten and crimson, his nail beds caked with black grime. Get up. Do you want to die? Zhou Kai flinched, quickly lowering his voice to a harsh whisper, kicking the man with his uninjured leg. If that living demon Zhang Lei catches us, we'll be stripped of even tonight's nutrient paste. But it was too late. Who's slacking off over there? A member of the Polar Guard clad in a white exoskeleton strode toward them. To Zhou Kai's ears, the heavy mechanical footfalls of the exosuit sounded like death's own procession. Sir, he just slipped. He's getting up right now. Right now. Zhou Kai forced a fawning smile, nodding obsequiously. The guard member peered at them coldly through his visor. He did not strike. Instead, he produced a scanner and ran it across the iron-colored tag hanging from the underling's chest. Number C, 104, slacking on duty. Tonight's food ration reduced by 50%. If it happens again, you'll be sent directly to clean the mutant beast cages. There were no curses, no beatings. Yet this softly delivered sentence was more cruel than shattering the underling's leg. In the underground city, that meager daily ration of nutrient paste was the sole thread tethering them to life. To lose half meant enduring the torment of hunger through the endless night, and tomorrow lacking the strength to work, spiraling into a vicious cycle until he was utterly discarded. No, sir, I was wrong. I'll work. I can work. The underling broke down in tears, desperately clawing at the steel pipes on the ground, but his frail body refused to obey. Zhou Kai silently turned his head away, unable to watch. He clenched his teeth, hoisted his cement sack, and limped forward. Such were the rules of the polar base. Here compassion was poison. Create value or become waste. Late night, 1130 p.m. B3 Core Zone Medical Research Laboratory. This was the brightest, quietest place in the entire underground city. Su Chinga, clad in a white lab coat, busied herself at a precision centrifuge. On the sterile workstation before her rested that eerie green tumor extracted from the corpse silkworm. Hours had passed since its extraction from the host, but shielded by the insulated container, the tumor still maintained a faint vitality. Jiang Han sat on a nearby sofa, eyes closed, resting. He had just entered the spatial realm to check on the conditions of the spiritual field. The mutated strawberries growing across that acre of black soil were thriving, even more vigorous than he had anticipated. Yet he knew that the spatial realm's output could only sustain his inner circle. To feed hundreds, soon thousands, of underground city residents, an agricultural system had to be established in the real world. Jiang Han, the analysis is complete. Su Qingga approached a printed report in hand, her expression taut, with barely contained excitement. This thing is nothing short of a biological miracle. She pointed at the data curves on the report. This green tumor is packed with high-activity amino acids, a special nitrogen-phosphorus-potassium compound enzyme, and an unidentified catalyst component that accelerates cell division. If we dilute it, proportion it into a nutrient solution, and inject it into the hydroponic water circulation system, it can shorten the growth cycle of ordinary plants by at least 3 to 5 times. So potatoes and sweet potatoes that would normally take months to mature could be harvested in just 3 to 4 weeks. Jiang Han opened his eyes. Though he had anticipated this, hearing the concrete figure still sent a surge of exhilaration through him. That's not all. Su Qingga pushed her glasses up, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. This mutant catalyst can even alter gene expression in plants to a certain extent. I ran a small controlled experiment. Seeds treated with this diluted solution germinated rapidly, produced thicker, sturdier roots and stems, and even developed a slight cold resistance trait. Excellent. Truly excellent. Jiang Han rose to his feet. This is the foundation upon which we will establish ourselves in the wasteland. The greenhouse frames on Engineer Zhao's side are nearly complete. Tomorrow we plant the first batch of underground sweet potatoes. Just as the two were discussing the agricultural plan, the walkie-talkie crackled with Zhang Lei's urgent voice. Master Jiang. Master Jiang, are you asleep? What is it? Jiang Han pressed the talk button. Something's happened. Miss Anya. She's gone. Panic laced Zhang Lei's voice. Jiang Han's brow furrowed instantly. Anya. The patient zero, the polar base's most vital trump card, and the sovereign of all beasts. How could she have vanished within the heavily guarded underground city? Speak clearly. Where was she last seen? What about the surveillance footage? Just now. She was playing with Dahong at the mutant beast cages. The guard on duty only looked away to use the restroom, and by the time he came back she was gone. Not just her. That lion was gone too. We checked the surveillance. It shows. Just 5 minutes ago the lion was carrying Miss Anya and crawled into the exhaust port of the B2 level ventilation duct. The ventilation ducts. Jiang Han and Su Qingga exchanged a glance. To ensure airflow, Zhao Gang had built the duct system generously wide enough for an adult to crawl through. Yet those ducts were a labyrinth stretching to the surface and every corner of the abandoned floors. A little girl riding a lion crawling through ventilation ducts in the middle of the night. What for? Don't panic. Seal off all duct openings leading to the core zone. Zhang Lei, bring some men and follow me to the vent. Jiang Han swiftly threw on his trench coat and reached for his tang blade. What is this little rascal up to now? 1:15 a.m. B2 level inside an abandoned main ventilation duct. The interior of the duct was pitch black, the occasional dancing dust mote catching the flashlight beam. The air was thick with the smell of years-old rust and rat droppings. Drip, drip. Water droplets leaked from some unknown point above, striking the iron duct walls with an eerie hollow sound. Anya sat astride Red Lion's broad back, her small hands gripping tight to the crimson mane, each strand stiff as steel needles. Dahong, how much longer? Anya's voice echoed through the hollow duct, tinged with childlike wonder. Grrrr. Red Lion rumbled in response. Its nostrils flared wildly as though catching some exceedingly faint scent that stirred unease, perhaps even fear, deep within it. It was the scent of its own kind. And of its enemy. Half an hour earlier, while playing with Red Lion in the beast cage, Anya had suddenly sensed an extremely faint spiritual fluctuation. It bore no resemblance to any soul within the polar base. It was saturated with savagery, hunger, and an absolutely pure aura of mutant kinship. As Patient Zero, Anya was hypersensitive to any aura derived from the progenitor virus. She felt it. Above the frozen surface, somewhere within this building's abandoned floors, something was awakening. And that thing was dangerous. It was searching for a thermal passage leading down into the underground city. To prevent Uncle Jiang Han's territory from being compromised, the little girl made a bold decision. She would take Dahong and drive that bad thing away. It's just ahead. Anya patted the lion's head. Red Lion slowed its pace. A muffled warning growl rumbled deep within its throat. Every muscle in its body coiled taut like a bow drawn to its limit. A vertical branch appeared ahead in the duct one that should have once been the air vent connecting to the surface level lobby. Now the iron grating of that vent had been twisted and torn apart by some immense force. A bone-chilling wind laced with faint blue ice crystals surged inward through the shattered opening. Yet within that freezing gust, a pair of vertical pupils, glowing with ghostly green light, each as large as a hanging lantern, stared down from the shadows of the vertical shaft, fixated coldly on the little girl astride the lion's back. HSSSS. A spine-chilling hiss exploded through the narrow duct. It was neither a corpse, silkworm, nor any ordinary mutant beast. It was a creature with a slender, elongated frame, sheathed in pale gray scales bearing 3 heads. A mutant giant serpent. 0020 a.m. B2 level inside the abandoned main ventilation pipe. The piercing freezing wind surged in through the torn iron grates. Those eerie blue ice crystals which should have instantly turned any human into an ice sculpture now acted like some sort of stimulant, causing the colossal beast coiled at the vertical pipe's opening to let out a greedy hiss. This was a three-headed mutated giant python over 10 meters in length and as thick as a human thigh. Its outer skin was not made of the typical keratinous scales of ordinary snakes, but was instead covered in a layer of heavy rock-like grayish-white bony plates. Between the crevices of these bony plates a layer of eerie blue frost had actually formed. Its three inverted triangular heads reared high in the darkness, and its 6 glowing green vertical pupils exuded the cruelty and cunning unique to cold-blooded creatures. Tier 2 peak mutated beast, glacial frost python. It had been drawn here by the faint warmth and dense scent of flesh and blood radiating from the dungeon. Relying on its mutated, extremely cold-resistant constitution, it had braved the absolute zero temperature of -152°C, forcing its way from the surface ruins all the way into the ventilation system. Hiss! The largest head in the middle of the frost python flicked its scarlet tongue, exhaling a visible plume of white freezing air from its mouth. It stared intently at Anya, who was riding on the back of the red lion below. Instinct told it that devouring this small prey who exuded a peculiar fragrance would bring about a qualitative leap in its life state. Roar! Sensing the frost python's murderous intent, the red lion Dahong unleashed a deafening roar. Although the red lion might be slightly inferior to this cold-adapted frost python in terms of bloodline and rank as the mount of the lord of all beasts, its ferocity was fully unleashed. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, Dahong's massive body actually leaped into the air within the narrow pipe. Opening its bloody maw, which was powerful enough to crush steel pipes, it lunged straight at the leftmost head of the frost python. Bang! The lion and the python collided violently inside the narrow sheet metal pipe. The dull impact sent violent tremors through the conduit, causing dust to shower down. The frost python reacted with lightning speed. Its left head whipped aside, dodging the red lion's lethal bite. At the same time, its right and middle heads shot forward like bolts of lightning. Crack! The middle head bit down hard on the red lion's thick shoulder and back. Whoa! The red lion howled in agony from the pain. What sprayed from the frost python's fangs was not venom, but an extremely deep freezing frost. In an instant, the flesh on the red lion's shoulder froze and necrotized at a visible rate, and even its blood congealed into blue, icy slush. Meanwhile, the frost python's right head seized the opportunity to bypass the red lion's defense. Opening its massive maw, it lunged viciously at Anya on the lion's back, accompanied by a foul, bloody wind. Just as the barbed fangs were about to pierce Anya's delicate body, a childish, calm, yet infinitely cold voice echoed through the darkness. Bad snake. Anya did not dodge. Sitting on the red lion's back, she slowly lifted her pale little face. At that instant, the pupils of her starkly black and white eyes dilated violently, instantly consuming her entire eye sockets. Her eyes turned into 2 bottomless black holes, as if connecting to some unspeakable ancient abyss. An extremely obscure cold gray ripple carrying the absolute pressure of a supreme ruler erupted violently within Ya's small body as the epicenter. Progenitor virus, absolute coercion. Hissing. The serpent head, which was less than 10 centimeters away from Ya's face, stopped dead in midair as if it had slammed into an invisible wall of size. The moment the frost python's 6 glowing green vertical pupils flashing with cruel light met Ya's pure black eyes, they contracted violently. Fear. A tremor originating from the deepest depths of its genes engraved into every single cell instantly overwhelmed the cold-blooded monster's sanity. In its perception, the frail human child before it had vanished. In her place stood a supreme mother entity condensed from countless lethal viruses representing the absolute pinnacle of evolution. Step back. Anya reached out with her fair, tender little hand and gently tapped the forehead of the serpent head frozen in midair. Boom. The frost python shuddered as if struck by lightning. Its middle head, which had been biting down hard on the red lion's shoulder, let go as if electrocuted. Its massive body shattered violently within the narrow pipe, producing a harsh grating sound. It wanted to flee, but under this absolute suppression of bloodline, its muscles refused to obey its commands. In the end, this terrifying 10-meter-long giant python, like a loach that had its spine removed slowly and humbly, coiled itself before Anya. Its 3 hideous heads pressed tightly against the cold sheet metal floor of the pipe, its throat emitting a faint, almost fawning hiss. This was the lord of all beasts. Subduing the enemy, without a fight, stripping away the will to resist from all mutated creatures at a genetic level. Click. Bang. Just then the maintenance access door behind the pipe was violently kicked open. Jiang Han, holding a Tang Dao, rushed into the main pipe, like a god descending from heaven, leading Zhang Lei, and over a dozen fully armed exoskeleton soldiers. Several beams of high-intensity flashlights instantly swept through the darkness, illuminating the scene ahead. Prepare to fire. Zhang Lei raised his electromagnetic rifle, but just as he was about to roar, the words caught squarely in his throat. The guard members behind him also froze as if under a binding spell, staring dumbfounded at the scene before them. Under the bright beams of the flashlights, the little girl in the white down jacket sat quietly on the back of the blood-drenched mutated red lion. And before her a terrifying grayish-white giant python with 3 heads, even larger than the red lion, bowed its head as meekly as a pet dog, letting the little girl stroke its frost-covered scales. What is going on here? Zhang Lei swallowed hard, feeling his worldview being violently ground into the dirt once again. Uncle Jiang Han, you're here. Hearing the commotion, Enya turned her head. Her pure black eyes had already returned to normal. Pointing at the 3-headed python on the ground, she said, as if presenting a treasure, Dahong couldn't beat it just now, but it's very obedient now. Can we not eat it? I want to keep it to play with. Jiang Han did not answer immediately. He stepped forward slowly, his razor-sharp gaze sweeping over the shivering frost python, before finally landing on the eerie blue ice crystals on its back. Jiang Han's brow furrowed deeply. He crouched down and gently tapped the ice crystals on the frost python's back with the scabbard of his Tang Dao. It wasn't frozen to death, instead it integrated these lethal ice crystals of -152C into its own scales. Jiang Han's voice was very low, yet it carried an unprecedented gravity. Master Jiang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this snake? Zhang Lei edged closer and asked cautiously. A major problem. Jiang Han stood up, staring at the damaged vent pouring in the freezing wind. We previously thought that this absolute zero extreme cold would kill all living things on the surface. Now it seems we were wrong. Nature, or rather the mastermind behind this cataclysm, is far more ruthless than we imagined. The weak are frozen into icy dust. But those mutated beasts that survived the first wave of temperature drops, their genes are evolving at an extremely terrifying speed to adapt to this cosmic-level cold. Jiang Han pointed at the frost python. It is the best proof. Not only did it survive up there, but it also followed the heat source to find us. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Lei as he listened. You mean, there are more of these monsters on the surface? Not only are there more, but their numbers will only increase. Jiang Han took a deep breath, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Once they fully adapt to the environment and grow starved, they will dig underground in packs, searching for anything that radiates heat. When that time comes, what we face will no longer be a few rats, but a horde of mutated beasts with maxed out cold resistance. Zhang Lei shuddered. Then, what should we do? Dig deep tunnels, store grain widely, and build walls of iron. Jiang Han turned to Enya. Enya, have your new pet guard this vent. Any living thing that tries to enter through here must be eaten. Enya nodded obediently and patted the frost python's head. Did you hear that? You must guard the door properly. Hiss. The frost python nodded submissively, its massive body slowly coiling around the hole in the vent, using its sheer size and icy scales to forcibly block the incoming freezing wind. Zhang Lei. Jiang Han turned to walk back. Here. Notify Zhao Gang that the defense level of the original ventilation pipes is insufficient. I want him to install gravity-sensing spatial dislocation cutting grids and high-voltage electric arc traps in all pipes leading to the surface. I want to turn this dungeon into an iron fortress that not even a fly can penetrate. Yes. After resolving the pipe crisis, Jiang Han did not rest. Instead, he went straight to the underground plantation that had just begun to take shape. A sterile space of over 100 square meters had been partitioned off here by Zhao Gang using thick, transparent plastic sheeting. Hanging from the ceiling were rows of full-spectrum plant growth lights, salvaged from the Noah's Ark hovercraft, emitting soft and bright simulated sunlight. The air was thick with a strange odor, a mixture of soil and disinfectant. Su Chinga, wearing a lab coat and a face mask, was directing several selected Class B technicians to inject barrels of pre-mixed hydroponic nutrient solution into the pipes. Jiang Han, you're here. Seeing Jiang Han walk in, Su Chinga took off her gloves, her face beaming with unconcealed joy. That green tumor you brought back is nothing short of a miracle. She pointed to several transparent glass petri dishes nearby. These are potato seeds that I soaked an hour ago in a tumor stock solution diluted by a factor of 1,000. Jiang Han looked in the direction of her finger, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Those potato seeds, which were originally shriveled, were now not only plump and round, but had even sprouted white roots and tender green shoots, sprouting in just 1 hour. This rate of growth completely defied the laws of botany. The vitality contained in this stock solution is simply immense. Su Chinga marveled. If we calculate based on this speed, as long as the lighting and temperature can keep up, this batch of potatoes will mature and be ready for the first harvest in 2 weeks at most. 2 weeks. Jiang Han calculated in his mind. Although he had stockpiled hundreds of millions of tons of supplies in his dimensional space, enough to feed himself for several lifetimes. But those supplies were non-renewable dead matter. To build a true empire in this apocalypse, to feed thousands of soldiers and laborers, establishing a self-sufficient ecological cycle system was the ultimate path. Furthermore, crops forced to grow using this mutated stock solution were highly likely to possess some form of faint evolutionary attribute. Long-term consumption could subtly enhance the physical constitution of ordinary humans. Well done. Jiang Han looked at the tender green seedlings. In this dead, freezing underground world, this touch of green appeared exceptionally precious. For the first batch of crops, aside from those kept as seeds, boil all the rest into porridge. Use it to improve the meals of the glacial guard and the technicians first. Jiang Han calmly arranged the resource allocation of the dungeon. As for those Class C laborers, Jiang Han paused, his eyes cold. Until they completely dig through the passage to Building 26 and clear out the hidden dangers on the 4th underground level, they will continue to eat their rat meat mush. If we don't push them to their limits, they will never know how precious a bowl of white rice truly is. Understood. Su Qingga nodded. She had long grown accustomed to Jiang Han's absolutely rational and ruthless style of rule. Ring. Just then the intercom phone hanging on the wall rang suddenly. This was the direct line connecting to Zhao Gang's engineering department on level B2. Jiang Han picked up the receiver. Mr. Jiang. Zhao Gang's anxious and slightly trembling voice came from the other end. Something has happened. Just now, several laborers responsible for excavating the foundation of Building 26 dug up a strange metal plate. A metal plate? Jiang Han frowned. Is it an explosion-proof door from the Civil Defense Works? No. No. Zhao Gang swallowed hard, deep fear laced in his voice. I've never seen the material of that metal plate before. The cutting machine can't even scratch it. And carved on the metal plate is the symbol of Noah's Ark along with a warning slogan. Read it. Jiang Han's voice sank. It says, High radiation hazard zone. Gate of the abyss. Do not open. Jiang Han's pupils contracted sharply. The gate of the abyss. The symbol of Noah's Ark. It seemed that the secrets buried deep beneath Building 26 were far more terrifying than he had imagined. The lead door on the 4th underground level of the CDC was perhaps merely the tip of the iceberg of this colossal mystery. Lock down the site. Do not allow anyone to approach. Jiang Han hung up the phone, his hand resting on the hilt of his Tang Dao. It seems that tonight a peaceful sleep is destined to be out of reach. 0200 a.m. Sublevel 3 of the former Building 26 Foundation excavation site. Dungeon outer zone temperature -5C. The environment here was far more hostile than that of the civilian sector. Pungent cement dust swirled under a few dim halogen lamps, the air thick with the diesel exhaust of generators and the heavy sour sweat of laborers. Bright yellow caution tape had already been cordoned off around the site. A few Class C laborers originally tasked with excavating this zone were now slumped on a pile of rubble nearby, their faces deathly pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Just over 10 minutes ago, after shattering a thick layer of rock, their jackhammers had struck something absolutely impenetrable. Everyone back off. No one gets close. Clad in white exoskeleton armor and wielding an electromagnetic rifle, Zhang Lei stood guard at the edge of the massive excavated pit alongside 4 members of the Frost Guard. His tactical visor was running a full-spectrum scan, dreading that some lethal monstrosity might suddenly leap out of the pit. Master Jiang is here. With the announcement from the perimeter, the tense atmosphere momentarily froze, and then everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, as if they had finally found their anchor. Jiang Han strode into the scene accompanied by Su Qingga, while Zhao Gang followed closely behind, still clutching a portable radiation detector in his hand. Mr. Jiang, look. Zhao Gang pointed at the funnel-shaped excavation pit, which was nearly 3 meters deep, his voice still trembling slightly. It's that. Jiang Han walked to the edge of the pit and peered inside. Beneath the debris of shattered concrete and earth, a metal plate roughly 2 square meters in size was exposed. The metal plate was of an incredibly deep dark silver. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, yet under the glare of the searchlights it failed to reflect even a single glint of light, as if it were swallowing all illumination. Right in the center of the metal plate, that detestable emblem was boldly engraved, an abstract DNA double helix wrapping around the earth. It was the insignia of Noah's Ark. Below the emblem lay a line of bright red laser-etched warning text. Danger, high-risk radiation zone. Gate of the abyss. Do not open. What's the radiation reading? Jiang Han didn't descend immediately, instead turning to ask Zhao Gang. It's very strange, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Gang set his brow furrowed as he stared at the fluctuating device in his hand. Within half a meter of that plate, the radiation level indeed spikes slightly, to about 5 times that of the normal environment. But the moment you take a step back, the reading drops to 0. The metal plate itself seems to possess an exceptionally powerful radiation shielding capability. Dr. So what do you think? Jiang Han turned his gaze to Suchinga. Suchinga adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, an analytical gleam flashing in her eyes. This material does not belong to any known civilian or military-grade steel. Judging by its light absorption and shielding properties, it strongly resembles a special alloy used for deep-sea submersibles or spacecraft hulls. To think the people from the Ark buried something like this beneath the residential area's foundation before the cataclysm. Suchinga found it somewhat hard to believe. Not necessarily before the cataclysm. Jiang Han's gaze remained locked onto the metal plate as he recalled the contents he had previously read in that military notebook. The Winter Squad failed to retreat, and Captain Wu hid in Daijingwan with the beacon. This indicates that Daijingwan itself was a pre-designated evacuation point, or rather a secret transit station. Jiang Han leaped down, landing gracefully at the bottom of the pit. Master Jiang, be careful, Zhang Lei shouted from above. Turning a deaf ear, Jiang Han crouched down and reached out with his tactically gloved hand to gently touch the dark silver metal plate. It was freezing to the touch. Even through the thick glove, a bone-chilling cold seeped through a temperature far lower than that of the surrounding environment. This plate isn't laid flat. Jiang Han shone his flashlight along the edges of the metal plate. It has a slight tilt angle. This isn't just an ordinary cover, it's a door. A hatch that opens upward. Feeling along the edges of the metal plate, he finally discovered an extremely concealed groove in an inconspicuous corner. Inside the groove was a miniature terminal resembling an iris scanner or fingerprint reader. However, this terminal had been utterly destroyed. It bore obvious melt marks as if it had been blasted at close range by some high-energy laser weapon. The lock has been destroyed. Jiang Han stood up, his gaze deepening. Someone tried to open it before us, or they deliberately destroyed the electronic lock to prevent anyone else from opening it. Was it Captain Wu? Suchinga asked from above. He didn't have the capability, nor did he possess such weaponry. Jiang Han shook his head. This was likely the work of those CDC special forces who escorted Subject Zero back then. In their desperation to prevent the pursuing Ark forces from opening this door, they chose a scorched earth method of destruction. So what do we do now? Zhao Gang scratched his head anxiously. Even my heavy-duty cutters can't scratch this metal, and the lock is broken. Are we just supposed to stand here and stare? If there really is a radiation leak down there, our dungeon will be in grave danger. If we can't cut it, we'll use space. A cold smirk played on the corner of Jiang Han's lips. Since it was a door, there had to be a seam. And as long as there was a seam, his space blades could penetrate anywhere. Everyone fall back 10 meters. Jiang Han ordered, gesturing for Zhang Lei and the others to raise their weapons, preparing for any sudden developments. He took a deep breath as the spatial energy within his body began to surge wildly. Instead of directly using spatial cleaving to brute force the unknown special alloy, Jiang Han pressed his palm against the minuscule seam at the edge of the metal plate. Spatial permeation. He closed his eyes, his mental strength attaching to the spatial power slipping into the seam, finer than a strand of hair, like spilled mercury. What he intended to do was utilize the principle of spatial expansion from within, physically bursting the door's hinges and latches from the inside out. Buzz. As Jiang Han unleashed his ability, the surrounding air began to warp violently. The previously lifeless dark silver metal plate suddenly let out an ear-grating screech. The interior of the metal seemed to bear an unimaginable amount of immense pressure, and the entire surface began to bulge slightly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive dull cracks of breaking metal echoed from underground. It was the sound of the heavy hydraulic latches hidden deep within being snapped raw by the spatial force. Open. Jiang Han abruptly raised his hand. Boom. The heavy metal hatch weighing several tons was actually blasted open and sent flying by an invisible force. It flipped twice in the air before crashing heavily onto a pile of rocks over 10 meters away, smashing a massive crater into the ground. On alert. Zhang Lei roared, and all searchlights and gun barrels instantly locked onto the gaping black opening. However, no monster charged out, nor was there any of the blinding radioactive glare they had imagined. From the pitch-black hatch, only an incredibly dense, almost liquid-like white cold mist billowed forth. The moment the freezing air came into contact with the atmosphere outside, it rapidly condensed into vast sheets of frost, painting the entire bottom of the pit a silvery white. Jiang Han did not back down. Braving the bone-chilling cold, he peered down into the hatch. By the beam of his flashlight, he made out the scene inside, and his pupils contracted slightly. Beneath the hatch lay not a bottomless tunnel, but a sealed metal chamber of about 10 square meters, resembling an elevator cabin. Right in the center of the chamber stood 3 massive cylindrical incubation vats made of some transparent material. 2 of the incubation vats were already shattered, the liquid inside long dried up, leaving behind only a few severed conduits and unidentified biological remains. Yet the vat in the absolute center remained completely intact. It was filled with a nutrient fluid that emitted a faint, eerie blue glow. and suspended within the liquid was a human. No, it could not be considered human. It was a colossal creature standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. It possessed the outline of a human torso, but its skin was a sickly, hairless grayish-white. Its arms were exceptionally thick, ending not in hands, but in two massive razor-sharp bone scythes. There were no eyes or nose on its face, only a gaping maw lined with jagged serrated fangs. Embedded in its chest was a fist-sized mutated crystal nucleus that glowed with a piercing red light. Arc bioweapon, Ripper, prototype, early 4th order. Jiang Han's heart violently skipped a beat. 4th order. In this early stage of the cataclysm, when the vast majority of survivors had not even touched the threshold of the 1st order, the Ark had already engineered a 4th order biological weapon and sealed it within this underground launch chamber. And Mr. Jiang, what on earth is that thing? Standing above Zhao Gang took a peek and nearly lost his mind from sheer terror. Even through the layer of glass, he could feel the terrifying, oppressive aura radiating from the monster. A blind box. Jiang Han's gaze turned extremely dangerous, yet it was also laced with a hint of frenzied greed. A cleanser blind box that the Ark originally left behind for this city. Evidently, this hidden launch chamber was a contingency plan for the Ark to deploy biological weapons, cleanse the surface, or execute some extreme mission at a critical moment. It was only due to the sabotage by the CDC Special Forces, or perhaps some system malfunction, that this 4th order monster had remained dormant all this time. Jiang Han, it seems to be moving. Su Chinga suddenly cried out in alarm. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes to look closer. Sure enough, as the hatch door opened, the changes in external temperature and air pressure seemed to have triggered some awakening protocol within the incubation vat. Fine bubbles began to rise in the blue nutrient fluid inside the vat, and the red crystal nucleus on the Ripper's chest began to flash with increasing frequency. Its tightly shut fanged maw actually parted slightly, releasing an incredibly low, heavy breath that seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld. Gurgle. Crack. Its bone-scythe arm twitched with agonizing slowness inside the nutrient fluid. It was about to wake up. Once a 4th order killing machine fully awakened within this cramped underground city, it would undoubtedly unleash a catastrophic disaster. With the electromagnetic rifles in the hands of Zhang Lei and his men, they wouldn't even have the right to tickle it. Master Jiang, shatter it. Kill it while it's down. Zhang Lei raised his rifle, poised to fire. Hold your fire. Do not shoot. Jiang Han barked a sharp command. Was this a joke? Was the incubation vat of a 4th order monster really that easy to break? Once a bullet enraged it and accelerated its awakening process, everyone present would die. Fall back. Evacuate this entire area. Immediately. Jiang Han ordered loudly. Yet instead of retreating, he took a step forward, standing directly above the incubation vat. Jiang Han, what are you doing? Su Chinga panicked, attempting to rush down and pull him back. Stay back. Jiang Han's eyes locked onto the awakening beast, pushing the spatial energy within his body to its absolute limit at this very moment. He slammed his hands onto the top of the transparent incubation vat. Flee. Why should he flee? This was a 4th order mutated crystal nucleus. As long as this monster was not fully awake, as long as it was still trapped inside this vat, this was a feast served right to his doorstep. You want to cleanse me? Then I'll cleanse you first. Spatial dimensional devour. Jiang Han roared. This was no ordinary collection of an item. Facing a 4th order living organism with such immense life energy, storing it directly into his space would trigger a massive backlash. But Jiang Han had no choice. Buzz, boom. In that instant, the entire sublevel 3 felt as though it were experiencing a magnitude 8 earthquake. The space warping force field erupting from Jiang Han's hands directly enveloped the entire incubation vat. He was forcibly dragging this impending 4th order biological weapon, along with its nutrient fluid and vat, into his own dimensional space. Roar. Sensing an impending doom, the Ripper, inside the incubation vat, suddenly tore its terrifying mouth open, unleashing a deafening roar. Its arms swung violently, its sharp bone sides hacking viciously at the inner wall of the vat. Crack. The seemingly indestructible transparent material was actually cleaved with a deep fracture. The wild 4th order energy violently battered against Jiang Han's spatial barriers. Uffed. Jiang Han spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning paper white. The backlash of forcibly devouring a high-tier living creature caused his mental strength to throb with a piercing pain, as if pricked by 10,000 needles. But he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness and resolve. Get in. Jiang Han poured out all of his spatial power without reservation. Swish. The next second, the massive incubation vat along with the rampaging 4th order monster within vanished into thin air in a flash of blinding white light, leaving behind only an empty metal chamber. Phew. Jiang Han's body went limp as he sank to one knee on the chamber floor, gasping heavily for breath, blood continuing to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Master Jiang, Jiang Han, Zhang Lei, and Su Qingge hurriedly rushed down to the bottom of the pit and helped him up. I'm fine. Jiang Han wiped the blood from his mouth. Though extremely weak, his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, carrying even a hint of a manic smile. This time, we hit the jackpot. He had forcibly dragged that fourth-order monster into his own dimensional space. There he was, the absolute ruler. Before it could fully grow into an uncontrollable behemoth, this Ripper would serve as the ultimate nourishment for his spatial advancement. Seal this place off. Put the hatch cover back on. Jiang Han, supported by Su Qingge, walked out of the deep pit step by step. Continue the construction of the dungeon. Within 3 days, I want to make a trip to sub-level 4. There must be things far more interesting than this in that CDC laboratory. In the B3 core zone, the master bedroom. Silence. This underground master bedroom, outfitted with top-tier soundproofing, is so quiet that Jiang Han's heavy breathing is the only sound. He sits cross-legged on a broad leather sofa, eyes closed, his face pale as paper. Just now, by force, he dragged that Tier 4 early-stage Terror along with its cultivation tank into the space, draining his spiritual power to near exhaustion. Jiang Han, drink this high-concentration glucose. Su Qingge came over holding a cup of warm liquid, her eyes full of worry. As a physician, she could clearly sense Jiang Han's vital signs were unstable, his heart rate racing and his body temperature fluctuating markedly. Leave it. I'm fine. Jiang Han did not even open his eyes, only slightly raised his hand. Until I wake up, do not let anyone enter this room. Even if the sky collapses, wait until I finish dealing with the trouble in the space. Okay, I'll guard at the door. She understood that any disturbance at this moment could be fatal. Without another word, she set the cup down, slipped out silently, and locked the door behind her. As the door closed, Jiang Han completely narrowed his senses to the outside world, gathering all his spiritual power like a tide and sinking it into the dimension storage space that belonged to him. Inside the dimension storage space, there is a vast void square with no sky and no boundary, so immense that it could hold several football fields. On one side are piles of various supplies, on the other side thrive black soil spirit fields and faintly glowing spirit springs. Yet at this moment, this originally tranquil paradise is undergoing a violent destruction. Roar! The deafening roar echoed through the void. In the central region of the space square, the gigantic transparent cultivation tank had been completely shattered. Azure nutrient liquid spread across the ground, but the moment it touched the space floor, it was mysteriously decomposed and absorbed. The terror, freed from the tank's restraints, finally awakened. This 2.5-meter tall monster with no facial features and a mouth full of fangs swung its two enormous sharp bone sickles, wildly hacking in the void. Crack! Rip! The destructive power of a Tier 4 biological weapon was terrifying. Each bone sickle swing drew a visible air explosion. It tried to find the exit from the cage that trapped it, and driven by beastly instinct, even attempted to smash the neatly stacked crates of armaments in the distance. If you run wild in my world, what exactly are you doing? A cold, utterly indifferent voice suddenly echoed from all directions in the space. Not spoken through the vocal cords, but detonated directly within the terror's barren consciousness. Jiang Han's spiritual form condensed into an illusory silhouette hovering about 10 meters above the creature's head. In this space, he is an all-knowing, all-powerful deity, needing no fleshly support and not bound by physical laws. Upon hearing the voice, the terror's eyeless face abruptly lifted. The crimson Tier 4 crystal core on its chest flashed wildly. It sensed in the phantom's aura a scent it both despised and longed to devour. Roar! The terror's legs bent, and the monstrous burst of power drove the void floor into concentric ripples. Its colossal body shot toward Jiang Han in midair, brandishing two deathly sickles. Such speed and power would instantly split an armored vehicle in two outside, but this is the dimensional space. Facing the oncoming slaughter machine, Jiang Han did not move at all. He simply looked at the monster with a deathly gaze, and then softly spoke one word: kneel. Boom. With the words spoken and the will enacted, the gravity laws within the terror's region of the dimensional space were forcibly altered and amplified tenfold. Bang! The previously unstoppable monster was suddenly slammed mid-air, as if a brick had struck a fly. Its colossal body, still about 5 meters from Jiang Han, was hammered to the ground by an invisible, terrifying force. The sickening sound of bones cracking rang out. The terror, in a humiliating and twisted posture, was pinned to the ground. Its limbs sank into the floor of the space, the hard gray-white skin splitting into countless blood-streaked fissures. Hiss! The monster thrashed furiously. The Tier 4 creature's flesh and bone strength was truly formidable. Even under 10 times gravity, it fought to rise on its bone sickles, the red glow in its chest growing brighter, as if brewing a power surge. Quite tenacious. No wonder it's Ark's finest work. Jiang Han's phantom descended slowly, standing before the creature. He could feel that sustaining the gravity anomaly in this region was draining his spiritual power at a rapid rate. In the space, while he could manipulate the laws, there was always a price. Everything required his own spiritual power as fuel. If he cannot end this quickly and his spiritual power runs dry, the monster could turn the tables. Since you love to struggle so much, let me show you what a true dimension-reducing strike looks like. Jiang Han's right hand slowly rose, aiming at the restrained terror. Here he did not need any space cutting or space folding, because this space itself is his strongest weapon. Space deprivation. A faint golden light shrouded the terror's massive frame. In the next moment, the air around the monster was instantly drawn out, forming an absolute vacuum. Then something more terrifying happened. The temperature around it under Jiang Han's mental control jumped from ambient to minus 273. 15 C to absolute zero. This is not the surface's -152 C cold. This is the absolute stillness of universal physics, where any motion of molecules and atoms would stop. Click, click. Even a Tier 4 biological weapon seemed powerless against such extreme cosmic rules. The terror's powerful muscles, tough bones, and even the mutated blood within were instantly frozen into crystals more brittle than steel. It could not even issue a final scream, becoming a gray-white ice sculpture frozen in a writhing pose. It's over. Jiang Han's eyes flashed trace of fatigue, but also with relief. He snapped his fingers. Snap. Clatter. The enormous ice sculpture shattered like glass struck by a hammer, breaking into countless tiny fragments and powder that scattered everywhere. Only a fist-sized Tier 4 crystal core radiating a dazzling red light lay lonely among the powder. Tier 4 biological weapon crystal core, extreme ferocity enhanced. This was the highest grade and purest crystal core Jiang Han had ever seen. If this thing were absorbed by Zhang Lei or Zhao Gang, it would probably blow them up. Even Su Qingge wouldn't digest it without months of preparation. Jiang Han looked at the crystal core without hesitation. Space devoured. With a whoosh, the Tier 4 crystal core on the ground turned into a red stream and was greedily sucked into the space. Rumble. The entire dimensional space trembled violently again. But this time the space did not expand outward by much. Jiang Han could feel that this enormous Tier 4 energy was not used to enlarge the warehouse, but flowed toward the deepest part of the space into the mysterious region shrouded by the gray mist. Is the mist going to disperse, eh? Jiang Han's spirit fixed its gaze there. Previously, he had glimpsed the silhouette of a tower in the mist, and now with the energy flowing in the mist in that region rapidly retreated like snow melting in the sun. An ancient and mysterious structure slowly revealed its true form. It was a 3-story tower built from black stone. The tower's surface was etched with strange golden runes, exuding an ancient, weathered, yet orderly aura. At the entrance, a colossal metal plaque hovered. On it were words Jiang Han had never seen yet could understand at a glance. Origin Tower. First layer, unlocked basic alchemy workshop, gene recombination chamber. Jiang Han's heart leapt. He stepped forward and pushed open the tower's heavy doors. Inside, it was not dark, but filled with a soft blue glow. In the spacious circular hall on the first floor stood a gigantic, highly sci-fi looking cauldron furnace. Beside it were various complex test tubes, culture tanks, and consoles. These devices looked as much like alchemical tables from a magic age as they did like genetic laboratories of a future interstellar era. As Jiang Han entered, information automatically flooded into his mind, and he instantly understood the functions of these devices. Material decomposition and fusion. Life genome extraction and potion synthesis. Jiang Han murmured, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor. This alchemy workshop is nothing short of a godlike processing plant. For example, he could drop mutated rat meat, useless bones, and even humanoid remains into this giant cauldron. The workshop would automatically decompose out their impurities and toxins, refining the pure biological protein blocks or low-grade gene evolution liquids. Moreover, if he could find enough special metal scrap, the workshop could smelt and recombine them to forge a new type of dimensional alloy with power far beyond Earth technology. With this, the dungeon's food will not only feed, but also let people evolve. Zhao Gang's military factory could even forge armor that would make Ark envious. Jiang Han took a deep breath. That Tier 4 terror dying so valiantly was worthwhile. This was not just a level up, it opened a path on a tech tree toward the creator. Wait, what is this? Jiang Han's gaze fell on a small metal tray beside the console. There lay 2 reagent tubes, emitting a pale golden glow. This is the newborn gift pack that comes with unlocking the tower. The information in his mind resurfaced again. Perfect marrow cleansing potion, beginner 2 effect, clears all internal injuries and impurities, greatly enhances cellular activity and affinity for abilities with no side effects. Can enable ordinary people to reach a perfect Tier 1 physique and allow Tier 1 psionics to surely break through to Tier 2. Good stuff. Jiang Han carefully stored the 2 potions. He is already at the pinnacle of Tier 2 with the power of space blessing his combat power even reaches tier 3, but these potions still have a huge effect on stabilizing his foundation. And the other one. Jiang Han already had a suitable recipient in mind. Morning 0700. B3 Core Zone Room, 2801. The door from inside was opened. Suchinga, who had stood guard outside all night, suddenly rose. When she saw Jiang Han walking out, she paused in astonishment. At that moment, although Jiang Han's face remained pale, his spirit and vigor had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. If the previous Jiang Han was a sharp and cold Tang sword, now he resembled a bottomless icy abyss. His eyes were so deep they seemed to swallow all light, and every gesture carried the aura of a sovereign who compelled obedience. Have you broken through? Suchinga asked uncertainly. Sort of. I dealt with a small trouble and grabbed some spoils. What is this? Suchinga asked, taking a pale gold reagent tube from his hand and handing it back. Suchinga looked at the beautiful glow, feeling the pure energy contained within. Something that can make you stronger. Jiang Han looked into her eyes. You've worked hard lately, not only as a doctor, but as a fighter. Your ice type ability is strong, but your body is too weak. Close quarters are dangerous for you. Drink it. It can let you break through to tier 2 without side effects and improve your physiology. Suchinga's hand trembled slightly as she held the potion. She certainly knew how precious potions that could aid people in breaking through ranks were in the apocalyptic world. ARC special forces would risk their lives to seize even a scrap of evolution resources. And Jiang Han thus gave it to her with a casual ease. Jiang Han, you. Suchinga bit her lip, a complex mix of emotion flashing in her eyes. Don't think too much. Jiang Han turned and walked toward the corridor, saying, I simply don't want my chief physician and top mage to die too early in the upcoming battles. Go rest. After drinking it, you may sleep for a few hours. When you wake, come to the B2 engineering zone to find me. Today we will use the tumor-derived liquid extracted from that mother to sow the first batch of grain for the underground city. And next, Jiang Han's voice echoed down the empty corridor with a cold anticipation. When we've eaten our fill, we'll go outside and harvest those weapons of war wandering in the snow and ice. Here Zhao Gang had utilized the waste heat from the generator units along with thermal insulation materials to forcibly maintain the temperature at around 22°C. Although the air still carried the damp, musty odor characteristic of a basement, this was already the warmest and brightest place in the entire extreme cold base, second only to the core zone. The isolation zone was tightly wrapped in thick, transparent anti-fog plastic sheets. Overhead, rows of suspended full-spectrum plant growth lights emitted a soft white glow that simulated natural sunlight. Wearing a simple black turtleneck sweater, Jiang Han stood outside the isolation film with his arms crossed, silently gazing inside. Inside the isolation zone, over a dozen Class B technicians, meticulously screened by Suchinga to ensure they carried no infectious diseases and possessed a careful demeanor, wore white sterile suits as they cautiously navigated between the vertical soilless cultivation racks constructed from PVC pipes and water troughs. Mr. Jiang, this is simply unbelievable. Holding a tablet, Zhao Gang walked up to Jiang Han's side and stared at the scene inside through the transparent film, his voice trembling slightly. Although he was a staunchly materialistic mechanic, everything unfolding before his eyes still made him feel as though he were dreaming. Just 2 days ago, they had only just placed the first batch of potato and sweet potato seeds soaked in a 1,000th concentration of sarcoma raw solution, along with some fast-growing lettuce and spinach seeds into the hydroponic troughs. And now those once barren pipes were completely covered in layers of lush green vines and broad leaves. Under the illumination of the full-spectrum lights, these plants seemed to have had their fast-forward button pressed, growing at a frenzied pace visible to the naked eye. The leaves of those few heads of lettuce were already the size of a palm, their edges exhibiting a dark green hue brimming with vitality and even faintly shimmering with a mysterious blue glimmer akin to the aurora. The rate of cell division in these plants is more than 20 times that of normal conditions. A figure approached one who had just completed a breakthrough. Though her face was pale, her spirits were astonishingly high. It was Suchinga. The aloof aura about her seemed even more restrained now. Her lips, which had previously appeared somewhat bruised and purple from her frequent use of ice abilities, had now recovered a healthy rosy flush. Even the cold air that occasionally escaped her body had become more controlled, no longer possessing the indiscriminate aggressiveness of before. You're awake. How do you feel? Jiang Han turned to glance at her keenly, detecting the change in her aura. Better than ever before. Suchinga pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, a trace of gratitude and shock flashing in her eyes. That potion was truly miraculous. I not only successfully broke through to the early stage of the second order, but all the meridian damage previously caused by overdrawing my abilities has been completely repaired. I now feel that my affinity with the laws of ice and snow has ascended to a whole new level. And Suchinga waved a test report in her hand. I took some time just now to analyze the composition of these mutated crops. What are the results? Jiang Han asked. Are they toxic? Zhao Gang anxiously leaned in. This was a critical matter concerning the sustenance of hundreds of people in the dungeon. They are not toxic. On the contrary, they are of the finest quality. A scientist's fanatical light gleamed in Su Qingga's eyes. In these mutated lettuces and potatoes, not only do the carbohydrate and vitamin contents far exceed those of pre-cataclysm varieties, but more importantly, they have absorbed that trace of mild mutation factor from the sarcoma raw solution. She pointed at the shimmering leaves inside the isolation film. If ordinary people consume these vegetables over the long term, they can greatly strengthen their physical constitution and resist frostbite in the extreme cold environment. And for ability users, this can even replenish a small amount of consumed mental energy. In other words, what we are growing is not just food, but low-grade health potions. A satisfied smile played at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth. You could understand it that way. Furthermore, at this rate of growth, this batch of fast-growing vegetables can undergo its first harvest tomorrow night. The potatoes and sweet potatoes will probably need about 10 more days, Su Qingga stated with certainty. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together in excitement. With these, we won't have to drink that foul-smelling rat meat gruel every single day. Mr. Jiang, you are truly bringing a blessing to the entire base. A blessing? Jiang Han smiled noncommittally. He hadn't established the agricultural zone to play the philanthropist, but rather to construct a self-sustaining war fortress. Zhao Gang, go make the arrangements. Jiang Han turned around, his gaze deep. After tomorrow night's harvest, take a small portion of the vegetables and mix them into the laborers' nutritional gruel. Give them to the Class C laborers. Zhao Gang gasped, stunned. Mr. Jiang, these are precious treasures. We don't even have enough to distribute among our core zone and the guard unit yet. If we don't give them a taste of sweetness, how will they have the motivation to work? Jiang Han's voice was cold and rational. I want them to know that at the extreme cold base, as long as they work themselves to the bone, they can not only survive, but also eat fresh vegetables that were unobtainable even before the cataclysm. I want to turn them into a pack of fanatics who would lay down their very lives just for a single bite of this food. As for ourselves, Jiang Han glanced at Su Qingga and Zhao Gang, a rare touch of ease entering his tone. Tonight it's my treat. We'll have a private feast. This luxurious living area, converted from the deepest recesses of the underground garage, was currently filled with a rich, mouth-watering aroma. In the center of a large solid wood dining table sat a bubbling copper hot pot, steaming and simmering. The bright red beef tallow soup base boiled vigorously as Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, and various spices, stimulated by the high heat, released an aggressively tantalizing aroma that rushed straight to the senses. In this post-apocalyptic world where the outside temperature was -152°C and survivors would kill for half a moldy biscuit, this steaming hot pot meal was the absolute height of luxury, appearing almost surreal. Jiang Han, Su Qingga, Zhao Gang, Duodua, and little Anya sat gathered around the dining table. Even Zhang Lei, usually the most solemn of them all, had shed his heavy exoskeleton. Wearing only a thin training uniform, he sat uneasily at the foot of the table, his eyes locked onto the exquisitely arranged ingredients. Premium marbled beef, hand-sliced fresh mutton, crisp tripe duck intestines, and even several platters of live prawns and oysters that were absolutely impossible to find in this season. These were all top-tier ingredients that Jiang Han had retrieved directly from his space, preserved in their most perfect pre-cataclysm state. On the other side of the table sat two peculiar plates. One plate held mutated lettuce freshly harvested from the isolation zone. Although there were only a few leaves, their vibrant, dripping green color looked extraordinarily enticing under the dim light. The other plate contained thinly sliced, translucent, grayish-white meat. Master Jiang. Can this be cooked in the hot pot too? Zhang Lei pointed at the plate of grayish-white meat, swallowing hard as his face turned slightly pale. This couldn't be the meat from that mutated rat king, could it? Don't worry, it's not a rat. Jiang Han picked up his chopsticks, lifted a slice of the grayish-white meat, and swirled it in the red oil pot for 3 seconds. Once it curled slightly, he scooped it out and dipped it in garlic and sesame oil. As Jiang Han spoke, he popped the slice of meat into his mouth. With a few bites, an incredibly marvelous texture exploded in his mouth. The meat was not tough at all. Instead, it possessed a crunchy chewiness akin to gristle. Amidst the spicy numbness of the beef tallow, a subtle, fleeting coolness and sweetness emerged, as if eating chilled, spicy, crunchy meat. Tastes good. Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Jiang Han pick up his chopsticks, the others finally dared to dig in. So delicious. Dad, this shrimp is so sweet. Duo peeled a large prawn, a look of pure bliss on her face. Zhao Gang, on the other hand, was frantically throwing beef into the pot, tears welling in his eyes as he ate. Mr. Jiang, I Lao Zhao have never looked up to anyone in my life. But following you, even if you ask me to carry explosive packs tomorrow, I Lao Zhao won't even blink. I wouldn't trade this life for a god's. Even Su Qingge, who always maintained her poise, could care less about decorum, now fine beads of sweat forming on the tip of her nose. She not only ate the meat, but also specifically picked up a leaf of the mutated lettuce. As the lettuce entered her mouth, it was not only crisp and refreshing, but a faint yet incredibly pure surge of vitality slid down her esophagus into her stomach, sending a wave of warm nourishment to her newly upgraded second-order energy core. In the corner of the table, little Anya didn't use chopsticks. She grasped a massive mutton chop on the bone in her hands, her mouth slick with oil as she ate ravenously. At her feet, the massive mutated red lion Dahong lay obediently on the carpet, savoring the bones and chunks of meat Anya occasionally tossed down. Deep in this cruel underground, this small dining table seemed to have become the warmest sanctuary in the apocalypse. Jiang Han picked up a glass of chilled beer, took a sip, and suddenly spoke. "Present. Master Jiang, command me." Zhang Lei immediately set down his chopsticks and straightened his back. The security work of the dungeon cannot be limited only to the basements of these 3 buildings. Jiang Han's gaze grew profound. Although our supplies are abundant now, there will come a day when we exhaust them if we do not produce more. Furthermore, I need a large amount of mutated metals to upgrade the defense system. Jiang Han recalled the Origin Tower nestled deep in his space, which had just unlocked its first floor. The primary alchemy workshop capable of decomposing and reorganizing matter was practically a gold-devouring beast. Throwing ordinary scrap iron into it yielded a pitifully low output ratio. To forge true high-grade dimensional alloys, he needed more and higher-quality specialty metals. "I plan to take you and the extreme cold guard out tomorrow," Jiang Han said. "Go out." Zhang Lei was taken aback, gazing at the ceiling with a trace of dread. "Master Jiang, it's minus 152 degrees out there. That's a place where even urine would freeze instantly. Can our armored vehicles withstand that?" "The armored vehicles can't, but I can." A confident gleam flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. After absorbing that white crystal core and acquiring the mist barrier, he found that his resistance to extreme weather had also increased significantly. Coupled with the isolation provided by his spatial power, active operations on the surface for a short period were not difficult. Moreover, his target this time was not far from the extreme cold base. Less than 10 kilometers from our community is Jiangxing's largest heavy machinery manufacturing plant, Far East Heavy Industries. Jiang Han dipped his chopsticks in a bit of tea and sketched a simple map on the table. Not only are there mountains of specialty steel piled up there, but there are also several well-preserved military-grade precision machine tool assembly lines. It's a massive piece of fat. In the early stages of the cataclysm, it was a key protection zone designated by the authorities. But now the people of the Ark are too busy tending to themselves, so it should be an empty city by now. "Mr. John, do you mean to haul all the machine tools back here?" Zhao Gang's eyes turned green with excitement the moment he heard the words machine tools. To a mechanic, not having a machine tool was like a chef without a pot. "Not just the machine tools. I'm going to empty that entire factory," Jiang Han declared imperiously. "But Master Jiang, for a factory that massive, even if we have hovercrafts, how long would it take to haul everything?" Zhang Lei was somewhat bewildered. Jiang Han merely smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation that his space had already expanded to 100,000 cubic meters, more than enough to swallow half the factory whole. "Tomorrow take 10 of your most elite brothers, put on your thickest thermal suits and exoskeletons, and follow me. Su Qingge will stay behind to guard the base, looking after Anya and the agricultural zone. Zhao Gang, continue tuning your hellworm, and be ready to dig down toward the CDC laboratory at any moment." "Yes, sir," everyone responded in unison. There were no lights here, only endless darkness and bone-chilling cold. Yet within this darkness, countless eyes shimmering with an eerie green light flickered. It was a pack of mutated giant rats, each the size of a wolf, but they were different from the ordinary giant rats Jiang Han had slain before. Their bodies were covered in a thick armor of frost, their limbs sturdier, and their claws were not only razor-sharp, but capable of easily carving deep tunnels through the frozen earth. In the center of the rat swarm stood an extremely bizarre figure. It was a human, or rather it had once been a human. He wore a tattered white lab coat of a Noah's Ark researcher, but his body was severely deformed. His spine bulged high, sprouting several sharp-boned spurs, and his hands had transformed into razor-sharp talons resembling excavator buckets. His eyes were also an eerie green devoid of pupils, holding only a chaotic madness. In his hands he tightly gripped a positioning tracker, emitting a faint red light. If Jiang Han were here, he would have instantly recognized that the signal frequency shown on this tracker was precisely the core frequency of the S7 beacon he had previously dismantled. Although Jiang Han had dismantled the beacon and stored it in his space to block the signal, he had briefly taken out the beacon's core today, for a split second, to study the functions of the Origin Tower. It was this momentary signal leak that had been captured by the monster lurking deep underground. "Signal. Over there." The monster let out a non-human screech, a sound that seemed scraped from the grinding of 2 stones. "0. I must find Zero. Eat her. Evolve. Following his screech, tens of thousands of frost-armored giant rats nearby seemed to receive a command. Like a black tide, they surged frantically along the subway tunnels toward Daijingwan community. VRRM. Accompanied by a low, savage mechanical roar, the explosion-proof gates of the Daijingwan community, already frozen solid into a massive block of ice, were violently shattered by a brutally tyrannical force. Countless fragments of stone mingled with deep blue ice crystals splattered in all directions like bullets bursting into plumes of pale mist across the desolate, deathly silent street. A steel behemoth clad in black composite armor, its bow armed with a menacing spinning chainsaw, charged like a frenzied rhinoceros, brutally crushing the debris underfoot as it lunged into the absolute zero domain, capable of snuffs out any life in an instant. The Arbiter set forth once more. Close on its heels was an even more massive, colossal whale-class hover transport emblazoned with the Ark insignia. The fog-dispelling radar atop the vehicle spun silently, barely carving out a visual corridor of less than 50 meters through the dense, impenetrable blue ice fog. This small convoy of 2 heavy armored vehicles was none other than the Yuandong Heavy Industries scavenging squad, personally led by Jiang Han. Master Jiang, the temperature outside is terrifying. In the passenger seat of the Arbiter, Jiang lay shivered uncontrollably despite wearing a full set of thermal underwear beneath his heavy, white wolf exoskeleton armor. He stared out the window. The once familiar streets of Jiangcheng had now transformed into a grotesque, surreal crystal hell. Under the extreme cold of -152°C, the concrete structures of the towering office buildings and residential blocks on either side had undergone irreversible, brittle fracturing. Massive sections of the walls peeled away, exposing the reinforcing steel bars inside, which were now as fragile as icicles. Many of the buildings leaned precariously as if a gentle breeze could topple them. On the streets, the abandoned cars had tires frozen so hard they shattered like stone, and every single window glass had exploded into fine powder without exception. Some vehicles had even been torn clean in half due to uneven metal contraction, their fractures eerily smooth. Yet most spine-chilling of all was the faint shimmering blue glow in the air. It was composed of tiny ice crystals formed by the instantaneous desublimation of water vapor in the atmosphere. As if possessed by life, they clung to the surface of every object, painting the entire world in a morbid blue of death. Put away your curiosity and keep your eyes on the radar. Jiang Han held the steering wheel with steady hands, his gaze piercing through the ice fog ahead like a blade. His condition was far better than Zhang Lei's. With the advancement of his spatial ability, the invisible spatial barrier enveloping his body was now capable of completely insulating him from thermal conduction. At this moment, clad only in a black high-collar tactical sweater, his demeanor was as relaxed as if he were on a winter road trip. Zhao Gang did a fine job with this vehicle's insulation system. Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction as he felt the cabin temperature hovering around 10 degrees Celsius. However, at this temperature, the metal fatigue of steel accelerates 100-fold. We cannot stay outside for too long. We must make this quick. Yes, sir. Zhang Lei quickly pulled his mind together, staring intently at the flashing green screen of the portable military radar before him. This was a high-grade piece of equipment plundered from the Ark Special Forces. Even amidst intense electromagnetic interference and dense fog, it maintained a detection accuracy of about 50 meters. Master Jiang, 3 kilometers ahead is the south gate of Yuandong Heavy Industries. Zhang Lei swallowed hard. The radar shows that it's abnormally quiet over there. There are no large heat signatures, nor any signs of zombie activity. It's as if it's a dead city. At this temperature, ordinary zombies would have frozen into ice shards long ago. Only those monsters that have adapted to the laws of extreme cold can survive. Jiang Han did not slow down. The quieter a place is, the more dangerous it tends to be. Notify the hovercraft behind us to maintain a 20-meter distance. Bring the weapon systems online and stand by to fire. Understood. Zhang Lei immediately relayed the order to the trailing vehicle through the encrypted channel. This was a massive, sprawling, state-owned heavy industry enterprise. Towering red brick walls stretched for several kilometers, and the once grand Yuandong Heavy Industries metal plaque above the gate was now encrusted with a thick layer of deep blue frost, teetering precariously. Behind the gates lay a succession of colossal interconnected workshop buildings. The towering chimneys once used to vent exhaust gases now resembled deathly silent tombstones pointing toward the sky, mutely recounting the glory and decline of the industrial era. Screech. The Arbiter came to a slow halt outside the gate. Jiang Han pushed open the door. Whoosh! A gust of extreme, biting wind cold enough to rupture one's lungs instantly rushed into the cabin. Even with his exoskeleton on, Zhang Lei could not help but let out a painful groan, feeling as though ice blades were being wedged into the very marrow of his bones. Jiang Han, however, stepped down from the armored vehicle completely unfazed. He stood on the snow-covered ground that was frozen hard as steel, looking up at the closed 10-meter-wide heavy industrial iron gate. A massive explosion-proof lock hung on the gate, and the seams had been welded shut from the inside. Clearly, during the early days of the cataclysm, the people in the factory had attempted to turn this place into a fortified sanctuary. Master Jiang, should I have the men in the back vehicle bust it open with the hydraulic cutters? Zhang Lei asked, shivering as he followed behind. Too slow. Jiang Han shook his head, a cold curve gracing the corner of his lips. Since we are here, we ought to show a proper attitude for a visit. And knocking on a door, of course, requires a bit of sincerity. He did not draw his blade. Instead, he slowly raised his right leg. The instant he made contact with the heavy iron gate, the spatial energy within Jiang Han surged toward his leg like a bursting dam, enveloping his entire right leg in a high-frequency, vibrating field of distorted space. Boom! A deafening roar like a sudden clap of thunder exploded over the dead industrial zone. He had not used any fancy spatial cutting techniques. Jiang Han relied solely on sheer physical power augmented by spatial force to deliver a ferocious kick directly to the welded heavy industrial iron gate. Preach! Boom! Under Jiang Han's kick, the center of the heavy iron gate, which even an armored vehicle might not have been able to breach, instantly dented deeply inward, emitting an ear-grating screech of tearing metal. Immediately following that, the welded seams snapped cleanly, and the entire gate was violently blasted outward like a fragile autumn leaf. The gate tumbled over a dozen meters through the air before crashing heavily onto the concrete floor inside the factory grounds, kicking up a storm of ice, snow, and dust. Hiss! The 10 members of the Frost Guard following behind took a sharp breath of air that felt even colder than the freezing environment outside, staring at the black-clad figure slowly drawing back his long leg, kicking open a heavy iron gate with a single blow. What kind of human tyrannosaur was this? Let's go. Jiang Han brushed off his trouser legs, his tone as casual as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. Let's see what kind of legacy this former industrial behemoth has left for us. He took the lead and stepped into the pitch-black entrance of the factory area. Zhang Lei and the others swallowed hard, quickly raising their electromagnetic rifles and following closely behind in a combat formation. This workshop was astonishingly massive, easily the size of 4 football fields put together. Suspended from the ceiling, which rose over 30 meters high, were several colossal overhead cranes resembling steel spiders frozen in midair. The lighting was dim, with only a faint blue glow filtering down through a few broken skylights at the top of the plant. Jiang Han walked at the very front, his military boots crunching against the metal shavings and ice shards on the floor, sending hollow echoes through the vast space. Within this immense workshop, assembly lines once used to manufacture heavy engineering machinery were arranged in neat rows. High-precision CNC machines, massive hydraulic forging presses, and towering stacks of special alloy sheets. These pieces of industrial equipment, worth fortunes before the apocalypse, now lay like scrap metal, forgotten by time, quietly dormant in the bitter cold and darkness. We hit the jackpot. Master Jiang, we really hit the jackpot. Although Zhang Lei did not understand machinery, he knew exactly what these giants meant. As long as we haul these back to the underground city, Zhao Gang can build us countless guns, cannons, and armor. Master Jiang, look over there. A guard member suddenly pointed toward a far corner of the workshop, his voice trembling slightly. Under the powerful beams of several tactical flashlights, everyone witnessed a spine-chilling sight. There, in the area where finished mechanical parts should have been stacked, was instead piled with several white hills. Upon closer inspection, those were not mechanical parts at all. They were corpses. Hundreds, if not thousands, of workers' bodies dressed in the blue uniforms of Yuandong Heavy Industries. They seemed to have been deliberately piled together by some force, forming massive conical mountains of the dead. The surfaces of the corpses were covered in a thick layer of white, thread-like webbing, making them look like prey wrapped in spiderwebs. But in the extreme cold of -152C, spiders would have died out long ago. Something is wrong. Jiang Han knit his brows. He stepped up to the nearest mountain of corpses, drew his tang blade, and used the tip to pry open a layer of the white webbing covering a body. There was no blood, no stench of rotting flesh. Beneath that layer of white silk, the workers' corpses actually gleamed with a bizarre metallic luster. Jiang Han lightly tapped the arm of a corpse with the tip of his blade. Clang, clang. What rang out was actually the crisp sound of metal clashing. These people have turned into blocks of iron. Zhang Lei recoiled in horror, as if he were witnessing some unnatural curse. It is not that they have turned into iron blocks. Jiang Han's gaze grew exceptionally sharp. He keenly observed that while the clothes on the corpses remained intact, the flesh beneath had actually been completely hollowed out. Supporting their clothes and skeletal structures was a dense swarm of silver-white, pinky-sized crustacean creatures. These tiny things looked like miniature beetles. They secreted a unique fluid that fused the corpses with the scattered metal parts around them, creating indestructible, metallic cocoons. We have trouble. Jiang Han slowly held his tang blade across his chest, a rare look of gravity flashing in his eyes. This is an extremely rare mutated colonial species, the glacial frost beetle. They feed on metal and organic matter. Not only can they perfectly adapt to absolute zero, but they can also convert the metal they devour into an indestructible exoskeleton for themselves. Just as Jiang Han's words fell, crunch, crunch. As if in response to his voice, an ear-grating dense sound of metal gnawing suddenly echoed from inside the silent mountain of corpses. Immediately following, the layer of white webbing covering the corpses began to writhe violently. Hiss! Along with a sharp, dense chittering of insects. Thousands of frost beetles gleaming with a cold silver-white light burst out from inside the mountain of corpses like a silver metallic waterfall sweeping toward Jiang Han and his men in an overwhelming tide. Far East Heavy Industry now. One heavy assembly workshopus. This sound does not any creature. It resembles 10 million rusty saws grinding on iron plates piercing to the brain. As the mountain of corpses piled from workers collapses with a roar, a silver torrent surges forth like a breached flood pouring from the workshop's shadowed corners. Each of these frigid ice carapace insects is only the size of an adult's little finger, but when they swarm in tens of thousands or millions, they form a despairing silver disaster. Their six-spined limbs race across the metal floor with shocking speed, and wherever they pass, scattered wrenches, nuts, or workers' skeletal remains are gnawed away by mouths like tiny shredders. Fire! All units fire! Zhang Lei's scalp prickles, a chill shoots up his spine. He does not hesitate, raising his EM pulse rifle and switching to full auto. The crackling hiss of electric discharge. 10 frost guards under Zhang Lei's command rapidly tighten their formation backs to the factory gate, forming a semi-circular crossfire net. Azure electromagnetic projectiles rain down on the silver tide, but a scene of despair unfolds. The depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds from the EM rifles, capable of piercing 2 centimeters of steel, strike the tiny ice beetles and erupt into a flurry of sparks. Most bullets ricochet off their smooth, hard silver shells, scattering everywhere. Only a few hit the densest patches, crushing dozens of ice beetles with tremendous kinetic force. But these losses mean nothing to the enormous swarm, like throwing a stone into the sea with not a single ripple. Even more terrifying, the crushed ice beetle corpses are immediately pounced on by nearby swarm mates, devoured within seconds, and even the metals on their shells are absorbed and reused. Master Jiang, what the hell is this thing? It won't budge. A guard cries in fear, watching the tide flood a forklift several meters ahead. The gnawing sounds are nauseating to hear as the forklift, weighing several tons, is chewed away with visible speed, exposing a pocked metal interior. They feed on metal. Zhang Lei's pupils contract as a fatal realization hits. He glances down at his white exoskeletal armor. All back off. We must not let them get close. To them, our exoskeletons are prime fare. Retreat from the factory. Take defense behind the judicator, high-voltage grid. Jiang Han does not hinder the retreat. In the face of overwhelming numerical advantage and the strange physical resistance, conventional light weapons, indeed, have no meaning. Master Jiang, you should retreat too. Zhang Lei covers as he steps back. You all go first. Retreat onto the truck. Jiang Han stands in place, unmoving, his tang, Dao angled at the ground. His deep gaze fixes on the deepest part of the factory, the largest ruin of the corpse mountain. To others, it is just a pack of starved, mutated insects. But in Jiang Han's awakened mental perception, the silver tide is not a mindless, frenzied dash. Their movements reveal an extremely tight organization. Even above the swarm, a faint yet tenacious magnetic field hovers. It is this magnetic field that binds the swarm into a single whole and resists the outside. 152C absolute zero, preserving their terrifying cellular vitality. And the source of this field lies beneath the ruin. Want to bite into my armored vehicle? Then you'd better have good teeth. Jiang Han takes a deep breath, and the space energy within him roars to life. Seeing the front ranks of the tide within 5 meters, the ice beetles leap up, their metal gleaming jaws snapping toward his face. Space fault. Jiang Han pushes with his left hand. Buzz, a space fault invisible to the naked eye, but real, instantly spans across in front of him. This is not a simple wall. It forcibly misaligns the space in front of Jiang Han with the space of the swarming insects by 3 centimeters. Pop, pop, pop. The beetles leaping in midair crash hard against this invisible fault. Because of the absolute misalignment of spatial coordinates, their unyielding metal shells offer no buffering and are ground to silver powder by the laws of space at the moment of impact. In just a few seconds, a half-meter-high silver dune piles up in front of Jiang Han. Catch the thief by catching the king. If we can kill this central processor, you will all become inert. Space teleport. Jiang Han's lips curl into a cold smile as his figure vanishes. In the next moment, he passes over 50 meters of the swarm and appears atop the largest ruin like a wraith. The magnetic field here is the strongest, and even the air crackles with pale blue static sparkles due to the intense magnetic friction. Get out and reveal yourself. Jiang Han grips the Tang Dao with both hands towering above, attaching an ultra-compressed space blade to the edge and plunges it into the metal ruin beneath with a fierce strike. Buffed boom. This slash slices through a meter-thick metal plate and concrete, accompanying a piercing shriek that seems to slice through the soul. The true boss hidden beneath the ruins finally reveals itself to Jiang Han. It is a giant queen worm as large as an adult Tibetan mastiff. Unlike the finger-sized silver worker insects, this queen radiates a dark golden sheen. It has no limbs and resembles a giant metallic silkworm pupa, its bloated abdomen writhing. On its head, a fist-sized golden crystal core gleams with dazzling light. Countless slender silver nerve cords extend from its body, linking to metal ruins all around. It is like a super server full of tubes directing the entire swarm's movements. Dark gold, grayed metal queen worm. Jiang Han looks at the monster with greedy eyes. This is the ultimate material for refining super alloys and upgrading military equipment. Hiss. The queen senses Jiang Han's unmasked killing intent. Its golden crystal core flickers fiercely. Hum. An extremely violent electromagnetic pulse erupts from the queen at its center. The power of the pulse is so great that even Jiang Han's spatial barrier ripples. The Tang Dao nearly slips from his grip under the magnetic pull. Meanwhile, the swarm that had been pursuing Zhang Lei and others instantly turns its venom toward the queen's distress signal. Millions of ice beetles cohere into a silver tornado rushing toward Jiang Han from all directions. Master Jiang, watch your back. Zhang Lei, retreating to the judicator beside him, watches through the scope as the overwhelming silver tornado swarms toward Jiang Han, his nerves shattered as he shouts in fear. Jiang Han pays no heed to the swarm behind him. Enduring the queen's emitted electromagnetic pulse, he suppresses the blade's tremor and presses his left hand onto the queen's dark gold head. Before my space laws, your iron shell is but a pretty ornament. Space, internal collapse. This is not an external cut, but Jiang Han channels a strand of ultra-pure spatial power through the queen's breathing holes and directly injects it into her body. Then inside space collapses. Crack, crack, crack. The queen's dark gold shell, impossible to pierce with high explosive rounds, suddenly cracks with a tooth-grating sound. Its enormous body weirdly caves inward, as if a black hole has formed inside. Its scream is strangled in its throat, dark gold blood mixed with metal fragments spurting from its mouthparts and crevices. Boom. It lasts only 3 seconds. The queen's internal organs are ground to gore by space collapse. The crystal core that glowed with gold loses its energy. The light dims and rolls to Jiang Han's feet. Tier 3 Apex Biological Crystal Core, Special Metal Magnetic Field Properties. As the queen dies, the invisible magnetic field enveloping the No. 1 workshop collapses. With the field gone, the silver tide is exposed to the outer -152 C absolute zero. A miracle or the cruelty of nature is vividly displayed at this moment. Those previously ferocious ice beetles that could gnaw steel after losing the queen's magnetic field of warm, keeping, and genetic governance instantly become fragile dead things. The silver dragon tornado of countless ice beetles in midair seems to have been paused. Crackling sounds fill the air as their bodily fluids freeze. Crashing down. Countless ice beetles frozen solid as ice spheres rain down like silver hail from above. They strike the metal floor with crisp sounds, then shatter into silver powder. In just 10 seconds, the vast workshop falls silent once more. Only the silver powder on the ground testifies to the terror that had just occurred. Phew. Jiang Han exhales and crouches to pocket the dark gold queen crystal core. This thing is heavy in his hand. Not only does it pulse with crystal core energy, but it also feels like an exceptionally pure, unknown alloy. Master Jiang, are you all right? Zhang Lei and the guards hurry over, carefully stepping on the silver powder. Seeing Jiang Han unscathed and the queen's corpse lying on the ground, the others are left speechless once more. What could possibly go wrong with me? Jiang Han stores the crystal core in space, then glances at the queen's remains. Zhang Lei remove the shell of this queen completely and take it back for Zhao Gang to study. This thing's defense would make an excellent anti-ballistic vest. Also have the external hover vehicle drive in. Get ready to work. Jiang Han opens his arms and greedily scans this vast workshop spanning tens of thousands of square meters, filled with precision machines and exotic steels. Just now he tossed the dark gold queen crystal core into the dimensional space. Unsurprisingly, the origin tower within space resonates once more. A message flashes in Jiang Han's mind that he has long awaited. Origin Tower Level 1 Basic Alchemy Workshop, Gene Recombination Chamber, O Energy, has been replenished. Detected qualifying metallic derivative materials. Congratulations, Space Master. Your alchemy workshop is fully activated, unlocking new functionality: primary material decomposition and reassembly. Primary material decomposition and reassembly. Jiang Han murmurs inwardly, a growing smile on his lips. That means with enough energy and raw materials, he can melt these bulky rusted machines and scrap metal and reforge them directly within space. He can refine them into the finest specialty alloy plates, and through spatial schematics, even print any precision mechanical parts Zhao Gang requires. Zhonglei. Jiang Han's voice echoes through the empty workshop with a sovereign aura. Tell the brothers to switch off all weapon safeties. Today we are not at war. Today we move. I will relocate this Far East heavy industry. Jiang Han traces a giant circle in the air with his finger. Not a single screw shall be left behind for this city. The thunderous clang and rumble echoed endlessly through the cavernous factory floor as colossal metallic structures crashed against one another. Zhonglei and 10 members of the Extreme Cold Guard had been reduced to mere laborers. Clad in exoskeleton armor that granted them superhuman strength, they were still relegated to menial tasks, unscrewing bolts and clearing debris, when confronted with heavy machinery weighing tens or even hundreds of tons. But it was Jiang Han who handled the truly monumental work. He moved like a living super vacuum, consuming everything in his path. CNC machines, 5-axis machining centers, towering stacks of special steel plates, and titanium alloy ingots, even the massive cables and crane tracks embedded in the walls, all swallowed into his dimensional space. Master Jiang, please take it easy. This massive forging press weighs at least 200 tons, and its foundation is poured right into the concrete. Yanking it out could seriously harm your body. Watching Jiang Han approach a hydraulic forging press as tall as a small building, Zhang Lei couldn't resist offering a reminder. No need to force it. Jiang Han didn't turn around. He pressed his palm against the icy metallic surface of the forging press, and the spatial energy within his body began pulsing with an otherworldly rhythm. With the Origin Tower's capabilities now fully awakened, his command over matter had ascended to an entirely new level. Spatial matter dismantling. A flash of golden light ignited in Jiang Han's eyes. A profound hum resonated through the air. A miracle unfolded before their very eyes. The behemoth machine, 200 tons of precision-engineered components, dissolved as if constructed from sand crumbling from the point where Jiang Han's hand made contact. Rather than collapsing into scrap metal, it disintegrated into streams of pure metallic particles that flowed like tributaries into the sea, streaming continuously into Jiang Han's invisible dimensional space. In just 10 seconds, the iron titan that had stood there vanished completely, leaving behind only a massive concrete crater on the ground. What? Zhang Lei's eyes bulged as he rubbed his tactical goggles. Good heavens! Master Jiang actually dissolved that machine. Inside the dimensional space, the metallic streams didn't scatter haphazardly. Guided by the primary alchemy workshop, they soared into the enormous cauldron. Baptized by scorching heat and the laws of transformation, the rusted oil-stained scrap metal was refined and restructured, emerging as gleaming ingots of ultra-pure special alloy steel neatly arranged across the open space. With the mechanical blueprints Zhao Gang had provided etched in his mind, Jiang Han could envision having the alchemy workshop construct any component they needed, whether precision gears or tank barrels, directly from the metallic particles. The sensation was akin to that of a creator shaping raw matter into whatever he desired. A satisfied smile curved Jiang Han's lips as he surveyed the mountain of newly forged alloy before him. Though the process demanded tremendous spiritual energy, the intoxicating sensation of absolute control made every ounce of fatigue seem negligible. For the next 2 hours, Jiang Han led his team through the Far East Heavy Industries complex, stripping it bare with the ruthless efficiency of a locust swarm. They spared nothing. Not just the assembly workshops numbered 1 through 3, but also the supply warehouses, finished goods storage, and even the industrial salt and dehydrated vegetables cached in the employee cafeteria. Zhang Lei came running over breathless to report, "Master Jiang, we've cleared everything out. Even the mahogany safe from the factory director's office. I pried it loose for you. Good work. Tell everyone to board the vehicles. We're heading back." Jiang Han pressed his fingers to his throbbing temples, the prolonged exertion of his spatial abilities leaving him drained. Yes. Afternoon, 1400. North District of Jiangxing, snow-covered main city road. The journey back was far from smooth. The temperature had plummeted to minus 152 degrees Celsius, turning the already rough, snowy terrain into a surface as hard as steel. Even the whale-class hovercraft struggled to maintain speed through such treacherous conditions. Worse still, although the eerie blue ice fog had diminished somewhat, visibility remained critically poor. The convoy carved its way through the abandoned urban canyons. The Arbiter led the way, its massive V-shaped ice plow ruthlessly shoving aside derelict vehicles that blocked their path, screeching metal grinding against metal. Jiang Han rested with his eyes closed in the co-pilot seat, while Zhang Lei piloted. Suddenly the vehicle's radar emitted an urgent alarm. Master Zhang, we've got contact. Zhang Lei slammed on the brakes, and the Arbiter skidded across the ice for over a dozen meters before coming to a controlled stop. Radars picking up intense thermal signatures, and gunfire about a kilometer ahead. Jiang Han's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp as lightning. Gunfire. In this wretched weather, someone's actually fighting on the surface. He activated the rooftop long-range acoustic detector. As expected, beneath the howling wind and driving snow, he could barely make out the rapid-fire crack of automatic rifles and the dull thud of explosions. The sounds weren't the chaotic bursts of scavengers. They carried the disciplined rhythm of trained soldiers executing coordinated fire suppression. Move and slow. Cut the headlights switch to thermal imaging. Jiang Han ordered, tell the hovercrafts behind us to hold position and stand by for fire support. Roger that. Zhang Lei guided the armored vehicle with precise, deliberate movements, advancing like a black panther stalking through shadows. Drawing nearer past the swirling snow and pale blue mist, Jiang Han finally made out the scene ahead. A brutal defensive engagement. Beneath an ice-encrusted overpass, roughly 30 soldiers in tattered greatcoats, some with white bandages wrapped around their limbs, were holding a desperate line alongside overturned military transport vehicles. Though their arsenal was modern, mostly Type 95 assault rifles with 2 light machine guns, the extreme cold was wreaking havoc on the weapons, and men frequently cursed as their firearms jammed. And beyond their defensive position, a dark mass of hundreds of mutated zombie canines, each the size of an adult wolfhound, pressed forward. Their fur had long since fallen away, exposing grayish-white frozen flesh with bloodthirsty red glints burning in their eyes. Despite the brutal cold, the creatures moved with mechanical rigidity, yet fearless aggression, charging through the withering hail of bullets toward the soldiers' positions. Regular military stragglers, Zhang Lei observed, noting the camouflaged uniforms and tactical movements beneath their worn coats, his expression troubled. The veteran found himself drawn to those uniforms instinctively. They won't hold much longer. Jiang Han's gaze swept across the battlefield with detached calculation. The soldiers fought with desperate courage, but they were burning through ammunition faster than they could replenish it. The freezing cold was sapping their strength. Several soldiers had hands so numbed they could barely work their triggers. At the heart of the line stood a young officer, tall and upright despite his frostbitten face, his expression unyielding. Gripping an unscoped assault rifle, he fired with cold precision, each round claiming a zombie canine. Captain, we're out of ammunition. First and second platoons can't hold much longer. A blood-soaked radio operator stumbled toward the young officer, his voice raw with desperation. Fix bayonets. Prepare for close combat. The young officer drew his bayonet without hesitation, clicking it onto his rifle barrel, and roared, "We die here first. These beasts won't cross this line. Behind us are the shelters with hundreds of civilians. Charge!" The remaining soldiers let out a defiant roar, bayoneting their rifles in unison, steeling themselves for the final meat grinder. Master Jiang, should we intervene? Zhang Lei's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel as he turned to Jiang Han, desperation etched in his eyes. For ordinary survivors, Jiang Han would have driven straight through without a second thought. But these soldiers, fighting to the last breath to shield civilians, touched something in him even in this merciless wasteland. "We're helping." Jiang Han's reply was immediate and decisive. He wouldn't merely save them. He would recruit this disciplined remnant along with their commanding officer into his own forces. In this apocalypse, such an organized, principled fighting force was the most precious resource available. "Zhang Lei, let's move." Jiang Han flung open the door and barked into the comms. "Hovercraft main cannon. Target 50 meters behind the zombie pack. Lay down a suppression barrage and cut off their reinforcements." Arbiter engaged chainsaw, smashed through their flank. With those words, the massive whale-class hovercrafts lurking in the mist struck first. The 30mm electromagnetic cannon, salvaged from Noah's Ark and repaired by Zhao Gang, unleashed its thunderous roar once more. Bursts of blue-traced armor-piercing rounds arced over the soldiers' positions like a meteor shower, striking precisely into the heart of the zombie pack. Explosions erupted across the ice field in pillars of fire. The pursuing zombies were shredded apart in the blasts. "What's happening? Are our reinforcements here?" The young officer stared in disbelief as the artillery rained down from above. Before he could process it, a jet-black armored vehicle, emerging from the mist like something risen from hell, roared toward them on spinning chainsaws. The Arbiter sliced through the zombie pack's center like a surgical blade. Its hydraulic ice plow and spinning industrial chainsaw reduced dozens of approaching zombies to scattered fragments of flesh and ice. What monstrosity is this?" The soldiers gaped at the wild, fearsome vehicle tearing through the horde as though unimpeded. "Attention!" Jiang Han's chilling voice boomed from the armored vehicle's loudspeaker. "Drop to the ground, or die." With a sharp crackle, Jiang Han stood outside the passenger door, one hand braced on the roof, and slashed his arm forward toward the dense horde ahead. Spatial rending. A 20-meter rift of pure darkness slashed outward from the Arbiter like a grim reaper's scythe, shearing through everything in its path. There was no sound, no explosion. Yet wherever that black line passed, it cleaved through everything. Zombie bone, frozen car wreckage, even the floating ice crystals in the air, as though they were nothing. Hundreds of zombies leaping toward the vehicle were bisected midair. Their upper bodies continued flying forward by momentum, while their lower halves collapsed onto the snow. One strike cleared the field. The once desperate horde was annihilated in under 2 minutes by the combined assault of Jiang Han and the Arbiter. The remaining dozens let out terrified whines and fled into the mist, tails between their legs. Silence fell over the battlefield. Only the Arbiter's idle engine hummed. Jiang Han leaped down and strode across the ground littered with gore and ice shards toward the stunned soldiers. The young captain gripped his blood-stained rifle, eyeing the dark-clad figure with wariness. He recognized the lethal aura of a seasoned commander, yet the man's gear and mannerisms marked him as belonging to no official force he knew. "Who are you?" the young officer asked gruffly, lowering his rifle slightly, but keeping it raised. Jiang Han halted and surveyed the exhausted troops before him. Jiang Han of the extreme cold base. His voice carried weight despite its quietness. "You must be Shenxingha." The young officer's pupils tightened. "You know me?" Shock flickered across Shenxingha's features. His unit had been scattered during the initial catastrophe, and he'd led dozens of brothers and hundreds of civilians on a desperate flight to this place. In all of Jiangsheng, save for monsters and raiders seeking their blood, how could anyone know his name? "I've heard of you." Jiang Han made no mention of his rebirth. Instead, he retrieved a heavy military supply crate from his spatial storage and tossed it onto the snow at Shenxingha's feet. The crate hit the ground with a clang, its lid springing open to reveal 50 neatly stacked boxes of high-calorie self-heating rations and over a dozen vials of anti-freeze treatment. The soldiers' eyes locked onto the appealing packaging, their Adam's apples bobbing frantically as hunger clawed at them, but none dared move forward. Discipline held them in check. "Consider this a greeting gift." Jiang Han regarded Shenxingha with a calculating smile. "Take your people, and those civilians behind you, and follow me. I can't promise you'll live as comfortably as before the cataclysm, but I can promise this on my territory: as long as you can hold a rifle, no one will go hungry, and no brother will die because he ran out of ammunition." Afternoon 1430. Jiangxing North District abandoned overpass defense line. A bone-piercing gale laden with ghostly blue ice crystals howled and spiraled beneath the overpass. A metal supply crate brimming with high-calorie individual rations and anti-freeze medication lay silently upon the snow-covered ground. It exuded a faint aroma of industrial plastics mingled with cooked food, a scent that proved lethally intoxicating amidst this battlefield saturated with blood and the acrid stench of gunpowder. Over 30 remaining soldiers, every one of them gaunt and sallow-complexioned, shivered with lips turned purple from the cold, their gun-gripping hands trembling faintly. They stared fixedly at the crate, their Adam's apples bobbing, yet not a single man dared to act on his own accord. Ultimately, the gaze of every man converged upon their pillar of strength, Company Commander Shenxingha. Shenxingha glanced at the supplies upon the ground, then turned his eyes to Jiang Han, who stood before him with an expression of tranquil indifference, and to the 2 war wagons behind him that resembled monstrous beasts of war. His fingers tightened around his rifle as he drew in a deep breath of frigid air that seemed laden with shards of ice. Jiang Han, the extreme cold base. Shenxingha's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his spine remained ramrod straight, akin to a javelin that would sooner snap than bend. "I appreciate your kind intentions. We are indeed in dire need of these supplies. I can offer you my gratitude on behalf of my brothers. Furthermore, should you be willing, we might trade weapons or intelligence we have gathered in exchange." Shenxingha met Jiang Han's gaze squarely, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. "However, if you came here to tell me to switch allegiances, you've come to the wrong man. We are soldiers of the Republic. Our masters are the nation and its people. Even if our command structure has disintegrated, so long as we still wear this uniform, we shall never serve as mercenaries for any private faction." Upon hearing these words, the soldiers behind him, despite a fleeting glimmer of longing and regret for the food in their eyes, swiftly saw that trace of regret replaced by an unyielding resolve. They silently tightened their grip upon rifles that had but a few rounds remaining, supporting their commander's decision through their very actions. A man of metal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han did not grow angry. Instead, he applauded softly. The sound of that clapping rang somewhat incongruously across the desolate frozen plains. "Commander Shen, I admire your convictions. But might you have mistaken something?" Jiang Han took a slow step forward, and an aura of slaughter, tempered through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, immediately bore down upon Shenxingha with palpable weight. "Does this Jiangsheng of ours still have a nation? Communications severed, the chain of command paralyzed. Those so-called officials at ARC are casting you aside as expendable pawns. With these few dozen brothers and the hundreds of helpless souls sheltered in the bunker behind you, how long can you possibly endure this extreme cold of -152°C? Jiang Han gestured toward the supply crate upon the ground, then toward the bisected corpse of the mutant hound. One crate of rations might save you for a day, but it cannot save you for a lifetime. When your bullets run dry and your abilities are exhausted, when the next tide of corpses descends, who will come to save you? Can your convictions fill their bellies? Can your convictions keep them alive in the jaws of monsters? Every word struck like a poison dart. Shunxingha's countenance darkened to an utterly grim shade. Jiang Han's words were like a scalpel of razor sharpness, ruthlessly slicing open the blood-soaked reality he had long sought to conceal. He knew Jiang Han spoke the truth. He had not slept for 3 days, supplies had run out, and his brothers had suffered grievous casualties. Within the air raid shelter behind him, several hundred unarmed civilians were crying out in their hunger. He was an exceptional field commander, but he was no deity, incapable of conjuring food and ammunition from thin air. Even if what you say is true, we have our own way of surviving. Shunxingha gritted his teeth, still refusing to yield. We will neither abandon civilians nor become a tool for you to dominate the wasteland. Who said anything about making you abandon civilians, hey? Jiang Han smiled, a smile laden with profound implication. My base is vast. Vast enough to shelter tens of thousands. The temperature there is a mere -10 degrees. There are generators, clean water, and even vegetables grown by our own hands. As for you, Jiang Han regarded this band of disciplined veterans, his eyes gleaming with the light of certain triumph. I do not need you to bully men or violate women. I need a true army to help me defend that pure land, to combat those who truly seek our destruction. For instance, those who abandoned you as bait, Noah's Ark. Upon hearing the words Noah's Ark, a flash of profound hatred and humiliation instantly ignited in the eyes of Shunxingha and several of his veteran soldiers. At the onset of the catastrophe, they had been tasked with covering the evacuation of a vital research institute. Yet ARC's helicopters had taken only a handful of scientists aboard, leaving them and countless ordinary citizens behind to await their doom. Had Shunxingha not led them in carving a bloody path to freedom, they would long since have become fodder for the zombies. You dare to oppose ARC? Shunxingha's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. I have already done so. Jiang Han gestured toward the Leviathan class hovercraft behind him, emblazoned with ARC's insignia. I sent a special detachment of theirs that came to seize our supplies straight to hell. This vehicle is their spoils of war. Shunxingha fell silent. He gazed at Jiang Han, this man whose mystery and madness far exceeded his every imagination. To have the audacity to clash head-on with the militarily superior Noah's Ark at the very beginning of the apocalypse, and to successfully capture their heavy combat vehicle in the process. This was no feat achievable by an ordinary survivor leader. Commander. Beside him, a gravely wounded young soldier leaning against the armored wheel tugged weakly at the hem of Shunxingha's trousers. Brothers truly cannot walk any further. Old Wang and Chuansui. Their wounds have frozen into gangrene. Without medicine, we shall truly perish here. Our deaths would matter little, but the villagers in the air raid shelter. Shunxingha lowered his gaze to the young soldier, pallid as paper, his eyes already beginning to glaze, and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails bit deep into his flesh, even drawing thin trickles of blood. In this cold and cruel world, pride and backbone often exact the price of life itself. Were he alone, he would sooner die in combat than bow his head. But behind him stood brothers and civilians who trusted him with their very lives. Shunxingha closed his eyes and exhaled a long white plume of breath. When he opened his eyes once more, the torment within them had vanished, replaced by the most rational resolve a commander could muster. I am willing to lead my men and join your base. Shunxingha looked at Jiang Han, his voice low, yet exceptionally clear. But I have 3 conditions. Speak. Jiang Han was not surprised that this was the inevitable game of wits in recruiting talent of the highest caliber. First, we retain our independent command structure. We will fight for you to defend your base, but should you ever issue an order to massacre innocent civilians, we reserve the right to refuse. Second, we demand equal distribution of supplies. I cannot let my brothers shed their blood only to weep in silence. Furthermore, we must bring every civilian from the air raid shelter along. You must ensure they are properly settled. Third. Shunxingha paused, a flash of resolution flashing in his eyes. Should you ever betray your word today and become a tyrant who treats lives as grass like ARC does, Shunxingha will slay you with his own hands. Upon hearing these 3 conditions, Zhang Lei standing behind Jiang Han grew anxious. These weren't terms of surrender. They were those of a master demanding deference. He had barely stepped forward to reprimand them when Jiang Han raised a hand to stop him. Is that all? Jiang Han smiled with utter disdain. a smile radiating absolute confidence and unbridled dominance. First, I have no need for you to massacre civilians. My enemies are monsters and scoundrels you would rather kill yourselves. Second, so long as you can prove your worth, I shall grant you far more than equal rations, 10 times beyond anything you could imagine. As for the third, Jiang Han suddenly lunged forward swift as lightning, closing the distance to Shen Xinghe in an instant. Before Shen Xinghe could even draw his weapon, Jiang Han's right hand had gently landed upon his shoulder. I'll be looking forward to it, so long as you possess the capability. The pat seemed casual, yet it conveyed a terrifying force as crushing as a mountain to Shen Xinghe, a peak first-tier strength system awakener, who even felt his bones groan beneath the unbearable weight in that fleeting instant. Unfathomable. Absolute dominance. Such was Shen Xinghe's singular assessment of Jiang Han's power. Zhonglei, Jiang Han withdrew his hand and turned toward the war wagon. Here, distribute the supplies. Assist Commander Shen's men in evacuating the civilians from the air raid shelter. The hovercraft has ample capacity. 2 trips will suffice to transport everyone back to base. Half an hour later, air raid shelter entrance beside the hovercraft. Having consumed several bites of high-calorie individual rations and received injections of the anti-frost serum compounded by Su Qingge, the surviving soldiers finally regained a semblance of vitality. They were methodically organizing the civilians from the air raid shelter to board the massive Leviathan-class hovercraft. Several hundred civilians, hollow-eyed and gaunt as the walking dead, emerged from the frigid shelter with soldiers' support. The moment they felt the spring-like warmth of the climate-controlled air within the hovercraft, many collapsed into sobs, dropping to their knees and kowtowing unceasingly. Shen Xinghe stood beside Jiang Han, watching this scene with a complex gaze. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Shen Xinghe's form of address had shifted from calling him by name to a respectful title. Were it not for you, this place would have become our grave today. Each takes what he needs, that is all. Jiang Han leaned against the armored plating of the adjudicator and offered Shen Xinghe a cigarette. Shen Xinghe accepted it without lighting it, merely holding it beneath his nose to inhale deeply the long-lost scent of tobacco. Truth be told, even without today's zombie tide, we could not have held out much longer. Shen Xinghe offered a rueful smile. A large underground shelter nearby rejected our plea for assistance and even seized the last batch of medicine we had gathered. The hand holding Jiang Han's cigarette paused for the slightest moment. A large underground shelter. Yes, in Jiangxing South District there exists a super base converted from abandoned city air raid shelters. They style themselves Home to Base. A flash of intense hatred flickered in Shen Xinghe's eyes. That base's leader is named Zhao Kai, an extremely cunning and cruel man. He commands not only over 10,000 enslaved survivors, but has also conscripted vast numbers of thugs and vagabonds. Upon hearing the names Zhao Kai and Home to Base, a terrifying, heart-chilling killing intent instantly erupted within Jiang Han's previously placid eyes. Zhao Kai. In his past life, this very man, his most trusted college classmate and company vice president, at his most desperate hour had colluded with Lin Wanner and Wang Dafu to trick their way into his safe house and steal every last one of his supplies. Upon his rebirth, Jiang Han's first target of vengeance was Lin Wanner, the second Wang Dafu. But he knew full well that the true mastermind, the arch-enemy who had claimed his greatest inheritance, was none other than Zhao Kai. Home to Base. He certainly has the audacity to choose such a name. Jiang Han's voice grew exceedingly frigid, as though it were an arctic wind blowing forth from the deepest depths of the Nine Hells. Shen Xinghe keenly sensed the shift in Jiang Han's emotions. Mr. Jiang, do you know him? Know him? That would be a gross understatement. Jiang Han savagely crushed the half-smoked tobacco against the armor plating within those profound depths of his eyes. Golden spatial runes flickered in subtle rhythm. The company he now possesses, I was the one who sold it to him. The very supplies he is hoarding to recruit soldiers and buy horses are the bait I left for him. I had originally assumed that a man of his caliber would not survive half a month after the onset of the extreme cold. Who could have imagined that he would not only endure, but flourish, styling himself a local emperor? Jiang Han turned his gaze toward Jiangxing South District, obscured though it was by the dense fog, as though his eyes could already pierce through to witness that subterranean citadel of sin. Commander Shen, it appears that beyond our mutual enemy Noah's Ark, we have now acquired a shared quarry. Once these civilians are settled, I require you to draft a detailed defensive map of that Home to Base for me. A bloodthirsty, mirthless smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Han's lips. My underground city finds itself in need of several tens of thousands of free mining laborers. This Zhao Kai, since he is so fond of constructing bases, I shall let him personally witness how his empire is ground to dust bit by bit beneath my heel. Jiangxing North District, on the outskirts of the overpass air raid shelter. Outdoor temperature -152°C. A fierce wind swirled pale blue ice crystals like countless mercilessly scraping the metal shell of an armored vehicle. Xinxinghe led a group of civilians, about 300 people. They had been sheltering in an abandoned municipal air raid shelter beneath the overpass, eking out a meager existence on scraps salvaged from the remnants of the military. As they were helped by soldiers, even carried on stretchers onto the icy plain, the scene before them seemed unreal. A ground strewn with the shattered bodies of mutated zombie dogs exuding a pungent char and the scent of blood. In the center of this crucible stood two hulking steel behemoths, as if they had stepped out from a science fiction film. Are those official rescue forces? An elderly man with snow-white hair wrapped in several torn blankets trembled as he pointed at the Jing-class hovercraft bearing the Ark emblem. A fierce will to survive burned in his cloudy eyes. Line up. Do not push. The elderly and children first. Xinxinghe's platoon leaders, though famished themselves, still held the line to maintain order. Their coats were torn to shreds, revealing the newspapers and plastic bags used for warmth inside. Captain Xinxinghe asked, "Is this vehicle really ours?" A platoon leader with a thick northern accent stood there. His name was Zhao Taizhu. He looked at that massive hovercraft, his eyes nearly bulging, but his voice carried a strong note of worry. "Captain, that man, his origin is unknown. Are we really handing the civilians over to him like this? What if it's a den that devours people?" Xinxinghe, warming, a freezing little girl, paused at those words. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd toward Jiang Han, who stood smoking beside the Xinpan's Hao. The man wore a thin black windbreaker, and in the -152C cold, he showed no wrinkling of his brow. Beside him, the security captain wore a combat exoskeleton that even the army's elite rarely wear. "Tiezhu, do we have any other options?" Xinxinghe let out a hoarse smile, his voice rough as sandpaper. "The coal in the air raid shelter burned out yesterday. At most tonight, these civilians, including us, will be frozen into ice sculptures. If he can kill hundreds of mutated zombie dogs, and has such gear, if he truly wished to kill us, he could do so without any tricks." Xinxinghe patted Zhao Tiezhu's shoulder. "Take it step by step. At least the heating inside this vehicle is real." The wide rear hatch of the hovercraft slowly lowered, forming a ramp. A warmth that could almost melt you poured from within the cabin. So warm. The first few refugees in line, upon feeling that warmth, burst into tears. They surged forward like desert travelers who had been thirsty for 3 days and nights, seeing an oasis. "Don't push. Step back. Line up." The extreme cold guard immediately shouldered electromagnetic rifles, the blue muzzles flashing with dangerous light. "If you dare push forward another step, you will be executed on the spot." Zhang Lei roared, the exoskeleton's mechanical arm slamming into a nearby steel plate with a deafening crash. The refugees were frightened by this ferocious display and retreated. Xinxinghe frowned, stepping forward to stand between the refugees and the extreme cold guard. "This man, they are just too cold to have malice." Xinxinghe looked at Zhang Lei, his tone polite, but his spine straight. "We're all kin, there's no need to draw weapons. Rules are rules." Zhang Lei glared at Xinxinghe without backing down. "In the extreme cold base, only Jiang Han's orders are binding, whether you are regular army or not. In Jiang Ye's territory, there is no respect for the old or the young, only obedience. Those who cut in line die. This is the iron rule." It looked like a conflict would erupt. "Zhang Lei." A deep and cold voice came from the side of the battle vehicle. Jiang Han stubbed out his cigarette and walked over. With every step, the ice beneath his feet gave a strange crack, as if space itself trembled beneath him. "Jiang Yi." Zhang Lei immediately stood at attention, bowing. Jiang Han bypassed him, his gaze sweeping over the trembling refugees, finally landing on Xinxinghe. "Captain Shun, I know your duty as soldiers is to protect civilians. This is admirable. But in my base, the word civilian does not mean privilege for the weak. It means labor. This is not a sanctuary, it is a garrison, a factory." He pointed to the hovercraft. "Inside is warm, there is food and drink. But I only grant enjoyment to those who know the rules. Listen carefully. If you want to board, you may. From now on, discard the bad habits you cultivated in peaceful times. Whether you were a boss or a beggar on my turf, you will be a dragon that is coiled, a tiger that lies. The old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled will be assisted by soldiers. Take the left passage. The strong and able-bodied will take the right passage, responsible for moving your supplies, and the wounded. Whoever dares to crowd, to cut in line, or raise their voice." Jiang Han's finger traced a line. A nearly invisible spatial rift instantly cut off half the front end of a nearby abandoned car. Clang. The heavy car front crashed to the ground. This is the fate. This display of authority is more effective than words. The previously restless crowd of refugees fell silent in an instant. Everyone, like well-behaved sheep, moved into 2 neat lines according to Jiang Han's directions. Xinxinghe watched this with a complex expression. He exhausted his rhetoric, even pointed a gun at the sky, yet could hardly maintain order over hundreds. But this man, with just a few words and a single gesture, turned everyone into the most obedient machines. Cruel but efficient. Shenxing has silently defined Jiang Han in his mind, a true wasteland tyrant. Captain, the wounded have been settled. Zhao Taiju ran over to report this hovercraft is huge. Inside there is a dedicated medical isolation chamber. Those civilians went in and cried with joy. Let the brothers board as well. Stay vigilant, keep weapons at hand. Shenxing lowered his voice. Afternoon 1540. Evacuation convoy returning. The two battle vehicles sped back across the ice. Jiang Han remained in the co-pilot seat of the Shenpans, closing his eyes to rest. Zhang Lei driving kept peering at Jiang Han in the rearview mirror, unable to resist, asking Jiang Yi, these soldiers, though capable, have such stubborn tempers. Are we really going to bring them back to the base? What if they later seize power? Seize power? Jiang Han did not open his eyes, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Lei, in this apocalypse, what is power derived from? Of course, resources and firepower. Whoever has guns and grain is the master. Rome. Jiang Han slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep. Resources and firepower are only appearances. Real power comes from monopolizing hope. Shenxing is a smart man. He has faith in a bottom line, and that is good. People like him, once they fix on you, are 100 times more loyal than those who chase wind. But I do not need his loyalty to me alone. I will make him loyal to the ecosystem I built, the only one that can keep us alive in the end times. Wait until he reaches the underground city, sees the spiritual fields blooming with mutated crops, sees the endless supply of clean water, and sees the high-grade mutated beasts trodden underfoot. His faith will naturally serve me. Meanwhile, inside the rear of the Zhu Jing-class hovercraft, the Noah's Ark space, used for transporting large machinery, is vast. Now more than 300 refugees and over 30 remnants of the military are crowded into this warm cabin. Many have already leaned against the cabin walls and fallen asleep. For them, sleeping in a 20-degree above zero environment is a luxury. Shenxing has not slept. He sits in a corner clutching his Type 95 rifle, his eyes constantly scanning the vehicle's interior. Captain. Zhao Taiju approached with a box of self-heating meals, wiping the oil from the corner of his mouth. What is the origin of these people? This is Noah's Ark's advanced transport vehicle. How did they come by it? And that Jiang Han earlier, was that space-type ability? I haven't seen through him either. Shenxing shook his head, brows furrowed. When he handed me the rations, I noticed something about his hands. No thick calluses, not like a long-time gunner. But the killing aura about him is real, as if it rose from a pile of corpses. And Shenxing recalled Jiang Han patting his shoulder. His rank is extraordinarily high. Very high. I feel like I am a baby learning to walk in front of him. Captain, when we reach his so-called extreme cold base, will we really have to listen to him? Another young platoon leader came over looking worried. Brothers, remember my words. Shenxing glances at his men, his eyes hardening. We are soldiers. We can concede for the civilian survival, but we must never become accomplices to the mob. If his base is truly a place where people can live, we will guard it. That is the proper thing to do. But if Shenxing touches the dagger at his waist, if he is like Zhao Kai of the Hongtu base, a madman who treats people as beasts, then we will take his base from within. Understood. A few platoon leaders reply in lowered voices. Yet Shenxing and his group still do not know what lies ahead. What awaits at the extreme cold base is neither the heaven they imagined nor the pure hell they feared. It was an iron empire with absolute hierarchy in extreme cold, yet brimming with vitality. Jiang Han was about to greet this proud army with a special baptism. 4:30 p.m. Jiangqing Daijingwan Community, the ruined main entrance of the extreme cold base. Outdoor temperature -152 C. The convoy slowly decelerated in the icy mist, finally coming to a halt before the ruins of frozen debris. Master Zhang, we're home. Zhang Lei gazed at the familiar ruins of Building 28 ahead. Although the surface structures had been utterly devastated by absolute zero, in his eyes this place was more welcoming than any five-star hotel. Notify the underground. Prepare to open the gates, Jiang Han instructed softly, his eyes closed. Yes, sir. As Zhang Lei transmitted the encrypted command, a breathtaking scene slowly unfolded before the eyes of Shenxing and the others. Amidst the seemingly lifeless ruins, a concrete slab covered in thick snow, half the size of a basketball court, suddenly emitted a deep